The great song Dynasty Wuqing Yuelai, and last time we spoke of Su Xiao, who had trained in the military since childhood, emerged from Jingzhou, slaying the Xiongnu. Conquering the southern kingdoms and razing over 70 cities, he subdued the barbaric tribes in the southwest and commanded the 3 provinces in the northwest, earning the title of Northern Liang King of the Liang dynasty due to his merits. However, his son, Su Fengyin, indulged in song and dance beneath the Yellow Crane Tower at the time of the late emperor's death, provoking the wrath of the Northern Liang King, who subsequently exiled him 6,000 miles. Now, his period of wandering has concluded, and Su Fengyin, along with his servant Lao Huang, has journeyed 6,000 miles. Exhausted before entering the city, he spots a nearby tavern and takes a seat with his companion. With Su Fengyin's call, "Waiter, bring the wine," a vast and boundless realm of martial arts is about to unfold. Yet, as the young lord was about to return, he encountered a band of Chu warriors who sought to ambush him. Lao Huang, witnessing the situation, shouted, "The wind is fierce, flee." He abandoned Su Fengyin and dashed away to end this moment of crisis. A woman with a fox-like visage, elegantly attired, descended with a flourish. In an instant, the glint of her blade flickered, and the old Chu warriors were vanquished. Her name was Nangong Pui, the foremost beauty on the Rouge list, renowned for her exquisite appearance and exceptional martial prowess. Before them sat Chen Xuan, garbed in a flowing azure robe, handsome and charismatic, perched upon a high platform, fanning himself and narrating the grand tales of the Liang martial world, effortlessly exuding an air of refined elegance that captivated the audience below. The spectators, filled with excitement, listened intently, fearing they might miss a single word. At that moment, the Yuelian was bustling, nearly overflowing with patrons. However, the tables by the window remained surprisingly spacious. Seated there was a young beggar girl clad in tattered garments, occasionally emitting an unpleasant odor which deterred anyone from approaching. Yet, her clever and mischievous eyes, along with her petite figure and charming features, rendered her endearing despite her shabby attire. Beside her sat a tall, robust man with thick brows and bright eyes, his expression exuding a sense of simplicity. The beggar girl tilted her head, gazing at the simple man, her voice melodious as she spoke. "Brother Gua, may we stay at this inn for a few days? The stories this gentleman tells are truly fascinating. But I must accompany my 7 masters to a meeting I fear that may not be possible," the man replied, hesitation etched upon his face. "Not to worry, just a brief stay that I doubt your masters would mind," the little beggar girl mumbled with a mouthful of pastries. "Very well then, good brother," the man chuckled foolishly, finding her amusing and agreeable. These two were no ordinary wanderers. One was Huang Rong, the daughter of the Peach Blossom Island master Huang Yaoshi, and the other was Guijing, the Mongolian prince consort, known for his golden blade. Growing weary of her life in Jiangnan, Huang Rong had secretly ventured out, exhausting her funds. After snatching a bun from a vendor and being pursued, she fortuitously encountered Guijing, who was on his way to the Central Plains with his master. Guijing, ever generous, not only rescued Huang Rong, but also treated her to a lavish meal, earning her affection as she stepped into the world of martial arts. The other patrons of the inn watched with envy, admiring Huang Rong for having met such a simpleton. Huang Rong intended to bid farewell to Guijing after their meal, but found herself captivated by the stories told by Chen Xuan. The tale of Snowblade was extraordinarily enchanting, its plot gripping and vibrant, depicting a world unlike their own, filled with countless heroes and grand adventures, enthralling the 2 listeners. After rescuing Su Fengyin, Nangong Pui wished to enter the listening pavilion to peruse the martial arts manuscripts, for half of the world's martial arts were displayed there. Su Fengyin, of course, readily agreed and led Nangong Pui into the listening pavilion. Upon exiting, Su Fengmian's raucous companions dragged him to ZY Tower. This brothel featured a renowned courtesan named Yu Xuanji, whose beauty was unparalleled, slender and graceful. Seemingly floating above the ground, she was truly a vision of earthly perfection. With just a few words, Chen Xuan painted a vivid picture of Yu Xuanji's enchanting form, leaving the audience in a state of longing. Yu Xuanji, cradling a cat, cast her enchanting gaze, eager to perform a sword dance solely for the young lord. The Western Chu sword dance, accompanied by Chu lyrics, was a spectacle of elegance. The flashing blade, mesmerizing as the dance neared its end. The sword suddenly turned, thrusting towards Su Fengyan with lethal intent. Just as the blade came within inches of Su Fengyan, Nangong Pui appeared, swiftly severing the sword in a single stroke and defeating the assailant with a follow-up move. And then the young lord returned to the royal residence. Cough, cough. You know what I mean? The audience displayed envy upon their faces, nibbling on dry pastries. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow. Feeling a bit parched, he took a large sip of tea to soothe his throat before continuing. At the bottom of Listening Tide Lake was trapped an ancient demon, causing the water to surge violently. An old Taoist, named Wei, plunged into the depths, provoking the demon to break free. And in a single move, he rendered Wei unconscious. Is that demon truly so powerful? The northern Liang King's estate could not withstand a single blow from him. The audience, sipping their drinks, wore expressions of astonishment. Indeed, formidable, but the old servant beside the young lord is no ordinary person, Chen Xuan remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he sipped his tea. Old servant? Could it be the old emperor? Pondered a guest, his expression a mix of confusion and contemplation. Impossible. The old emperor flees faster than the young lord when trouble arises. The young lord shares this sentiment. Let me continue. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly. The ancient demon, shielding itself from the blinding sunlight, broke free from its chains and bellowed for the old emperor to emerge. The old emperor, revealing his toothless grin towards the young lord, turned away, retrieving a sword sheath, suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of sword intent. In that moment, the old Huang was no longer a mere toothless servant, but resembled a drawn sword, poised for battle. Sword 1. Enveloping serpent. Old Huang silently recited within, his gaze deepening, the sword sheath quivering, and a sharp blade soared forth. The demon, brimming with excitement, laughed maniacally. Sword 2. Lotus on the ground. The demon readied itself, its aura rising. Sword 3. 3 pounds, an overwhelming torrent of sword light ravaged the lake. Old Huang unleashed 3 swords and 6 moves. Within mere exchanges, the victor was clear. This left the young lord feeling rather vexed. He had anticipated a thrilling encounter, yet concluded so abruptly. By the heavens, this old emperor is truly a master. Such dominance, who would have thought that an old servant could be so formidable? Sword 9. Emperor ponder this name. Perhaps old Huang has yet to reveal his full prowess. Were he to unleash all 9 moves, what grandeur would that unfold, sir? Your tales of the martial world are so captivating, it seems you have traversed the splendid landscapes and must possess extensive knowledge. Might you share insights on the current masters of this realm? Indeed, the world is vast, and surely many masters abound. Please, sir, regale us with tales of these formidable figures. We are but novices. We humbly request you to enlighten us and broaden our horizons. The audience was ablaze with excitement, their faces flushed, engaged in fervent discussion. Compared to the fictional martial world, the realities of their own were far more vivid, stirring their curiosity. As Chen Xuan sipped his tea, various characters from novels flashed through his mind. Although many masters had never crossed blades, he was intimately familiar with the figures within those tales. If he were to speak of masters, it would come effortlessly. With that thought, Chen Xuan smiled, closed his fan, stood on the platform, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Since everyone is so eager, allow me to indulge in a few words." Offering a brief discourse on the masters of the world, you need not take it to heart. Sir, you are too modest. Please share your insights. The pastries and fine wine are already prepared. The audience appeared earnest, with some martial artists even drinking together. First, let us speak of the top masters of our great song, those 5 paragons who emerged after the first Huashan sword debate. The Southern Emperor and the Northern Beggar, among others. Among them, the Central Divine, Wang Chongyang, the founder of the Chuanjian school, possesses unfathomable martial arts. Having attained the pinnacle of innate abilities, the Southern Emperor, Duan Zhixing, ruler of Dali, later renounced his worldly ties to embrace monastic life, adopting the monastic name One Lamp and passing down the martial art of One Yang Finger. The Northern Beggar, Hong Qigong, the second leader of the Beggar's sect, achieved unparalleled mastery in martial arts, Once distracted by his gluttony, he severed a finger, earning the moniker Nine-Fingered Divine Beggar, proficient in both the dog-beating stick and the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoshi, master of Peach Blossom Island, possesses extraordinary martial skills across numerous disciplines, with his mastery in the jade flute swordplay and falling petal divine palm ranking among the finest, and his finger flicking technique instilling fear in many. The Western Poison, Ouyang Feng, lord of the White Camel Mountain Manor, is exceptionally skilled, particularly in the art of poison, having created the Toad skill, also known as Old Poison. Next is Qiao Feng, the Grandmaster of the Beggars sect, whose bold and charismatic presence is matched only by his peak martial prowess, having simplified the 18 dragon-subduing palms into a more accessible form. The nameless monk sweeping the floors of Shaolin Temple has witnessed half a century of Shaolin events, his martial abilities unfathomably deep and well-concealed. The sword demon, Dugu Qiubai, stands at the pinnacle of swordsmanship and inner strength, having challenged countless formidable opponents without a single defeat, ultimately retreating into solitude. Furthermore, we have the Tibetan king of the Great Wheel, Jamozi the Western Xiao royal consort, Li Qiushui the master of Lingjiu Palace, Tianshan Tonglao, the founder of the ancient tomb sect, Lin Xiaoying the old mischievous man, Zhou Batong, and the leader of the Iron Palm sect, Qiu Qianren. Outside the realm of the Song dynasty, the list expands further, with figures such as Feng Qingyang of the Huashan sword sect from the Ming dynasty, Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong, Yi Guqing, the lord of Baiyun City, Shimin Chui Shui, the master of Wanmei Mountain Manor, Dongfang Bubi of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, and Zhang Wuji of the Ming cult. Among them, Pei Min is the foremost swordsman of the Tang dynasty, followed by Li Bai, the second, and the notorious Yuan Tiangang. The inheritors of the Ghost Valley from the Qin dynasty, such as Gai Nian Wei Zhuang, alongside the likes of Yin Taizidan, the Taoist Zaiyozi, Xiaoming, and the Confucian Fu. Nian, the Yu woman, a Qing of the Zhou dynasty, along with Confucian Kong Qiu and Taoist Lao Er and Zhuangzhou. The world is indeed replete with martial arts masters, far too numerous for me to enumerate in mere sentences. However, those I have listed are, in my eyes, the utmost experts. I once believed my father to be the pinnacle of mastery, yet I am astonished to discover such numerous figures of his caliber in the world, exclaimed Huang Rong, her almond eyes widening in disbelief. Guijing felt even more astounded in his view. The 7 masters of Xuanzhen were already unparalleled, yet compared to the 5 greats, they fall significantly short. The audience below was unusually silent, their mouths agape as they gazed at Chen Xuan, overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of martial prowess in the world. Is it truly possible that there are so many masters? It is quite frightening could there be some in the inn. Your knowledge is truly remarkable. I admire it greatly, came a voice from the audience. Most of the spectators were ordinary folk with limited experience. Yet there were also individuals from the martial world present. The short, stout man, puzzled, spoke up. The martial world widely speaks of Northern Qiao Feng and Southern Morong. Young Master Morong is known for his talents in both literature and martial arts, with extraordinary prowess in the art of returning the favor in kind. Since Qiao Feng is acknowledged, why is young Master Morong not? Esteemed guest, I merely offer my casual thoughts. As for Morong Fuss' absence from the list, I believe he still has much to learn. Pray tell, why do you hold such an opinion? Young Master Morong hails from a prestigious family, is cultured and refined, and possesses knowledge of numerous martial arts. How can he be inferior to Qiao Feng? Chen Xian's expression turned serious, his face reddening, before he suddenly burst into laughter. What do you mean? Have you no respect for young Master Morong? Or do you feel confident in surpassing him? The stout man's tone grew fierce, his gaze directed angrily at Chen Xuan. Cough, no, not at all. I simply recalled a rather amusing incident. Yes, my wife just gave birth. Chen Xuan suppressed his laughter, maintaining a serious facade. Suddenly, they interrupted with laughter, Huang Rong even shedding a tear from her mirth. You truly are amusing. Sir, this little stout fellow must be utterly embarrassed. Brother Chen is indeed audacious, openly jesting about Suzhou Morong. I shall have to clean up after him later, said a young man in white from the beams, shaking his head as he took a swig of wine. This lad is quite to my taste, chuckled a beggar clad in tattered rags sitting nearby. before seizing the wine jug that had vanished and tilting it back, realizing something was amiss, then snatching the wine from the young man's hands and drinking with satisfaction. If you cannot justify your words today, I shall certainly demolish this inn. The thin man threatened, glaring fiercely at Chen Xuan. Listen carefully, Chen Xuan responded calmly, entirely unperturbed by the two masters present in the inn. Taking a sip of tea, he continued, Murong Fu is indeed graceful, talented in both literature and martial arts. His skill in the returning the favor in kind is renowned throughout the martial world, and he has mastered various schools of thought. Humph, you seem to recognize the situation. The thin man's expression softened slightly, his anger dissipating by half. Though Murong Fu's martial abilities are not lacking and his breadth of knowledge is vast, one's energy is finite. What he knows may be many, yet none are mastered, save for returning the favor in kind, which can truly be deemed extraordinary. Moreover, Murong Fu's practical combat ability is rather weak. Were it not for the marvel of returning the favor in kind, it would be difficult for him to engage in evenly matched battles. In his first encounter with Ding Chunxiu, his survival relied solely on the brilliance of returning the favor in kind, for otherwise he would have been poisoned long ago. Ultimately, he fell prey to Ding Chunqiu's methods, suffering the effects of the transformation technique, and narrowly escaped due to his extraordinary skill. In their second confrontation, he was accompanied by his subordinates, battling the disciples of the Starry Sky and Ding Chunxiu through the night. Had it been Qiao Feng, he would have subdued Ding Chunxiu in a matter of moves. Though Ding Chunxiu is considered a strong opponent, he pales in comparison to the transcendent elite. If he cannot decisively prevail over even a non-transcendent master, how can he be ranked alongside Qiao Feng? The only noteworthy achievement is a resounding victory over the 36 caves and 72 islands. I ask you, among the masters I have listed, who could not easily defeat him? Chapter 3. Chen Xuan seeks to clear Qiao Feng's name. How absurd. Young Master Murong possesses extraordinary martial prowess. How can a mere novice like you speak so recklessly? The slender man clenched his fists tightly, glaring intently at Chen Xuan. The facts are here. No amount of your sophistry will change that. Can you guarantee that Murong Fu can defeat any of the individuals I have mentioned? Chen Xuan cast a casual glance at the slender man and replied with an air of indifference. Moreover, this person is unscrupulous in pursuing his goals, deceitful in nature. And while he may appear refined, he is, in truth, a hypocritical villain, unlike the forthright Qiao Gang leader. Humph. The slender man scoffed coldly, his expression shifting to one of mockery. It was as if he had seized upon a flaw in Chen Xuan's argument, and he triumphantly declared, "How laughable! Qiao Feng, forthright? He was responsible for the death of the vice leader of the beggars' gang, Ma Diyuan, and he is a man from the Liao nation, a treacherous fiend. Such a disloyal and unjust individual hardly deserves the term forthright. Your esteemed young master's lifetime achievements are scarcely noteworthy, while Qiao Gang leader is a paragon of heroism. Wronged by the vile and cunning, Chen Xuan had already surmised that this man was undoubtedly one of Murong Fu's subordinates, though he could not ascertain his identity. The moment these words left his lips, they fell like a boulder into a tranquil pond, stirring a tempest among the listeners. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. Sir, is it true that Qiao Feng has been wronged? Sir, is Qiao Feng truly a person of integrity? His nefarious reputation precedes him. How can that be? The Qiao Gang leader has the visage of a hero. Such slander cannot stand. Everyone, please remain calm. I shall elaborate on Qiao Gang leader's story later. If you wish to uncover the truth, I invite you to return in 3 days. Chen Xuan struck the table with a wooden stick, producing a sharp sound. To learn how the tale unfolds, stay tuned for the next installment. As the guests finished the story, lingering here lost its significance. Though they felt a pang of eagerness, they could only respectfully bow to Chen Xuan and exit the inn, their minds still lingering on the narrative. Murong's henchman, too, wore a dark expression, suppressing his anger. The crowd was too large for him to act, so he left in disgrace. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Xuan felt an invigorating freshness in the air, his breathing becoming easier. He descended from the platform, tea in hand, his mind swirling with thoughts. He was not a native of this world. He hailed from a planet named Water Blue. By an unforeseen twist of fate, he had traversed into this realm, where he learned, over the past few days, that he was now on the divine land. Here, various nations coexisted: the Great Qin, Great Tang, Great Song, Great Ming, and Great Zhou, 5 illustrious dynasties. Characters from his previous life's martial arts literature mingled together, a confluence of heroes and countless martial masters vying for supremacy. In this land, the twin swords of Giga clashed, their might striking fear or bringing peace. Here, the moral sword master Kong Qiao traversed the nations, his sword shattering city gates, while Zhuang Zhou soared on the winds. The renowned swordsman Li Bai wielded his blade across the horizons, indulging in wine and poetry, while the formidable Yuan Tiangang instilled awe throughout the Tang dynasty. Upon his arrival in this world, he had felt fear and confusion, tending to the inn left behind by the original owner, unsure of his place. Fortunately, he awakened the multiverse storyteller system, which allowed him to garner emotional points from his audience through storytelling, enabling him to exchange them for rewards and even summon characters from the stories. Earlier, while narrating, the system's notifications had filled Chen Xuan's mind with excitement. Now that the guests had departed and darkness had settled, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He exclaimed, swiftly ascending to the second floor and entering a private room. Ding. System summary. This storytelling session was successful, capturing the audience's interest. The mention of Qiao Feng's wrongful accusation sparked curiosity, yielding 10,000 emotional points, rated as medium. Time for some delightful spending, Chen Xuan thought, opening the system's treasure trove. Before him lay a dazzling array of items, divine weapons, miraculous elixirs, and unparalleled manuals, all available at astonishing prices that nearly caused him to faint. However, upon glimpsing the treasure trove's prices at the top, he felt somewhat reassured. Green chest, 1,000 blue chest, 10,000 purple chest, 100,000 red chest, 1,000 golden chest, 10,000 system. Let us initiate a tenfold draw, Chen Xuan silently wished. Currently available worlds: Snowy World, Divine Land, Multiverse, Limit, Snowy. Let us gamble on 5 snowy chests and 5 multiverse chests, Chen Xuan thought fervently. May the deities bless me with good fortune. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained longevity formula, fragment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sword technique 2 sleeves of green serpents. Congratulations, host. You have received a cleansing elixir. Congratulations, host. You have obtained fragments of Sword Emperor Jiu Huang, 5. Collect 10 to summon him into this world. Congratulations, host. You have received small true chi pills, 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the stellar sword, damaged. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1/3 of the insights into the unnamed sword path. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the movement technique. Explosive step. Good heavens, have I been blessed by the luck of the heavens? A single draw yields such remarkable treasures. Chen Xuan could not suppress an exclamation, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. Some of these rewards would be exceedingly rare even within a blue chest, particularly the longevity formula. Though it was merely a fragment, it approached the essence of cultivation, allowing one to harness the vitality of the universe and nurture their foundation. Moreover, the renowned technique 2 sleeves of green serpents from the old sword master and the stellar sword, wielded by Su Changqing, were undeniably treasures of the immortal realm. The explosive step was even more extraordinary, embodying the lightness techniques of fantastical novels, excelling in both offense and evasion. The cleansing elixir promised profound transformation, while the true chi pills replenished one's cultivation. Channeling the longevity formula, Chen Xuan focused his spirit and gently closed his eyes. In an instant, a multitude of scriptures flooded into his mind. At that moment, he felt as if he had been drawn into a wondrous space, 5 vividly colored scrolls radiating intense light, corresponding to the 5 elements of white, blue, black, red, and yellow. When Chen Xuan opened his eyes once more, he had completely mastered the longevity formula, clearly sensing the spiritual energy flowing through the cosmos. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial, pouring the true chi pills into his mouth like candy. Trusting solely in the longevity formula, he promptly activated the longevity formula. In an instant, immense true energy began to circulate throughout his body as myriad acupoints. A wave of refreshing energy surged from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, cleansing his meridians with strands of spiritual energy from the world, significantly enhancing his innate qualities. The longevity formula truly lived up to its reputation as a pseudo-cultivation method, exceedingly powerful, rendering the cleansing elixir unnecessary. In an instant, Chen Xuan's cultivation level surged like a tidal wave, early postnatal, mid postnatal, full postnatal, early innate, mid innate, late innate, only pausing upon reaching the pinnacle of innate. Nearing the realm of mastery. Chapter 4. The Starry Sword in the Guard of Li Bai in the Inn. The young man in white nearly lost his balance on the beams, and once he steadied himself, he hurriedly patted the old beggar's shoulder. Still in shock from Chen Xuan's astonishing prowess, Brother Chen's realm, achieved through the accumulation of elixirs, must surely be unstable. Old man, let's go and take a look. We can't afford any mishaps. His words were sensible. Indeed, elevating one's realm required a solid foundation, and recklessness was ill-advised. The old beggar smiled knowingly. This lad is still hiding his talents, claiming to be an ordinary person, just a playful rogue. At that moment, Chen Xuan had already grasped the dual sword techniques of the green serpent and the unnamed swordsmanship through his enlightenment. Enveloped in a shroud of sword intent, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction coursing through him as he clenched his fists, reveling in the power it bestowed. The young man in white and the old beggar soon approached, their faces a mixture of astonishment as they gazed at Chen Xuan. This is impossible. Such a stable realm, devoid of any weakness. The old man exclaimed, after all this time training, you are truly a prodigy. Chen Xuan cupped his hands in greeting, signaling for them to sit. Brotherly, Senior Hong, it is merely a stroke of fortune, unworthy of any grand accolades. The young man in white and the old beggar were none other than the renowned sword immortal Li Bai and the legendary beggar Hong Qigong. Li Bai, having traversed the world with his sword, was captivated by Chen Xuan's tale and had decided to stay at the Eula Inn. Hong Qigong, who believed that Qiao Feng was wrongfully accused, was secretly investigating and had coincidentally met Li Bai, finding an instant rapport. Li Bai's gaze was drawn to the starry sword, his expression one of delight. This sword? Do you wish for it? Chen Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. It's merely a sword. Initially, he had thought the weapon was imbued with celestial energy, capable of slaying grand masters, only to discover it was indeed flawed and devoid of spirit. Well, it suffices for my inspection. Li Bai picked up the sword, examining it closely, his fingers gliding over its surface. He could not help but perform a brief sword dance, declaring, "This sword is of the finest quality I have ever seen, perhaps surpassing even the legendary Tiangang and Moi." Though enamored with the sword, Li Bai still extended it back to Chen Xuan. Brother Chen, as the saying goes, a gentleman should facilitate the achievements of others. Since you so admire it, I shall gift it to you. Chen Xuan shook his head, declining the offer. Li Bai hesitated. A prized sword held an irresistible allure for a swordsman. Yet they had only known each other for a few days. Such a precious gift felt undeserved. After a moment of contemplation, Li Bai chuckled heartily. Then I shall respectfully acquiesce. With that, he removed the Qinglian sword from his waist and presented it to Chen Xuan, gratitude in his eyes. I acknowledge you as my brother. This Qinglian has served me well for years. Today, it shall be exchanged, and I shall safeguard Brother Chen for 3 months. You're too kind, Brother Li, Chen Xuan replied, and the two clasped shoulders as they descended to the lower level, entirely oblivious to Hong Qigong's presence. Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy. Li Bai, such a free-spirited and audacious figure, had become his brother, and he was a grand master at that. In this world, realms were categorized as postnatal, innate, master, grand master, true martial, martial emperor, celestial, martial deity, and shattering void, martial god. In a realm where martial emperors were rare, grand masters were the most formidable. Let us drink and revel in the moment. Tomorrow's worries are for tomorrow. The two sat across from each other, and Li Bai took a hearty swig, his eyes glazed yet profound. He rose abruptly, his white garments billowing as he moved to a spacious area of the inn, the starry sword gripped in his hand. With a drunken swagger, he began to wield the sword, the fabric of his clothing rustling, his tousled hair brushing against his handsome face. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, he appeared as brilliant as the stars themselves. Li Bai caressed the sword, leaning back as he tilted his head to drink, the sword's shadow dancing around him. At times, he would throw the sword to rest upon its hilt, or soar into the air, the blade slicing through the wind, culminating in a graceful sheathing. The inn fell into a profound silence, which was eventually broken by Chen Xuan's slow applause. Hong Qigong and Guijing followed suit, and though only 4 were clapping, the sound resonated like thunder. Li Bai merely smiled lightly before returning to his seat. This was the first time he had danced with his sword before others. Even the empress of the Tang dynasty had never witnessed it. His wild and unrestrained spirit was often scorned by the powerful, yet he remained lost in the beauty of his poetry. Countless individuals had sought his verses, some even offering vast sums for a glimpse of his sword dance. Yet none had been privy to such a spectacle. The joy of acquiring a treasured sword had compelled him to dance. Huang Rong gazed at Li Bai, her face filled with admiration, when suddenly an idea struck her. She pulled Guijing and approached Li Bai. "Brother Huang, what are you doing?" Guijing asked, bewildered. Without a word, Huang Rong pushed Guijing towards Li Bai, earnestly looking up at the sword immortal. "Might I ask if you would consider taking him as a disciple?" Li Bai scrutinized Guijing, sighed softly, and replied, "This young brother possesses exceptional talent, yet he seems fated to be estranged from the sword. However, he is well suited for martial arts. That old man could serve as your master." Huang Rong then shifted her attention to Hong Qigong, who was drinking and observing Guijing with keen interest. The beggar's gaze made Guijing uneasy. He felt that the old man was inscrutable, while Huang Rong appeared relaxed. Tugging Guijing forward to bow. Startled, Hong Qigong waved his hands. "Little girl, I'm just an old bone now. I wish to enjoy the beauty of the world without meddling." Guijing looked astonished, turning to Huang Rong. "Sister Huang, you are a girl?" He stepped back, 2 paces away. "You blockhead." Huang Rong shot him a disgruntled look. Deciding to no longer conceal her identity, she gradually revealed her background. Guijing, concerned for her safety, urged her to return, citing the dangers of a girl wandering the martial world, and worried about her father. Huang Rong rolled her eyes at Guijing, finding it amusing. "I'm done talking to you, blockhead. I'm going to take a bath." With her identity unveiled, she felt free to cleanse herself. After days of travel, she was feeling filthy and unpleasant. Guijing nodded, paying for their stay before retreating to the room to sleep soundly. Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, musing, "Is there truly such a thing as love at first sight? Guijing is so dense. Love is indeed a wondrous thing." "Uh-huh." Chen Xuan stifled a yawn, excusing himself before contentedly heading to bed. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Soon, Chen Xuan's renown spread wildly. Not only was his tale riveting and captivating, but he also compiled a list of the world's greatest masters, astonishing many with his insights. Numerous individuals acknowledged his prowess, and he humorously mocked Murong Fu, concocting an awkward pretext. However, the primary reason for the buzz was the revelation that Qiao Feng had been wrongfully accused, and Chen Xuan's efforts to vindicate him and unveil the truth instantly captured the attention of the martial world. Chapter 5. The turbulent in the atmosphere in the Song dynasty's martial world was ablaze, with countless martial artists flocking to Zhangjiago, eager to partake in the unfolding drama. Many harbored doubts about Qiao Feng's alleged treachery, lamenting their lack of evidence. Some publishers, recognizing the potential for profit, began to print and distribute Chen Xuan's tale in the snow to the far reaches of the realm, even reaching the Tang dynasty, capturing the attention of its martial community, particularly the beggars sect of the Song, who were keen to join the fray. Meanwhile, at the Yunzhong Manor, Murong Fu's informant, Feng Boyi, had returned, his expression one of indignation. Murong Fu sat in meditation, completing his internal cultivation before inquiring about any useful intelligence. Feng Boyi recounted, "My lord, the storyteller at the Wuqing Yueli and has compiled a list of the world's top martial artists." He then relayed the details of the events to Murong Fu. "It is only natural that my lord, with limited strength, would not make the list and be ridiculed," he mused. "However, if Qiao Feng, a true hero, can clear his name, it would be most fortuitous." A gentle smile graced Murong Fu's lips, yet a fleeting shadow in his eyes, coupled with a chilling aura, betrayed his inner turmoil. Without hesitation, Feng Boyi bowed and declared, "Please, my lord, give the command, and I shall bring him before you." "Do not speak so, Mr. Chen is well-versed and knowledgeable. How could he slander me?" "I shall personally seek his counsel," Murong Fu replied, his smile widening, though his tone grew more serious. "But..." Feng Boyi hesitated, his expression revealing uncertainty. "Nay, nay," came the voice of Bao Badong, shaking his head as he pulled Feng Boyi aside for a whispered conversation. After a moment, Feng Boyi nodded, "My lord is indeed wise. Wuqing is not far. Let us proceed, lest we chase mere shadows." Murong Fu fell silent, contemplating. At Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshe felt a twinge of worry as his daughter had been away for months without returning. Yet, bound by a vow, he remained steadfast. Sitting before Feng Heng's grave, his yearning for his wife and concern for his daughter stirred a tempest within him. Sighing deeply, he murmured, "Hunger, I may have to break my vow." Resolute, he set out to find Huang Rong, traversing northward on a light vessel. He surmised that Huang Rong, tired of her stay in Jiangnan, might have ventured north, yet his concern over her safety had kept her from leaving. Little did he anticipate her decision to run away. Along the way, he overheard discussions of Chen Xuan and the popularity of In the Snow, piquing his curiosity. He purchased a copy and, knowing his daughter's nature well, resolved to seek her at the Yin. Outside the Yimin Pass, a Zhu stood quietly beneath a stone wall, awaiting Qiao Feng as he pursued clues about his origins. After a long wait, a figure suddenly appeared, large and imposing, clad in a tattered gray robe, with thick brows and deep-set eyes that exuded a formidable presence. "A Zhu, why are you here?" Qiao Feng asked, clearly surprised. "I was waiting for you, wanting only to accompany you," a Zhu replied, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Return home. I shall seek my parents' clues alone. I do not wish to harm anyone further," Qiao Feng said painfully, recalling the deaths caused by his existence. "No, Qiao Gich. I wish to share your burdens. Please do not send me away," a Zhu pleaded, gripping his arm earnestly. Moved by her sincerity, Qiao Feng, though aware of her unremarkable appearance, felt warmth wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. As they journeyed together, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, filled with screams and cries. Qiao Feng instructed a Zhu to wait while he investigated. To his horror, he discovered a group of Song soldiers ruthlessly slaughtering the Liao civilians. Unable to bear the sight, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful blow that sent a shockwave through the ranks of soldiers, leaving many wounded or fleeing in terror. The grateful civilians, recognizing the insignia on Qiao Feng, echoed their thanks, confirming his Liao heritage and deepening his anguish. A Zhu quickly comforted him, and to maintain their anonymity, they disguised themselves before continuing towards the central plains. 3 days passed swiftly, leading them back to the day Chen Xuan would regale the audience with his tales. Huang Rong had donned women's attire, captivating the patrons with her beauty, though her gaze remained fixed on Guijing. Each utterance of Jing Gij drew forth his bashful smiles, and their relationship blossomed rapidly, perhaps influenced by the world of martial arts around them. Guijing had even taken Hong Qigong as his master, and soon enough, the truth of attraction revealed itself, as Huang Rong's culinary skills earned her praises and taught Guijing a series of techniques, albeit he struggled to grasp them fully. The inn bustled with patrons, overwhelmed by the swell of guests, forcing latecomers to sit outside under the sweltering sun as summer approached, causing many to sweat profusely. Thankfully, Chen Xuan had erected a shaded canopy outside, providing complimentary watermelon and tea, thereby preventing a loss of customers. Yet, the thought of expanding the inn lingered in his mind, thwarted by a lack of funds. "Perhaps another time," he murmured, shaking his head as he leaped from the second floor to the high platform below, settling into a chair, casually fanning himself with an ornate folding fan, exuding an air of a martial arts master. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, whispers soon breaking out as they marveled at Chen Xuan's unexpected martial prowess. "By heavens, his lightness skill is astounding. A master stands among us. How impressive!" Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xuan's swift movement was solely a demonstration of his internal strength, devoid of any specific sex techniques. Incredible! The master's internal energy rivals that of a grandmaster. Qiao Feng gasped, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Originally, Qiao Feng and a Zhu had planned to visit the beggar's sect. Yet rumors of Chen Xuan's prowess compelled him to witness it for himself. Gratitude swelled within him as he approached, not anticipating that such an innate expert would possess internal strength surpassing that of a grandmaster. To the west of the inn, a young man in a pale yellow robe, a long sword at his waist, sipped tea leisurely. This was Murong Fu, accompanied by Bao Budong and Feng Boi, who had come not only to reclaim his honor, but also to ascertain whether Chen Xuan possessed the capabilities to aid him in restoring Yan. Chapter 6. The Storyteller's Tale of the Old Emperor and the Yellow Immortal. In this chapter, the origins of Qiao Feng are revealed. Chen Xuan, a master of innate perfection with formidable internal strength, piques the curiosity of Murong Fu, who muses that this individual, despite his youth, possesses the potential to become a grandmaster. Seated next to Huang Rong is a slender, distinguished middle-aged man with an air of elegance, her father, Huang Yaoshi. Having rushed to find Huang Rong, he is visibly displeased with Guijing's presence. "You foolish girl, why haven't you returned with me?" While his expression betrays his happiness at finding her, his demeanor remains stern, particularly towards Guijing, whom he regards with disdain. "Father, may I stay to listen to the storyteller before we leave?" Huang Rong pleads, clinging to his arm. "You must return with me after the story." Huang Yaoshi's expression softens slightly, yet he maintains his sternness. On the high platform, Chen Xuan sits upright, striking a wooden block to command attention. With a voice like rolling thunder, he intones, black-armored hooves pile high the bones, white horses bend bows, the cloaked graves conceal. 3 swords and 6 techniques quell the old master, lift the body to sweep away the frenzied slaves. Continuing from the previous tale, the old emperor had revealed his strength, leaving the young lord in awe. The old emperor confides in Su Fengnian his intention to retrieve the Huang Lu sword from Wudi City, recalling his past defeat by Huang Xianji, which has haunted him ever since. Su Fengnian is astonished. The sword is a legendary weapon, and the old emperor has no chance against Huang Xianji, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Nearly a century old, Huang Xianji has spent over 80 years mastering his craft, achieving a level of prowess that has not been seen for centuries. In his youth, he fought without weapons, earning a formidable reputation, and after reaching maturity, he challenged the world's strongest, emerging victorious, earning him a status that could only be compared to that of a half-step martial deity. Yet he humbly regards himself as second best, allowing the title of the world's strongest to remain unclaimed for many years, perhaps in honor of a certain sword god. The audience below buzzes with speculation and concern for the old emperor, fearing he will not return from this perilous endeavor. Who could possibly be the world's number 1? They wonder. Qiao Feng, filled with admiration, raises a jug of wine and drinks deeply, his demeanor unchanged. Is that all you can drink? Onlookers exclaim, astonished by his boldness. The renowned poet Li Bai, a lover of wine, is inspired by Qiao Feng's capacity and feels a surge of competitive spirit. Indeed, one must reclaim what has been lost, yet alas, this journey may lead to his demise. Huang Yaoshi muses aloud, reflecting on the tale, while Murong Fu contemplates the success of his own ambitions in restoring the great Yin. As Chen Xuan continues, the audience sits in rapt attention, eager to hear the tale of the old emperor's challenge to Huang Xianji. The old emperor, resolute and filled with combat spirit, approached Wudi City, undeterred by the distance separating him from his formidable opponent. He unleashed his 5 swords and 8 techniques, yet Huang Xianji countered effortlessly with one hand, dispelling 68 moves with ease. When the time came for the final confrontation, the old emperor unleashed a tremendous strike, but even at his peak, he could only manage to rip Huang Xianji's sleeve. Ultimately, he succumbed to his injuries, dying with dignity atop the city walls, gazing northward. As the tale concludes, silence envelopes the inn. The crowd mourns the loss of the old emperor, acknowledging him as a master of the sword. To the old emperor, the true master of the sword, they chant, raising their cups in tribute. Such a hero lost, the world shall miss that toothless old servant. Another laments. Murong Fu, now solemn, reflects on the value of failure in pursuit of a greater mission. Huang Yaoshi expresses his admiration for the old emperor's swordsmanship, suggesting it rivals that of the legendary Dugu Qiubai. As Chen Xuan wraps up the tale, he hints at the next chapter, revealing the lineage of Qiao Feng and the truth behind the accusations against him. The audience, intrigued, shifts their focus to Qiao Feng, who is determined to uncover the truth of his origins. Qiao Feng, the son of Xiao Yuanshan, a Khitan, had accompanied his parents to a banquet at his grandmother's home when they were ambushed by heroes of the Central Plains. Misled by false information, they believed Xiao Yuanshan posed a threat to the martial world, leading them to set an ambush. In a fit of rage, believing his family to be lost, Xiao Yuanshan fought valiantly, leaving only 2 survivors, Wang Jiantong and Xuanzi. After realizing his actions contradicted his vow to spare the Han people, he carved his regrets into a stone wall before leaping off a cliff with Qiao Feng. Miraculously, both survived, and upon regaining consciousness, the 2 men, feeling remorseful, entrusted Qiao Feng to the care of a local couple, Qiao Sanhui and his wife. Chapter 7. The beggar clan arrives, the truth revealed after eloquent words from Qiao Feng. Master Xian Ku accepted him as a disciple, and he later became a student of Wang Jiantong, achieving remarkable feats. By the age of just over 20, he ascended to the position of the leader of the beggar clan. Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel parched. He took a sip of tea and began. This is the origin of Master Qiao. Indeed, he is of Liao descent, yet he has never harmed the Han people, and he has contributed greatly to the beggar clan. In fact, he is the one who has suffered. All the bitterness stems from Murong Bo and Master Xian Ci, and has nothing to do with Master Qiao. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, a group burst in from outside, led by Quan Guanqing and Kong Min of the beggar clan. They had received the shocking news of Chen Xuan exonerating Qiao Feng and hastened to confirm the situation. However, upon arrival, they overheard Chen Xuan articulating Qiao Feng's background with clarity, leaving them astonished, fearful, and tense, yet they had to force themselves to remain calm. Kong Min gazed at Chen Xuan with feigned sorrow and said softly, "What significance does your statement hold, sir? He has slain my husband." De Yuan was a man of loyalty and integrity, good to all, yet he met his demise at the hands of this traitor. As she spoke, she wiped away tears, her grief palpable. Had Chen Xuan not recognized the venomous heart behind Kong Min's mask, he might have been deceived. It must be said that while Kong Min was not exceptionally beautiful, the allure she radiated, combined with her tears, could ensnare many. Moreover, Qiao Feng, who had killed his adoptive parents and even harmed his mentor, Master Xianku, was such a nefarious individual. Does the sir also intend to defend him? Huang Guanqing, with a righteous demeanor, looked at Chen Xuan with indignation, his eyes glinting with coldness. Although he possessed a scholarly and handsome appearance that garnered some sympathy from the audience, he was secretly cunning and deep-minded. By Shijing's side nearby, his expression one of disappointment, as if he believed Qiao Feng was beyond redemption. Indeed, while it could be justified if Qiao Feng sought revenge, he should not have targeted the innocent. However, the death of Ma Dayuan likely held deeper implications. Qiao Feng had hardly settled into his position before wanting to kill Ma Dayuan, raising numerous suspicions. Most importantly, what benefit did he gain from killing Ma Dayuan? The audience began to murmur. Some doubted Qiao Feng, while others trusted him, yet confusion persisted, and their gazes returned to Chen Xuan. With a cold snort, Chen Xuan expressed his disgust for certain members of the beggar clan, noting that the more genuine their facade, the more devastating their eventual tears would be. Choosing to ignore them, he turned to the audience and spoke slowly. "Please, remain calm and allow me to elaborate. The true culprits behind Ma Dayuan's death are Kong Min and Bai Shijing." Before Chen Xuan could finish, Bai Shijing, incensed, was about to refute him. "If you have thoughts, please wait for the sir to finish, otherwise, I shall have you executed on the spot." As a few were about to speak again, Li Bai's expression turned cold. He joined his fingers, his sword vibrating behind him, unleashing a formidable aura that settled upon the two, his hair billowing. Bai Shijing's momentum dissipated instantly, cold sweat pouring down as he dared not speak again, at least until Chen Xuan had finished. Chen Xuan inwardly admired Li Bai, then continued. "The reasons behind the murder of Ma Dayuan and the framing of Qiao Feng are absurd, heartbreaking, and infuriating." At the Luoyang Flower Festival, Kong Min was captivated by Master Qiao's unparalleled martial prowess and gallant demeanor. Seizing the opportunity during a toast, she attempted to seduce him. Yet Master Qiao is not easily swayed. The audience seemed to sense something, their faces reflecting shock as they listened intently. Chen Xuan shook his head and chuckled to himself. Master Qiao's integrity wounded Kong Min's pride. Selfish and extreme, she resolved to destroy what she could not possess. Thus, she compelled Ma Dayuan to expose Qiao Feng's lineage. But Ma Dayuan refused, fearing it would incite chaos. This enraged Kong Min, who, using her allure, poisoned Ma Dayuan, later colluding with Bai Shijing to murder him. It is tragic that the righteous and humble Ma Dayuan, respected by the disciples of the beggar clan, fell victim to his own wife and fellow brothers of the clan. "You slanderous fiend. I shared a brotherly bond with Ma Dayuan. How could I commit such an ungrateful act? It is you, sir, who speaks baselessly. Where is your evidence? Do you think mere words can condemn us?" Bai Shijing's face was filled with fury, his voice sharp, his bloodshot eyes and defeated figure resembling that of a wronged loyalist. The audience began to doubt whether Chen Xuan might have erred, turning their gazes toward him. "Very well, if you seek evidence, I shall provide it." Chen Xuan glanced at Bai Shijing, his tone mocking. He could not possibly know. He is no deity. Bai Shijing's heart raced with panic, yet he feigned calmness. "System. Deduct a portion of emotional value upon settlement in exchange for a projection stone. Ding. 5,000 emotional values deducted. Exchange successful. Can be used at any time to display images. Why don't you go and steal it?" Chen Xuan lamented, his expression pained. He then produced a stone the size of a fist, activating the projection of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, starring the actor Jun Ge. Resembling this world's Kong Min and Bai Shijing, albeit lacking some of their allure and ruthlessness. A massive light screen appeared in the inn, gradually showcasing the conspiracy between Kong Min and Bai Shijing to murder Ma Dayuan, captivating the audience as they watched intently. After a considerable time, the projection concluded, and the stone shattered, infuriating Chen Xuan, who stamped his foot in frustration over the waste of 5,000 emotional values. The audience slowly emerged from the trance, gazing at Chen Xuan with admiration, perceiving this as the work of a celestial being. They then began to denounce Kong Min and Bai Shijing. Who would have thought Kong Min's heart was so wicked? Truly a vile harlot, lacking self-awareness. It was unexpected that Bai Shijing, with his righteous facade, was merely a hypocrite. Adulterous couple Bai Shijing and Kong Min turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. Quan Guanqing, the first to lead the rebellion, could not escape blame. Elder Su, being over 80, had contributed significantly to the beggar clan, was an exception. As for Qiao Feng's adoptive parents and Master Xianku, the focus turned to his hidden father, Xiao Yuanshan. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea and continued. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience, filled with astonishment at this unexpected conclusion. Many sons have betrayed their fathers, yet a father betraying his son is rare indeed. Qiao Feng's heart seethed with indignation. He had not anticipated such a reason. Aside from Kong Min's slander, he had been betrayed by his father not once but twice. Had it not been for the pursuit of truth, he would have been driven to despair long ago. Chapter 8. The Revenge of Qiao Feng and the Breakthrough to the True Martial Realm. Quan Qing, seizing the opportunity, moved towards the door, intent on slipping away. At that moment, Bai Shijing suddenly sprang to his feet, executing a capture technique aimed directly at Chen Xuan's throat. This is all Qiao Feng's doing. Why do you meddle? Why? You deserve to die? Kong Min, her hair disheveled and her demeanor terrifying, produced a dagger from who knows where and lunged at Chen Xuan. In their despair and fury, both had lost their reason, entirely forgetting the fear that had just been instilled in them by Li Bai. The guests hastily stepped aside. Having witnessed Chen Xuan's lightness of foot, and with a fearsome swordsman nearby, they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Seeing these two dare to attack his benefactor ignited a furious blaze within Qiao Feng, who ripped off his disguise. In a flash, he swiftly seized both individuals, one in each hand, and dashed out of the inn, slamming them harshly onto the open ground. How dare this chitin scoundrel commit murder in broad daylight? After receiving so much favor from the beggar's sect, I never expected such a savage nature, akin to a wolf that cannot be tamed. The members of the beggar's sect stood idly by, not intervening, as they recognized the widow of the former leader and elder Bai. The street erupted into chaos, with those more knowledgeable immediately identifying Qiao Feng, while the majority remained oblivious to the truth, pointing and whispering at him. The patrons outside the inn had no choice but to clarify the situation to the passers-by. Soon, those individuals felt shame and turned their ire towards Kong Min and her companion, ultimately leaving it to Chen Xuan to disperse the crowd and conclude the farce. Qiao Feng clasped his fists towards the onlookers and declared loudly, "Today, I shall cleanse the beggar's sect of its troubles. I ask all of you to bear witness." The crowd nodded, standing aside. Ignoring the pleas for mercy from the two, he struck down with a palm, shattering their skulls. In that instant, the torment and anguish within him vanished, replaced by a profound sense of relief and exhilaration. Ha ha! He laughed heartily, reveling in the vindication of his grievances, his booming laughter ringing in their ears. Chief Qiao is truly a hero, the crowd marveled. Then, unexpectedly, Qiao Feng's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his face. A towering figure of valor, he found himself weeping. Zhu rushed over, embracing him tightly, her gentle hand resting on his back, soothing him. As she delicately wiped away his tears, her face betraying deep concern. "Zhuer, thank you." Qiao Feng gazed tenderly at Zhu, their eyes locking, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Just then, he prepared to kneel before Chen Xuan, his knees bending, when an overwhelming force suddenly erupted. Qiao Feng's aura surged, the air around him coalescing, revealing that his inner demons had been vanquished, indicating his imminent breakthrough. The onlookers hastily retreated, wary of disturbing Qiao Feng's rising energy. Wisps of pale yellow energy swirled through the air, gradually merging with Qiao Feng's being, amplifying his presence, his garments fluttering in response. He promptly settled into a meditative position, channeling his internal power, a commanding energy ascending like a golden dragon coiling through the air, absorbing the spirit essence of heaven and earth. Moments later, Qiao Feng rose, unable to suppress a ferocious roar, emanating an invisible force that was nearly blinding. He quickly tempered his dominating aura, returning to tranquility. Quan Qing, nearly instantaneously, resolved to kneel beside Qiao Feng, tears streaming down his face. Chief, I too was blinded by treacherous men. I should not have wronged you at every turn. I beg for your mercy. He repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Humph, considering your loyalty to the beggar's sect, I shall spare your wretched life. Qiao Feng furrowed his brow, delivering a strike that rendered Quan Qing's martial abilities null. He held no fondness for those who engaged in treachery. Quan Qing expressed his gratitude profusely, then rose and made his way down the street, his figure gradually fading from view. Let us congratulate the chief. The disciples of the beggar's sect, who had initially followed Quan Qing, now knelt in reverence, having seen the truth. Brothers, rise. Qiao Feng gestured, a surge of energy lifting them to their feet. Congratulations, chief. Such might and presence, comparable even to Wang Chungang of your. Han Qigong exclaimed joyfully, embracing Qiao Feng and giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Hong brother, it has been a long time. I did not expect to find you here in the inn. Qiao Feng replied with delight, feeling as though everything was perfect. Haha, you must join me for a drink. There is a certain monster in the inn whose drinking prowess surpasses even yours. Han Qigong chuckled heartily. Is this the martial emperor? So formidable, with a mere gesture. He can lift so many. The crowd, brimming with excitement, felt a sense of awe, having witnessed the birth of the martial emperor. In this era, there were but a few such figures. Sharing this experience with others would undoubtedly grant them great prestige. As the moment of parting drew near, Chen Xuan addressed the audience. I have revealed the truth. This storytelling session concludes here. Please return in 3 days. A guest inquired, might you give us a hint? Will the next tale delve into the affairs of the martial world? Chen Xuan smiled at the crowd. Since you wish to hear, I will certainly oblige. Next time, I shall speak of the hidden sects within the Zongwu of the Great Song. Off we go. My journey from the Tang dynasty was not in vain. Chief Qiao is indeed a remarkable figure. That roar into the heavens was truly magnificent, remarked a bystander. Such a paragon of heroism has stirred the heart of even this 7-foot-tall man. I envy the lady by his side. This Yueli is truly a hidden gem. The white-clad swordsman beside the gentleman is indeed fearsome. The patrons left the inn, leaving behind coins, laughter, and camaraderie. On another fulfilling day, Chen Xuan gazed at the departing guests, letting out a deep sigh of relief as he leaned back in a chair, sipping tea in sheer contentment. Qiao Feng entered, gazing at Chen Xuan with immense gratitude and preparing to kneel. Chen Xuan hurriedly grasped him, but Qiao Feng, resolute, pressed forward, rendering all attempts to halt him futile as he performed the kneeling gesture. Alas, I am unworthy of such honor. Chen Xuan helped Qiao Feng to his feet, sighing softly. As a person from Blue Star, he had never experienced such reverence. He was taken aback by Qiao Feng's decisiveness, a true hero who understood loyalty and enmity. You deserve this, you deserve this. Qiao Feng, seeing Chen Xuan honored, visibly relaxed. Then, recalling something, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced at Hong Qigong and spoke slowly. Brother Hong, who is the drinking hero you mentioned? I wish to make his acquaintance. Ha! Chief Qiao, I am the very drinking hero you seek. Li Bai leaped down from the second floor, his white attire fluttering as he smiled charmingly. Chapter 9. Li Bai's Wine and Poetry Duel. Chen Xuan challenges Murong Fu. This encounter indeed sparked a glimmer of admiration in Qiao Feng, who praised, truly, your sword aura is formidable and your demeanor unrestrained. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am but a humble man. Li Bai, he replied with a light chuckle. Oh, so it is Li Bai? No wonder your sword intent is so piercing. Huang Yaoshi mused inwardly. He had long admired Li Bai, whose most renowned verse in the Song dynasty echoed, with a laugh that reaches the heavens, I stride forth. Are we not above the common folk? Li Bai's wild and free spirit resonated deeply with him, and in terms of swordsmanship, he found Li Bai to be his superior. However, most only recognized him as a poet, never anticipating such a meeting in a modest inn. Seniorly, my father is an ardent admirer of yours. Huang Rong exclaimed upon noticing Huang Yaoshi's change in demeanor. Are you not afraid of losing your decorum? Huang Yaoshi reprimanded, yet his expression softened upon seeing Li Bai turn, bringing forth a refreshing aura. Huang Rong stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself, what a double-standard old father. Over the past few days, she had learned numerous modern phrases from Chen Xuan, such as YYDS and fans. Even Huang Yaoshi adheres to etiquette? Ha! I am quite enlightened, Li Bai jested. Ha! Brotherly, I have long held you in high esteem, Huang Yaoshi said as he approached Li Bai, smiling with ease. Brother Qiao, it appears you have gained yet another rival, Li Bai remarked, glancing at Qiao Feng. Unfazed, Qiao Feng bore a fierce expression, and soon the three men seized wine jars and indulged in hearty drinking. Amidst their revelry, Huang Yaoshi sought Li Bai's wisdom on poetry. Leaning against the sword hilt and feeling the effects of the wine, Li Bai began to recite, "Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return." Then, with a fleeting frown and a gaze that became dreamy, he downed a gulp of wine and continued, "Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall laments white hair, mourning like black silk. By evening turns to snow. One must seize joy in life. For throughout history, the wise and virtuous have all been lonely. Only the drinkers leave their names behind." Li Bai's verses garnered applause from the two, who were also fond of fine wine. Such boldness and carefree spirit. Indeed, he was a master of both poetry and swordplay, unyielding to the emperor's call. As Chen Xuan prepared to ascend the stairs, Morong Fu stepped forward, followed closely by Feng Boyi and Bao Butong. "I wonder, does young Master Morong come here seeking trouble?" Chen Xuan remarked nonchalantly, glancing at Morong Fu. Initially, Morong Fu entertained such thoughts. Yet now he merely sought information regarding Morong Bo and hoped to draw Chen Xuan to his side. As for causing trouble, he would only do so at the peril of his life, for there were too many formidable figures in the inn, a martial emperor and 3 consummate grandmasters. Even Zhang Sanfeng would likely face repercussions here. "Haha, you jest, sir. Might I inquire if my father still walks the earth?" Morong Fu maintained his composure, addressing Chen Xuan with respect. Chen Xuan felt he could not remain aloof and managed a smile, saying, "Indeed, Morong Bo is quite well. As for his whereabouts, he is likely near the Shaolin Temple." "Thank you, esteemed sir." Morong Fu bowed slightly, his expression respectful. Then he shifted the conversation, slowly continuing, "With your great talents, might you lend me your strength? Should my ambitions come to fruition, you shall be greatly honored, and I will ensure your name is immortalized in history." Chen Xuan merely shook his head, declining, "I have no such lofty aspirations. I implore you to seek another. Then I shall take my leave." Morong Fu's tone turned cold as he prepared to depart. "Young Master Morong, wait. Do not leave empty-handed," Chen Xuan said with a smile, contemplating testing his martial prowess through Morong Fu. "Since you wish to learn, I shall oblige." Morong Fu's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, frustrated. He saw an opportunity to unleash his pent-up anger without the intent to kill. Morong Fu made the first move, yet he could not fathom Chen Xuan's inner strength, only sensing its remarkable purity. As they engaged in a fierce exchange, Morong Fu grew increasingly alarmed. Chen Xuan's inner power seemed inexhaustible, surpassing that of an ordinary grandmaster. Employing numerous techniques from the Morong swordplay, finger techniques, and swift kicks, Morong Fu managed to push Chen Xuan back, yet could not secure a victory. With a swift motion, Chen Xuan's azure garment swayed, his sleeves billowing as he unsheathed the Qinglian sword, unleashing 2 streams of sword aura that darted toward Morong Fu in an instant. Celestial transformation. Morong Fu hastily channeled his energy, creating an invisible barrier adorned with mysterious symbols. Summoning a gust of wind, he enveloped the sword auras, then with a wave of his hand sent the sword energy hurtling back towards Chen Xuan. "Is this the celestial transformation? Truly marvelous," Chen Xuan mused, not daring to be careless. With the Qinglian sword positioned horizontally, he unleashed a torrent of inner strength, striking forth as the 2 forces collided with a thunderous roar, scattering the sword energy in all directions. Fortunately, Li Bai acted swiftly, conjuring a protective barrier around the inn. The 2 warriors exchanged glances before simultaneously bursting from the inn, racing towards a nearby peak. Li Bai picked up a wine jug, offering an apology, and followed Chen Xuan at a leisurely pace. "What is brotherly up to?" Huang Yaoshi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Hong Qigong. Seeing Li Bai follow, Qiao Feng resumed his seat. "Oh, what you may not know is that Li Bai is now that young man's protector for 3 months, Hong Qigong remarked with a laugh. "What charm does this young man possess to garner the protection of a grandmaster?" Huang Yaoshi furrowed his brow, his regard for Chen Xuan deepening. "Do not concern yourself with that. Simply drink," Hong Qigong said, attempting to pour wine into Huang Yaoshi's cup. "Enough. Enough. The stench of liquor." Huang Yaoshi disdainfully pushed Hong Qigong away. Now standing atop the peak, both were fully focused. Morong Fu's garments fluttered, and he was in no rush to strike. Confident in his celestial transformation, even 3 Chen Xuans would not trouble him. "Young Master Morong, I shall now become serious. Take heed." Chen Xuan declared, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Suddenly, Chen Xuan entered a peculiar state, his eyes reflecting indifference and coldness. At this, Morong Fu set aside all condescension, channeling his entire inner strength into the celestial transformation. 2 sleeves of green serpents. Chen Xuan invoked the same technique, yet this time it bore a completely different essence. A vast sword intent surged forth as his sleeves flared, raising his hand into a sword gesture, causing the Qinglian sword to tremble violently, enveloped by a shroud of sword energy. Chapter 10. Chen Xuan's slight deficiency with the fusion of the innate sword body through a lottery draw. Chen Xuan's speed reached its zenith. The flora beneath his feet turned to ashes in an instant, as a fierce gust of wind stirred a wave of heat. 2 azure serpents entwined with each other, engulfed in overwhelming sword intent, seemed to rip through the air. A dazzling azure light flashed, illuminating the night sky with its brilliant radiance, surging towards Morong Fu with unmatched might. By their own means, let them be repaid in kind. Morong Fu's pupils constricted, a grave expression on his face. A massive curtain of light unfurled before him, distorting the very air with its immense pull. As the sword energy collided with the curtain, instead of penetrating as before, it struck fiercely, dimming the curtain significantly. Morong Fu involuntarily retreated several steps, then unleashed his internal energy, intending to return the sword energy. However, this time, he was destined to be outmaneuvered. The powerful shockwave shattered trees around them, sending both combatants reeling several paces back. Chen Xuan, using the Qinglian sword to shield against the chaotic airflow, knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Morong Fu appeared relatively better off, leaning against a tree stump. Only the uneven breaths and his trembling form betrayed his discomfort. Had it not been for the shifting of stars that alleviated 60% of the force, he would have been the one kneeling. Li Bai was greatly astonished by the sword intent emanating from Chen Xuan. This sword intent was akin to his own. Knowing that he had comprehended the Tao through poetry and had been a disciple of the great Tang sword saint. After countless trials and battles, having vanquished numerous foes, he had wielded his sword daily to achieve the Qinglian sword intent. Yet, Chen Xuan managed to ascend to the pinnacle of the innate realm overnight. His sword intent equally formidable. Alas, the comparison between men can be disheartening. He is truly a prodigy, Li Bai mused. Once the 3-month period concludes, I shall traverse renowned mountains and rivers, seeking ethereal spirits and challenging unparalleled swordsmen to hone my own sword intent. He took a hearty swig of wine, his thoughts swirling. Once Morong Fu's internal energy returned to normal, he slowly rose and cupped his hands, saying, Sir, I must seek my father. Farewell. He then leapt from the mountaintop, accompanied by his retinue, departing slowly. This inn harbors several grandmasters, and that lad nearly bested me. This is the so-called child of mere words, devoid of martial prowess? Morong Fu glared at Feng Boyi, his expression dark. Well, it's not your fault. Once I find my father and restore the glory of Dian, it shall be but a matter of time. Morong Fu declared with fervor, feeling invigorated, then added with derision, at that time. A Mirin can be extinguished with a snap of my fingers. Chen Xuan wiped the blood from his lips, feeling a rush of exhilaration. To have faced off against an established grandmaster and only slightly falter was a remarkable feat inside the inn. The 3 continued drinking, without using their internal energy to mitigate the effects of alcohol. The table was strewn with empty jars, yet their remarkable tolerance allowed them to remain unfazed. Upon Chen Xuan's return, Huang Yaoshi curiously inquired, Young man, who emerged victorious between the 2 of you? Chen Xuan shrugged and ascended the stairs. Reflecting on his battle with Morong Fu, he found the shifting of stars to be exceedingly inscrutable, a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense, converting and rebounding the opponent's techniques. Had Morong Fu not possessed a lack of internal strength, he would have surely suffered severe injury. Hong Qigong, filled with curiosity, pulled Li Bai to inquire about the details of the battle. Li Bai, feeling exasperated, recounted the events. And when he mentioned that Chen Xuan's sword intent was not far behind his own, the others nearly spat out their wine. However, Hong Qigong and Li Bai were no strangers to surprises, quickly regaining their composure, while Qiao Feng and Huang Yaoshi exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Chen Xuan reclined on his bed, and it was time for the system's assessment. Ding. The system is summarizing. This storytelling session was exceptionally effective. The dramatic clash between Sword Emperor Jiao and Wang Xian resonated deeply with the audience, unveiling Qiao Feng's lineage and clarifying his identity. The audience was left astonished, earning an emotional value of 40,000, with a deduction of 5,000 from the projection stone, totaling 35,000, rated as medium. He exchanged for 5 green treasure chests, selecting the snowy world, and 3 blue treasure chests, opting for the multiverse. Chen Xuan recited inwardly, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 fragments of Sword Emperor Jiao. 5. 10 are required for summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100,000 gold, automatically stored in the system space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 great true chi pills. 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme skill of Old Huang, Sword Jiao. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the innate sword body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the concentration wood. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 light cavalry from the Feng battalion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the architectural blueprints for an ancient tavern. The treasures from this round of chests were quite impressive. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly as he extracted them from the system space. With the fragments of Sword Emperor Jiao now complete, he could summon him into this realm, at the very least reaching the pinnacle of a grandmaster. Based on Old Huang's strength, he could contend with even the martial emperor and emerge victorious. He wished to prevent Old Huang from repeating past mistakes. With Old Huang's swordsmanship talent, transcending into a martial god was merely a matter of time. Next, the light cavalry from the Feng battalion, comprising 800 elite soldiers, was the personal guard of Su Fengyan, meticulously selected for their prowess. Although currently only 100 remained, it was just the right number for his needs. What delighted Chen Xuan most was the innate sword body, a physique born of the sword, allowing for effortless comprehension of sword intent, mastery of sword techniques, and rapid advancement in cultivation, far exceeding that of ordinary swordsmen. The blueprints and the substantial gold were timely arrivals, as he had been troubled by the lack of funds to expand the inn. Old Huang's supreme skill, Sword Jiao, had garnered praise from Chao Guanzi. When Sword Jiao was unleashed, who could rival it? He needed to gather more renowned swords to unleash its full potential. Having previously drawn 10 small true chi pills, acquiring 2 larger ones this time suggested he would soon break through to the Grandmaster realm. Chen Xuan felt a surge of elation. In just a few days, he had progressed from an ordinary person to a Grandmaster. What a thrilling transformation! The concentration wood was a remarkable tool, enhancing the audience's focus and facilitating the accumulation of emotional value. By the way, system, how do I use this summoning card? Chen Xuan inquired, having been too engrossed in his joy to consider its application. Ding. Awaken it with sword energy. Understood. Chen Xuan nodded, forming his fingers into a sword gesture, channeling a stream of sword energy into it. A faint light flickered, and the synthesized summoning card of Old Huang lost 2 of its teeth before dissipating into motes of light. Ding. Usage successful. Sword Emperor Jiao will arrive tomorrow, accompanying the Feng battalion to pledge allegiance to the host, assuming the role of the host's servants. Subsequently, Chen Xuan merged with the sword body, feeling his mind become exceptionally clear, and his comprehension of the sword path ascended to a new level. He then grasped Old Huang's Sword Jiao, swallowed 2 great true chi pills, and sat down in meditation. Chapter 11. Chen Xuan's rising fame and the movements of various kingdoms as he operated the longevity technique. A formidable internal force erupted within Chen Xuan's body, swiftly merging into his acupoints and coursing through his meridians. His entire being transformed into a miniature vortex, fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Moments later, upon reaching a critical threshold, the barrier between masters shattered with a gentle sound. And Chen Xuan advanced from innate mastery to the mid-level of a grandmaster, his aura steadily ascending. Huang Yaoshi and Qiao Feng exchanged astonished glances. The sudden leap from innate peak to mid-grandmaster was indeed astonishing. Li Bai and Hong Qigong, however, had grown accustomed to such events and watched the two in amusement. Hours later, as night fell and the cicadas' chorus faded, Chen Xuan awoke refreshed after a splendid night's sleep. He descended the stairs to find Huang Rong had already prepared a lavish spread of dishes. In the absence of a waiter, Chen Xuan had opted for a self-service model reminiscent of his past life, with ingredients in the kitchen and wine in the cellar. Each table was equipped with containers for processing the ingredients, and he would only begin storytelling once guests had taken what they desired. Huang Rong's culinary skills filled the air with enticing aromas wafting from the first floor to the second, prompting Chen Xuan to swallow hard, his stomach growling with hunger. He quickly washed up and savored a piece of meat, his eyes lighting up as he devoured the meal voraciously. Soon, Hong Qigong and the others joined him, and before long, the table was left in disarray. Afterward, the group took their leave, with Qiao Feng intent on confronting Master Xuanzi and Murong Bo, while Guijing sought out the 7 heroes of Jiangnan to challenge Yang Kong at the Misty Rain Tower. Hong Qigong, unable to endure the stillness, also decided to depart. Huang Yaoshi was set to return to Peach Blossom Island with his daughter, having made a 5-year pact with Guijing. Should Guijing not attain the status of Grandmaster within 5 years, he would break his legs. Watching their departing figures, Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotion. The latest edition of In the Snow had gained immense popularity, its tales spreading across nations. The final page chronicled Chen Xuan's efforts to vindicate Qiao Feng, revealing the truth that allowed Qiao Feng to break through to martial emperor, while also hinting at the hidden sects within the song's martial world. Rumors of Chen Xuan's knowledge of worldly affairs sparked intrigue among martial artists everywhere. In the Ming Dynasty, at Blackwood Cliff, Dongfang Bubi, clad in a crimson robe, engrossed herself in 2 published issues of In the Snow, her expression shifting as she immersed herself in the narrative. This young master, seemingly frivolous, possessed considerable acumen, hidden beneath a facade of nonchalance. The prowess of the old Huang was unexpectedly profound in the sword arts, a true loss for the world. Flipping through Chen Xuan's list of top martial artists, she marveled at the abundance of talent, noting several formidable figures within the Ming Dynasty alone. Upon reading about Chen Xuan exposing Kong Min's schemes and his time reversal abilities, she was astounded. With her position unassailable, she resolved to meet Chen Xuan in the Song Dynasty. At Wanmei Villa, following the battle with Yi Guqing, a new generation of sword gods emerged, embodying purity and coldness akin to snow. Each day was spent in solitude with his sword, either slaying or practicing, the monotony rendered unbearable by the lack of worthy opponents. His aloof nature kept most at bay, save for his good friend Lu Xiaofeng, whose lively chatter brought some vitality to his existence. At this moment, Lu Xiaofeng sat beside Shimin Chui Shui, eagerly perusing In the Snow, his chin resting on his hand. Upon finishing the last segment, he raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Shimin Chui Shui, and with a grin, remarked, "Look here, at the humble you lie in, there exists a master of the sword arts, rumored to be none other than Li Bai of the Tang Dynasty. And see, in the last segment, that the leader of the beggars sect, Qiao Feng, breaks through to martial emperor right here." Shimin Chui Shui's eyes sparkled, while those who did not train in the sword arts might not recognize Li Bai's name. Most sword masters had heard of the Qinglian sword immortal. Lu Xiaofeng found Chen Xuan enigmatic, a recluse who seemed to unveil the past with ease, effortlessly resolving Qiao Feng's dire predicament. Glancing at Shimin Chui Shui, he noticed his intrigue and asked, "What say you, brother Shimin? Do you wish to visit Yulian? Let us go." Shimin Chui Shui was eager to meet Li Bai, hoping that an encounter would spark a breakthrough in his own swordsmanship, and nodded in agreement. In the Tang Dynasty at the capital Luoyang, Empress Wu Zetian sat upon the dragon throne, with Yuan Tiangang kneeling respectfully at her side. Weary from her recent relocation from Chungang, she faced insurrections at the borders, where troops colluded with the Turks, breaching defenses within 2 months and forcing the relocation of the capital to evade the onslaught. Months of factional strife ensued, numerous attempts to reclaim lost ground proving futile. The former emperor's generals had perished, leaving her bereft of capable commanders, and the elite forces had turned to rebellion. The nation was now divided, and the burden weighed heavily upon the empress's heart. Fortunately, the tales of In the Snow from the Song Dynasty provided her with a modicum of solace. A few days prior, upon seeing Chen Xuan's list of top martial artists, she was astonished to find Yuan Tiangang mentioned, as he had long been reclusive and rarely seen. Summoning him back, she sought to unravel Chen Xuan's origins. After a lengthy pause, Wu Zetian spoke, "National Master, have you discerned the origins of Chen Xuan?" Yuan Tiangang, shrouded in a black robe and wearing a mysterious mask, recalled his earlier deductions, his expression grave. "Your Majesty, this individual possesses extraordinary fortune, enshrouded in a veil of black mist, rendering him nearly impossible to analyze. My recent attempts at divination nearly shattered my spirit. Wu Zetian's astonishment was palpable. If even Yuan Tiangang, a figure of such strength, could not decipher Chen Xuan, it attested to the latter's formidable nature. Rubbing her temples, she made a resolute decision, rising from her throne to address Yuan Tiangang. National Master, you shall personally investigate whether this man can aid us in quelling the rebellion. Chapter 12. The arrival of the old emperor at the Fengzi camp and the renovation of the inn in the grand tapestry of the Daqing dynasty and the Liashizizi organization. Qi Lian, with an air of enthusiasm, inquired, would you care to peruse the recently circulated tales from the Jianghu, particularly the one titled In the Snow? Atop the canyon's precipice stood a tall, austere man, his demeanor contemplative, clad in a black robe with silver hair. A black cloth adorned with dark golden embroidery wrapped around his forehead. He exuded an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. Upon recognizing Qi Lian, he tempered his aura slightly and replied in a deep, resonant voice, merely idle gossip from the Jianghu, rather uninteresting. Yet it mentions you, my lord. Qi Lian's lips curled into a slight smile as she gazed at Wei Zhuang. Bring it forth. Wei Zhuang, intrigued by her words, expressed mild surprise. How intriguing. First, the rumored residence of the Qinglian sword immortal, and now the emergence of a martial emperor. Let us investigate. After perusing the tales, he instructed the members of Liashizizi to await his return before launching an assault on the Mo family's mechanized path, and with resolve, he set forth towards the Song dynasty. In the kingdom of Zhou, Confucius sat regally before a table, engrossed in the manuscript of In the Snow, surrounded by his disciples who sat in reverent silence. They had maintained this stillness for an hour, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just as some were on the verge of breaking, Confucius finally spoke. Where is Zilu? I have a task for you. Master, please instruct. A robust man approached, bowing deeply. This individual, despite being thousands of miles away, seemed to possess insight into the affairs of the five nations. Could it be that he held the secrets of heaven? Even my old friend, Laozi, could not discern his origins. Proceed to the Yu Lian in the Song dynasty, and ensure you arrive before Chen Xuan's next storytelling session. But master, isn't it true that Chen Xuan tells stories every 3 days? The journey is long. How can I possibly make it in time? Zilu's expression turned sour. Laozi has calculated that Chen Xuan will need at least 7 days before his next tale. Rest assured, Chen Xuan possesses considerable knowledge. Your task is to glean any information regarding the 9 tripod cauldrons. Should I acquire them, it would enable you and your fellow masters to transcend into the martial emperor realm, solidifying the Zhou kingdom and ending centuries of turmoil. Take these 2 blades. The sword of benevolence, a testament to your decades of loyalty to me. Your sincerity must be profound. Hurry now. Confucius, with a grave demeanor, presented Zilu with a sword case. Can a mere storyteller wield such influence? This is more than mere sincerity. It is akin to the master himself appearing. The disciples were astounded. To wield the sword of benevolence was akin to encountering the sect leader. Even the emperor of Zhou would find it hard to gain an audience with Confucius. Understood. Zilu, equally solemn, accepted the sword case and swiftly departed towards the Song dynasty. At the Yu Lian, Chen Xuan reclined in a chair, one hand clutching construction blueprints while the other held a pastry, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered here for over half a month, feeling a pang of longing for someone he could not forget. Having escaped the monotony of a 9-to-5 existence and the materialistic world, he found himself distanced from the most important person in his life. Contemplating these matters, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. After sipping a bitter cup of tea, he took a hearty swig of wine, gradually losing himself in the moment, oblivious to the figure entering through the doorway. A ragged, unassuming old man, with a beaming smile, stealthily entered the inn, carrying a sword case on his back. Li Bai noticed him immediately but refrained from intervening. The man bore no murderous intent and bore a striking resemblance to the old emperor from Snowblade. Should he know Chen Xuan, it would be awkward to stop him, so he remained vigilant, opting not to act rashly. As Chen Xuan savored his drink, a bony hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder, startling him and jolting him back to reality. Looking up, he saw an old man grinning with 2 missing front teeth. Are you the old emperor? Chen Xuan stammered, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Indeed, it is I, the Sorgio emperor. The old man chuckled heartily. Ah, I summoned you yesterday. How fortuitous that you have arrived today. Chen Xuan slapped his forehead, realizing that in his drunken stupor, he had forgotten all about the summon and was embarrassed to be caught drinking alone. Is this truly the Sorgio emperor from Snowblade? Could it be that all of Chen Xian's tales hold truth? Li Bai mused in astonishment. Li Bai, why are you muttering to yourself? Come, join me for a drink. Chen Xian, though aware, feigned ignorance. Oh, nothing, I'm coming. Li Bai waved his hand dismissively and sat beside Chen Xian, his gaze fixed on the old emperor. Allow me to introduce you. This is my servant, old emperor, Huang Jin Tu, who has come a long way to join me, Chen Xian said, patting Li Bai on the shoulder. Oh, haha, I am Li Bai, pleased to meet you. Old emperor, Li Bai nodded, chuckling lightly. By the way, where are your companions? Chen Xian inquired, glancing at the bustling street outside. Oh, my brethren are just beyond the inn. I shall call them in, the old emperor replied, rising to his feet. However, just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, prompting him to sit back down. They're here. Chen Xian set down his wine cup and stepped outside. Under the sun, 2 rows of silver-armored cavalry stood, with a brawny man wielding an iron halberd at the forefront. Upon seeing Chen Xian emerge, he dismounted swiftly, planting his halberd in the ground and kneeling before him. I, Ningame, pay my respects to my lord. The cavalry followed suit, kneeling in unison and calling out for their lord. Please, no need for such formality. Chen Xian waved his hands, signaling for silence. From now on, simply call me sir, and refrain from addressing me as lord. He then cautiously surveyed the surroundings before continuing. Come inside with me and tie up the horses in the courtyard. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Had it not been for summoning 100 Fengzi camp soldiers, he might have forgotten about the abandoned courtyard behind the inn. Once the soldiers had formed ranks, standing attentively, Chen Xian said, All right, take a seat. He then handed the blueprints to the Sorgio emperor. Old emperor, do you think this can be constructed? Covering his face, he felt it was quite the challenge to have a swordsmith build a structure. I have no experience in construction, but I shall do my utmost not to bring shame upon you, my lord, the Sorgio emperor replied, patting his chest confidently. Very well, I entrust this task to you. And the brothers of the Fengzi camp shall follow your command, Chen Xian said, giving the old emperor a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Chapter 13. The storyteller's heir practices his swordplay. The news that Chen Xian would postpone his storytelling and transform the inn spread among the revelers, who drank merrily together. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. The renovation of the inn was complete, taking 3 days longer than Chen Xian had anticipated, totaling 8 days. The inn now presented a completely transformed visage, grand and majestic. Towering at 10 zhang, it was divided into 5 levels, supported by 36 cylindrical pillars. The eaves were intricately carved with images of birds and beasts, while the bricks and tiles sparkled under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Surrounding pavilions and corridors adorned the area, flanked by 2 stone lions at the entrance, alongside artificial hills and serene ponds. The first floor catered to dining, offering a plethora of ingredients, and patrons celebrating their birthdays could bring along 2 guests to enjoy a half-price discount. The second floor provided accommodation with rooms named after the characters Huang and Xian, with prices increasing 5-fold. The third floor featured a viewing platform that offered a panoramic view of the martial city. The fourth and fifth floors were named after the characters Di and Tian, with prices soaring 10-fold. The elevated stage constructed for storytelling was also significantly enlarged, while the pavilions and halls served as venues for guests to relax and entertain themselves. To realize this project, the old emperor had requested funds from Chen Xian twice and acquired nearby inns, ultimately leading to a satisfactory completion. Upon the completion of the building, Chen Xian was genuinely taken aback. He had expected merely a decent tall building from the old Huang, yet he was astonished to find a miniature yellow crane tower. Excessively luxurious. Li Bai was equally stunned. In a moment of inspiration, he penned 2 lines of poetry. With lofty aspirations, my thoughts take flight, yearning to ascend to the azure heavens and grasp the bright moon. Chen Xian, filled with delight, hung these lines outside the inn, increasingly eager to keep Li Bai there. Guests hesitated at the entrance, questioning whether they had arrived at the correct place, but it was ultimately old Huang who welcomed them inside. Brother, did you notice the 2 couplets at the entrance? One asked. Indeed, but they seem overly idealistic. Our Song dynasty faces external threats. I wonder when we might live so carefreely. Look at these tables and chairs. The quality is remarkable. Another remarked. Indeed. Even the bricks and tiles of these walls are extraordinary. This place has truly transformed. One might mistake it for the imperial palace. The number of visitors had multiplied several times compared to the last occasion, and soon the first floor was filled to capacity, with patrons expressing their admiration and curiously surveying their surroundings. Chen Xuan leaped gracefully from the second floor, his garments fluttering, and with a flourish of his folding fan, he landed on the high stage. He gestured for silence with a downward press of his hands, then slowly seated himself, taking a delicate sip of tea before speaking. I am the most audacious atop the martial emperor's city. I am the driver of the sword, the illustrious Huang, he proclaimed. What harm is there in tearing my sleeves? I am Huang, second to none under heaven. With that, he picked up the wooden block and struck it down onto the table with a resounding clap. Let us continue the story. Meanwhile, the air, reflecting on old Huang's travel records, was filled with nostalgia, his mind flooded with past memories. He paid no heed to the old emperor's words, merely gazing silently at the relics of the past. Today, he resolved to practice swordplay, a notion he had never contemplated before, and he had already devised a plan regarding whom to seek counsel. Old Kuei at the lakebed, upon hearing that the heir wished to learn swordsmanship, readily agreed, while simultaneously cursing Huang as a mere commoner. He had long held disdain for Huang, yet he admired the heir's remarkable talent and exceptional perseverance. Months passed, and the heir diligently practiced his swordplay, yearning for the day he could defeat the old emperor and reclaim his sword. One day, after finishing his training, he heard of bandits wreaking havoc outside the city. A clear opportunity to test his skills. Under Su Zhao's renowned name, it was baffling that bandits dared to disturb the peace, as the citizens of the city were perplexed. Who would believe that their doors were left unlocked at night while bandits roamed freely? Eventually, it was revealed that these were merely soldiers who had erred, summoned to provide the heir with a chance to practice. These were once formidable soldiers, hardened through battle. The heir donned a fearsome mask and wielded his sword against them, sustaining numerous injuries before ultimately being carried back to his residence. For the sake of avenging the old emperor, the heir truly fights valiantly. Previously thought to be a frivolous youth, the heir revealed a surprisingly resolute side. The audience below looked on, astonished at Chen Xuan. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded and continued to advance the narrative. Upon descending Jiuhua Mountain, the heir was eager to practice his swordplay but was intercepted by Su Xiao. Confused, the heir listened as Su Xiao slowly spoke. You must go to Wudong Mountain. Someone awaits you. The heir was reluctant, feeling constrained under another's roof. Su Xiao, however, wore a smile as he addressed Su Fengyan. Are you truly unwilling to go? You are to meet the Wudong sect master, Huang Zhonglu. Huang was a master of extraordinary skill, known for his ability to part rivers with a mere gesture, far from an ordinary Taoist priest. Upon hearing this, the heir perked up. Such a figure could only belong to the realm of the divine. This visit promised a chance to witness and learn esteemed internal martial arts, an exceptional opportunity. Su Fengyan promptly agreed and one day ventured alone to Wudong. Upon reaching Wudong Mountain, he conversed with the old Taoist and could not resist inquiring whether he had truly parted rivers with a single finger, only to learn it was 2 fingers, a revelation that left him in awe. After several days of sword practice, he requested his maid, Jiang and I, to carry a heavy load to Wudong, where he encountered the headstrong princess Qiao Feng, favored by the emperor of Liang. It was said that the unrestrained Zhu Gong of Sui often acted without decorum, trivializing matters, but if someone were to incite trouble, it would be unacceptable. He hastily penned a letter to Su Xiao. Chen Xuan, feeling parched from his lengthy narration, took a sip of tea and quickened the pace of the story. Huang Zhonglu imparted his life's skill to the heir, who fainted for a day and later awoke, a mark gracing his brow, having absorbed at least 60% of Huang Zhonglu's power. The audience, puzzled, gazed at Huang Zhonglu, who remained carefree, undisturbed by the fleeting years he had left. His legacy. The great Huang court would depend on the power behind the heir. While not promising centuries of prosperity, a century was certainly attainable. As Chen Xuan concluded, the crowd gasped, astonished by Huang Zhonglu's prowess and the audacity of his imparting skills, engaging in fervent discussions. Parting rivers with 2 fingers? Such strength is truly terrifying, almost celestial in nature. Compared to our Ming dynasty's Wudong, even the eminent Zhang Daozhong pales. Huang Daozhong's grand gesture of relinquishing his life's work for Wudong's century of prosperity evoked envy towards the heir. If only I possessed this 60% of power, I could conquer the world. On the 5th floor, within the Tian character chambers, Lu Xiaofeng and Shimin Chui Shui sat together, enjoying pastries and fine wine, thoroughly relishing the moment. Though Shimin Shui's demeanor remained cold and distant. Chapter 14. The Storyteller and the Sword God. A comparison of the snowblade and the realm of reality. Qiao Feng took a sip of his drink. Gazing at Shimin Shui with a faint smile, "You've come at the right time, haven't you? The tale is splendid, and I must say, the sword intent of that storyteller is not beneath yours." Shimin Shui's frosty demeanor softened slightly as he replied, "He is not my rival." Qiao Feng shrugged his shoulders with a hint of resignation. "Let us change the subject then. Do you believe there are masters capable of severing rivers with just 2 fingers? "I do not know. Perhaps there are, perhaps there are not," came Shimin Shui's indifferent response. "Well then, it would have been better if I hadn't asked you. Let us continue with the story." Qiao Feng shook his head. As the discussions among the audience quieted, Chen Xuan took a slow sip of tea, swiftly progressing through the narrative until it reached the point where Su Fengnian was once again traversing the realm. Su Xiao informed the young lord that there was a formidable master beneath the Ting Chao Pavilion, and if he possessed the necessary skill, he would be tasked with protecting him during this journey. This master, nearing a century in age, could be considered an ancient entity. The Ting Chao Pavilion was established specifically to suppress him. "Do you know who this old monster is?" Chen Xuan posed, refraining from further commentary and directing the question to the audience. Could it be that the renowned Huang Lao Xian has long been overshadowed by the world's #1 expert? The previous emergence of an ancient figure from the lake, and now this centenarian monster raised suspicions about the royal estate's hidden powers. To think such a strong presence could be subdued, the northern Liang royal manor, is indeed unfathomable. The audience perked up at this revelation, their interest piqued. For this was once the world's foremost warrior. Wei Zhuang, who had been feigning sleep in the Tianzi box on the 4th floor, opened his eyes, intrigued. "Huh. You are quite correct in your guesses. This individual is truly remarkable. Allow me to elaborate," Chen Xuan began, feigning profundity. However, this ancient figure was not suppressed by Su Xiao, but had willingly confined himself within the Ting Chao Pavilion for 20 years. He is undeniably one of the top 10 masters in the world. This man is none other than Chungang, one of the 4 great masters from 60 years ago. A sword genius of the spring and autumn 13 heroes, the epitome of swordsmanship, the unrivaled #1 in the world. His talent is prodigious. He entered the realm of the indestructible at 16, grasped the profound at 19, and ascended to the celestial at 24, becoming one of the grand masters of our time, the martial emperor and martial sovereign. Upon entering the martial world, he wielded his sword across great rivers, retrieving the famed sword Mu Nyo from the Wu family's sword tomb, venturing alone into Shu, where he defeated 16 sword masters, questioning the Buddha with his sword, and shattering countless arhats. His victories against Huang Xian were numerous, and out of admiration for talent, he willingly allowed his sword, Mu Nyo, to be broken, leaving gracefully, only to later mistakenly slay a woman in green and seek elixirs on Longhu Mountain, leading to a chaotic state of mind. After descending the mountain, he exchanged an arm with Sui Shiegu, causing his realm to plummet to the level of grasping the profound. The first half of the old sword god's life is nothing short of legendary. To claim he was invincible would not be an exaggeration. And this is the reason Huang Xian has remained in the 2nd position for so many years. There is a poem to attest to this. "Since the day I first grasped a sword, I have known I would be the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the #1 in the martial world. If heaven did not give birth to me, Li Chungang, then the sword path would remain in eternal darkness." The entire pavilion fell silent. From the 1st to the 5th floor, an eerie stillness enveloped the space, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. The audience was dumbfounded, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. It was difficult to harbor any feelings of animosity against such a domineering figure. "How foolish of me to consider myself unparalleled in swordsmanship. I am but a frog at the bottom of a well." Wei Zhuang from the east side of the 4th floor chuckled self-deprecatingly, his mind drifting back to his youth when he fought against the black and white Xian Jian, almost losing his life before being defeated by the combined might of Gigu. Swordsmanship should indeed be like Li Chungang. Li bowed down to drink, feeling an overwhelming surge of heroism within him. The 5th floor Tianzi box reminded Shimin Shui of someone. His brow furrowed slightly as he muttered, "Yiguqing?" At the peak of the Forbidden City, he held back, whether out of pride or admiration for talent. "He nonetheless allowed me to prevail." Shimin Shui nodded, lost in reminiscence. The audience remained silent for a long while, until finally, a guest took a sip of tea, breaking the stillness and gradually bringing everyone back to reality. They nearly forgot that they were in the real world, not within the tale of Snowblade, where breathing was possible, and the inn returned to its previous lively state. Someone promptly raised a question. Sir, could you clarify the distinctions between the realms in the story and reality? Otherwise, your abrupt comparisons with the current realms sound rather awkward. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Let me elaborate for you all, Chen Xuan stated as he waved his folding fan, beginning to explain. In the world of Snowblade, the realms are divided into 9 grades, somewhat akin to a bureaucratic hierarchy. However, each grade is further divided into 4 tiers, from lowest to highest. They consist of indestructible, grasping the profound, celestial, and earthly immortals. Interestingly, the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian paths bear similarities yet differ. Upon reaching the first grade, there are fewer complexities. The Taoists correspond to grasping the profound, the Buddhists to indestructible, and the Confucians to celestial, culminating in the same final tier, the earthly immortal. As for those above the first grade, they belong to the legendary realm of earthly celestials. Comparing this to the current world's realms, acquired nature equals the lower 3 grades. Innate nature equals the middle 3 grades. Grandmasters equal the upper 2 grades. Indestructible corresponds to Grandmaster. Grasping the profound is the martial emperor. Celestial is the martial sovereign. Earthly immortal is the quasi-martial god. As for the legendary celestial, that is the true martial god, breaking the barriers of the world and shattering the void. Upon finishing, the audience nodded in understanding, their admiration for Li Chungang deepening. A quasi-martial god is a mythical realm. On the continent of Shenzhou, the martial emperor may be spotted, while the quasi-martial god, anything related to the divine, is no mere triviality. Especially since there is no martial sovereign in the world, a quasi-martial god is akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Taking advantage of the audience's discussion, Chen Xuan stood to stretch his limbs, waiting for the crowd to quiet down before resuming his tale. He recounted that Su Fengnian had secured Li Chuangang's support and traveled the martial world with the exceptional swordsman. Unbeknownst to them, they entered the territory of Yongzhou, where a torrential downpour compelled them to alter their route to seek shelter from the rain. As the carriage traversed a narrow path, an ominous killing intent surged forth, prompting Lu Qiantang to halt abruptly. Before them stood the infamous Fu Jianghongjia, who had vanished from the martial world for many years, his presence causing the rain around him to evaporate instantly, turning into mist. Wei Lao Dao recognized the Fu Jianghongjia at a glance. He was the very individual who had mercilessly slain during the assassination of the former emperor, notorious for his cruelty, with his skin hung upon the city walls, leaving Wei filled with confusion as he pondered why such a figure had resurfaced. It turned out that this was a puppet crafted by the eunuch Han Diao, mimicking the red armor of the past. The young lord remained calm, casually engaging in conversation with Wei Lao Dao beside him, completely unfazed by the intense killing intent surrounding them. Chapter 15. The sword immortal kneels. The heir enters Xiangfan. The attendants led by Lu Qiantang wore grave expressions, poised for action as they prepared to charge at the figure clad in red armor, undeterred by the torrential rain. Despite their fierce assault, the red-armored figure remained steadfast. Lu Qiantang unleashed his most formidable sword strike, but the armored figure showed no signs of faltering. The steed, driven by Qiao Feng, collided with the figure to no avail, resulting only in the loss of a fine horse. It was only when Xu Xiao, an unassuming woman, struck with her palm that the red armor finally swayed slightly. Regrettably, despite their combined efforts, the trio could only manage to induce a minor tremor in the formidable figure, failing to breach its defenses. Wei Lao Dao and the prince's personal guards from the Fengzi camp sensed the dire situation and prepared to intervene, but Su Fengnian halted them. The prince stood beneath the umbrella held by his maid, Qing Miao, contemplating the situation. A premonition gripped Su Fengnian's heart. Such puppets might indeed be numerous, with 2 hidden in the depths of the mountains and another nearby. He mused, pondering if these individuals sought to assemble a quintet of elemental forces. How audacious! Indeed, the prince's intuition proved accurate. The red armor represented the element of water, and the other 4 elemental armors lay concealed not far off. The old swordmaster, unable to bear the sight, emerged from behind the carriage to offer a warning. The encircled red armor was the water element, and the prince found himself in a perilous predicament. Li Chuangang had sworn an oath with Su Xiao prohibiting the use of weapons. Yet the old sword master possessed the skill to dispatch foes without the need for a sword. Resolutely, he decided to assist the prince. With a flick of his wrist, Li Chuangang propelled a raindrop from the storm, which coalesced into a shimmering curtain of water, transforming into a cascade of sword light. In an instant, it pierced the chest of the water armor, which had seemed invulnerable moments before, now crumbling as if made of paper, obliterated by a single strike. With his water-formed sword, the old sword master could have rendered the water armor utterly lifeless. Some onlookers bore smiles, appearing relaxed. However, while the water armor was less formidable than the red armor of yore, the notion that it could be easily dispatched with a mere flick was laughable. Yet, should Li Chuangang reclaim his status as a terrestrial sword immortal, there remained a glimmer of possibility. The unseen orchestrator had long been noticed by the old sword master. How could a mere water armor impede their path? With a swift motion, he lifted his umbrella, soaring into the air, and crushed the fallen water armor into the mud. Murmuring, the sword immortal kneels. The umbrella stirred the storm, drawing the rain into a massive vortex. As the tempestuous umbrella was about to pierce the water armor, a terrifying event transpired. The rain was forcefully repelled, suspended in midair, and then thrust back. The water armor fell lifeless, and the hidden puppeteer retreated. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, the prince approached the water armor's remains, eager to unravel its mysteries. In the end, it was Chen Feng who elucidated that the armor originated from Longhu Mountain, crafted using Taoist talismans that infused energy with spirit. In an instant, the corpse within the red armor slowly turned to ash, leaving behind only fragmented armor. Meanwhile, the Fengzi camp returned after engaging another red armor, having sustained over 40 injuries among 100 men. The commander, Ningame, severed an arm from the red armor, feeling humiliated by the loss of Northern Liang's prestige, and resolved to pursue further. The prince's personal guards demonstrated remarkable prowess. They not only obstructed the red armor, but also allowed their commander to sever an arm. The audience was astonished. The red armor must possess the strength of a master, a formidable figure capable of charging through multitudes. Had Northern Liang's 10,000 iron cavalry been present, the Jin and Liao would never have dared to be so brazen. Yet, such forces existed only in the realm of fiction. The reality was far less daunting. However, a dissenting voice among the guests countered, stroking his beard as he spoke. While masters may charge through armies, dare they confront them head-on? Moreover, the leaders of the prince's personal guards cannot be mere foot soldiers. They must possess considerable strength, forming a battle formation. Not to suggest they are masters, but at the very least, they must be at the pinnacle of innate prowess, while the soldiers likely are perfected in acquired skills. Nevertheless, individual strength is finite. Do you not see that in our great song, masters abound? Even the 5 extremes struggle against the iron cavalry of Liao and Jin. Once surrounded by soldiers, they too fall. Only by breaking through to the martial emperor rank can one hope to retreat safely. Indeed, Chen Xuan remarked, glancing with surprise at the frail elder. The audience below nodded in agreement, seemingly enlightened. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea before continuing. Now, as for the prince, he departed the city en route to Qingqing Mountain to meet with Wang Wulin, the ruler of Qingqing. Upon discovery, he learned that the princess of Qingqiang had been a maidservant to his mother in her youth. Meanwhile, Wudong's Hongxi had stepped into the realm of celestial phenomena. As the narrative unfolded, the prince traveled to a shallow bank where Wu Luding unexpectedly emerged, flipping the boat under the command of Ningame with a bamboo pole before departing gracefully. Exiting the gorge, the landscape expanded, and the old sword master felt a stirring within, just as Wu Luding launched another assault. Li Chuangang requested the prince's sword, unleashing a torrent that spanned 200 zhang. Reclaiming celestial status, Wu Luding, possessing self-awareness, hastily retreated. Subsequently, the prince sought to learn swordsmanship from the old sword master. Upon reaching Shangfan City, the prince was struck by a thought and, as night fell, he took a stroll by the lake, fortuitously encountering his good brother, Wenhua, who had accompanied him on a journey of 6,000 li on a poor horse. Learning of Wenhua's intent to scout the borders of Baiman, the prince cautioned him to exercise caution. Chen Xuan narrated swiftly, focusing on the plot. For the vastness of the snow knife, Zongwu would render a complete telling unattainable for ages. However, the classic narratives must not be overlooked. Outside of Shangfan City, a deadly plot aimed at the prince had already been devised, awaiting Su Fengyan's involvement. As to who orchestrated it, the audience listened intently, their pastries set aside. Eagerly anticipating the next segment, Chen Xuan remained unhurried, gradually closing his folding fan before speaking. Today's tale concludes here. He then struck the table with a wooden block, producing a sharp sound. To learn of what follows, tune in next time. Alas, is this truly the end? I yearn to uncover Qing Miao's true identity. And who is Wu Luding? Disappointment filled the air. I traveled from afar, only to hear such a few snippets of the story. Just as it grew intriguing, you choose not to elaborate. One must admit, the brevity is quite exasperating. I am left wondering who crafted the realms of the one grade 4 realms. And I have yet to hear you mention it. The prince encountered so many figures of the Xian. Could it be that martial emperors truly abound in the snow? Are there any forces in today's world as elite as the Northern Liang cavalry? As the audience remained captivated, they were dismayed when Chen Xuan ceased his storytelling. Their frustration palpable. Had circumstances permitted, they would have eagerly compelled him to remain seated for 10 days and nights, sharing his tales. Chapter 16. Chen Xuan's commentary on the elite troops of the world in the bustling inn. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as numerous listeners engaged in heated discussions, their faces flushed with curiosity and doubt, eager for Chen Xuan's elucidation. Observing the growing chaos, Chen Xuan seized his wooden staff and rapped it against the table, commanding silence. Once the crowd settled, he resumed speaking. Please remain calm. I shall address the inquiries regarding the tales from the snowy land in my next storytelling session. However, as a guest has raised a question about the present state of affairs, I must respond candidly. Someone inquired if there exist elite troops akin to the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, and indeed there are. Would you care to hear about them? Please enlighten us. We are all ears. The crowd nodded eagerly, recognizing that although this was not a tale from the book, discussing the affairs of the martial world held its own charm. After all, knowledge of military matters was scarce, and listening to Chen Xuan would surely broaden their horizons. Very well. I shall outline a list of the elite troops in my estimation, and I kindly ask everyone to refrain from disputes to maintain a harmonious atmosphere. Chen Xuan circled the platform before coming to a halt, gently caressing his teacup as he began. The number of elite troops in the world is limited. First, let us speak of our Song dynasty. In terms of elite forces, the Beiwai army stands unrivaled. Formed by General Yu, it consists of the most exceptional soldiers selected from the army, serving as the general's personal guard. Their salaries and rewards far exceed those of regular troops, and their valor is unmatched. Any enemy army they confront crumbles under their might. Dispatching the Beiwai army guarantees a resounding victory. At its zenith, it boasted 8,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry, the most formidable force within the Yu family army. They achieved a decisive victory against Jin Wuzhu at the Battle of Yinqing and, with merely 500 men, vanquished 100,000 Jin soldiers at Juxian town, prompting the enemy to lament. Shaking the mountains is easy, but challenging the Yu family army is not. Next, we turn to the Tang dynasty, our closest neighbor. The Tang Xinyuan army, established by Emperor Li Shimin, is a heavily armored unit. The soldiers don Mingguang armor, and their steeds are equally equipped, displaying astounding combat prowess. In every battle, Li Shimin led from the front, leaving devastation in his wake and routing any enemy that dared to oppose him. In the pivotal Battle of Wulo Pass, 3,000 heavy cavalry defeated 100,000 foes, capturing 50,000. From that moment, the Tang dynasty's foundation was secure, having arrived in the Song dynasty for several days. Yuan Tiangang sat cross-legged in a booth by the corridor, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet his body trembled, a testament to the turmoil within. Frowning, he sipped his drink and sighed softly. Alas, since the death of the late emperor and the ascension of the empress, fearing the might of the Xinyuan army, she has repeatedly weakened it, ultimately disbanding it. Otherwise, mere rebels could have been quelled in mere months. Furthermore, there exists the Ming dynasty's Guaning Iron Cavalry, a cavalry unit akin to the Xinyuan army, heavily armored and nearly impervious to conventional weaponry, with a strength of nearly 10,000. They once triumphed against 13,000 Mongol cavalry with a mere 10,000 remnants under their general's command. This victory deterred foreign invaders from encroaching ever since. Additionally, the Divine Mechanism Camp, directly governed by the Ming Emperor, consists of 5,000 troops equipped with firearms, their lethality unmatched. They played a crucial role in the defense of the imperial capital, wielding advanced weaponry that no one could withstand. Moreover, the Qin Border Iron Cavalry, the Golden Fire Cavalry, commanded by General Meng Tian, guards the frontier. They once led 100,000 cavalry against the Xiongnu, capturing their leader and ensuring decades of peace. With foreign tribes too fearful to encroach, the Hu people have remained silent in their suffering, as outsiders dare not venture south to graze their horses, and soldiers refrain from drawing bows in retaliation. The Zhou Tiger Ben army, the emperor's close guard, is unparalleled in valor, each member selected from the finest of the military, capable of facing multiple foes alone. In these tumultuous times of disunity among the Zhou vassal states, had it not been for the Tiger Ben army, the Zhou dynasty would likely have crumbled by now. Of course, there are others, but time is limited. I shall briefly mention them, such as the Jin armies Guai Zi Ma and Tai Fu Tu, both heavily armored and rumored to be invincible. However, they cannot compare to the Beiwai army. General Jia Xian's Flying Tiger army possesses formidable combat capabilities and tirelessly strives to restore the Song. The Qin Iron Eagle elite, comprising 200,000 newly recruited soldiers, are all strong generals. The Tang Mo Dao army, numbering 3,000, is the bane of cavalry, undefeated in assault. The Zhou vassal states, Zhao's border cavalry, fend off the Hu people, while the Wei Wu troops shake the heavens. The 3,000 Yu soldiers and Qi's combined forces are also noteworthy. The treacherous Qin Hui has harmed our great General Wu Mu. Had it not been for him, the Jin and Liao invaders would have long been expelled, and the Song would have been restored. How could we be in such a humiliating position? It is laughable that the emperor favors treacherous ministers, sacrificing such heroic figures for the sake of his throne. The emperor possesses ample wealth to compensate the Liao and Jin, yet hesitates to fund General Jia Xian's army. It is truly disheartening that General Xin has long resisted the Jin with mere thousands. The majority of the audience hailed from the Song dynasty, and upon hearing of the Beiwai army, their expressions turned sorrowful and filled with rage, for they cherished their homeland dearly, filled with an unwavering patriotism. A minority of foreign guests, however, reacted with admiration for Chun Xian's insights. Those who had previously dismissed him, such as Zilu, now increasingly believed in his ability to discern the hidden truths of the world. In a booth on the second floor, the enigmatic Dongfang Bubi, draped in a crimson robe, her captivating eyes glimmering, pondered deeply after Chen Xian concluded his account of the Ming dynasty's forces. With her chin resting on her left hand, a tempest of thoughts surged within her. It appears that the Ming has never truly engaged with these martial sections. Were they to casually deploy the Guaning Iron Cavalry or the Divine Mechanism Camp, they could sweep through the entire martial world. No wonder Su Xiaomao could trample 6 states with merely the mastery of a grandmaster, suffocating the entire realm under such formidable forces. In the face of such terrifying armies, the sects seem utterly fragile. Fortunately, the Ming's borders are not peaceful. Enough of this. My purpose here is solely to determine how to eliminate Ren Wuxing and take control of the Sun-Moon Holy Cult, unifying the martial world. Matters of the court are of no concern to me. Dongfang Bubi contemplated for a long while, choosing to dismiss further thoughts. All right, everyone, there is no need to dwell on this. The affairs of the Song are beyond our reach as martial practitioners. Chun Xian waved his hand, his expression one of resignation. The current emperor advocates for a period of recuperation, earnestly seeking peace, having long feared the Jin like a wolf or tiger. The restoration of the Song is but a fanciful dream. Moreover, since the passing of Yu Wumu, the treacherous Qin Hui has been rewarded with the title of Duke. Let the emperor be. We cannot change anything. Chun Xian was indifferent, recognizing the corruption within the Song's officialdom, where the policy of peace outweighed that of war. The restoration was merely an illusion. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. After all, they were within the borders of the Song, so close to Linen City. Should the emperor's hawkish watchdog, the royal city inspector, overhear, it would spell disaster. What a delightful gathering we have here, openly criticizing our Song dynasty's emperor and daring to insult the royal city inspector, Lord Qin. Chapter 17. The intervention of Lao Huang and the harvest by Li Bai, as if summoned by thought alone. 2 ranks of members from the Imperial City Guard, clad in pale yellow brocade robes and wielding black-sheathed long swords, flanked the corridor at the entrance. Their imposing presence was led by a figure in a python robe. The audience from the Song dynasty was filled with trepidation. They had been momentarily blinded by fury, yet the Imperial City Guard was notorious for its ruthlessness. Qin Hui, infamous for his cruelty towards loyal subjects, had surrounded himself with corrupt officials, even manipulating the emperor. Local matters were reported solely to the Ministry of Rights, with no issues reaching the emperor himself. Numerous spies from the imperial city guard lurked about, ready to arrest and torment anyone who dared to speak ill or defame. The sudden abundance of innate masters bewildered Chen Xuan. He could not fathom where the Song dynasty had procured such numbers, especially with a grand master at the helm. This individual was Zongwu, a trusted confidant of Qin Hui, dispatched to investigate after Chen Xuan had revealed Murong Fu as a remnant of the former Yin. He had fortuitously overheard the disparaging remarks made by Chen Xuan and others from the martial world about Qin Hui, prompting him to mobilize 100 spies from nearby cities for their capture. Ah, so it is the esteemed officer from the imperial city, Chen Xuan proclaimed, as he descended from the platform with a respectful gesture. Humph, I advise the esteemed guest from foreign lands to depart swiftly and not to linger. Zongwu retorted with a disdainful glance at Chen Xuan. He then commanded, arrest those who dare to speak against Lord Qin. Any who resist shall be executed without mercy. Instantly, the 100 members of the imperial city guard surged forward, brandishing their swords and encircling the assembly of the Song dynasty. What is there to fear? We have the numbers. We shall fight them. Indeed, we shall stand our ground. Some from the martial world bravely declared, emboldened by their numbers, vowing to confront the treacherous officials who had led the nation astray. As fear dissipated, anger ignited, and they glared defiantly, fists clenched. It seemed that matters could not end peacefully today. Those with courage, follow me, Chen Xuan lamented, having lost all hope in the Song court. Ironically, Zhao Guo still believed Qin Hui to be a virtuous minister, yet it appeared that the entire court was now under Qin Hui's control. What do you fear? I am eager to see your methods. Zongwu scoffed, unwilling to destroy the splendid inn. For once he eliminated Chen Xuan, it would belong to him. The martial practitioners present were merely of the late postnatal stage and posed little threat. Anyone attempting to flee would soon be dispatched by the spies waiting outside. With a flick of his fan, Chen Xuan dashed towards the rear mountain, followed closely by Zongwu and his subordinates. Surround him. Upon reaching the rear mountain, a cruel smile spread across Zongwu's face. Yet, cautious of unforeseen circumstances, he ordered his men to advance carefully towards Chen Xuan. After all, he had heard rumors of the renowned Qinglian sword immortal being present. Over 100 innate masters. What a grand display. Wei Zhuang mused, standing by the window, intrigue etched on his face. What a pity that such a handsome young man shall meet his end today, Qi Lian remarked with a seductive smile. Not necessarily. The inn harbors numerous skilled fighters. Just wait and see, Wei Zhuang replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he caressed his shark-toothed sword. Commander, will you not make your move? A slender man with orchid-like fingers, standing beside Yuan Tiangang, inquired respectfully. No rush. Chen Xuan is enigmatic. We shall observe. Yuan Tiangang replied leisurely, sipping his tea. The atmosphere around the inn's rear mountain was thick with tension, yet Chen Xuan displayed no signs of alarm, causing Zongwu to grow increasingly suspicious. Where's the Phoenix Battalion? Chen Xuan bellowed, and soon the sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind. Ningame led the charge, soldiers armed with polearms following closely, dismounting to bow before Chen Xuan. Private army? Are you plotting rebellion? Zongwu barked, feeling a sense of relief. For although these troops were elite, their numbers were insufficient and mostly comprised of postnatal peak soldiers, unable to pose a substantial threat. Chen Xuan cast a teasing glance at Zongwu and addressed Ningame. After the battle, the aftermath will be yours to handle. Lao Huang, do you have confidence? He then turned to a nearby straw pile, where Lao Huang lounged, basking in the sun while sipping yellow wine. Piece of cake, leave it to me. Lao Huang chuckled, rising slowly and brushing off the dust, carefully stowing away his wine. Lao Huang, do take care. Chen Xuan expressed concern for Lao Huang's frail frame. Young master, just watch. These innate little pups are no match for me. Lao Huang's demeanor abruptly shifted, and a long sword flew from its scabbard, hovering beside him. Form the formation. Form the formation. The precision of Lao Huang's control over his internal energy startled Zongwu. Such mastery could only belong to a martial emperor. Cautiously, Zongwu focused intently on Lao Huang. Young master, in the face of overwhelming power, numbers may be futile, Lao Huang remarked with a grin, turning back. All right, Lao Huang, be serious, Chen Xuan urged, his expression darkening as Zongwu's formation intensified, rising to confront Lao Huang. First sword, dragon, and serpent, Lao Huang whispered, and a tempest arose, swirling dust around them. Second sword, twin lotus. An ancient and heavy sword in tint enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Third sword, three Jin. The sound of swords resonated, brilliance exploding as countless sword lights wove a net across the sky. In Emperor's palm, Zhang Wuji hastily channeled his energy, coalescing the formation's true qi around himself, exuding an aura of malevolence and chill as it surged forth. The spies coordinated effectively, managing to evade the immediate destruction by the sword qi. Yet the formation was already in disarray. As three swords returned to their scabbard, Lao Huang shook his head, took a swig of wine, and reclined on the ground once more. Zhang Wuji spat a mouthful of blood, grievously wounded, feeling as though he might crumble. He could not fathom that a martial emperor was stationed within the inn, and instead of the feared Qinglian sword immortal, a gap-toothed martial emperor emerged. Zhang Wuji drew his sword, infusing it with internal energy, launching into the sky to signal for reinforcements. Soon, another wave of spies flooded in. Without Chen Xuan needing to issue commands, the Phoenix Battalion's cavalry surged forward to engage in battle. "Brotherly, it is your turn," Chen Xuan called out loudly. "Here we go." Li Bai, exasperated, had just intended to rest when summoned by Chen Xuan. With a graceful motion, he leaped down from a tree, fingers gliding over the sword's blade as he tilted his head to sip his wine. 10 steps, 1 kill, 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. Those present were unable to perceive Li Bai's form. A fleeting shadow passed by. The sword tip traced a half circle, and a flash of sword qi appeared, leaving a crimson line across Zhang Wuji's neck as he collapsed to the ground. "Having resolved the matter, I shall depart, concealing my merit and name." Li Bai tossed the star sword into the air, its blade vibrating violently, unleashing a flurry of sword qi that shot forth in all directions. Chapter 18. Chun Xian reviews the hidden sects. The tale of Lin Xiaoying and Wang Chongyang. The atmosphere was charged with the violent energy of swordsmanship. As shadowy figures engaged in fierce combat, unable to withstand the onslaught, in an instant, casualties mounted. Fortunately, Li Bai intervened just in time. And while some soldiers from the Fengzi camp sustained severe injuries and a few horses perished, the situation was salvaged. Ningame escorted the wounded brethren back for healing, while the remainder began to clear the battlefield. With a decisive command from Chen Xuan, he stepped into the hall, the immediate danger averted. However, should the Imperial City Division take notice, the next visitors would undoubtedly be the elite guards of the Imperial City. What was I so afraid of? How foolish of me, Chun Xian mused. The moment the old yellow sword was drawn, it pierced the heavens, a strike akin to that of an emperor of martial arts. Even 1,000 innate experts would be of no consequence. Shaking his head, he dismissed the troubling thoughts and regarded Old Yellow with increasing satisfaction, calling out to the haystack, "Old Yellow, tomorrow I shall procure for you the finest yellow wine in the world." In response, Old Yellow merely rolled over, pouting slightly, though a smile graced his face. After the battle's conclusion, the inn erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Most guests had not ventured far, having felt the overwhelming sword intent, and many had congregated on the back mountain to witness the spectacle. Incredible! It seems the tales spoken by the gentleman are indeed true. This Old Yellow appears even more formidable than described in the books. Moreover, the 100 soldiers of the Fengzi camp were clearly there to thwart the red armored forces. Could it be that these were not mere adaptations of real-life events? Unbelievable! Could the gentleman possibly be a prince from some distant kingdom? And that elderly servant accompanying him is none other than the martial emperor. To their astonishment, the Qinglian sword immortal was indeed present. Now, as the crowd gazed at Chen Xuan, their expressions were filled with reverence, fully aware of his extraordinary status and background. This is becoming increasingly interesting. A sword emperor's adeptness serving as a retainer, and the Qinglian sword immortal as a protector. Wei Zhuang's interest was piqued, and his shark-like teeth began to resonate with his inner excitement. "My lord, these two could certainly serve as your rivals, could they not?" Qi Lian remarked with a smile. "With your strength, I doubt you fear Li Bai, do you? If combined with Gainya, even Old Yellow could emerge victorious." Naive. Wei Zhuang cast a sidelong glance at Qi Lian, his tone grave. If Old Yellow truly hails from the realm of snow and ice, then with a single strike of Sword 9, even 10 dual swords from Gigu could not stand a chance. Qi Lian was momentarily taken aback, comprehension dawning upon her. A strike from an emperor of martial arts. Who would dare to challenge such brilliance? "My lord, that old man is incredibly cool," I absolutely adore him, Xuan exclaimed, twisting slightly in delight. I truly misjudged this situation by bringing him along. Yuan Tiangong's lips twitched, a chill coursing through him. I do not possess absolute confidence in besting him. Should he wield Sword 9, my utmost effort would yield at best a 50-50 chance. Xuan was utterly stunned. Yuan Tiangong possessed at least a century of internal strength, having followed Li Yuan since the latter's days as a Duke of the Tang, sustaining himself through a longevity pill. The fact that even the commander did not dare claim certain victory illustrated just how fearsome Old Yellow's prowess was. Who would have thought such a strong figure could be found in a Mirin? 3 swords had vanquished over 108 masters, and a grandmaster lay grievously wounded? Dongfang Bubi's expression was one of terror. Had she been present, even that envoy from the imperial city might not have triumphed. The more she pondered, the more unfathomable Chen Xuan appeared. It was perplexing why such masters would willingly serve him. Chen Xuan leaped onto the high platform, the murmurs of the audience gradually subsiding. With a gentle flick of his folding fan, he sipped his tea, settling comfortably into his chair. Esteemed guests, a minor incident occurred just now. Henceforth, let us refrain from discussing politics in this place. Now, allow me to share a few thoughts on the hidden sects of our great Song dynasty. Have any of you heard of the ancient tomb sect? The audience collectively shook their heads, expressions filled with confusion. The ancient tomb sect was entirely unfamiliar to them. Perhaps due to its ancient origins and the sect's members never having revealed themselves within the martial world, most were unaware of its existence. Seeing the audience's perplexity, Chen Xuan began to elaborate. We must travel back many years to the foremost of the 5 absolutes, Wang Chongyang. Surely, you all know of him? Of course. He is the founder of the Qiuanjin sect, came the enthusiastic response. His accomplishments are unparalleled, the very pinnacle of the Zongwu of our Song dynasty. Could it be that he has a connection to this ancient tomb sect? The tale begins with the Qiuanjin master, Wang Chongyang, who was born during the twilight years of the Song dynasty. Not long after his birth, the Jin army descended southward. At that time, Wang Chongyang was in his prime, unable to bear the chaos of war, and he raised the banner of righteousness. For years, he battled against the Jin forces in a bid to restore the Song dynasty, establishing a large granary at the foot of Mount Zhongnan to stockpile supplies and provisions for the war, to prevent those with ulterior motives from discovering it. He disguised it as an ancient tomb, replete with myriad traps. Without long-term residency, one could easily become lost. Regrettably, the Jin army proved too formidable, and with the Song dynasty's preference for civil over military matters, the troops were poorly equipped and their combat effectiveness diminished, leading to continuous defeats. Ultimately, the righteous army suffered a devastating loss, and seeing no hope for restoration, Wang Chongyang, in deep sorrow and indignation, retreated into seclusion, dubbing the place the Tomb of the Living Dead. I see. So this is the origin of the ancient tomb sect, a guest interjected. Indeed. The predecessor of the ancient tomb sect is indeed this Tomb of the Living Dead, Chen Xuan replied, taking a sip of tea, unfazed by the revelation. But Wang Chongyang is the Qiuanjin master. How could he possibly be linked to the ancient tomb sect? Someone questioned, perplexed. Are you not stating the obvious? The gentleman's words surely carry weight. A robust individual shot a glare at the questioner. Chen Xuan shook his head and continued, at that time, Wang Chongyang had a fiery temperament and was fiercely independent. He named it the Tomb of the Living Dead to signify that he lived on, refusing to share the heavens with the Jin. Alas, the establishment of the ancient tomb sect arose from a remarkable woman, and during that period, a tragic event transpired, one that still evokes deep sorrow even now. Chen Xuan lamented, sighing heavily. What happened? Please, sir, do tell. The audience urged, their interest piqued. Who could it be that invoked such regret from the gentleman? The crowd leaned in with anticipation, eager to hear Chen Xuan's tale. With an air of calm, Chen Xuan lightly tapped his teacup, letting out a gentle breath before savoring another sip. Good sir, we can hardly contain ourselves. The audience's fists clenched, their impatience palpable, wishing to rush forth and compel Chen Xuan to continue. Savoring their reaction, Chen Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Such emotional engagement would surely yield great rewards. This remarkable woman was none other than Lin Chaoying, a master of unparalleled martial arts, a beauty transcending the mundane, who roamed the Zongwu. Many spoke of Wang Chongyang, and her heart, tied to the fate of her nation, could not bear to witness the suffering of the common folk. Thus, she became an extraordinary hero. As time went on, Her admiration for Wang Chongyang blossomed into something deeper. However, her proud nature would not allow her to yield easily. Driven by her ambitions, she sought out Wang Chongyang, requesting a duel to measure their abilities. Yet Wang Chongyang, disheartened, refused to take a single step outside. Chapter 19. The final defeat of Lin Qiaoying and the secrets of the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Qiaoying, in her fervent provocations, clashed with Wang Chongyang, who, pushed to his limits, finally emerged from the ancient tomb. Their confrontation resulted in a stalemate, lasting several days and nights, with neither able to gain the upper hand. From that moment onward, the two ventured into the martial world together, developing feelings for one another. Lin Qiaoying harbored deep affection for Wang Chongyang, and their constant quarrels were merely a means for her to draw closer to him. The audience, captivated, pondered the unexpected reality that someone of Wang Chongyang's caliber could not conquer Lin Qiaoying. Both were filled with enthusiasm, yearning for union. However, Wang Chongyang remained burdened by his responsibilities to his country, feeling unable to indulge in romantic pursuits while the territories of the Song dynasty remained unreclaimed. He feigned ignorance to distance himself from her affections. Misunderstanding his intentions, Lin Qiaoying felt resentment, which ultimately turned to animosity. They agreed to duel on Zhongnan Mountain. Wang Chongyang, feeling guilty, held back, resulting in another tie. Consequently, Lin Qiaoying devised a wager. Whoever could carve their name into the stone wall would be deemed the victor. Should she win, Wang Chongyang would either stay by her side or become a monk. Aware of his limitations, Wang Chongyang was astonished when Lin Qiaoying succeeded in etching her name 3 inches deep into the stone. Yet, his pride would not allow him to accept defeat at the hands of a woman, and he resolutely refused to become a monk. Thus, he vacated the ancient tomb and established a Taoist temple nearby, which became the foundation of the Qiuanjin sect. Lin Qiaoying, proud in her own right, refused to remain in his shadow. The ancient tomb became the sanctuary of the Dugu sect, where Lin Qiaoying resided for the rest of her life. Forever cherishing Wang Chongyang's letters and the jade bed he gifted her, along with her dowry, never to be seen again, leaving her to die in melancholy. Having missed the chance to participate in the famed Huashan sword debate. What a tragic fate for two destined souls, who, due to their pride, could not share a lifetime together. Chen Xuan fell into a prolonged silence, staring intently at his teacup. Lin Qiaoying was truly an extraordinary talent. Even Wang Chongyang was unable to best her. Rumor had it that her beauty was unparalleled, ethereal, a true embodiment of grace and elegance. Alas, love is indeed the hardest bond to sever. Why must two individuals so deeply in love remain apart? The crowd sighed in unison, their imaginations conjuring a vivid image of Lin Qiaoying in her wedding gown, radiant with joy, nestled beside Wang Chongyang, eyes filled with longing. In her final moments, she clutched his letter tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking her garments, never to see her beloved again. Within the private chamber, Shimin Shui furrowed his brow, drowning his sorrows in wine, a hint of nostalgia and sorrow shadowing his expression. "Are you missing her?" Lu Xiaofeng inquired with a chuckle. Shimin Shui remained silent, tilting his head back to drink. "Then why not seek her out?" he pressed. Shimin Shui shook his head. "Do you truly intend to dedicate your life solely to the sword?" Lu Xiaofeng struggled to comprehend why one would forsake love for the path of the blade. "The unfeeling sword path. I do not wish to let her down." Shimin Shui's voice rose, memories of Sun Xiuqing flooding his mind, making it difficult to grip his sword. "I'll drink with you," Lu Xiaofeng declared, snatching the wine jar and downing it in one go. Chun Xian returned to the present, gently fanning himself, stating, "Do not presume that with Lin Qiaoying's passing, the Dugu sect has fallen into obscurity." Lin Qiaoying created a unique martial art known as the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. After years of diligent study, this technique is truly formidable. Designed specifically to counter the Qiuanjin sect, though it remains largely unknown in the martial world. As soon as Chun Xian finished speaking, someone inquired, "If this martial art is so powerful, why is there no successor wandering the Jianghu?" The sect's rules are stringent. It only accepts female disciples, and they can never leave the ancient tomb unless a man is willing to sacrifice his life for them, Chen Xuan explained. "However, I dare say that within 30 years, a pair of heroic figures from the Dugu sect will rise in the Song dynasty's Jianghu. Do you believe it or not?" The audience was taken aback, yet none dared to trust predictions of the future, deeming it far-fetched. "We shall wait and see," Chen Xuan concluded, unconcerned with their disbelief. Humph! How dare Chen Xuan speak so boldly? Does he believe himself to be a deity, predicting 30 years into the future? Preposterous. Chen Xuan scoffed, her delicate fingers tapping disdainfully. Yet Chen Xuan is shrouded in mystery. When I last attempted to deduce his fate, I nearly faced a backlash. His ability to unravel celestial secrets may surpass mine, suggesting he could be onto something. Yuan Tiangang remarked gravely. 30 years is but a fleeting moment. In time, the truth will reveal itself. It is premature to draw conclusions now, he concluded. Regardless, I refuse to believe that mere good looks grant one the right to spout nonsense. But truly, he is quite handsome, Chen Xuan added with a dreamy gaze fixed on Chen Xuan. Silence. Yuan Tiangang snapped, shooting her a fierce glare, prompting her to quiet down, though her eyes still glimmered with yearning. If Lin Qiaoying had never crossed paths with Wang Chongyang, her prowess could have established her own sect, overshadowing the Chuanjian sect. Would she have spent her life alone in the ancient tomb? Dongfang Bubi lamented, resolving to not be shackled by love any longer and to strive for leadership, ensuring the Sun and Moon sect would reign supreme. On stage, Chen Xuan cleared his throat and proclaimed, ultimately, a crimson gown bears the weight of unending regret. This tale of Wang Chongyang and Lin Qiaoying, along with the establishment of the Gumu sect, draws to a close. Next, I shall regale you with the tale of the Xiaoyao sect. At this, the audience erupted in excitement, suddenly recalling the tales of the Xiaoyao that circulated through various realms. The air seemed to resonate with an ethereal voice, ascending with the winds for 90,000 miles. Those who ride the June breezes, riding the essence of heaven and earth, mastering the 6 energies of nature. Then, a guest's eyes widened, a spark of realization igniting within him as he exclaimed, could the Xiaoyao sect be related to Zhuangzi? What are you thinking? Do you know how distant Zhuangzi is from our Song dynasty? Spare us your impractical musings. If it truly were the case, I would sooner believe the world is round. Enough of this nonsense. The heavens are round and the earth is square, understand? Quiet down and listen to the master. Chen Xuan's lips twitched. He nearly shouted that the earth is round, but restrained himself. Observing the audience's commotion, he found it amusing, gently tapping the teacup's lid as he took a sip. After a moment, the inn fell silent once more. Chapter 20. The immortal Xianyuozi and the supreme self-respecting technique Ahem. Chen Xuan cleared his throat. The guest was correct. The Xianyao sect indeed has ties to Zhuangzi. Allow me to elaborate. The lineage and martial arts foundation of the Xianyao sect are profoundly influenced by Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering, which laid the groundwork for the future establishment of the sect. Furthermore, the sect's leader shares a common origin with him, both being practitioners of Taoism. The audience below was astounded. The mere existence of a single text, free and easy wandering, could give rise to an entire sect. What extraordinary vision that entails. The Xianyao sect, although conducting its affairs with an air of nonchalance and remaining obscure in the martial world, possesses a lineage with its headquarters located at the Lingjiu Palace in the Tianshan Mountains, currently overseen by the sect's eldest disciple, Wu Xingyun, known in the martial world as the Tianshan Child Empress. Upon hearing about the Lingjiu Palace in the Tianshan Child Empress, the audience from the Song dynasty suddenly understood. After all, the ability to command numerous martial forces with just a single technique, the life and death talisman, speaks volumes of its formidable reputation. The founder of the Xianyao sect, known as Xianyuozi, is a figure of profound mystery, having delved into the essence of creation and sought the Taoist ideal of freedom. His whereabouts remain a mystery, leading to rumors of his demise. In a private box on the 2nd floor, a girl around 8 or 9 years old, who had been captivated by the tale, suddenly froze at Chen Xuan's words, exclaiming, "How can this be? My master is still alive." Regrettably, Chen Xuan was unaware of her master's current situation. I must ask him once Chen Xuan finishes speaking. Chen Xuan glanced at the audience and continued, Xianyuozi, having studied free and easy wandering, comprehended countless martial arts techniques, all of which are first-rate to unparalleled. If you can grasp them, congratulations, you shall be the next grandmaster. The sect's ultimate internal skill, the Beiming divine art, was derived from the opening line of free and easy wandering. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to absorb internal energy from all parts of their body, rendering them invulnerable to poisons and capable of harmonizing all martial arts, making any strike nearly impossible to withstand. The ultimate lightness skill, Lingbo Weibu, is based on the principles of the I Ching and requires specific movements according to designated hexagrams, making it difficult for others to perceive the practitioner's figure. Other techniques include the Tianshan Six-Yang Palm, Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, the White Rainbow Palm Technique, the Life and Death Talisman, Soul-Searching Transmission Technique, the Supreme Self-Respecting Technique, and the Lesser Formless Technique, among others, truly deserving of the title of Divine Mastery. Having created such extraordinary arts, I choose the Beiming Divine Art. What about you? I would undoubtedly select the Supreme Self-Respecting Technique. The name alone is incredibly imposing. Yet, the Life and Death Talisman is superior, capable of controlling so many martial masters. You all think you can choose. Save your breath. You won't be able to master such divine skills in this lifetime. Chen Xuan chuckled softly. Indeed, Xianyuozi was astonishingly extraordinary, having independently established 8 supreme techniques, and the crowd's excitement was entirely warranted. He then hushed the audience. Please, everyone, calm down. What I have shared is merely a fraction of Xianyuozi's wonders. There is much more to come. The Xianyao sect encompasses various disciplines including medicine, astrology, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, mechanics, trade, agriculture, winemaking, singing, riddle solving, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, mysterious arts, agricultural water management, economic and military strategies, mastering all and excelling in none. Moreover, that discerning individual earlier truly chose the finest martial art. Chen Xuan pointed to a guest near the corridor, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, the supreme self-respecting technique sounds overwhelmingly powerful. The guest replied with a grin. Absolutely. This technique is known as the supreme self-respecting technique. Formally titled the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Supreme Self-Respecting Technique, also referred to as the Eternal and Ageless Spring Technique. The origin of this name is from the Tao Te Ching of the Taoist leader Laozi. After a moment of contemplation, Zi Lu murmured, could Xianyuozi be a Taoist? Perhaps he is a disciple of my master's old friend Zhuangzhou, though I have never heard of him. He resolved to inquire with his master upon returning. The audience below remained fervent. The notion of immortality was exceedingly alluring. If one could truly attain eternal life, it would surely incite a storm of chaos. Someone immediately inquired, Sir, is it possible to achieve immortality? Chen Xuan waved his fan and continued, Patience, my friends. Allow me to finish my discourse. This technique, nay, this divine art, possesses not only boundless power and strength, but also the most miraculous effect, immortality. At this proclamation, the audience erupted into fervor, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Could it truly be possible to attain immortality? Was the legend of Su Fu from the Qin dynasty seeking the elixir of life real? Surely, Xianyuozi could not be an ordinary mortal, capable of creating such a method for eternal life. I wish to join the Xianyao sect today, seeking immortality. Please, great master, accept me. No, you must be joking. Yuan Tiangang could only smile wryly, fully aware of the price of immortality. When he concocted the elixir of life for Li Yuan, the resulting potion left him horrendously disfigured, forcing him to wear a mask for the rest of his life, while Li Yuan never consumed it until his death. Yuan Tiangang, having achieved immortality, felt little interest, yet he remained eager to hear Chen Xuan discuss the cost of eternal life. Ladies and gentlemen, the pursuit of immortality demands a price. I will now discuss the drawbacks, Chen Xuan remarked, glancing at the audience before continuing. To practice this martial art, one must first cultivate a supreme internal skill as a foundation, such as the Beiming divine art of the Xianyao sect. The greatest drawback is that every 30 years, one must undergo a rebirth, losing all their powers and requiring a complete reset of their training. Each day of practice equates to a year of power, and should an enemy come during this period of vulnerability, Chen Xuan hesitated, a sigh of regret crossing his face. Could it be that one must perform self-castration? The audience below fell silent in shock. Not at all. Rather, one must consume living blood at noon each day to cultivate their powers, which is why Wu Xingyun refers to herself as the Tianshan Child Empress. Chen Xuan smiled, not intending to tease the audience. Only then did the audience breathe a sigh of relief. In comparison to self-castration, losing one's powers and consuming blood seemed far more acceptable. Yuan Tiangang chuckled lightly. Everything was as he had anticipated. He felt no regret for consuming the elixir of life, for what did it matter if he became disfigured? It was far better than losing his powers and having to start anew. This martial art, however, could be offered to the empress once the matter was resolved. He would storm the Lingzhou palace and demand the secret to the art of eternal life. He still had one elixir remaining, but the empress was reluctant to consume it. Yuan Tiangang, loyal to the Tang dynasty, fervently wished for the empress to attain immortality, believing it essential for the everlasting prosperity of the Tang. Chapter 21. The Past of the Xiaoyao Sect, a gathering of heroes before you entertain thoughts of becoming my disciples. I must inform you that the Xiaoyao sect is exceedingly selective in its recruitment, with stringent requirements, Chen Xuan declared, his hands gesturing for calm from the audience. The onlookers were wholly engrossed, their gazes fixed upon Chen. To date, the Xiaoyao sect has only had 2 generations of disciples. The first generation comprises the illustrious Wu Xingyun, also known as the Tianshan child, alongside Wu Yazi and Li Qiubai. The second generation includes Su Xinghe and Ding Chuanxiu. However, Ding Chuanxiu betrayed his master and ancestors, casting Wu Yazi into a ravine, leaving him crippled, before fleeing to the western regions to establish the Xingxiu sect, arrogantly proclaiming himself the Star Sovereign. As you can see, the Xiaoyao sect has only accepted 5 disciples, highlighting the formidable challenge of seeking apprenticeship here. The first requirement is a solid foundation in martial arts and a certain degree of innate talent. The second requirement pertains to appearance, while breathtaking beauty is not a necessity. One must possess well-defined features and a pleasing countenance. The third requirement demands clarity of mind, intelligence, and exceptional aptitude. A review of all disciples reveals that they typically meet these criteria. While the first requirement may be manageable, the second and third will undoubtedly disqualify a significant number of hopefuls. The enthusiasm of the crowd swiftly diminished, their prior excitement extinguished. Yet, a portion remained undeterred, intent on attempting their fortune after hearing Chen Xuan's words. My intention is not to dishearten you. I share this merely to encourage serious contemplation, lest the desire for immortality cloud your judgment. There exists, however, a fourth condition, should any of you succeed in deciphering the intricacies of the exquisite chess game set by Wu Yazi. You shall gain entry into the sect and inherit Wu Yazi's lifelong internal skills, instantly elevating you to the status of a grandmaster, poised to become the next sect leader. Sir, I have a question. Given Tianshan child's formidable prowess, how could Wu Yazi possibly fall victim to a surprise attack from Ding Chuanxiu? Someone in the audience inquired. A look of confusion etched on their face. This situation is entangled in many complexities. In this world, amidst myriad affections, it is love that inflicts the deepest wounds. The martial world is inescapably intertwined with matters of the heart, Chen Xuan lamented. Wu Yazi, in his youth, was strikingly handsome, a visage like that of a jade crown, effortlessly capturing the hearts of both Wu Xingyun and Li Songhai. The two vied for Wu Yazi's affection throughout their lives, unaware that Wu Yazi's true affection lay with Li Qiushui's sister, Li Songhai, due to their striking resemblance. Wu Yazi once shared a deep love with Li Qiushui, and together they had a daughter, aspiring to forge a novel martial art. One day, Wu Yazi stumbled upon a piece of exquisite jade and sculpted a statue in the likeness of Li Qiushui. He became so entranced by this statue that he would gaze at it day after day, oblivious to the fact that he had merely replaced Li Qiushui in his heart. The bond among the three, once akin to siblings, became fractured by love, turning them into bitter enemies. In a fit of vengeance, Li Qiushui, seeking to retaliate against Wu Yazi, embarked on an affair with his disciple, Ding Chuanxiu. When their liaison was discovered, in a fit of rage, they conspired to cast him into a ravine, ultimately fleeing to the western Xia, where Li Qiushui became a royal consort. It all makes sense now. How could Ding Chuanxiu alone possess such prowess without Li Qiushui's assistance? Wu Yazi truly ought to have disclosed the truth sooner. His irresponsibility led to the tragic infighting among comrades, culminating in his own downfall. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this revelation, realizing the chaotic nature of the sect. Regarding Wu Xingyun's self-identification as the Tianshan child, are you aware of the story behind it? Chen Xuan inquired, gently fanning himself with his folding fan. Upon seeing the audience shake their heads, he elaborated. Wu Xingyun mastered the unique supremacy technique, dedicating herself to daily practice. During a moment of meditation, she was ambushed by Li Qiushui, resulting in her physique being forever trapped in the form of a 9-year-old girl. It is indeed a lamentable tale. Wu Xingyun believed Wu Yazi's affections were directed towards Li Qiushui, while the opposite was true, leading to a relentless struggle between them, each wishing for the other's demise. How could this be? How could my junior brother fall for a junior sister? Wu Xingyun seethed with anger at the mention of Li Qiushui, wishing to consume her flesh and drink her blood. However, upon learning the truth from Chen Xuan, her fury gave way to regret, and she found herself shedding tears. That will conclude today's storytelling, Chen Xuan announced, rising and striking the table with his wooden staff. To discover what transpires next, I invite you to return in 5 days. With that, he bowed gracefully, folding his fan. The listeners departed the inn, each lost in contemplation. Ding! A system notification chimed, summarizing. In this session, the tale of the sword god Li Chungang and the sword immortal generated immense enthusiasm among the audience, revealing the hidden histories of the ancient Tomb sect and the Xiaoyao sect, earning an emotional value of 80,000. I shall save this for later. Perhaps to draw 10 blue treasure chests, Chen Xuan mused as he descended the platform, contemplating a delay in his lottery. Stretching his waist and loosening his muscles, he intended to retreat to his quarters for rest. Suddenly, several powerful presences surged forth. Li Bai's expression turned grave, and he unsheathed his star sword, while Lao Huang swiftly positioned himself beside Chen Xuan. In unison, Yuan Tiangang, Wei Zhuang, and others leaped down, exuding formidable energy. Chen Xuan stood frozen, bewildered, as an aura reminiscent of a martial emperor enveloped him. The remaining 5 presences were all at the peak of mastery, with one barely entering the martial emperor realm. Newly initiated into mastery, Chen Xuan trembled as he found himself encircled by 7 formidable figures. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands in greeting. Might I inquire what brings you here? My humble establishment operates on a modest scale. Your presence complicates matters significantly. Realizing their oversight, the group stepped aside, allowing Chen Xuan to take a seat and scrutinize them. His gaze was immediately drawn to a figure clad in a crimson robe. Could this be the invincible East? Is she here to inquire about her sister's whereabouts? Aside from Zilu, whose identity eluded him, he recognized the others effortlessly. Just as he was about to speak, Li Bai approached, playfully patting Yuan Tiangong's shoulder, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Ah, old Yuan, what command has the Empress bestowed upon you this time? Come, let us converse properly, Yuan Tiangang replied, displaying a resigned expression. Su Guanyun was unfazed. She was well accustomed to Li Bai's irreverence. Knowing that he shared a close rapport with the general, both held in mutual admiration by Li Chungang. Chen Xuan was taken aback, never having anticipated this turn of events. Without overthinking, he gestured to the adjacent chair. Ladies first, please, Master Dongfang. The others remained indifferent, for Invincible East had yet to claim her title, her renown still burgeoning. Chapter 22. Chen Xuan informs Yilin of her whereabouts. Zilu presents Luan Yu upon hearing the words. Dongfang Bubi felt a sudden restraint. The man before him possessed eyes that sparkled like the stars and a countenance as refined as jade, exuding an ethereal charm. Initially overlooked, now sitting close, he appeared strikingly impressive. It seemed that being exceedingly handsome could indeed be a source of vexation. Chen Xuan mused to himself. What did you say? Dongfang Bubi inquired, his expression one of confusion. Nothing of significance, just a cough. I meant to ask if you seek information regarding your sister's whereabouts? Chen Xuan hastily replied, shaking his head and clearing his throat. Dongfang Bubi was momentarily taken aback, joy illuminating his face. He nodded, realizing that amidst his recent contemplation on how to thwart Ren Wuxing, he had inadvertently neglected thoughts of his sister. I happen to know this matter well. Your true name is Dongfang Bai. In your youth, you were beset by bandits, fleeing with your sister, whom you hid away in safety, intending to draw the bandits away from her. Ultimately, you were rescued by a formidable figure, Chen Xuan elaborated, fanning himself with a folding fan. Unbeknownst to you, your sister has gone missing. You resolutely resolved to cultivate martial arts to protect those dear to you, eventually joining Haimuya and studying the Sunflower Manual. Now, you have attained remarkable prowess, am I correct? Initially skeptical of Chen Xuan's worldly knowledge, Dongfang Bubi was now completely convinced, astonished by how well Chen Xuan understood his origins. Where is my sister now? Dongfang Bubi's exquisite face was tinged with urgency. After years of searching, a glimmer of hope had finally emerged, filling him with both excitement and anxiety. Rest easy, your sister is living quite well, Chen Xuan reassured him. After becoming separated from you, she was taken in as a disciple by the esteemed Master Ding Yi of the Hengshan School, and she was given the Dharma name, Yilin. Her master is fiercely protective and ensures that no one dares to bully her. However, she has recently encountered a bit of trouble. What trouble? Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened, his earlier relief dissipating into heightened tension. Fear not, it is not a grave issue. It concerns Tian Buoguang, a notorious figure within the Mingjiang realm. He has been persistently pursuing your sister, yet, as of now, she remains unharmed, Chen Xuan explained, his disdain for Tian Buoguang evident. How dare he bully my sister? He seeks death. Dongfang Bubi's gaze turned icy, a tempest of fury swirling within him. Chen Xuan shared a similar contempt for Tian Buoguang, wishing for his swift demise to restore peace. Thank you. I shall return immediately to deal with Tian Buoguang. Dongfang Bubi expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, his concern for his sister outweighing his position as the leader. Truly decisive, Chen Xuan remarked, then shifted his attention to the figure of Zi Lu seated across from him. Without a doubt, this sword fanatic was here to challenge Li Bai, while Lu Xiaofeng likely had come merely to spectate. Chen Xuan shook his folding fan, poured a pot of tea, and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" With a loud thud, Zi Lu placed 2 swords on the table, the sound startling Chen Xuan, who worried for the table's integrity. The swords bore the characters for Ren and Da, and Chen Xuan immediately recognized them as Confucius swords, realizing he was in the presence of a disciple of Confucius. Gazing intently at Zi Lu, with his fierce demeanor and well-built physique, Chen Xuan asked, "You are Zi Lu, are you not?" Being the most combative disciple of Confucius, his fierce gaze was unmistakable, even if Chen Xuan had never seen it before. "By my master's command, I have come to pay my respects to you," Zi Lu stated solemnly. "Speak plainly," Chen Xuan replied, pushing the teacup towards him. Zi Lu unleashed his internal energy, raising a barrier that separated their seating from the outside world, then spoke. "I have heard that you possess extensive knowledge of worldly matters. I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of the 9 tripods of the Great Zhou." Chen Xuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Great Zhou dynasty existed during the late Warring States period and, according to history, should have sunk into the Sea River. However, he was uncertain how this world would differ. Recalling his system, he communicated with it. "System, do you have any information on this?" "Host, this system knows all. However, the Great Zhou dynasty is fundamentally different from the other 4 dynasties, and thus requires a payment of 30,000 emotional points," the system replied. "Why not just seize it?" Chen Xuan mentally cursed, yet for the sake of securing a larger audience in the future, he acquiesced. Though perplexed, he could not grasp the meaning of the system's statement regarding the fundamental differences, but he refrained from asking further, aware of the emotional cost. Ding. Emotional points successfully deducted. Ding. Observing the Great Zhou dynasty, I will soon provide an answer to the host. 2 notifications reassured Chen Xuan, who feigned a serious demeanor. Allow me to calculate. Ding. The location of the 9 tripods has been determined. The system's voice echoed in Chen Xuan's mind as he closed his eyes, and after a considerable time, he opened them to address Zi Lu. "I have discerned the whereabouts of the 9 tripods. Listen closely as I elaborate." The Great Zhou dynasty faced upheaval, leading to the rise of numerous lords, forcing the Zhou emperor to abandon the tripods and flee. They subsequently scattered, concealing the secret of the martial emperor within. Am I correct? Though Zi Lu had somewhat anticipated this, he was still taken aback by Chen Xuan's revelations, his focus sharpening as he adopted a serious expression. Currently, 2 tripods are submerged in the Sea River of Yongzhou and Yuzhou, while 2 others lie in the Miluo River of Qingzhou and Jingzhou. The remaining 5 tripods are scattered among the 5 mountains, Chen Xuan continued. How can we search among the rivers and seas? The remaining 5 tripods might only assist my master and Master Lier in breaking through to the martial emperor level, Zi Lu thought, bitterly smiling. Nonetheless, he rose to bow to Chen Xuan, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for revealing the location of the 9 tripods. I must hasten back to report to my master." He then produced a book titled Luanyu and handed it to Chen Xuan. "My master specifically instructed me that if you revealed the location of the 9 tripods, I was to present you with his lifelong teachings." The book contains military strategies from various sages and training methods of elite troops from different states, along with annotations from Master Lier. It is filled with profound wisdom. After speaking, he sheathed his swords and dashed out of the inn. Chen Xuan watched Zi Lu depart, glancing through the book, and was taken aback by the opening sentence. To learn and to practice regularly leads to the perfection of the martial emperor. His curiosity piqued. He continued reading. 100 can achieve greatness, rivaling tens of thousands of elite troops. Further down, he found Laozi's annotations. Each chapter conceals unparalleled military strategies. Understanding them will elevate one to the level of a supreme commander. Chen Xuan carefully tucked the book away, silently exclaiming, 666. On the third floor of the inn, Yuan Tiangang learned that Li Bai had been won over by Chen Xuan with a sword and could not help but mock him, examining the sword closely. Unable to look away as a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Chapter 23. The Crisis of the Tang Dynasty. Yuan Tiangang, a man of extensive knowledge and experience, firmly asserted, this sword cannot possibly originate from the mortal realm. He delicately touched the blade, sensing an icy chill that penetrated to his core, accompanied by an unsettling pull on his very soul. Alarmingly, despite his skin remaining unbroken, blood had already dripped onto the sword's surface. If my conjecture is correct, this is a divine sword. If fully unsealed, it could slay even a war god. Alas, it is a sword that has met its demise. Shaking his head, Yuan Tiangang passed it to Li Bai and then descended the staircase. Increasingly convinced that Chen Xuan did not belong to this world, he raised his gaze toward the sky, which seemed to be obscured by a barrier, quickening his pace. Chen Xuan, observing the approaching Yuan Tiangang, softly inquired, "What? Is there anything in this world that you, Yuan Tiangang, cannot resolve?" Until one reaches the martial emperor level, one ultimately cannot transcend the realm of mortals, Yuan Tiangang sighed. He then shifted the topic, stating, "After all, as a mortal, there are always matters beyond resolution. Would you not agree, outsiders?" As Chen Xuan sipped his tea, he inadvertently spat it out upon hearing the latter part of Yuan Tiangang's statement, his heart racing with heightened vigilance. Is it not possible to have old Huang eliminate him with a sword strike? No, if he cannot defeat me, he shall not perish. Observing Chen Xuan's reaction, Yuan Tiangang grew increasingly confident in his suspicions. "I was merely jesting, my lord. Do not take it to heart." Yuan Tiangang chuckled, though the sound emanating from his throat was unsettling. Chen Xuan exhaled in relief, maintaining a calm demeanor as he lightly replied, "I am but a humble mortal, unfamiliar with the grand matters you speak of. You are too modest, my lord. I have come at the behest of the empress. It is inconvenient to discuss matters here. Please follow me," Yuan Tiangang stated. The three men settled in a private room, where Li Bai wore a solemn expression, enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. Yuan Tiangang first bowed to Chen Xuan, saying, "My lord, our Tang dynasty is currently facing rebellion at the borders. The empress has been forced to relocate, and the common people are displaced. The insurgents are formidable, having seized over half of our territory in merely a few months. While our Mozhou army is indeed powerful, we are regrettably outnumbered and unable to hold the line. If you could assist us in quelling this rebellion, all of this will be yours." As he spoke, Yuan Tiangang produced a deep brown wooden box, revealing 3 black pills with an intense medicinal aroma. Chen Xuan took one, only to disdainfully return it to the box. Indeed, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes, confirming his suspicions. Chen Xuan immediately recognized the pills as substandard longevity elixirs crafted by Yuan Tiangang, which would render one grotesquely ugly if consumed. Nonetheless, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. It is my duty to rescue the people from peril. If I can assist, I shall dedicate myself fully." Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 emotional points from Yuan Tiangang and triggering a mission. Assist the empress in perfectly resolving the turmoil in the Tang dynasty to receive a mysterious treasure chest, guaranteed purple. My goodness, Chen Xuan mused, gazing at the sword shrouded in a mask, feeling delighted by the unexpected boon. It seems I must take advantage of the resources bestowed by the great ones more often. Your noble intentions are commendable. Yuan Tiangang bowed, observing Chen Xuan lost in thought, and chose to remain silent. Internally, Chen Xuan pondered the border rebellion. Could it be in Lushan? I had not anticipated that my crossing over would lead to the Ensure rebellion occurring so many years in advance. The Ensure rebellion was notoriously bloody, resulting in mass slaughter, arson, and pillaging, forcing defenders to resort to cannibalism for sustenance. Ultimately, the once prosperous Tang dynasty would be left desolate and barren. However, in this integrated world, the situation was far more dire, as the commanders stationed at the borders had revolted. This realm posed even greater challenges than history suggested. I can only imagine that Chang'an must be filled with sorrowful cries, Even if this is not true history, I cannot allow a hellish nightmare to unfold. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan turned to Yuan Tiangang and slowly stated, I have 4 strategies to quell the unrest. Yuan Tiangang was taken aback, quickly cloaking the room with a barrier, his demeanor turning solemn. The first strategy is to take bold risks. Equip the 500 Mozho soldiers with the most advanced armaments and coordinate with the disaffected. Set up an ambush outside Zongwu to lure the enemy. Additionally, we must find a way to discreetly withdraw the entire army from Luoyang without the enemy's knowledge, concealing them on both sides of the city. Remember, it must be the entire army. If even one person is missed, it will fail. You are the most crucial element. Once the battle rages outside the city and our elite emerge, infiltrate the rebel stronghold in Chungang and take in Lushan's head. Then, coordinate with the troops to strike directly at Chungang. Once the rebel base is captured, the insurgents will inevitably crumble. However, the risks are immense. Should we fail, Luoyang and the rebels will no longer be at odds, and the Tang dynasty will face immediate annihilation. The second strategy is to fortify our defenses and remain within the city. Luoyang is as solid as a fortress. The rebels cannot breach it. Amidst the tempest, we shall remain steadfast, training troops within the city and forming a new Xuanjiao army. Under the weight of our heavy cavalry, the rebel cavalry will be reduced to mere ants, at our mercy. Nonetheless, the population of the Tang dynasty will drastically diminish, and the lands held by the rebels will become hellish. In desperation, they may begin slaughtering civilians outside the city. Should the garrison within the city grow enraged, vulnerabilities will emerge. At that point, our forces are still unformed, leading to inevitable defeat as the rebels exploit the openings, placing the Tang dynasty in grave danger. The third strategy involves seeking aid from the Qin dynasty. The current emperor of Qin covets the longevity elixir. If you can offer sufficient pills, they may send troops. However, once the emperor understands the costs associated with the elixir, he may well refuse. Yuan Tiangong's expression soured, recalling his fruitless attempts to solicit assistance from various nations. The Song dynasty was preoccupied with its own troubles, while the Zhou dynasty was embroiled in conflicts. Initially, both the Qin and Ming dynasties treated him with respect, but upon learning of the elixir's adverse effects, they set impossible demands, 100 pills, with 12 to be supplied annually, before departing in anger. Finally, there is the fourth strategy. Chen Xuan lightly fanned himself with a folding fan. Recruit 10 individuals of extraordinary talent. Those who can comprehend the essence of the Lin Yu will bring peace within a day, while those who grasp it in a month will restore tranquility within a month. Chen Xuan presented the Lin Yu to Yuan Tiangang, knowing that even understanding a single chapter would elevate one to the status of a top commander of the age. As Yuan Tiangang perused the text, he became entranced by its insights on military strategy and troop training. After a considerable time, he finally lifted his head, his gaze appearing as vast as the starry sky. Reflecting on Chen Xuan's initial strategies, he felt that the rebels were not as formidable as he had thought. Yet, the speed of their assault was alarming, and the abundance of skilled fighters made communication with Chungang nearly impossible for the empress. Nevertheless, Yuan Tiangang now possessed a plan to counter the enemy, one far more intricate than Chen Xuan's proposals. At that moment, he deeply bowed to Chen Xuan, expressing, "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance in preserving the might of our Tang dynasty. Once the rebellion is quelled, the empress will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Chapter 24, Yuan Tiangong's departure. Hinting to Lu Xiaofeng about the embroidering thief, "Do not thank me. You should truly express your gratitude to Master Kong Qiao of the Great Zhou, who rightfully bears the title of the teacher of all saints." Chen Xuan replied to Yuan Tiangang with a bow. Who is speaking of the old man? Confucius, far away in the Great Zhou, was filled with curiosity. After calculating a bit, he concluded that a significant event could unfold, albeit not as anticipated. Nevertheless, it would inadvertently avert a great calamity, bringing him immense joy. Zilu must be on his way, and Luan Yu should have been gifted to that young friend, Chun. Confucius sat cross-legged at his table, pondering. Luan Yu was a collaborative work he had created with his esteemed friends such as Zhuang Zhou, Laozi, Mencius, and Lizi. It is no exaggeration to say that this book, penned by the pivotal figures of the world, rightfully deserves the title of the foremost divine scripture of the 5 great dynasties. Yet, for the sake of the unification of the Great Zhou, such a sacrifice is but a trifling matter. Yuan Tiangang held Chen Xuan in high esteem, Individuals of such noble character, who do not seek personal glory, are exceedingly rare. Chen Xuan was elated, his emotional value soaring dramatically within such a short span. Li Bai and Yuan Tiangang had bestowed upon him no less than 30,000 emotional points, exceeding what he would gain from captivating countless listeners. After transcribing Luanyu, Yuan Tiangang handed it to Chen Xuan and said, "Great kindness requires no thanks. Rest assured, my lord, once you gain insight, the Luanyu shall be destroyed." With just a few opening words, Yuan Tiangang was profoundly shaken by Luanyu. He understood all too well that if this work fell into the hands of malevolent entities, it would spell disaster for the world. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Farewell. Yuan Tiangang performed a ceremonial bow before turning and calling out, "Hurry. Follow closely." He had completely forgotten about the endeavor to seize martial arts at Lingzhou Palace. His sole focus was to return swiftly and quell the rebellion. Instantly, over 20 shadowy figures sprang from the corners, trailing closely behind Yuan Tiangang. Once they departed, Chen Xuan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling an overwhelming terror. For these shadows had been hidden in the room for a considerable time, yet he had sensed nothing. On the official road of the Great Song, Yuan Tiangang held the Luanyu copy in his hand, while the others stood reverently at his sides, not daring to utter a single breath. Step forward when your name is called. Guazi, Li Guangbi, Lin Chun, Zhang Jing. Those whose names were mentioned felt a chill run down their spines. After all, the might of Yuan Tiangang was insurmountable. The main reason was that Yuan Tiangang had isolated their voices with a barrier, leaving these unworthy individuals entirely unaware of what was being said. Yuan Tiangang presented the Luanyu to Guazi, the leader among them, and addressed the group softly. "This is the world's foremost divine scripture. The extent of your understanding depends on your capabilities. You have 2 hours to peruse it, and once finished, it must be burned." Yes. They all hurriedly knelt and bowed. Subsequently, these individuals sat cross-legged on the ground, exerting every ounce of their energy, eyes fixed intently, not daring to relax in the slightest, for this was something personally deemed a divine scripture by the commander. As the setting sun bled into the horizon, flocks of birds soared and fierce winds howled. The entire sky seemed to fall into a hushed silence. An hour swiftly passed. Some felt unsatisfied, while others sighed, yet still. Under Yuan Tiangang's watchful gaze, they incinerated the text. Among the 10, only Guozi and Li Guangbi grasped 30% of its essence. If previously they could command 100,000 troops, now they could lead 500,000, or even 1,000,000. The rest failed to comprehend a single iota. And even Yuan Tiangang himself only grasped 70%, falling short of completeness. Under Yuan Tiangang's leadership, they slowly vanished from the Great Song's official road, racing toward the Great Tang. However, no one anticipated that a few remnants of the copy, which should have been entirely burned, were left behind, carried by the wind to an unknown destination. At the Yuelai Inn, Shimin Shui Shui and Wei Zhuang were pleased to meet Li Bai. The three ascended to the rooftop of the inn, a space not open to the public, for Chen Xuan did not wish to miss the extraordinary battle. With the support of Lao Huang, the entire inn had become indestructible, alleviating concerns that the three would damage the premises during their skirmish. Lu Xiaofeng and Chen Xuan sat at the edge of the rooftop, eagerly watching the duel unfold. Each held a spicy snack in their left hand and a fizzy drink in their right, which Chen Xuan had procured from the system's marketplace for a mere 10 emotional points. Lu Xiaofeng, filled with admiration, was eager to befriend Chen Xuan. For who could resist the allure of spicy snacks and soda? The battle had reached a fever pitch. "Brother Chen, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Lu Xiaofeng knew that Chen Xuan's swordsmanship was not inferior to the three, albeit hindered by a lower realm. "They will all fall, just watch." Chen Xuan replied with a light chuckle. Each of them is a top-tier swordsman of this era. If one wishes to determine a victor, it is indeed no easy task. Then he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Brother Lu, I suppose Shimin Shui Shui came to the Great Song in search of a worthy opponent. But what of you? Surely, you aren't here merely to spectate?" Now that you mention it, I do have a request," Lu Xiaofeng remarked, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at Chen Xuan. "I knew it. There is no visit to the Sanbao Hall without intent. Speak." Chen Xuan shot Lu Xiaofeng an amused glance, then smirked, grumbling. "You truly know how to climb the ladder. What are you muttering about?" Lu Xiaofeng inquired, perplexed. Nothing. Chen Xuan waved his hands dismissively, realizing that in the presence of such masters, the volume of one's voice mattered little. Recalling his earlier musings before Dongfang Bubi, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Oh, Lu Xiaofeng chuckled, then turned serious, fixing his gaze on Chen Xuan. Recently, I have found myself in a predicament concerning the embroidering thief incident occurring within the Great Ming. I am utterly confounded and suspect that a woman may be behind it. I've been focusing my attention on the red shoes, yet they reveal no flaws. I wonder if you possess any insights. Haha, I never expected that the greatest detective of the Great Ming would encounter a case so perplexing. Chen Xuan retrieved 2 cans of beer from the system space, passing one to Lu Xiaofeng. Ah, do not jest. I have no leads whatsoever, Lu Xiaofeng said. Accepting the beer and gazing at the can for a moment, bewildered. How do you open it? Chen Xuan, with his eyes half closed, became lost in thought, reminiscing about the plot, oblivious to his surroundings. With a gentle touch, Lu Xiaofeng, observing Chen Xuan deep in thought, did not disturb him and effortlessly pierced the can's top with a finger, savoring the drink. Unfortunately, some foam splashed onto Chen Xuan's face. What just happened? The foam fortuitously landed in Chen Xuan's eyes, causing him to open his eyes wide, confusion etched on his face. However, upon seeing the puncture in the can's top, he understood and, holding the beer, suppressed a laugh as he demonstrated. Brother Lu, this is how you open it. Lu Xiaofeng's face lit up with realization, marveling at the fine craftsmanship. Chen Xuan, having pondered for some time, had roughly deduced the relevant plot points. With a flick of his folding fan, he spoke confidently. Brother Lu, this matter is a simple one. Upon hearing that it could be resolved, Lu Xiaofeng promptly set the beer down, attentively gazing at Chen Xuan. You are a clever man. Do you believe there exists anyone capable of committing a crime without leaving a trace? Chen Xuan chuckled. The law's net is vast, yet nothing escapes. Whoever commits a crime will inevitably leave behind clues. Unless, Lu Xiaofeng pondered for a moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Chapter 25. Identifying the embroidered handkerchief thief and the whereabouts of the carefree one unless the embroidered handkerchief thief is someone else. Lu Xiaofeng suddenly had a revelation, stroking his beard thoughtfully as he recalled the handkerchief that the thief had purposely left at the scene. Chen Xuan, intrigued, remained silent, eager to see how far Lu Xiaofeng could deduce from his hints. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaofeng sprang to his feet, a look of regret crossing his face as he slapped his forehead. How could I have overlooked this? I have been focusing solely on women. What if it is a man? The embroidery thread left behind was clearly single-layered, indicative of unraveling rather than true embroidery skills. Therefore, it is highly probable that the thief is a man. A wave of clarity washed over Lu Xiaofeng as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen. However, I still harbor a question. Why was Shui Bing abducted by the red shoes? What if Shui Bing herself is associated with the red shoes? Chen Xuan took a sip of beer and said nothing more. Lu Xiaofeng pondered for a moment, meticulously recalling the clues he had overlooked and some surprising facts. His mind racing as he locked his suspicions onto a single individual. His eyes widened in realization, and he slapped Chen Xuan on the shoulder. Impressive. I am in awe of you, Brother Chen. Few have ever earned my admiration. Shi Min Shui Shui, with his lifelong swordsmanship, Si Kong Zhai Exine, a master of agility and disguise. And Huaman Lu, who remains warm and sunny despite his blindness. Now, I add you to that list. Until today, I had no idea how formidable Chen Xuan truly was. Confined within his own abode, he held sway over the affairs of 5 nations, utterly unfathomable, enigmatic, and profoundly mysterious. Do not be enamored with me. I am merely a legend. Chen Xuan smoothed his hair, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Do you still have that green can of beer? Lu Xiaofeng shot Chen Xuan a sidelong glance. This is beer. Are you still interested? Chen Xuan queried. Lu Xiaofeng nodded. The taste is rather peculiar, but it has a good kick. Oh, and that rolling pin from earlier. That's called spicy strips, Chen Xuan replied, bemusedly observing Lu Xiaofeng. He then retrieved several boxes of beer and spicy strips from his system space and placed them before Lu Xiaofeng. Good brother, you are generous. Lu Xiaofeng nudged Chen Xuan's shoulder. Once I rescue Shui Bing and capture the embroidered thief, I shall have Huaman Lu send you a few boxes of gold. Not necessary, not necessary. We are friends. If you want something, just ask. It's not like it's something precious. Chen Xuan was taken aback by Lu Xiaofeng's mention of gold. Lu Xiaofeng was equally astonished. The craftsmanship of the aluminum cans was exquisite. and he had never encountered aluminum or plastic bags, as both were invented in 1825 and 1902, respectively. This made these items seem invaluable, perhaps even more so than boxes of gold. However, Lu Xiaofeng remained oblivious to their commonality in Blue Star, viewing Chen Xuan as a magnanimous individual. And he smiled broadly as he placed his hand on Chen Xuan's shoulder. Across the rooftops, the duel among the three neared its conclusion, each employing their ultimate techniques, momentarily staggering back before bowing in mutual respect. Among the greatest swordsmen, there exists a camaraderie. Despite the fierce competition, they halted in unison, devoid of animosity. As night descended and the moon shone faintly, Wei Zhuang gazed at the two with keen interest. "You are Wei Zhuang, are you not?" Shimin Shue's hair was ruffled by the wind as he smiled for the rarest of occasions. Indeed, Wei Zhuang's lips curled into a grin. As dusk deepened, the two shared a knowing glance, intending to depart together the following morning. Li Bai chimed in, "It has been a pleasure to meet both of you." Wei Zhuang and Shimin Shui nodded and took their seats nearby. Old Huang observed the three younger individuals, revealing his toothy grin as he chuckled softly. Seeing that no one was inquiring about news, Wu Xingyun descended from the second floor. A gentle breeze swept through, revealing a delicate little girl adorned in emerald attire, her bright eyes sparkling as she approached Chen Xuan. She had initially planned to descend after Chen Xuan finished speaking, but chose to wait until Yuan Tiangang had left to exercise caution. Chen Xuan bent down to meet Wu Xingyun's gaze, immediately recognizing her haughty demeanor as that of the Tianshan Tonglao. Wu Xingyun, taken aback by Chen Xuan's starry eyes, tempered her previous arrogance. "Are you here to inquire about the Carefree sect?" Chen Xuan averted his gaze, settling into a chair as he poured a cup of tea for Wu Xingyun. "Indeed. Grandmother wishes to know. You claim my master is not dead. What evidence do you possess?" Wu Xingyun took a delicate sip of tea, questioning him. Chen Xuan gently touched his lips, speaking softly. "Your master passed the leadership to Wuyazi and then vanished without a trace. No one knows his whereabouts. Yet, years later, news of his death suddenly surfaced. Does that seem normal to you? Given the Carefree One's nature, he would never allow anyone to ascertain his location. If no one knows, how could the news of his death be disseminated?" Wu Xingyun furrowed her brow, contemplating. "Indeed, no one has ever seen my master. Even those who have would never dare to disclose his whereabouts. As for spreading news of his death, surely no one would possess the audacity. It seems the news of his demise must have originated from him. I wonder what his intentions were." Wu Xingyun raised her eyes to Chen Xuan. "Do you believe it was in pursuit of immortality?" Chen Xuan suddenly rose, fanning himself as he gazed into the corridor. Wu Xingyun was uncertain. Having joined the Carefree sect, she had a profound impression of the Carefree One. Strangely, since his departure, she often felt a sense of forgetfulness regarding her master's teachings. "I believe he is indeed an immortal." Wu Xingyun spoke reverently of the Carefree One. Suddenly, an idea struck Wu Xingyun, her expression igniting with excitement. "My master often spoke in riddles, and he was perpetually curious about everything. When I inquired, he would always deflect, claiming it was beneficial for cultivation. In this light, it seemed as though the Carefree One hailed from another realm, and as for his mysterious disappearance, perhaps he had returned to his own world." Chen Xuan pondered silently, feeling a sense of bewilderment as he questioned whether he would ever return to Blue Star in his lifetime. Turning to Wu Xingyun, he spoke softly. "Follow me. I have something important to share with you." Wu Xingyun blinked, brimming with curiosity, and followed closely behind Chen Xuan. Chapter 26. The Fountain of Eternal Youth. Guijing presented an invitation, and the two entered a private room on the second floor. Chen Xuan closed the door and inquired, "Have you ever heard a particular saying?" Wu Xingyun shook his head. "The divine scriptures have departed with the Carefree, and only the Fountain of Eternal Youth remains in this valley." Chen Xuan recalled the existence of the fountain, discovered by the Carefree Master, and felt it was appropriate to inform his disciple. Noticing Wu Xingyun's confusion, he continued, "The divine scriptures refer to the unique supremacy technique, and the Carefree One is your master. In truth, the unique supremacy technique originates from the Fountain of Eternal Youth. They are from the same lineage, though the fountain is far more precious and its effects superior. Is that so? So, the Fountain of Eternal Youth may compensate for the deficiencies of the divine technique?" Wu Xingyun exclaimed with delight. "There is a significant possibility that the troubles that have plagued you for years will be resolved. As for the location of the fountain, it lies within the Great Snow Mountain in Dali. You will need to find the precise spot yourself." Chen Xuan affirmed with a nod. Thank you, young master. I shall never forget this great kindness. From now on, you shall be a distinguished guest of Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply before retrieving a circular jade pendant from his pocket and presenting it to Chen Xuan. This is my token. Take it, and the disciples of the palace will recognize you as if I were present. Chen Xuan accepted the pendant and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. The fountain of eternal youth was indeed discovered by your ancestral master, and it is only fitting that I share this with you. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell. Wu Xingyun clasped his hands and turned to leave the room. Today has certainly been eventful. Chen Xuan sighed after Wu Xingyun departed. Chen Xuan stretched languidly, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him, unable to suppress a soft groan. He reclined on the bed, savoring the cool breeze that occasionally drifted in during the summer, dispelling the lingering heat. Through the corridor, the night had deepened into darkness, with the moonlight enticing and the stars casting a faint glow. Occasionally, the croak of frogs echoed, and as the moon ascended, the chirping of cicadas gradually faded, enveloping the inn in a profound silence. The following day dawned early. Chen Xuan, restless and devoid of sleep, rose as the first light of dawn broke. After washing up, he made his way to the back mountain, where Lao Huang sat alone beside a haystack. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Xuan. He envisioned a particular item that would surely resonate with Lao Huang. He then exchanged for a pipe from the system space and handed it to him. Lao Huang looked up and accepted the pipe, placing it between his lips at Chen Xuan's urging. After lighting it with a match and taking a deep puff, his eyes brightened, and he asked, "Young master, what is this?" "This is a pipe. How does it taste?" Chen Xuan watched Lao Huang's toothless grin and felt an inexplicable warmth, as if he were gazing upon an elderly gentleman from Blue Star. "It feels remarkably delightful. With just one puff, I feel as if my soul is being elevated. The sensation is simply exquisite," Lao Huang declared, inhaling deeply and revealing an expression of bliss. "Haha, then take your time to enjoy it. I shall return to the inn to prepare some food and will call for you later." Chen Xuan chuckled lightly before turning to leave. Lao Huang rested his hands on his thighs, utterly content, oblivious to Chen Xuan's parting words. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Xuan found the first-floor hall still empty. He glanced outside and noted there was still some time before full daylight. He decided to showcase his culinary skills, for since Huang Rong's departure, every meal had felt insipid. With all the ingredients at hand, he thought it would be a splendid idea to prepare some dishes from Blue Star, indulging in a feast. Qiao Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and descended from the second floor. His nose twitched as the aroma of food wafted into his senses, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. His gaze fixed on the dining table in the hall, he eagerly stared at Chen Xuan. "Haha, Brother Liu, come join us." Chen Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. Qiao Feng immediately dashed over, seizing chopsticks and deftly waving them like phantoms over the various dishes. In no time, several plates of food had vanished. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the inn, casting ethereal shadows within the room, and the day was fully bright. Shimin Chui Shui and Wei Zhuang, in perfect synchronization, opened their doors simultaneously, exchanged glances, and descended together. "Gentlemen, these are dishes from my homeland. Do come and taste," Chen Xuan said, sipping a mouthful of lotus soup while gazing at the two. "Thank you," Shimin Chui Shui nodded, expressing his gratitude to Chen Xuan, and quietly sat beside him, appearing far more reserved than Qiao Feng. One by one, the others gathered, relishing their breakfast, contrasting the culinary delights of the world with Chen Xuan's homely fare, which seemed to eclipse all others. Qi Lian licked her lips, reminiscing about the sweet and rich pigeon soup, the grilled beef enveloped in sauce. With each bite, the flavors burst forth, rendering all other delights pale in comparison. The tomato and mushroom braised ribs were tender and juicy, each mouthful rendering the world's delicacies colorless, and she could not help but admire Chen Xuan. In no time, the table laden with food was thoroughly devoured, and everyone leaned back in their chairs, satiated. After a while, feeling it was time, the guests rose to bid farewell to Chen Xuan before departing. Chen Xuan tidied the table and stepped into the corridor, lighting a cigarette as he watched the guests leave. After finishing his smoke, he was about to return when he heard a commotion outside, prompting him to pause with curiosity. There, at the end of the corridor, a convoy had halted, a group of escort guards standing outside, with several boxes beside them, lingering for some time. A tall guard spoke sternly, "Indeed, this is the Yulai Inn. Could it be?" Our employer described it as merely a small inn. How could it be so lavish? Another guard voiced his doubts. Shall we go in and take a look? They both suggested in unison, making their way towards the inn. Who are you looking for? Chen Xuan stepped forth from the corridor, cupping his hands in greeting. Hey, look. The tall guard tugged at his companion's sleeve, whispering. He recalled the employer's description and inquired, You must be Mr. Chen? Indeed. What brings you here? Chen Xuan approached the two. It is this way. A hero by the surname Gua has entrusted our escort agency to deliver goods to the Yulai Inn, the guard explained. That must be Guijing. Is he to wed Huang Rong? Chen Xuan said in surprise, thinking how swiftly events had unfolded. Would you like to come in for some tea? Chen Xuan offered, about to lead them inside, but the guards waved their hands, stating they had more goods to escort. Setting down the boxes and preparing to leave. Seeing this, Chen Xuan did not insist, watching as they climbed onto their horse-drawn carriage before he moved the boxes into the inn. Upon opening them, he discovered they were filled with gold and silver treasures. Gasping in astonishment at the opulence, beneath the last box lay an invitation, adorned with red and gold, exuding an air of grandeur and luxury. Could it truly be a wedding invitation? Chen Xuan chuckled softly, retrieving it and examining it closely. Chapter 27. Chen Xuan departed the Inmu Nianxi's martial arts contest for marriage. Upon receiving the invitation, Chen Xuan discovered the words martial arts contest inscribed upon it. And with a gentle smile, he opened the card to read its contents. Senior, I have gathered news regarding my foster brother. He is likely to come to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for the contest soon. I sincerely hope to invite you to join as an impartial witness. Yours truly, Guijing. After reading it, Chen Xuan chuckled softly, realizing that Guijing intended to compete with Yang Kong. However, he surmised that it might not unfold as planned. Qiao Chuji was likely to concede, as Yang Kong had been indulgently spoiled by one Yin Hong Lai. Yet, remaining in the inn for too long felt stifling. It would be better to take a stroll outside, and with Guijing's invitation in hand, it seemed fortuitous. Just then, Li Bai approached, looking somewhat puzzled. Chen Xiong, what is this? It's an invitation from Guijing, requesting my presence at the contest with his foster brother, although I doubt it will proceed as anticipated. Chen Xuan replied, tucking the invitation into his pocket. Indeed, it is time for a walk, Li Bai nodded, turning to head towards the wine cellar to fetch some wine. Only to be halted by Chen Xuan. Li Xiong, there is no need for such trouble. The wine is ample. I possess a treasure that ensures we shall never run dry. Young lad, my master is indeed a remarkable man, old Huang chimed in, relishing a puff from his pipe before offering it to Li Bai. Give it a try. The treasure bestowed upon me by my master allows for the art of cloud and mist. Its wonders are boundless. As Chen Xuan noted Li Bai about to accept the pipe, he recalled the scene and hurriedly intervened, exchanging it for a pack of cigarettes from his system space, instructing Li Bai on its usage. Then, shifting the topic, he declared, Gentlemen, let us prepare to depart. We are but two with empty sleeves. There is little to pack. Old Huang chuckled, shouldering his sword case. Do not be hasty. I must instruct the brothers of the Feng character camp to keep an eye on the inn. We cannot return to find it gone, Chen Xuan remarked, heading towards the back mountain. No need for concern. You two proceed ahead. I will handle it, and, with my speed, I shall surely catch up, Old Huang responded. Very well then, Li Xiong, let us take our leave. As Chen Xuan slowed his pace, he realized that during his nearly month-long stay, he had yet to truly explore the splendors of the Song dynasty. Guijing was likely in the Jin capital, preparing to meet Yang Kong, and there was no rush for him. Li Bai, traversing the rivers and lakes, had gained a thorough understanding of the Song. But seeing Chen Xian's enthusiasm, he chose not to intrude. Wuqing was among the more prosperous cities of the Song. As Chen Xuan strolled through the streets, willow trees gracefully drooped on either side, while poplars stood tall, and the fragrant blossoms of hawthorn filled the air. The cries of vendors echoed along the thoroughfare, with a bustling stream of pedestrians hurrying about, occasionally pausing beneath the willows to escape the summer heat. Chen Xuan ambled along the street, the vibrant atmosphere of the marketplace bringing him a sense of comfort. Alas, this place would soon be engulfed in the flames of war, overtaken by the Jin army. Were it to fall under the flag of that red banner, perhaps its people would find happiness. Chen Xuan shook his head, his figure gradually fading into the distance. In the Jin capital, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe stood at the street side, having waited for some time without sight of his daughter. He gazed around anxiously. At that moment, a young girl, barely 18, squeezed through the crowded vendors, her face adorned with a smile as she hurried to her father's side, holding a fragrant pouch embroidered with a comical tiger. "Father, there were simply too many people on the street. I nearly couldn't get through. I bought this pouch," she exclaimed, presenting it to the middle-aged man. "I hope it brings you health and longevity, so you can always be by my side." "Haha, my dear," he chuckled, ruffling her hair. He felt a sense of satisfaction towards the girl, but soon a wave of melancholy washed over him. "Xiao Xia, where have you been all these years?" These two were none other than Yang Tai-Xian and Mu Nian, though he now went by the name Mu Yi. Over the years, he had been haunted by thoughts of Bao Shiruo, even mistakenly seeking her out multiple times. In a twist of fate, he found the abandoned Mu Nian and took her in as his adopted daughter, naming her Nian, a reflection of his longing for his wife. Now, his health waning, he yearned to find both his son and wife, while also wishing to marry off his daughter to a good family. In the past 6 months, he had sought suitors for her, but none had met his expectations. 3 criteria guided his choices. The suitor must possess noble character, treat his daughter with kindness, and share a semblance of physical and skillful compatibility, with well-proportioned features being essential. Yang Tai-Xian gazed at Mu Nian for a long moment, his eyes heavy with emotion. Finally, he spoke. "Nian, your father has taken you to numerous places, set up several contests. Yet I have not found you a worthy husband. I wish to seek one more time here in the capital. What say you?" Mu Nian hesitated, initially intending to refuse, but upon seeing her father's graying temples, she relented. "Very well." Hearing her acquiescence, Yang Tai-Xian sighed. "Then let us set up another contest in this capital, as before. The suitor must possess noble character and not be inferior to you, a woman of skill." "Yes, I will leave it to your arrangement, father." Mu Nian nodded eagerly, her heart lightened, for she had yet to encounter a man of remarkable prowess. "Good daughter, let us go," Yang Tai-Xian said with satisfaction, and they quickened their pace, gradually departing. At this moment, Chen Xuan was still enjoying the scenery, having already distanced himself from Wuqing. The journey had not been delayed significantly, and he was drawing closer to his destination. In a change of scene, Yang Tai-Xian and Mu Nian arrived at an open space where a contest platform had been established. A flag planted in the ground bearing the words "Martial Arts Contest for Marriage" in gold letters on a crimson background. Mu Nian stood to the side, surrounded by a throng of eager spectators. With bright eyes and a charming smile, Mu Nian radiated beauty and a hint of heroism. The crowd had never witnessed such a captivating woman. Men eagerly rubbed their hands together, ready to win her hand in marriage. Soon, a tall and burly man emerged from the crowd, standing opposite Mu Nian. They exchanged formalities before engaging in a fierce bout. However, the man was evidently no match for Mu Nian. After several exchanges, she feigned a weakness, and the man, desperate to capitalize on the opportunity, lunged forward, only to be deftly evaded by Mu Nian. Humiliated, he retreated to the crowd, while Mu Nian stepped back beneath the flag, earning cheers from the onlookers. Yang Tai-Xian clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd. "I am Mu Yi, newly arrived in this esteemed place. My daughter is at the prime of her youth. We come here to seek an old acquaintance and to find a suitable husband for my daughter. Any man around 20 years of age who can defeat her shall have her hand in marriage." Chapter 28. The entrance of Yang Kong and the arrival of Chen Xuan. At this moment, 2 martial artists from the rivers and lakes began to fight over Mu Nian, wielding weapons and causing the crowd to scatter in haste. Yang Tiexin rushed forward to intervene, but the two retreated back into the throng. Suddenly, a young man clad in splendid attire, flanked by several tall bodyguards, chuckled as he glanced at the banner proclaiming the martial arts competition for marriage. He approached Yang Tiexin, inquiring about the rules of the contest. Upon hearing that there had been previous competitions for a woman's hand, none of which had resulted in a victor, curiosity piqued within him, prompting him to express his desire to participate in the contest. The crowd beamed with delight, as the two appeared to be a perfect match, embodying the ideal of a handsome scholar and a beautiful maiden. Mu Nian cast a furtive glance, captivated by the young man's resplendent garments and striking features, her cheeks flushing with warmth. This young man was none other than Yang Kong, the son of Yang Tiexin. The treachery of Wanyan Honglai had devastated Yang Tiexin's family. Yet he had found love with Bao Shiruo and treated Yang Kong as his own. In stark contrast to Yang Tiexin's misfortunes, Yang Kong had been raised in luxury, demonstrating the unpredictable nature of fate. As Yang Kong conversed with Yang Tiexin, the latter felt a sense of familiarity with the youth before him, but could not fathom that this young man was his own son. After their exchange, Yang Kong swiftly moved to face Mu Nianzi, greeting her with a flourish, yet his words were audacious, boldly declaring that if she could land a single punch on him, she would be deemed the victor. The onlookers were skeptical, well aware of Mu Nianzi's formidable skills. With that proclamation, he launched an attack. Mu Nianzi was taken aback by the swiftness of his movements. After several exchanges, Yang Kang's offensive grew increasingly relentless. Following a narrow escape from one of his strikes, she inadvertently tore the sleeve of Yang Kong's garment. Yang Tiexin quickly apologized and attempted to escort Mu Nianzi away. But Yang Kong blocked their path and had his servant replace his torn attire. The expression on Yang Kang's face turned somber, and his attacks became more ferocious, igniting the crowd's interest in this young master who seemed ready to fight seriously. Indeed, faced with such fervor, Mu Nianzi began to show signs of defeat. As Yang Kang's figure darted about, she found herself retreating step by step. Witnessing his daughter's predicament, Yang Tiexin called for a halt, feeling increasingly satisfied. For as long as they were not from the Jin dynasty's officials, a marriage could still be arranged. However, both participants were so engrossed in their duel that they found it difficult to cease. Ultimately, Yang Kong seized Mu Nianzi's wrist, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace, which drew cheers from the spectators. In a flurry, Mu Nianzi struggled to break free but found herself no match for Yang Kong, losing one of her shoes in the process. Yang Kong feigned a sniff of the shoe before turning to leave, only to be halted by Yang Tiexin, who wished to discuss the matter of marriage. "Young master, I hope you will accompany me to a nearby inn, where we can discuss the marriage in detail," Yang Tiexin implored. Yang Kong chuckled. "Who wishes to marry her? I merely wanted to test her skills and have a bit of fun." You, Yang Tiexin stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Yang Kong, his face pale with fury. One of Yang Kang's attendants sneered, "What are you to even consider a connection with our young master? Cease your foolish thoughts and step aside." Fuming with rage, Yang Tiexin struck the attendant, rendering him unconscious. He then engaged in combat with a group of skilled fighters, only to have a sword pierce his palm. With Mu Nianzi nearby, tending to his wound, Yang Kong remained unfazed, instructing his servants to assist the fallen attendant onto a horse before mounting his steed and preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Guijing, who had been observing the scene, approached, unaware that the young man before him was his sworn brother. Seeing Yang Kang's bullying nature stirred something within him, and he stepped forward to confront him. "Young master, if you intend to leave, return that lady's shoe. Otherwise, you shall not pass," Guijing declared. Yang Kong laughed. "Do you fancy her? You seem rather eager." Guijing shook his head vehemently, but Yang Kong, growing impatient, retorted, "What business is it of yours? Step aside." Guijing stood firm, unyielding. Yang Kong, incensed, struck Guijing across the face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Recovering, Guijing's face flushed with anger, and he seized Yang Kong's arm, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Unlike the naive character from the original tale, Guijing had, under Chen Xuan's influence, sought out Hong Qigong as his master, mastering the techniques of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Thus, he was far from an easy opponent for Yang Kong. After several exchanges, Yang Kong found himself steadily retreating, ultimately being forced back by Guijing's powerful strike, nearly losing his balance. Fury surged within Yang Kong, who had been coddled since childhood and could not bear such humiliation. Yet, he was also perplexed. This person, of similar age, possessed such remarkable martial prowess, leaving him to wonder about his master. Overwhelmed by rage, he dismissed his thoughts and resolved to teach Guijing a lesson, instructing the skilled fighters by his side to take their revenge. Surrounded by 5 renowned masters, including Lingji Shangren, Sha Tongtian, and Ho Tonghai, they felt an unusual pressure. Despite their extensive experience, they found Guijing a challenging adversary. Just as they were about to strike, laughter echoed from a distance, prompting them to halt. Turning to the source of the sound, they beheld 3 figures approaching. At the forefront was Chen Xuan, his demeanor poised and graceful. Beside him, Li Bai donned a white robe, exuding an ethereal aura, while Lao Huang maintained a cheerful smile. With a playful smirk, Chen Xuan remarked, "Your young master lacks skill, yet you wish to overwhelm him with numbers? What an impressive display of arrogance." Guijing instantly recognized Chen Xuan, swiftly dispatching 2 of the assailants before rushing to stand beside him, his face alight with joy. "Senior, you have arrived," he exclaimed, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. He then inclined his head to Li Bai, intending to pay his respects to Lao Huang, but the latter waved him off, leaving him to forego the gesture. The three figures, despite their restrained presence, left the crowd puzzled, uncertain of their identities. Yang Kong wore a grave expression, unable to decipher the intentions of the trio. When his gaze fell upon Lao Huang, an icy dread gripped him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. With a forced smile, he approached Chen Xuan, clasping his hands in greeting. "May I inquire as to who you esteemed gentlemen are?" "Just a humble storyteller from the Yulai Inn," Chen Xuan replied, fanning himself with a folded fan, his countenance devoid of malice towards Yang Kong, merely feeling a sense of regret. Who among us is not a blank slate at birth? Yang Kang's inherent nature is not malevolent, yet the indulgence and protection from Bao Shira and Wanyan Honglai have led him down this path. Realizing the truth, he finds himself ensnared by wealth and power, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. Ultimately, he clings to the identity of a small prince, only to die with a legacy of infamy. It is often said that Guo Xiang's encounter with Yang Guo at the Fengling Ferry altered her fate for life. Likewise, Mu Nianxi, upon meeting Yang Kong, may find her destiny irrevocably changed. Since one has traversed into the narrative of the legend of the Condor heroes, should one not alter the outcome? What purpose is there in the journey? At the very least, one must remain resolute in heart. Chapter 29. Memories of Niu Family Village. The lineage of Yang Kong is unveiled. Despite his reckless and arrogant demeanor, I possess ample means to handle him. Chen Xuan cast a meaningful glance at Yang Kong, contemplating inwardly. Upon meeting Chen Xuan's gaze, Yang Kong felt an unsettling chill. However, upon hearing that Chen Xuan was merely a storyteller, a look of disdain swiftly crossed his face. Humph, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be just a lowly storyteller. Yet, after reflecting on Chen Xuan's words, he was struck with astonishment, exclaiming, "Well, I in." The crowd erupted in an uproar, chaos engulfing the street as the atmosphere spiraled out of control. Chen Xuan's renown was simply unparalleled. Each edition of Snowblade saw astonishing sales, with its captivating tales garnering a devoted following. With his vast knowledge and formidable martial prowess, the tale of his battle with Murong Fu had spread far and wide. Following his initial shock, Yang Kong gazed at Chen Xuan with admiration. Since Chen Xuan's emergence, he had taken him as an exemplar, aspiring to make a name for himself, excelling in both literature and martial arts. Ahem. Please, everyone, remain calm, Chen Xuan urged, raising both hands to quell the excitement. The crowd gradually tempered their fervor, their eyes fixed on Chen Xuan. No one suspected any impersonation. After all, his ethereal demeanor and unparalleled beauty were unmatched, not to mention the two enigmatic presences beside him, which solidified their belief. However, the reason for Chen Xuan's visit to the capital of the Jin dynasty remained a mystery, leaving the crowd perplexed. "Ah, so it is Mr. Chen. I have long admired you." Yang Kong beamed with respect before commanding his guards and skilled companions. "You all may disperse. This is no place for you." "Is that so?" Chen Xuan chuckled, taken aback by the extent of his allure, realizing Yang Kong had become an ardent admirer. This delighted Chen Xuan, as harnessing the power of his idol status would make transforming Yang Kong significantly easier. Yang Kong nodded eagerly, saying, "Sir, I wish to invite you to my home as a guest. My parents have also long admired you." Chen Xuan chuckled softly, not expecting Yang Kong's entire family to be so enthusiastic. Nevertheless, he had no intention of accepting the invitation. Instead, he preferred to share a story here, believing that a concise revelation of Yang Kong's origins would prevent prolonged entanglement. "I am but a commoner and shall not intrude today, as I see a sizable audience. May I share a tale? This is a story long buried in the sands of time." Chen Xuan addressed the crowd, unfurling his fan. Yang Kong, initially disappointed, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of hearing Chen Xuan's tale. "Excellent. Please, go ahead, sir." Delighted, the crowd nodded in agreement, their attention riveted on Chen Xuan. He moved to the vacant space where the martial contest had occurred, the flags now removed, and the throng dispersed. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered his thoughts and began. The saga of Niu Family Village concludes, heralding the emergence of the eagle-shooting hero. This tale, obscured by time, unfolds many years ago in Niu Family Village, where two valiant heroes resided. It all began on a snow-laden night. This story has roots connected to Qiao Chuji of the Quanjin sect, so listen closely as I elaborate. Though the crowd had not heard of Niu Family Village, Qiao Chuji was a name they recognized with reverence, their faces alight with curiosity. At that time, the Song dynasty had fallen, and the new Song was being established. The northern populace suffered greatly, while the southern regions thrived in merriment. Qiao Chuji, known for his righteousness, executed a villain, prompting the authorities to pursue him relentlessly, forcing him to take refuge in a farmer's home. Yet, this farmer was no ordinary individual. One was a descendant of the Liangshan hero Guosheng, and the other a descendant of General Yu Fei's general, Yang Zixing. "Pray tell, who is this Guosheng?" inquired an audience member, puzzled. "I have heard of Yang Zixing, but Guosheng is lost to time. Indeed, he belongs to an era long past, but I shall recount his tale in due course. In short, he was a valiant hero." "Now, let me continue," Chen Xuan resumed. The two heroes were named Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexing. Upon Qiao Chuji's intrusion, they mistook him for a nefarious figure, and the three engaged in a fierce duel, neither able to gain the upper hand. Eventually, upon learning the truth, they were filled with admiration. They shared cups of wine and, in a moment of serendipity, discovered that both of their wives were with child. They named their sons Guijing and Yang Kong, symbolizing their hopes for national service, and exchanged tokens of brotherhood, declaring themselves sworn brothers. As night deepened, they retired to their rooms, yet none could foresee the arrival of a gravely injured man under the cover of darkness. Yang Tiexing's compassionate wife tended to his wounds, unwittingly drawing the wrath of two formidable heroes. Upon hearing this, Yang Tiexing could no longer contain his emotions, his spirit aflame with fury as he suppressed tears of sorrow. Yet a glimmer of hope flickered within him, for Chen Xuan, a figure of great renown, might possess knowledge of Bao Shuao's fate. The man became infatuated with Yang Tiexing's wife and, in a bid to possess her, revealed their whereabouts, leading to a pursuit by Duan Tianda. Ultimately, they were overpowered, leading to tragic loss. Guo Xiaotian perished while aiding Yang Tiexing, his arm severed, bleeding to death. Yang Tiexing wandered for years, but fortunately, Guo Xiaotian's wife managed to escape, fleeing to Mongolia, while Yang Tiexing's wife survived as well, compelled to follow the wounded man from that fateful night. As the tale concluded, the audience erupted in outrage, their expressions reflecting their indignation, some even cursing vehemently. "How Navi to save such a beast? Rogue, villain, traitor!" they shouted, their anger palpable as they condemned Duan Tianda, a figure devoid of morality, cursed with a name so fittingly vile. Dear friends, please calm yourselves. The story is not yet complete. There remains more to unfold, and I implore you to listen patiently, Chen Xuan urged, channeling his inner strength, his voice resounding like thunder. The crowd fell silent, though their ire remained unabated. Chen Xuan cast a heavy glance at Yang Kong, sighing deeply, and solemnly declared, "The man grievously wounded all those years ago was none other than the sixth prince of the Jin dynasty, one in Honglai. As for Yang Tiexing's wife, her name was Bao Shuruo." Yang Kong stood frozen, as if the world had stilled around him. The cacophony faded, leaving him alone in the vastness of existence. The wind howled past his ears, and he was unwilling to accept this revelation. Yet Chen Xuan would not jest about such significant matters. His countenance contorted in disbelief. At that moment, rain began to pour from the heavens, yet no one in the crowd was willing to depart, remaining rooted in place. "I refuse to believe. This is impossible," Yang Kong cried out, his voice hoarse with desperation, as he sprinted into the downpour, shouting, "I am Wanyan Kong, the little prince of the Jin dynasty. I am not Yang Kong." Chapter 30. Yang Kang's inner struggle. Yang Tiexing stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this arrogant young man was his son. A bitter smile crossed his face as he grappled with the astonishing reality. Yet, an innate familiarity from their first meeting compelled him to accept the truth. Exhausted, Yang Kong, drenched by the rain, rushed towards the royal residence, his eyes devoid of life, ignoring the astonished attendants and skilled warriors beside him. Those followers, witnessing the scene, hurriedly trailed after him, casting a fierce glare at Chen Xuan, fearing the reprimand they would face upon their return. Guijing could hardly fathom that the scoundrel who had stolen Mu Nianxi's shoes was his sworn brother. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he felt deep sympathy for the convoluted fate of his brother. "I must rescue Brother Yang and prevent him from recognizing a thief as his father," he vowed, clenching his fists in determination. The misdeeds of Wanyan Honglai had left him and Yang Kong in ruin, and now he sought to poison his brother as well. As Chen Xuan watched Yang Kong depart, he redirected his attention to the audience, recounting the tale of Duan Tianda's demise and the agreement made at Yin Lu, followed by the story of Li Ping's pregnancy in Mongolia and Guo Jing's rise as the Golden Blade Prince. The audience soon understood the significance of Guo Jing's archery prowess, which earned Chen Xuan the title of the Great Archer. They recognized that it was Guo Jing who had decisively defeated Yang Kong in mere moments. Those who earned Chen Xuan's esteem as a hero were undoubtedly exceptional individuals, and all eyes turned towards Guo Jing, who blushed and sheepishly scratched his head. As for Yang Kang's earlier antics against Yang Taixian, the crowd's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of pity for his circumstances, as he had not yet become the ruthless figure he would later be. Ladies and gentlemen, today's tale concludes here. Please seek shelter from the rain. I shall return to the Yulai Inn to share more stories next time. If you have the time, I invite you to join me. Chen Xuan bowed gracefully, using his inner strength to dry the rain-soaked audience. Absolutely. We will certainly support you, sir. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Chen Xuan and Yang Taixian. Sir. Yang Taixian approached Chen Xuan and bowed. I know what you wish to ask. Bao Shirua indeed resides in the royal residence and is unequivocally Wan Yin Hong Lai's wife, Chen Xuan replied, gently waving his folding fan. I see. Yang Taixian nodded and turned to leave, with Moon Yin Ci closely following. Yang Taixian, burdened by heavy thoughts and lost in his gaze, was unaware that Moon Yin Ci had been raised by him for many years. She felt a deep sense of melancholy, realizing that the man she loved was the son of her adoptive father. We should also leave and devise our plans once the downpour subsides, Chen Xuan suggested softly. At the royal residence, Yang Kong sat despondently on a garden bench, cradling his head in despair. He was at a loss about how to confront Wan Yin Hong Lai and whether he should acknowledge Yang Taixian, his agitation mounting. A maid, hurrying under an oiled paper umbrella, inadvertently slipped and fell into Yang Kong, causing him to tumble into the flower bed. The maid, panic-stricken and trembling, thought she was doomed. In a fit of rage, Yang Kong raised his hand to strike her but hesitated upon seeing a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Opting instead to utter a curt "get lost," he rose and gazed vacantly towards Wan Yin Hong Lai's residence, memories flooding back of the years he spent there. Nurtured and revered as the young prince, his biological father had endured years of hardship searching for him, and their blood bond weighed heavily on his heart. In a moment of anguish, he cried out, "Wan Yin Hong Lai, why are you so good to me? What are your true intentions?" A deep sigh escaped him as Wan Yin Hong Lai approached slowly, his face etched in bitterness, followed by Bao Shirua, whose heart was filled with resentment for being deceived and for the concealment of Yang Taixian's survival. She longed for Yang Taixian and would have rushed out of the royal residence to reunite with him if not for Wan Yin Hong Lai's interference. In a nearby inn, Chen Xuan savored some appetizers while sipping wine, while Li Bai enjoyed beer and peanuts, relishing the moment. "Brotherly, what are your thoughts on Yang Kong?" Chen Xuan inquired. Pampered and competitive, he possesses striking looks and a glint of cleverness in his eyes. "But I have yet to discern much else," Li Bai replied with a chuckle, his face reflecting some confusion. "Why the sudden curiosity? He will eventually become ruthless and unscrupulous in his pursuits. His character will deteriorate," Chen Xuan stated slowly. "Oh, you can foresee that?" Li Bai regarded Chen Xuan with a hint of skepticism. "What if you were to take him as your disciple?" Raising an eyebrow, Chen Xuan leaned closer to Li Bai. Li Bai was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he recovered, contemplating. Yang Kong is indeed handsome, with an air of nobility, and his skills are adequate. It would not be disgraceful to take him on as a disciple. However, if he is destined for moral decline, I am somewhat apprehensive. Li Bai feigned alarm as he gazed at Chen Xuan. Enough. If you are unwilling, just say so. I suggest you refrain from drinking any more beer. It's detrimental to your health. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes and snatched the beer from Li Bai. As the rain began to diminish, Chen Xuan stood, pointing at Li Bai. "Waiter, you will settle the bill." "Young master, wait for me," Old Huang called out. Wait. If I agree to take him, is that acceptable?" Li Bai, looking distressed, tossed a piece of silver and chased after Chen Xuan. "Ha, I was merely jesting. Look at how flustered you've become." Chen Xuan laughed heartily, then handed the beer back to Li Bai. "They say you, Li Bai, are addicted to alcohol. Today, I believe it." As the rain nearly ceased, Chen Xuan mused. "Let us visit the royal residence and bring Yang Kong and Bao Shirua out. I genuinely wish to take a disciple, and I find Yang Kong quite promising." He gazed at the damp streets, whispering to himself, "If the outcome can be altered, I do not wish to witness Yang Kang's descent into darkness. For Yang Guo has lost his father." The three men strolled along the street, Chen Xuan lost in contemplation, uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. Despite Wan Yin Honglai's despicable nature, his affection for Yang Kong ran deep. He questioned whether Yang Kong would choose to accompany him. After years of opulence and paternal love, how could he sever those ties? And if he refused to follow, would he resort to coercion? What are you doing? Being so indecisive? Li Bai remarked with exasperation. Chen Xuan looked up, realizing he had lagged behind. Yet, Li Bai's words sparked clarity in his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace and catch up to his companion. Chapter 31. The Imperial Guards of the Prince's Residence and the arrival of the 7 heroes of Jiangnan human nature is inherently selfish. Ultimately, Wan Yin Honglai serves as the catalyst for all events. Regardless of right or wrong, if one wishes to save Yang Kong, the only option is to bring him out. Senior, wait for me. Guojing galloped in on his small red horse, urgently calling out as he heard Chen Xuan planning to enter the prince's residence. Chen Xuan halted, turning to face Guojing. With determination etched on his face, Guojing proclaimed, I wish to accompany you. I cannot allow Brother Yang to be ensnared in that abyss. It is unwise. Ho Tonghai and the others have already begun to suspect that Mu Yi is indeed Yang Tiexin. Once they return to inform Wan Yin Honglai, it will not be long before the prince's residence is heavily guarded. The peril in this venture is immense, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head earnestly. I intend to take Yang Kong as my disciple. I will rescue him, so there is no need for you to worry. Guojing reluctantly nodded before riding away. Within the prince's residence, Yang Kong and Wan Yin Honglai had a fierce argument, retreating to a side room. Bao Shirua, pained in her heart, stood outside the door, at a loss for how to counsel them. In the Lixian pavilion, Wan Yin Honglai sat in the position of honor, flanked by 2 rows of skilled martial artists, all of whom he had hired at great expense to assist him in his ambitions. At this moment, the experts led by Sha Tongtian exchanged awkward glances with Wan Yin Honglai. With a sullen expression, Wan Yin Honglai remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. What is the origin of those 3? How can they leave you without a trace of battle spirit? It is Chun Xian from the Welai Inn. Sha Tongtian spoke gravely, taking the lead. Indeed, merely at the pinnacle of innate skill, and he can contend evenly with Morong Fu. Moreover, the white-clad youth beside him gives me the same formidable impression as Elder Ouyang. Even more frightening is an old man, who carries a sword sheath on his back, exuding an unfathomable aura, perhaps even surpassing Elder Ouyang. The experts debated amongst themselves, recalling the old man's gaze, still haunted by the memory. That does not concern you. I am somewhat familiar with this Chen Xuan, Wan Yin Honglai replied, his expression softening considerably. After all, the experts surrounding Chen Xuan were indeed enigmatic. Is that to be the conclusion? What of the young prince? Ho Tonghai protested, dissatisfied. What more do you desire? Are you a match for them? Wan Yin Honglai interrupted. But there are no buts. I trust my son's judgment. Wan Yin Honglai cut him off. But that Mu Yi bears a striking resemblance to your description of Yang Tiexin. What? Yang Tiexin? Wan Yin Honglai exclaimed in shock. If Yang Tiexin were to infiltrate the prince's residence, Bao Shirua would undoubtedly follow him. Over the years, she had developed feelings for him, and if that were to happen, all his efforts would be in vain. His expression hardened as he remarked, to preserve a dog-esque life, yet it still clings to existence. Truly a death wish. Ensure the safety of the princess and the young prince. Without orders, they are not to leave. Yes, the experts responded in unison. A moment later, the prince's residence fell into a heavy silence, having mobilized a formidable 3,000 Imperial Guards, standing vigilant. If one were to assert that Wan Yin Honglai harbored no treasonous intent, few would believe it. His hidden forces far surpassed this mere number. This night, it seemed, no one would dare to breach the stronghold. Yet, there was one exception, Yang Tiexin, whose longing for his wife had grown desperate. Even if it meant death, he was resolved to enter the prince's residence tonight, determined to slay as many enemies as possible. Despite Mu Nianxi's fervent pleas, she could not dissuade him. Just as she prepared to strike him down, a figure in a green robe rushed towards them. Yang Tiexin instinctively shielded Mu Nianxi behind him. As the figure drew near, he recognized it was Chen Xuan and let out a sigh of relief, having thought it was a newly recruited expert from the prince's residence. Yang Tiexin, you are being reckless. I have just learned that there are at least 3,000 Imperial Guards stationed at the prince's residence. Chen Xuan exclaimed, frustration evident on his face. I understand your desire to save your beloved, but you cannot simply walk into a death trap. This matter requires careful deliberation. There is no need for such haste. Inwardly, Chen Xuan thought, Lao Huang is at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Escaping the prince's residence with a woman is not a problem. Brother Li is a grandmaster of swordsmanship, capable of escorting Yang Kong as well. However, if Yang Tiexin were to venture out alone and be captured, would he still attempt to rescue? He was, after all, a formidable master, and it would be effortless for him to break through the prince's residence, provided that Ouyang Feng did not intervene. No one could stop him. Were it not for the fact that this was Jin territory, with their armies stationed in the city, he could have simply trampled through. Yet, Yang Tiexin was already injured. His combat strength severely diminished. If encircled, escape would be impossible. Nevertheless, Yang Tiexin wore a resolute expression. In the past years, had he not found Mu Nianzi and dedicated himself to raising her, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Now that he finally knew her whereabouts, how could he not hurry? Brotherly, knock him unconscious. Chen Xuan, feeling helpless, declared. Yang Tiexin was too stubborn to be persuaded. Before Yang Tiexin could finish his sentence, a flash of white light appeared, and he fell unconscious. Carry your father away and find a safe place to hide. Chen Xuan instructed Mu Nianzi. And you? Weren't you going to deliberate further? Mu Nianzi asked, perplexed. Do not concern yourself with me. I am deceiving your father. The three of us could navigate even the royal palace of the Jin kingdom with ease. Of course, he thought to himself, I am merely a supplementary figure. Chen Xuan then turned to leave. Mr. Chun, if we cannot match their strength, we must devise another plan. Those 3,000 Imperial Guards cannot remain vigilant indefinitely. Mu Nianzi called out loudly. Understood. The three gradually vanished into the night. As they approached the prince's residence, they faintly discerned several figures. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xuan was startled to see the leader, a gaunt figure with a pale face and bulging eyes, resembling a malevolent specter. Who goes there? The figure's ears twitched, its white pupils fixing upon Chen Xuan, an iron staff resting on the ground. After scrutinizing for a moment, Chen Xuan counted 7 individuals, aside from a lone woman. The others were peculiar in appearance, wielding various weapons, with Guijing standing respectfully among them. Realizing they were the 7 heroes of Jiangnan, Chen Xuan felt a mix of admiration and frustration, thinking to himself, Guijing, I commend you for summoning these extraordinary figures. Despite their eccentric personalities and abrasive tempers, they were indeed heroes of justice. Greetings, I am but a storyteller, he said, bowing slightly. Guijing quickly introduced Chen Xuan to his mentors, prompting Ke Zhenyi to clasp his fists and say, Young hero, you are the Chen Xuan that Jinger often speaks of? Indeed, you are the 7 heroes of Jiangnan. I have long admired your names. Chen Xuan stammered, feeling flustered. He was well aware that Ke Zhenyi was known for his sharp tongue and feared being reprimanded, for he could not eliminate Ke Zhenyi. Haha, too kind, Ke Zhenyi replied, his previously furrowed brow relaxing into a rather unsettling laughter. Chapter 32. Chen Xuan defeats the 7 heroes of Jiangnan, taking away Bao Shira, and Yang Kong the young hero, accomplished and ambitious, seeks to clear the name of the leader Qiao, revealing that he too harbors a profound disdain for evil and possesses formidable martial prowess, which earns him the utmost admiration from Ke Zhenyi. Haha, what brings these esteemed warriors here? Chen Xuan inquires with a smile, aware that few have received Ke Zhenyi's commendation. We aim to rescue the family and son of Yang Tiexin, and a host of other martial artists will accompany me. Ke Zhenyi replies solemnly, gripping his iron staff. A slight twitch at the corner of Chen Xuan's mouth betrays his thoughts. Indeed, should he involve them, the difficulty of the task would likely multiply. Why not first rendezvous with Yang Tiexin and discuss matters? He proposes hastily. That is not feasible. The experts of the martial world will soon arrive, all righteous individuals. How could we allow the young hero to face danger alone? Ke Zhenyi asserts with righteous fervor. The Wang residence is heavily guarded. It is not difficult for us to retreat safely. You should remain with Yang Tiexin, Chen Xuan responds, a note of helplessness in his demeanor. Unacceptable. While our skills may not match yours, we can still offer assistance. Ke Zhenyi remains resolute. Assistance? I only hope it does not become an impediment, Chen Xuan muses, then turns to Ke Zhenyi. Let us engage in a contest. Should I lose, you may proceed as you wish. Such audacity from a young hero. Ke Zhenyi retorts, his expression darkening. Although the tales of Chen Xuan's parody with Murong Fu abound, they have yet to witness it firsthand, and they cannot fathom how 7 could be bested by 1. Then let it be. With that, the 7 warriors advance, launching a myriad of techniques, towards Chen Xuan. Guo Jing attempts to intervene, but Ku Jinyi's competitive spirit prevails. Chen Xuan stands calmly aside as the assailants approach. He deftly employs his folding fan to counter their strikes effortlessly, his movements as graceful as a flying swallow. His sword remains sheathed yet radiates an intimidating aura. However, out of consideration for Ku Jinyi's pride, he engages in a few more exchanges before ultimately dispatching the group with the hilt of his sword. I concede, Ku Jinyi acknowledges. Stepping back, merely a slight advantage, hardly worth mentioning. Chen Xuan bows lightly. I implore you to seek out Yang Tiexing first, should pursuers arrive. I request your cooperation in aiding their escape. With that, he vanishes into the night. Jinger, what level of mastery does this Chen Xuan possess? Ku Jinyi inquires, puzzled. Senior Chen's cultivation has progressed swiftly. When I left the Welai Inn, he was already at the pinnacle of the innate stage. And now he has likely reached the realm of a grandmaster, Guo Jing replies. Ku Jinyi, feeling a flush of embarrassment at his own stagnation in the middle of the innate stage despite being in his 40s, exclaims, why did you not inform me sooner? Were you not the one to ask? Guo Jing replies quietly. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and his companions have scaled the walls of the Wang residence. Shrouded in the cloak of night, they had previously pinpointed Yang Kang's location and, upon descending, concealed themselves as patrols approached. Meticulously observing the guards' routines before stealthily making their way to Yang Kang's chamber. Outside the door, Bao Shira weeps, flanked by 2 squads of guards, while many more patrol nearby. Sha Tongtian and others offer comfort, yet Bao Shira steadfastly refuses to return inside, leaving the skilled warriors of the Wang residence at an impasse. This poses a challenge. Chen Xuan murmurs, contemplating how to infiltrate the room without alerting the guards. Brotherly, if you were surrounded by forces, could you escape? Chen Xuan inquires, his expression serious. This is a simple matter. Do not underestimate a grandmaster, Li Bai replies with confidence. Very well, attract the nearby guards, engage them while retreating, and leave the ones at the door to Lao Huang and me. Chen Xuan replies with a smile. I trust you have grasped the role of my guard. Li Bai shoots a glance at Chen Xuan. Then, in a burst of speed, he becomes a blur, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that swiftly dispatch dozens of guards. After a brief interval, Chen Xuan notes, it is nearly time. Only a few guards remain at the door, just a handful of inept ones left. Lao Huang. Let us proceed. Lao Huang nods and follows suit. Moments later, Sha Tongtian and the others find themselves incapacitated. Chen Xuan addresses Bao Shira softly. I will take you out. Come with me and persuade your son to leave. With that, Chen Xuan and Lao Huang burst into the room. Upon seeing Yang Kang, Bao Shira's tears flow uncontrollably as she pleads with him to come away. Yet Yang Kang has set his sights on the wealth and status he currently enjoys and is reluctant to depart from the Wang residence. Allow me. Chen Xuan gestures for Bao Shira to step aside and pulls Yang Kang aside. Sir, your pleas are unnecessary. I will not leave, Yang Kang states with resolute determination. Is that so? Chen Xuan chuckles softly. Yang Kang remains silent, but nods. Do you know who my 2 companions are? Chen Xuan suddenly asks. Yang Kang gazes at him with curiosity. Leaning in, Chen Xuan whispers, the young one is the Qinglian sword immortal, and the elder is the martial emperor at the pinnacle. The last sword can shatter the martial sovereign. Though astonished, Yang Kang still harbors doubts. Come with me. We 3 shall become your masters. Chen Xuan raises an eyebrow. Yang Kang's expression shifts to one of hesitation, weighing his choices. By accepting us as your masters, Hong Bangzhu, Huang Yaoshi, Qiao Feng, and Tianshan Tonglao will all be your uncles. Yang Kang's face lights up with excitement, yet he remains silent. You are quite greedy, Chen Xuan chuckles, shaking his head before uttering an astonishing claim, including the empress of the Tang dynasty, the sage of the Zhou dynasty, and the renowned detective Liu Xiaofeng of the Ming dynasty. All may very well be connected to you. I will follow you, Yang Kang nods fervently. To refuse now would be sheer foolishness, for his princely status pales in comparison to the illustrious figures Chen Xuan mentions. Then let us depart, Chen Xuan smiles. I wish to bid farewell to my adoptive father. After all, he has raised me for so many years. Yang Kang's face contorts with sorrow. It is unexpected that you possess such filial piety. Come with me, Chen Xuan replies, somewhat taken aback, but ultimately agreeing. Inwardly, he muses, with Brother Li's abilities, the Wang residence will surely be thrown into chaos, rendering it vulnerable. Lao Huang, take Bao Shira and rendezvous with the 7 heroes of Jiangnan. given their personalities. They are likely still nearby. Chen Xuan's expression turned serious. Follow me. Lao Huang smiles, turning to Bao Shirua. MMHM. Bao Shirua glances at Lao Huang, feeling a profound sense of security. Once the two depart, Chen Xuan pats Yang Kong on the shoulder and softly states, "Good lad, let us go." In his heart, Chen Xuan harbors a modicum of admiration for Yang Kong. While his greed is evident, he still values loyalty at this moment. In the Li Xian Pavilion, Wan Yin Honglai absent-mindedly peruses a book, his mind still troubled, when suddenly he hears a commotion. Chapter 33. Severing ties and departing the royal mansion as the pursuers approached. Qiao Feng made his entrance. Who? Wan Yin Honglai, startled, grasped the dagger beside him, his heart racing with trepidation. After all, he feared making a misstep. The elite guards of the Li Xian Pavilion had been reassigned, leaving only 2 personal guards. Should an assassin strike now, his demise would be inevitable. "Do not be afraid," Chen Xuan said, his green robe fluttering, as he placed a hand on Wan Yin Honglai's shoulder. "This will be the last time I call you father. From this moment forth, our bond is severed." Yang Kong, struggling to suppress his tears, endeavored to maintain a facade of indifference. He slowly approached Wan Yin Honglai, suddenly kneeling before him and bowing his head thrice, staining the floor with his blood. "Quickly leave. If you tarry, escape will be impossible," Chen Xuan urged, casting a glance at Yang Kong. "All right," Yang Kong replied, turning to follow Chen Xuan. At that moment, a significant number of guards regained their composure, with a portion pursuing Li Bai, while the remainder hurried back to the Li Xian Pavilion. Chen Xuan, reacting swiftly, seized Wan Yin Honglai and pressed the tip of his sword against his throat, stating calmly, "If you wish to survive, instruct them to retreat." Wan Yin Honglai nodded fervently, the terror of death compelling him to acquiesce. "You all step aside. Quickly move," he implored. "My lord." The leader of the guards hesitated, his face etched with uncertainty. "Do not make me repeat myself. If you do not wish for your lord to perish, then get out of the way," Chen Xuan barked, pressing the blade closer, drawing a thin line of blood. The guards, left with no choice, parted, allowing Chen Xuan and Yang Kong to break free, their feet shattering the floor beneath them as they dashed away, leaving Wan Yin Honglai behind. "My lord, shall we pursue?" the leader inquired as some teams remained behind, preparing to follow. Wan Yin Honglai's eyes burned with rage, fixated on the night sky, his breaths growing heavier as memories of Yang Kang's childhood flooded his mind. Yet he could not bring himself to issue the order. Meanwhile, Li Bai, exhausted from the exertion of holding off 3,000 adversaries, gasped for breath. He had even sustained a few arrows, but his agility had spared him from serious injury. Upon spotting Chen Xuan, relief washed over him as he surged forth from the royal mansion. "Follow me," Chen Xuan commanded, leading the group toward Moon Yin Si's hiding place. In an abandoned farmhouse, Moon Yin Si, Guijing, and others stood beside Yang Taixian, while Lao Huang kept watch outside. "The city gates have yet to open. We cannot exit," Chen Xuan whispered as he entered. If the 3 of them attempted to leave the city alone, the walls would not obstruct them. But these warriors lacked such exceptional lightness of foot. If they were to depart, Yang Taixian and the others would be doomed. Chen Xuan pondered. Wan Yin Honglai must still be hesitating. Once he resolves to kill, the city will soon be sealed off, leading to a massacre. Li Bai, having worn himself out, fell asleep beside a pile of grass, clutching a wine gourd. The others closed their eyes to rest, with Lao Huang smoking a pipe, taking on the responsibility of keeping watch. At the crow of a rooster, Chen Xuan jolted awake, rousing everyone softly. "We must leave promptly. Once Wan Yin Honglai makes up his mind, it will be too late." Everyone nodded gravely, and Yang Taixian, gradually regaining consciousness and still dazed, was pulled along by Guijing. "What is happening?" Yang Taixian rubbed his eyes. "There is no time to explain. We must exit first." Chen Xuan's expression turned serious. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yang Taixian nodded reluctantly and followed the group outside. In the royal mansion, Wan Yin Honglai seethed with agitation. His countenance darkened as he wreaked havoc in his study, smashing items in a frenzy. The porcelain shattered, and books were torn apart, leaving chaos in his wake. Just then, a guard entered, but before he could speak, Wan Yin Honglai shouted at him, causing the man to tremble in fear. "What is it?" Wan Yin Honglai managed to compose himself enough to ask. "The princess is missing." "What?" His pupils dilated as the realization struck him. He should have foreseen this. Yet, amidst the chaos of Yang Kang's departure and Chen Xuan's abduction, His mind had been in disarray, focused solely on venting his anger, oblivious to this crucial detail. Ha ha! Wang Yanhonglai's final defenses crumbled, and he erupted into maniacal laughter, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Bao Shirua, you wretched woman! And that bastard!" At that moment, Wang Yanhonglai lost all reason, having doted on Bao Shirua and tolerated Yang Kong, only to find both conspiring against him. He stormed out of the royal mansion with his guards, intent on tearing the two apart. The streets were filled with people who quickly scattered, sensing that the tides of fate in the capital were shifting. The city's defenders opened the gates only halfway when a sudden arrow flew through the air, halting their movements. A booming voice commanded, "Do not open the city gates. The Lord has ordered a lockdown. Capture Bao Shirua and Yang Kong." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Chen Xuan swiftly pierced the head of a guard with his sword, forcefully pushing the gates open, and everyone rushed through. The pursuers soon followed, unleashing a barrage of arrows. As Chen Xuan exited the gates, he felt a surge of panic at the downpour of arrows. He activated his explosive speed, moving like a specter, his steps heavy yet swift, covering several yards in an instant, though he still took an arrow. Countless guards surged forth, and from the distance, a squad of cavalry advanced steadily. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xuan drew his bow, an aura of sword intent surrounding him. In a flash, two beams of azure light struck down the leading cavalrymen, leaving them in pieces. Seizing the momentum, Chen Xuan broke through and called out to his companions, "Li, Lao Huang. Hurry over. I will keep watch over them." Li Bai and Lao Huang nodded in agreement, hastening to his side. Standing firm against the onslaught of thousands of guards and cavalry, the two remained resolute, devoid of fear. "If we cannot halt these Jin soldiers, it will spell disaster for Chen Xuan and the other heroes of the realm. Do not mind them. Continue the pursuit," Wang Yanhonglai bellowed. Thus, a portion of the Jin soldiers encircled Li Bai and Lao Huang, while another group continued after Chen Xuan. At that moment, an overwhelming force surged forward, and Chen Xuan turned to see a towering figure charging towards them. With a single palm strike, the advancing Jin soldiers fell to the ground en masse. "Qiao Bangzhu," Chen Xuan exclaimed, astonished by the timely arrival of Qiao Feng, filled with gratitude. "Mr. Chen, I have come," Qiao Feng replied, clasping his hands together. "Take them away. I will hold the rear with brotherly and the esteemed elder." "Thank you, Qiao Bangzhu, but I cannot join you in battle. I must stay with them to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Chen Xuan bowed deeply to Qiao Feng before gradually departing. "Brotherly, esteemed elder, we shall fight side by side today," Qiao Feng proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating and causing the guards' eardrums to throb. "Haha, I entrust this to you, brother Qiao." Li Bai thrust his sword through the nearest guard, smiling as he tossed a box of herbs, saying, "Light it and inhale deeply. It feels quite remarkable." "Thank you." Qiao Feng accepted the box, and after inhaling, a glint of power shone in his eyes. "With the dragon's wrath, there shall be no regrets." Qiao Feng's palms suddenly surged with energy, summoning a massive dragon shape that charged into the Jin soldiers, unleashing a cacophony of screams as the nearest foes were obliterated in an instant. Chapter 34. Breaking the enemy's forces. The four swords within the old yellow sword box trembled, unleashing the 7 styles simultaneously. In an instant, the sword intent soared into the heavens, dazzling flashes of sword light danced, and the sword energy swept across like a mighty river, rendering the galloping steed and its rider as mere fragments. The Jin army was thrown into disarray. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly unremarkable old man possessed such terrifying power. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bai plunged into the enemy ranks. His form ethereal as azure sword energies coursed through the battlefield, each strike claiming the life of a Jin soldier. With the roar of a dragon soaring into the sky, Qiao Feng leaped into the air, a golden dragon roaring into the fray, shattering the ground beneath and sending dust swirling. With the hidden dragon in the abyss and the dragon seen in the fields, Qiao Feng faced the encircling troops, a huazi clenched in his mouth, exuding an overwhelming aura. Each palm strike reverberated like thunder. The once fearsome Jin cavalry now appeared frail and vulnerable, and Qiao Feng, invigorated by the bloodshed, fought with increasing fervor. In no time, the Jin soldiers were left scattered, their steeds crushed, instilling terror among their ranks with corpses strewn across the ground. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, the three were drenched in blood, their breaths labored, eyes bloodshot, their internal energy nearly depleted, and even their physical strength waning. Li Bai could scarcely hold his star sword. Hurry! They are at the end of their strength. Wan Yinhong Lai, in a fit of agitation, yearned to kill a few to vent his fury. Devils! These people are devils. I want to go home. They are not human. Yet, the Jin soldiers had lost all courage. Some found their legs weak, drained of strength, and screamed frantically from the sidelines. Wan Yinhong Lai drew his bow and shot an arrow at Li Bai, prompting the remaining archers to react, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon the three. Retreat! The young masters should be safe now. Old Huang's voice was hoarse as he shouted. The two nodded, retreating at blinding speed, a gust of wind swirling around them, leaving countless afterimages as they gradually vanished. 7,000 Jin soldiers had suffered over 4,000 casualties, yet remained powerless to intervene, allowing their foes to withdraw unscathed, an utter loss, both in men and morale. Wan Yinhong Lai clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, a heavy weight in his chest as he spat a mouthful of blood. His vision fading to black. His guards rushed to him, hoisting him onto a horse, escorting him back. After such a fierce battle, it was inconceivable that the mighty Jin cavalry had been defeated by merely 3 individuals. Their morale shattered. They found it difficult to muster the courage to fight again. What a thrill! Li Bai exclaimed, raising a gourd of wine to his lips. Huh? What nonsense about the Jin being invincible? It's simply laughable. Qiao Feng felt a surge of pride, reveling in the exhilaration. We have finally arrived. Old Huang's lips were pale, his expression bitter, but a smile broke upon seeing the towering inn. Chen Xuan stood outside, brows furrowed as he scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting 3 figures rushing towards him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go. Back to the inn. Chen Xuan greeted them with a beaming smile. The 3 reclined in chairs, sipping hot tea and nibbling on pastries, the weariness of the day dissipating significantly. Thank you, Brother Li and Brother Qiao, for your tremendous assistance, Chen Xuan expressed sincerely, clasping his hands in gratitude. No need for such formality. Mr. Chen is my benefactor, Qiao Feng replied lightly. May I inquire why Brother Qiao has come to the Jin capital so suddenly? Chen Xuan asked, perplexed. I sought Murong Bo in vain. Thus I set off for Shaolin Temple to find the treacherous Xuanzi. Alas, an aura far beyond my own emanated from the temple. It must be the monk you mentioned. So I had no choice but to retreat for now, Qiao Feng recounted as he savored his tea. A Zhu wished to bid farewell to Murong Fu. So I deliberated and decided to visit the Yu Lion first. Upon my return, I learned that you had gone to the Jin capital, so I turned back. Fortunate not to have arrived too late. Thank heavens for you all, Chen Xuan said with heartfelt emotion, filled with gratitude. Qiao Feng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Meeting Li Bai's gaze and Old Huang's innocent smile, Chen Xuan felt a warmth swell within, a profound sense of reassurance. The 7 freaks of Jiangnan had already departed without lingering, while Yang Tai Xian and Yang Kong sat in silence, their estrangement only resolvable with time. Old Huang. The water is ready. Please take Brother Li and Brother Qiao to bathe. Fresh clothes have been prepared, Chen Xuan instructed. Old Huang nodded, leading the 3 to the backyard for their baths. They reclined in the tubs, eyelids heavy, drifting into a deep slumber, awakening only when the sun was high in the sky. Upon learning that Chen Xuan was responsible for taking away Bao Shiro and Yang Kong, Wan Yinhong Lai, in a fit of rage, contemplated mobilizing troops to attack Wuqing. However, he refrained from doing so, swayed by the advice of his subordinates and his own grand plans. In a single night, Old Huang and the others had decimated 7,000 Jin cavalry, resulting in 4,000 casualties, news of which spread throughout the Song dynasty, earning them widespread acclaim. For a time, they were regarded as deities descended from the heavens, with some places even erecting statues in their honor. The emotional value surged dramatically, surpassing the 100,000 mark, much to Chen Xuan's delight, allowing him to perform a tenfold draw from the blue treasure chests. Should I exchange for a purple treasure chest? Chen Xuan pondered, furrowing his brow. What wonders might the purple treasure chest contain? With determination, he gritted his teeth and exchanged for one, leaving him with enough to procure 3 blue treasure chests. Selecting the world of the heavens for the purple chest, choosing the snowy world for the blue chests, Chen Xuan silently recited. Ding! All treasure chests have been opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a vial of phoenix blood from the Fengyun world. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 700 light cavalry from the Phoenix Battalion, which has automatically descended upon the back mountain. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-element talisman puppet from the Snow Sword world. Congratulations, host, for gaining insight into two-thirds of the unnamed sword path. Chen Xuan stood frozen in disbelief. Phoenix blood, the very essence of the divine beast, the phoenix, capable of granting immortality. Su Fu from Fengyun consumed phoenix blood and lived for over 1,000 years, becoming a formidable figure in that realm. Even the most mediocre of talents could shatter the void after living for a millennium. A surge of ecstasy flooded his heart, signifying that breaking the void was merely a matter of time. Though uncertain of the changes that might follow, he subscribed to the adage of living fully in the present, for contemplating the future was futile. Merging with the insight of two-thirds of the unnamed sword path, Chen Xuan intoned silently, an arcane light streaking across the sky as sword intent soared upward, enveloping the entire inn. Li Bai, in the midst of relishing meat and wine, felt a wave of frustration wash over him upon sensing the sword intent. This is too monstrous. Brother Chen's swordsmanship now surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. Even compared to that sword demon, he is scarcely inferior. In a certain sword tomb, a pitch-black sword stood embedded in the earth, suddenly quivering violently. The eyes of a figure meditating nearby snapped open. Brushing leaves from his face, he rose, shaking off the dust from his body. Chapter 35. The unrivaled Dugu emerges from the valley suddenly. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through the previously murky eyes. He gently tapped the back of the sword, and the Xuanma sword ceased its trembling. How many years had it been? The eyes of Dugu Qiubai were filled with reminiscence, recalling the time when he, armed with a single sword, vanquished countless masters, leaving no sword sovereign in the great song. After that, he had no rivals and ceased to engage in combat. A solitary figure faded into the deep mountains, carving out a barren grave he named Sword Tomb, signifying the burial place of swords. The murderous intent and malice within him were nurtured into a sword by the natural sword embryo buried within, which he named the Xuanma sword. Until today, the sword finally experienced a violent tremor, indicating that there was someone in the great song whose swordsmanship could rival his own. Dugu Qiubai tidied his disheveled hair, leaped into the river to cleanse himself, seemingly returning to the spirited days of his youth. Wuching, was it? Dugu Qiubai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood a massive eagle. Eagle, I seem to have glimpsed my opponent. Remain here. Whenever fate allows someone to cross paths with me, you shall accompany him. Dugu Qiubai stroked the eagle's wing. The eagle's eyes were filled with reluctance, tears glistening, as it called out repeatedly. Today, as I emerge from the valley, do not harbor any concerns. Dugu Qiubai cast a glance at the eagle and turned to collapse the sword tomb, departing with elegance. Chen Xuan stepped out of the chamber, pulling Li Bai aside and whispering, I have promised Yang Kong. You must teach him a move or two. Yang Kong has a decent foundation. I can consider imparting him 2 moves of the Qinglian sword technique. However, there will be no bowing. I do not favor such formalities, Li Bai replied, nodding. Just then, Yang Kong emerged from the room and was pulled over by Chen Xuan. Glancing at Li Bai, he spoke. Did you see? That is the Qinglian sword immortal. From today onward, you will learn swordsmanship from him. Greetings, master. Yang Kong nodded respectfully, bowing before Li Bai. Haha, henceforth. There is no need for such formalities when you see me. Here, there are no such constraints. I will temporarily accept you as a disciple. When you grasp the sword techniques I teach, you shall officially become my student. Li Bai laughed heartily, producing a page of sword manual from his garments and handing it to Yang Kong. If there are any obscure parts, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, he took a smoke and went to bask in the sun in the backyard. Yes, Yang Kong exclaimed with joy, quickly glancing at the manual, which contained the Qinglian sword technique. Though it only had 3 forms, these were the renowned sword moves of the Qinglian sword immortal. Satisfied, he dashed back to his room to study. Sir, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for many days. The tale of your 3 great masters defeating the Jin army has spread. It is indeed a pride of our great song. Outside the inn, a cacophony erupted as numerous guests flooded in, instantly filling the entire hall. Haha, you all are quite well informed. Chen Xuan greeted the crowd with a bow. Now that the sir has returned, does it mean we can resume the storytelling? We have been eagerly anticipating the continuation of Snowblade. Everyone, please take a seat. Chen Xuan waved his hand, then leaped onto the high platform, fanning himself. A sword immortal shatters the water armor. A born Vajrao ascends into the celestial realm. The sword opens the great river 200 zhang, and the killing intent is laid outside Xiangfan City. The wooden clapper fell onto the table, and Chen Xuan continued. Last time, We spoke of the pervasive killing intent in Xiangfan, marking the imminent assassination of the heir. It turned out that years ago, when Su Xiao rode into Xiangfan, he had annihilated an army of 100,000 led by Wang Yangming. His brother, Wang Mingyin, was determined to fulfill the vow of making Su Fengyin perish. At this moment, Wu Lu and Zuo had arrived as promised, and Zhao Kai, controlling the talisman armor, was also present. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. The heir departed from Qingzhou, heading directly to Jiangnan, urging Su Zhihu to return to Beiyang, while Chao Changqing took away Jiang An'ai. And the heir gifted the dragon sparrow sword. Under Mount Longhu, Xianyuan Jingqing bowed thrice to Su Fengyin, hoping that the heir could lead the troops to clear Huishan. It turned out that Xuan Yuan's ancestor, Xianyuan Depan, after cultivating with his wife, extended his sinister grasp towards his own daughter, Xianyuan Qi Feng. The audience below was in an uproar. This Xianyuan Depan is truly despicable, coveting the women of his own family. Such a disgrace is indeed the misfortune of the Xianyuan clan. What a pity that Xianyuan Jingcheng is so weak. One wonders how he will respond. Qiao Feng sat in the hall, equally indignant. If I were to encounter such a person, I would surely shatter his skull. Xianyuan Depan's existence is nothing but a waste of the world's heir. The heir, suspecting treachery, found Xianyuan Jingqing willing to use his brother's life as a token of sincerity, having witnessed Xianyuan Jingshuan's intentions towards his wife and killing him on the spot. The heir brought people to witness this peak battle, and that day, Xianyuan Jingcheng confronted his ancestor Xianyuan Depan, memories surging within him, remaining unfazed by honor or disgrace, as the past faded like smoke. Amidst the falling snow, Xianyuan Jingqing faced his ancestor in battle, but Xianyuan Depan did not believe he could be shaken. Xianyuan Jingqing, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, pushed his ancestor back 10 zhang. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose as he clutched his chest, gazing up at the vast sky, his heart swelling with heroism. In his youth, he had read of the mayfly shaking the great tree. Now he found the humor in it, and thought it better to transform laughter into respect. Xianyuan Jingcheng withdrew his gaze, standing with hands clasped behind his back, turning to shout, Xianyuan Jingqing summons the ancestor to death. The crowd gasped. As the sky seemed to churn with storm clouds, amidst the thunder and lightning, the heavens darkened, and torrential rain poured down. The skies over Huishan were changing. Do not say that scholars lack courage. Dare to call upon heaven and earth to sink into the sea. Xianyuan Qingfeng wept profusely. On this day, Xianyuan Jingqing became a sage of Confucianism, a terrestrial immortal. Under the rolling thunder, Xianyuan Jingqing pressed down on his ancestor, forcing him to defend and retreat step by step. At this moment, he was a Confucian sage, a terrestrial immortal, coldly laughing as he gradually knelt down. Heaven encompasses myriad phenomena, and the earth bears all things. In reverence to heaven and earth, Xianyuan Jingqing kneels, seeking death. As the thunder struck, Xianyuan Depan was obliterated. As the echoes of his words faded, the audience erupted in excitement. What a bold declaration to call upon heaven and earth to sink into the sea. Who says scholars are of no use? This is indeed a terrestrial immortal. In today's realm, that is akin to a divine warrior, a step away from shattering the void. Qiao Feng drank deeply from his cup, heartily proclaiming, Do not say that scholars lack courage. I toast you with this drink. He felt his blood boiling. If Xianyuan Jingqing were to come to the great song, he would surely seek to become brothers with him. Bao Shiruan nestled in Yang Tiexin's embrace, a look of bliss on her face as she softly murmured, Brother Tai. If it were you, you would surely act the same, wouldn't you? Chen Xuan sipped his tea, waiting for silence to return before continuing the tale. After the thunder, the only sound remaining was the heart-wrenching cries of Xianyuan Qingfeng. The heir opened his umbrella slowly, shielding the daughter of the sage, neither rising nor departing from each other. Chapter 36. The old swordmaster borrows a sword and departures. The old swordmaster gazed upon the scene before him, reminiscent of the moment he encountered the green-robed maiden in Fengdu. That year, when he inadvertently wounded her and carried her to the demon-slaying platform, it bore an uncanny similarity to this very instant. It was a day of torrential rain, and he, too, held an umbrella. The destruction of his Dao heart was, in truth, unrelated to Qi Xuanjin. The breaking of the wooden ox and horse mattered little, nor did the loss of his arm. The true reason was rather straightforward. When the green-robed girl had been pierced through the heart, she had laughed bitterly and remarked, Heaven did not give birth to you, Li Chuangang. How exceedingly dull. The old sword master stepped onto the snowy ground, his gaze drifting away from the air. Li Chuangang shouted, "Bring forth the sword." Hundreds of sword lights from the Huishan swordsmen surged forth, while 1,000 wooden swords from Longhushan soared into the air. A magnificent display flying towards the desolate Bull Mountain, overwhelming in its grandeur. With a clap of the awakening wood, Chen Xuan rose from the high platform. On this day, the old sword master borrowed 1,000 swords, re-entering the realm of the terrestrial immortals. Observing the myriad flying swords, the air stood frozen. For it seemed this task was beyond reward. 1,000 swords pierced the void. What an extraordinary spectacle. One could only ponder whether they would witness such a sight in their lifetime. It was unexpected that the old sword master would fall from grace due to the affections for a beauty. Truly, it begs the question of what love is in this world, leading one to pledge life and death. Alas, the green-robed maiden. A voice from the Longhushan celestial master's residence echoed, "Li sword master borrows a sword. Will he dare to return it?" To which the old sword master retorted, "Return it? Nonsense. Those old Taoists were indeed stingy." Indeed, Li sword master borrowing your swords was merely out of respect. The audience erupted in laughter, simultaneously captivated by Li Chuanggang's imposing presence. The heir assisted Xianyuan Qingfeng in taking command of Huishan. With the affairs of Huishan concluded following Xianyuan Jing's wife's tragic demise, the heir bid farewell to the carefree audience, intending to journey to the martial emperor city. As his words fell, Chen Xuan closed his folding fan, clapped the awakening wood, and declared in a resounding voice. To discover what transpires next, stay tuned for the next installment. Ladies and gentlemen, this session concludes here. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. At once, someone eagerly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed speaker, who originated the first grade 4 realms?" Oh, Chen Xuan's gaze settled on the inquisitive patron, a smile gracing his lips. It seems this guest is quite passionate about the subject. Curiosity, perhaps? Not divulging feels akin to a cat's clawing, leaving one restless. The patron chuckled, taking a sip of his drink. "No problem, let me elaborate. This individual was named Gao Shulu, the great demon of 400 years past. Originally a prince of the great Phoenix dynasty, he shunned the throne to wander the mountains and rivers in pursuit of enlightenment. The iron cavalry of the grasslands shattered the great Phoenix dynasty, leading Gao Shulu to succumb to madness, ultimately achieving the realm of heavenly beings. On that fateful day, blood rained down across Jiangnan, a great terror enveloping the world. Gao Shulu slaughtered experts across the land, until none dared claim invincibility, none dared to assert supremacy. Ultimately, he established the first grade 4 realms, only to be sealed away by an unnamed Taoist." As these words fell, the crowd collectively gasped, astonished by Chen Xuan's revelation. To pursue enlightenment, he forsook the entirety of his dynasty's subjects. Indeed, he was the great demon. Gao Shulu exhibited unparalleled tyranny. Li Bai's pupils constricted, a silent lament echoing within him. Was this the realm of the martial god? At such heights, even the multitude appeared as mere ants. Without attaining the martial god realm, one could never truly explore the path of longevity and immortality. Dugu Qiubai, cloaked in black, observed from the shadows, reflecting on his own journey. After years, he had merely dipped a toe into the threshold of the martial emperor. All right, everyone, this concludes the tale of the Snowblade. Next, I shall enumerate the top 10 martial arts of the Jianghu. In no particular order, Chen Xuan gently waved his fan and spoke at an opportune moment. The audience displayed earnest expressions, their faces alight with interest. First and foremost, we have the 18 dragon-subduing palms of our great song Jianghu, a name inspired by the Zhou. Initially, it was the 28 palms of dragon-subduing, a unique skill of the beggar-s sect, later simplified by the esteemed leader Qiao. Its might not only remained intact but surpassed its former glory. Though the movements may appear simple and mundane, each strike possesses boundless power, overwhelming and fierce, akin to a mountain collapsing upon the sea. The first 14 strikes of the 18 dragon-subduing palms require minimal talent. With dedicated effort, one can master them. However, the final 4 demands profound inner strength, requiring at least mastery of the Grandmaster realm for any hope of comprehension. I have heard that the esteemed leader Qiao's execution of the 18 dragon-subduing palms could shatter even a wooden horse. A patron exclaimed with admiration, "What of it? Would you become a beggar merely for the 18 dragon-subduing palms? Is there any harm in that?" The esteemed leader Qiao, a heroic figure of his time, was indeed a beggar. What is wrong with being a beggar? Are you the esteemed leader Qiao? What are you thinking? Even if you were permitted to learn, I doubt you could reach the Grandmaster realm. Everyone, please refrain from quarreling. The 18 dragon-subduing palms do not necessitate joining the beggaress sect. If the two leaders are willing to impart their knowledge, anyone can learn, Chen Xuan urged, pressing his hands down. But the two leaders have been missing, wandering the world. How can one hope to encounter them? Someone lamented, visibly distressed. Let this fool fantasize. We should seek the esteemed leader Qiao first. Someone exclaimed upon spotting Qiao Feng in the corner. Indeed, isn't the esteemed leader Qiao right here? They laughed, just as Qiao Feng sipped his drink. He found himself the object of attention from a majority of the tavern's audience, their eyes gleaming with expectation. Startled, he quickly regained composure and clasped his hands, saying, "It is but a trivial matter. Once the speaker finishes, I shall demonstrate a few sets of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. How much one comprehends will depend on your talents. However, there is one condition. Speak freely, esteemed leader. Even if you demand 1,000 things, we shall comply." At this moment, a delicate man knelt on the ground. His voice elongated as he proclaimed, "Esteemed leader Qiao, you are my deity. Enough, enough. The vigorous palm technique is ill-suited for you. Qiao, no, the 18 dragon-subduing palms suit us." Aha! Qiao Feng was touched by their enthusiasm and replied, "In truth, it is nothing much. The beggaress sect faces danger, and I hope for your support. All right. Everyone, please take your seats and wait for the speaker to conclude." As Qiao Feng finished, he observed the crowd sit up straight, their focus unwavering, more engrossed than during Chen Xuan's narration. This was indeed favorable. Following this storytelling, their emotional value would surely soar. Clearing his throat, Chen Xuan sipped his tea and cast a grateful glance at Qiao Feng, proclaiming loudly, "Next, we shall discuss the second unique skill of the beggaress sect, the dog-beating stick technique. This skill is never publicly shared. Only the leaders of the beggaress sect may practice it." Chapter 37. Scholar Huang Shang creates the 9 yin and becomes the martial emperor. There exists a total of 36 paths, 12 moves, and 8 character mantras, all conceived by the founder of the beggars sect. By the time of the third sect leader, their power had reached its zenith. Throughout various dynasties, whenever the beggars sect faced perilous moments threatening its very existence, the sect leader would personally intervene. The dog-beating stick technique, once unleashed, would inevitably eliminate all threats and intimidate any adversaries with ulterior motives. Although the name dog-beating stick technique may sound crude, its intricate variations are seldom matched in the world. Encompassing 8 techniques such as tripping, chopping, entangling, poking, lifting, sealing, turning, and more, representing the pinnacle of martial arts. As Chen Xuan concluded his words, an audience member inquired, "Which is stronger, the dog-beating stick technique or the 18 dragon-subduing palms?" Without a doubt, the 18 dragon-subduing palms possess greater raw power, yet in terms of versatility, the dog-beating stick technique undoubtedly prevails. In my humble opinion, the dog-beating stick technique holds a slight advantage. The crowd turned their gaze towards Qiao Feng, who nodded with a subtle smile. However, the audience could only gaze with envy, for such skills could only be mastered by the sect leader. Aspiring to become the leader is an elusive dream unless one reaches the level of a grandmaster. Currently, even the somewhat lesser skilled Han Qigong has attained the realm of a half-step martial emperor. As for the martial arts of hidden sects, they remain unspoken, as some are rather underhanded. The audience chuckled, recognizing that revealing such information would be overly burdensome. Chen Xuan shook his head and continued, "The art of the celestial movements can also be deemed a peerless martial skill, yet I shall not elaborate on it here, as I have discussed it in previous sessions." Next, he spoke of the 9 yin and 9 yang scriptures, both considered the apex of internal martial arts, unrivaled in the world. Let us first delve into the 9 yin scriptures. The 9 yin scriptures are divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume focuses on internal cultivation, while the lower volume comprises martial techniques. The 9 yin scriptures can be regarded as the comprehensive guide to martial arts, capable of deciphering the techniques of various schools. With all contained martial arts being of the highest caliber, the Black Wind twins only mastered 2 of its techniques, yet their infamous reputation spread across the Zongwu. This divine art encompasses internal power, lightness skills, boxing techniques, swordsmanship, finger and claw techniques, grappling, acupoint sealing tricks, healing methods, breath-holding skills, hypnosis, and more, covering a vast array of disciplines. The creator was a scholar, whom I previously mentioned, Huang Shang, a civil servant of the Song dynasty. Surely you jest. It is precisely because of our Song's emphasis on literature that we find ourselves in this situation. Such divine skills could not possibly emerge from a mere scholar. Indeed, how could those solely devoted to the study of sacred texts possibly divert their thoughts to martial arts? Let us not jump to conclusions just yet. The gentleman has just spoken of Xianyuan Jingqing. What significance does it hold if the speaker is mistaken? The audience pondered for a moment, finding some merit in the argument, and nodded in silence. The tale of Huang Shang and the 19 scriptures dates back to the reign of Emperor Huizong, who sought to compile Taoist texts from across the realm, totaling over 5,400 volumes, known as the Wanshou Daozong, with Huang Shang as the editor. At the age of 67, fearing omissions and errors, he meticulously proofread each character. In the years that followed, he unexpectedly acquired profound martial skills through this endeavor. During the period when the Ming cult was introduced to the Central Plains, it was regarded as a typical demonic sect by the devout Huizong, who dispatched Huang Shang to eradicate it. However, the Ming cult possessed numerous martial experts, and the mission initially faltered, forcing Huang Shang to take matters into his own hands. He eliminated several protectors of the faith and light messengers, inadvertently attracting an overwhelming number of relatives, countless aunts and uncles. Indeed, there was reason for the Ming cult's prominence during the height of our Song dynasty. Can you imagine? In the midst of battle, suddenly someone shouts, "I am his aunt." How amusing. Do you think Huang Shang, having just harnessed his skills, might have revealed his secrets? You make a fair point, but after all, he was slaying protectors of the faith. It's only natural for there to be many relatives. The audience found humor in the imagery that surfaced in their minds. Subsequently, those relatives besieged Huang Shang. Although a few perished, he sustained grave injuries and retreated to the wilderness to recuperate, only to discover that his family had been murdered in a fit of rage by those relatives. Huang Shang could only suppress his fury and meticulously study the techniques of those who attacked him. After years of contemplation, he ultimately succeeded in deciphering their methods, which led to the creation of the 19 scriptures. However, when he sought vengeance, the girl he had once known at the age of 18 had long since lost her youth, now transformed into an elderly woman. Huang Shang sighed deeply and chose to retreat into the mountains, unwilling to let his profound skills fall into obscurity, thereby passing them down to future generations. What a remarkable figure Huang Shang was. After living a mediocre life, he etched out a supreme skill through the compilation of the Taoist texts. At 67, he entered the realm of martial arts. One can only speculate what level he has attained. May I ask, where are the 19 scriptures now? The audience held great admiration for such a character, achieving enlightenment and facing an entire cult with the stature of a scholar, a peak moment for the literati of the Song dynasty, rivaling even the likes of Xi and Qiji. Chen Xuan sipped his tea, contemplated for a moment, and gradually spoke. After Huang Shang completed the Taoist texts, he became a grand master. He then retreated to the mountains to train and create the 19, surpassing the realm of martial emperor, and has lived in seclusion for an indeterminate number of years. It is likely that he has achieved completeness and should be considered one of the most exceptional individuals in the world today. Of course, unlike the Zongwu masters I previously listed, these figures are akin to level experts, standing on the threshold of the martial emperor realm. Would you like to know who these level experts are? Chen Xuan's voice suddenly softened, imbued with a certain allure. The audience leaned in closer, their faces brimming with curiosity. Yet, Chen Xuan merely sat back with a gentle smile, saying, "If you wish to know, please tune in next time at the ULIN." The crowd erupted in agitation, their expressions a mix of frustration and anticipation, akin to being on the verge of an intimate exchange only to be interrupted by a relative's sudden visit. Their enthusiasm was doused, and they glared at Chen Xuan with gritted teeth. Ahem, wasn't there someone who asked about the whereabouts of the 19 scriptures? Chen Xuan took a sip of tea and swiftly changed the subject, prompting the audience to regain some composure, though their interest remained piqued. Years ago, Wang Chongyang, in an effort to quell conflicts within the Zongwu, proposed that the victor of the Huashan Sword Conference safeguard the 19 scriptures. After days and nights of fierce competition, the scriptures were entrusted to Wang Chongyang and his disciple, Zhou Batong. Wang Chongyang concealed the scriptures within a meditation cushion, never practicing them, and strictly forbade his disciples from doing so as well. The Western poison, Ouyang Feng, harbored covetous thoughts and, feigning death, severely injured Wang Chongyang with the one yang finger. fleeing to the Song dynasty, never to be heard from again. Before leaving, he entrusted the scriptures to his disciple. Zhou Batong, adhering to his wishes, hid the upper volume, but encountered Huang Yaoshi and Feng Hong. Feng Hong deceived Zhou Batong into destroying the lower volume, thus returning to the island to transcribe it from memory. Unfortunately, his handwritten copy was stolen by the Blackwind twins, and when he attempted to rewrite it, he exhausted himself and perished. Subsequently, Zhou Batong sought justice on the island, but was imprisoned. In his youth, Guijing cunningly killed Chen Xuan, and the lower volume of the Nine Yin scriptures fell into the possession of Mei Qiao Feng, while the upper volume remained on Peach Blossom Island. Chapter 38. The strength and weakness of the Nine Yin and Nine Yang. Upon the speaker's words, astonishment enveloped the audience. They could hardly fathom that the Blackwind duo were disciples of Huang Yaoshi. Despite being known as the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi would never resort to malevolent arts. Such unparalleled martial prowess is not something we can covet. It is best left aside. Next came the Nine Yang Sutra, which, in truth, is derived from the Nine Yin. The wine god monk, after perusing the Nine Yin Sutra, deemed its Yin energy excessive, leading him to craft the Nine Yang Sutra from the interstices of the Lankavatara Sutra. This Nine Yang Sutra is an internal skill of utmost yang and rigidity. Once comprehended, it purifies the essence and marrow, causing a surge in internal power and a remarkably rapid recovery rate, rendering even ordinary techniques immensely formidable. It is impervious to toxins and indestructible, specifically countering malevolent internal energies, and has the potential to rebound attacks. Mastery of this technique endows one with extraordinary vitality, akin to the Nine Yin Sutra, which boasts numerous top-tier martial arts. Furthermore, there is the Six Meridians Divine Sword, which condenses internal energy into sword qi emitted from the fingertips. As the name suggests, this exceptional skill encompasses 6 swords: the Shaoshang sword, sharp and fierce; the Shangyang, agile and versatile; the Zhangchong, awe-inspiring; the Guanchong, clumsy yet ancient; the Shaochong, swift beyond measure; and the Shaozi, skillfully variable. Some assert this is a finger technique, for to practice it, one must cultivate the One-Yang finger to the 4th rank before acquiring the fundamentals. Others argue it is a sword technique, as each move distinctly employs sword qi, radiating sharpness and ferocity. After Chen Xuan concluded his thoughts with a sip of tea, his gaze fell upon the audience, prompting one to rise and speak eloquently. Whether it is a finger technique or a sword technique matters not. A top-tier master of finger techniques, such as the venerable Southern Emperor, could easily defeat peers if he considered it a finger technique. However, if he regarded it as a sword technique, the impact would be significantly diminished. Yet, what if a master of sword techniques harnessed his own sword intent? Wouldn't that render him superior, even without a sword? Some in the audience, unable to contain themselves, scoffed, expressing that the latter part of the argument was sheer nonsense. If the absence of a sword were truly so simple, the world would be in chaos. Understanding varies from person to person, and we shall not dwell on it further. Chen Xuan smiled. What then? Does one believe? Which of the Nine Yang and Nine Yin sutras possesses greater might? As silence fell, a query emerged. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, sipping his tea. The Nine Yang Sutra is invulnerable in defense, embodying the essence of Taoist arts. The Nine Yin Sutra is all-encompassing, representing the treasury of Tao. Mastery of the Nine Yang Sutra allows one to ascend to the ranks of the formidable, facing few equals. However, against those who have reached the pinnacle of martial sovereignty, its efficacy is minimal. Conversely, even a complete understanding of the Nine Yin Sutra holds infinite potential and ample room for growth. To be frank, it provides substantial aid even against the martial sovereigns. In essence, the Nine Yang excels before reaching the martial sovereign realm, while the Nine Yin thrives beyond it. The audience, suddenly enlightened, found all doubts dissipated. Chen Xuan continued. There remain 5 more divine skills, which I shall now elaborate upon. Have you all heard of the Mingyu skill? I am quite familiar with it. That is the signature skill of our Ming dynasty's Yihua Palace, exclaimed an audience member, visibly excited. Indeed, the Mingyu skill is both formidable and profoundly mysterious. Bearing some resemblance to the eternal spring skill of the Xiaoyao sect, Chen Xuan noted, surveying the crowd. The Mingyu skill is divided into 9 levels. Achieving the 6th layer elevates one to the realm of mastery, while the 8th layer grants access to the Grandmaster level, and the 9th layer offers a significant possibility of attaining martial sovereign status. At the 9th level, martial arts ascend to an unprecedented echelon, becoming even more exquisite. When practiced, the energy flows as translucent as jade, and the internal power not only consolidates but also expands. A vortex forms around the practitioner, drawing in those who approach uncontrollably. When fully exerted, the practitioner is enveloped in a chilling aura, and should anyone attempt to resist, the coldness will swiftly crystallize them. Similar to the eternal spring skill, this divine art ensures its practitioners retain eternal youth, enhancing their appearance over time. The 7th divine skill is the wedding dress skill. This technique is extraordinarily powerful and fierce, cultivated by the reclusive Yan'an Tian of the Ming dynasty. Upon achieving martial perfection, one can control internal energy effortlessly. Without exerting energy, not a trace will escape. Once activated, it unleashes a ferocious torrent, akin to a raging fire and thunderous might. Upon reaching mastery, one generates protective true energy, rendering the body as resilient as steel, making it challenging for even equals to unsettle. Merely the presence of this energy can intimidate all nefarious beings. However, to cultivate this skill to 70% requires the relinquishment of one's lifetime of offensive power, a feat attainable only by those of immense willpower. Akin to a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis. The 8th divine skill is the dual swords of Chungang, created by Wang Su of the Great Qin. The first generation of Guguzi, the dual swords of Chungang align with the cosmic forces, distinguishing between vertical and horizontal swords. The vertical sword is characterized by its ability to sever throats from 100 paces, while the horizontal sword is designed to alleviate sorrows and traverse 8 directions. The techniques are striking and thunderous, and even the formidable cavalry of the Great Qin cannot withstand its brilliance. When the two swords unite, few in the world can withstand their sharpness. The 9th divine skill is the Tiangang formula. The Tiangang formula, conceived by Yuan Tiangang, wields tremendous power. Practitioners are enveloped in a formidable aura, and upon comprehension, their internal energy surges several-fold, rivaling that of grand masters in depth. Once fully mastered, even the simplest moves become unfathomable, without revealing any vulnerabilities, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to counter. In an instant, one can reach their adversary, and within the same realm, one individual's might can equal that of 3. Finally, we arrive at the last divine skill, the Luanyu. Luanyu? The audience appeared puzzled. While they had some familiarity with the preceding skills, they were utterly bewildered by Luanyu, their eyes wide with confusion. It is entirely normal for you not to have heard of it, as this Luanyu originates from the Great Zhou and was only recently completed. Yet it embodies the tireless efforts of numerous masters. Chen Xuan chuckled, amused by the audience's astonished expressions. This Luanyu is a collaborative work of the 5 divine beings of the Great Zhou, its brilliance rivaling that of the Shaoyao sect's arts, encompassing complexities that surpass even the Nine Sutra. Upon Chen Xuan's declaration, the audience erupted in fervent discussion, the atmosphere of storytelling reaching its zenith. Could the Great Zhou truly be so formidable? The speaker had only mentioned a few divine beings from various dynasties, yet the Great Zhou produced 5. It was simply astonishing. The collaboration of 5 divine beings could indeed be deemed the world's foremost divine skill. Did the speaker not claim that the rankings were without precedence? Was this not blatant dishonesty? Regardless, it mattered not. As long as one understood in their heart, they awaited the speaker's conclusion, eager to learn the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Chapter 39. Qiao Feng demonstrates the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Dugu Qiubai and Chen Xuan discuss swordsmanship. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Chen Xuan was taken aback by the overwhelming reaction his speech had elicited. Before he could even begin, the audience had already contributed 1,000 points of emotional value. The crowd subdued their voices slightly, yet discussions persisted. Suppressing his joy, Chen Xuan gazed at the audience below. This discourse comprised a total of 20 volumes and 492 chapters, encompassing a vast array of topics: military strategy, celestial phenomena, divination and calculations, sword forging, battlefield formations, and military training, among others. The martial arts were intricate, with each chapter containing top-tier martial techniques. Upon mastering all 492 forms, one would realize that these 20 volumes were, in essence, unparalleled martial arts, merely dissected into first-rate techniques. These extraordinary martial arts were on par with the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Incorporating inner strength, lightness skills, palm techniques, sword techniques, poison techniques, and more. In essence, the discourse contained various types of martial arts, with the speaker himself being a formidable practitioner of inner strength. Upon comprehension, one's internal energy and the speed of martial arts cultivation would increase several-fold from the original foundation, and the rate of enlightenment would likewise improve. However, the requirements for talent were exceedingly high. Without exceptional gifts, one might grasp but a fraction of the teachings. Initially, the crowd appeared ecstatic, but upon hearing this statement, their enthusiasm waned. How many among them could truly be considered prodigies? Perhaps only the masters at the martial emperor level could be deemed such. At that moment, the figure of Dugu Qiubai, seated in a corner, radiated an aura that caused the air around him to ripple ever so slightly upon hearing the term enlightenment. To encompass 20 supreme martial arts with inherent enlightenment capabilities was certainly beyond the creation of an ordinary martial emperor. It was likely the work of a quasi-emperor. 5 quasi-emperors. How could that be possible? Dugu Qiubai, also a quasi-emperor, was taken aback by this revelation. The Dazhou dynasty was indeed peculiar. There were only a handful of quasi-emperors across the 4 great dynasties, with Dazhou alone accounting for 4 of them. Chen Xuan slowly rose and bowed to the crowd, saying, "The discussions of the martial world conclude here for today. I hope to see you all again next time." Finally, it was over. The atmosphere in the corner felt somewhat ominous. It was time to leave swiftly. Qiao Feng was about to teach the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and Chen Xuan was already eager with anticipation. The crowd beamed with smiles, hastily rushing out of the inn to gather in the corridor outside. Chen Xuan and Yang Kong joined in the excitement as Qiao Feng stepped out of the inn, exuding an imposing presence, the flowing gray robe creating a tempest of energy around him. Standing firmly among the crowd, Qiao Feng adopted a stable horse stance, as if his feet were anchored deep into the ground, fissures forming beneath them. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold closely." As Qiao Feng's true energy surged, his voice boomed like thunder, leaving the audience awestruck, nodding vigorously as if in agreement. With that, Qiao Feng slightly bent his legs, slowly tracing a circular motion with his hands before suddenly thrusting them outward. A gust of wind swept past the audience's ears, and a distant tree was abruptly severed in half. The crowd furrowed their brows, pondering the essence of the first palm, scratching their heads in confusion. Many could hardly comprehend even this initial strike. Suddenly, Qiao Feng leaped and struck the ground with both palms, then created an invisible barrier with a sweeping motion. He clenched his fists, and in an instant, his internal power surged, unleashing an invisible current. Qiao Feng performed the first 14 palms of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, demonstrating 3 sets before standing beside Chen Xuan, bowing to the audience. Subsequently, many attempted to replicate Qiao Feng's movements, some imitating him quite adeptly, their palm winds howling past, though they struggled to generate the same currents. After a while, someone approached Qiao Feng with cupped fists, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Qiao Gang leader, for imparting your teachings. I shall never forget this." Following suit, those who had grasped a move or two also cupped their fists, exclaiming, "If ever Qiao Gang leader requires assistance, we shall do our utmost." However, there remained many who had not learned a thing, disheartened as they cupped their fists and gazed at Qiao Feng with lackluster expressions. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, a figure had appeared beside him. Startled, he took 2 steps back, his expression wary as he inquired, "Who are you?" Dugu Qiubai slowly raised his head, scrutinizing Chen Xuan for a long while, his face reflecting astonishment. The profound sword intent that had accumulated over the years emanated from a mere youth before him. He could hardly believe it, assuming Chen Xuan was merely a practitioner undergoing recultivation. "Dear guest, do you seek lodging?" Chen Xuan asked, puzzled by the stranger's unwavering gaze upon him. "After a century in the Song dynasty, I have finally encountered a worthy opponent who merits my drawing of the sword." Dugu Qiubai's eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor, his aura brimming with unmatched dominance. As Dugu Qiubai spoke, Chen Xuan finally understood, feeling a pang of helplessness. It seemed my fusion of the unnamed sword path had inadvertently drawn out a hidden old master. The question remained, who could it be? Standing before Dugu Qiubai, Qiao Feng and Li Bai regarded him with the utmost seriousness, as if facing a formidable adversary. Lao Huang rushed in from the back mountain, encircling the 3 of them. Dugu Qiubai, unhurried, drew his Xuanma sword, slowly pointing it at the trio. Qiao Feng and Li Bai felt a peculiar sensation. as if evading this attack was utterly impossible. Lao Huang's previously lazy demeanor turned grave, recognizing the individual before them as a master of the quasi-emperor level. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, they were drawn back by the sword intent radiating from the scene. Who is this person, daring enough to point a sword at those two? I don't know, but it seems he believes he has finally met a worthy opponent after centuries. Who wouldn't boast? Does he truly think himself a deity after all these years? Chen Xuan, looking glum, interjected, "You have mistaken me. I am unworthy to be your opponent. I am merely at the master level. No, I know you are a recultivator. I shall lower my realm to that of a master, and we will duel with the sword." Dugu Qiubai's expression grew fervent. "Very well, I shall engage." Chen Xuan found the man's fervor overwhelming and nodded in agreement. As Dugu Qiubai finished speaking, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. The crowd was left in shock. Recultivation? Does this mean our teacher is actually a long-practiced old master? I had my suspicions about his identity long ago. First, there was the Feng character camp, then Lao Huang. The Snowblade is clearly a tale from our teacher's past. Indeed, our teacher in the azure robe must be the old sword deity. Such vivid experiences could not have been lived without first-hand knowledge. I suspect our teacher is a celestial being. Otherwise, how could he possess such profound insights? Enough speculation. We have yet to witness our teacher in action. We must observe closely. Draw your sword. Dugu Qiubai urged softly. 2 sleeves of green snakes. Chen Xuan nodded. An overwhelming sword intent enveloping him as 2 phantasmal green pythons surged forth. In a flash, the sword light illuminated the area, and a tempest arose. Breaking sword style. Dugu Qiubai's figure shifted, unleashing over 20 moves in an instant. The audience felt as though they were engulfed in a tempest of sword energy, leaving behind only countless afterimages. The clash of the Azure Lotus and Xuanma swords erupted in a dazzling display, sparks flying as the two engaged in dozens of exchanges in the blink of an eye, leaving the crowd bewildered and unable to track their movements. Chapter 40. The unyielding duel. Chen Xuan suddenly leaped into action, his sword intent erupting with ferocity, causing his blue garment to billow violently. In an instant, hundreds of sword shadows danced around him, captivating the onlookers who watched in awe at the 2 figures engaged in combat. Dugu Qiubai's attire was in tatters as he unleashed 9 swords simultaneously, executing a dazzling array of 360 variations, effortlessly dispelling the sword shadows. The intensity of the duel escalated, the speed increasing exponentially, until the Xian Mo sword slipped from his grasp, its energy streaking through the sky. The combatants expanded their arena, prompting the spectators to retreat, enraptured by the spectacle. The setting sun lingered, casting a spell of silence upon the birds, obscuring the azure sky with a shroud of greenish blue and ink black. Lao Huang hastily shielded the inn with his internal energy, squatting with his pipe in hand, savoring the thrilling confrontation while occasionally casting a bemused glance at Chen Xuan. The audience, spellbound, held their wine cups at their lips, reluctant to drink lest they miss a single stroke of the exquisite exchanges. The duel unfolded with astonishing elegance. The techniques nothing short of breathtaking. The 2 warriors engaged in hundreds of exchanges, their bodies radiating heat, growing more invigorated with each clash, oblivious to the passage of time. The chill of steel met the warmth of the sun, which retreated from their fierce engagement, the evening glow arriving more slowly than usual. As if reluctant to interrupt their fervor, after 1,000 exchanges, they sheathed their swords. It appears that you are indeed the legendary Dugu Qiubai. Forgive my ignorance. Li Bai gazed at the sword master with admiration, for he was a myth of the sword, surpassing even his own mentor, Pei Min. Speaking of Pei Min, Li Bai felt a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on his own years away from the Tang dynasty and the woman who was so enamored with him. Qiao Feng widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Dugu Qiubai, you are a paragon for our generation." After a brief silence, Dugu Qiubai burst into laughter, murmuring, "Born with a sword body, possessing the supreme sword path, this is the sword of the heavens. I have been defeated. My esteemed predecessor, you jest." "We merely halted together," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. "No, your sword path knows no bounds," Dugu Qiubai countered, shaking his head. "I had thought you were simply an adept who had regained his strength, but you appear as a celestial being descended to earth. With your current sword path, you could claim the title of the best in the world." Chen Xuan humbly gestured, though he felt the weight of his own limitations despite his profound insights. "Haha, I must take my leave," Dugu Qiubai declared, swiftly moving several paces away, glancing back at Chen Xuan. I have a feeling we shall meet again. The crowd was left speechless, overcome with excitement, stammering as they absorbed the presence of the sword demon, a peerless master who had vanished for decades, now drawn by Chen Xuan's prowess. Most astonishingly, the invincible Dugu Qiubai had willingly conceded defeat, openly acknowledging Chen Xuan as the foremost swordsman. After a long silence, someone finally spoke. We have finally witnessed the master in action. He truly conceals his talents. Shoo, let us not make a fuss. How could the sword demon possibly lose? Moreover, my skills are rather mediocre, so let this not spread. Chen Xuan lamented, feeling a headache come on at the thought of being labeled as the foremost swordsman. Such notoriety would bring incessant challenges. Inwardly cursing Dugu Qiubai for his candid proclamation, Chen Xuan mused, must you be so loud, old master? Do you wish for me to endure the same fate as Qiao Feng? The audience nodded, gradually retreating from the inn. Oh, I wonder if they truly grasped the weight of those words. Chen Xuan sighed upon returning to the inn. If this sword path first claim spreads, who knows how many will come to challenge me? Will I even be able to keep this inn open? Ha. Li Bai, seated nearby, regarded Chen Xuan with an amused expression. I've got it, Chen Xuan exclaimed, sidling up to Li Bai with a mischievous grin. What are you doing? Li Bai asked, hastily stepping back. You laughed so loudly just now. If anyone comes to challenge, I shall leave it to you. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, the smile vanished from Li Bai's face, replaced by a grimace. Chen Xuan, where are you? I can no longer see you, he cried, bolting out the door and disappearing in a flash. Ahem. Lao Huang, feeling Chen Xuan's gaze upon him, cleared his throat and fled, leaving Chen Xuan in a state of disarray. Fortunately, Guojing appeared just in time to break the tension. Master, Ronger has run out from Peach Blossom Island again. She says Ouyang Feng is bringing his adopted son to propose. Then why aren't you off to find Huangrong? What are you doing here? Chen Xuan replied dismissively. Isn't this just a farewell to everyone? This trip may last 6 months or 3 at the shortest. Guojing scratched his head sheepishly. Are you planning to propose? Chen Xuan was taken aback by Guojing's nod. Well done, young man. You've finally come to your senses. Go forth. Guojing clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to leave, only to be stopped by Chen Xuan. Are you really going empty-handed? Aren't you afraid Huang Loxi will break your legs? Go to the storeroom and retrieve the gold and jewels I bestowed upon you. While they may be mundane, they make for acceptable betrothal gifts, at least a show of sincerity. The recent release of Snowblade had produced 2 remarkable scenes, along with the previous issue, leading to swift publication and circulation across various realms. Naturally, it did not miss out on the gossip of the martial world, boldly proclaiming, Master Chun is indeed the foremost swordsman in the world, as affirmed by the sword demon himself. Once published, the entire martial community was thrown into an uproar. The allure of the only I am supreme technique was irresistible, especially as it touched upon the concept of immortality, a rarity indeed. Many who had long desired to hear the tales live seized the opportunity now that they found themselves with time to spare. Furthermore, the 10 divine techniques listed included some whose whereabouts Chen Xuan had revealed. Those of lesser background but considerable skill were eager to try their luck, and certainly, the only I am supreme technique could not be overlooked. However, what truly set the stage ablaze was the sword demon emerging from seclusion to contest Chen Xuan's swordsmanship, conceding defeat and acknowledging him as the greatest swordsman, prompting countless hidden swordsmen to reveal themselves. In the Ming Dynasty, at the Divine Sword Manor, it had been several years since Qiao Feng's feigned death. On this day, a most unexpected visitor arrived at this renowned sanctuary of martial arts. His name was Yen Shisan. Determined to defeat Qiao Feng and claim the title of the foremost swordsman in the Ming Dynasty, Yen Shisan felt he had arrived too late. Standing before Qiao Feng's tombstone with a forlorn expression, lamenting, "Why did you have to die? Why?" Filled with rage, he suddenly drew his sword and cleaved Qiao Feng's tablet in 2. With matters as they stood, it seemed the title of the foremost swordsman in the Ming Dynasty was forever beyond his reach. Exiting the Divine Sword Manor, he carved a cross into the boat that had brought him here, then cast his well-worn sword, which had taken countless lives, into the depths of the sea. With the rival he had long aspired to defeat now gone, nothing could be more sorrowful. Aware that his own time was limited, he strolled along the path outside the city, his silhouette gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 41. The net moves for an extended period. Yen Shusan wandered aimlessly until he encountered a coachman along the way, seated on a cart brimming with wine. A sudden realization dawned upon Yen Shusan as he approached, softly stating, "I shall pay you 100 taels for your cart and wine." "What? Are you serious?" The coachman hastily dismounted, his face alight with astonishment. Yen Shusan nodded, handing the coachman a bundle before uncorking a wine jar and taking a swig. The coachman, opening the bundle, expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, noble hero. With this silver, I shall surely visit the Yulai Inn to hear Master Chen recite a tale." "What kind of place is the Yulai Inn?" Yen Shusan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Alas, you do not know?" The coachman exclaimed in surprise, then handed Yen Shusan a copy of Snowblade, chuckling lightly. "You must see for yourself. Master Chen at the Yulai Inn is knowledgeable about the affairs of the world and can decipher the heavens." Yen Shusan accepted Snowblade, engrossed in the narrative, becoming oblivious to his surroundings as he seated himself in the cart. The world of Snowblade was indeed captivating. With a single call of sword come, 1,000 swords would arrive. The formidable Lao Huang was a worthy adversary, and Gao Shilu was indeed domineering. The sword demon himself acknowledged him as the foremost in swordsmanship. "I must witness this for myself. Is it true that one need not leave the inn to grasp the world's matters? He is quite likely to know the whereabouts of Qiao Feng." Yen Shusan did not truly believe Qiao Feng was dead, but was uncertain of his location. It would be prudent to inquire into Song. "Shall we go together?" Yen Shusan looked up at the coachman. "That would be splendid. It is truly an honor to travel with you." At Wamei Villa, Shimin Shui regarded the incessant chatter of Lu Xiaofeng with growing irritation. It had been many days since Chun Xian last recounted tales, and with Jin Juling already captured, Lu Xiaofeng had stubbornly refused to leave. "I am doing this for your sake. You are all alone, and I must keep you company," Lu Xiaofeng murmured. "Could you not eat so much, and perhaps refrain from draining my wine? Hey, am I not just hungry and a little thirsty? Your family is affluent. Do you truly fear I might consume all your resources?" It had been quite some time since leaving the Yulai Inn, and Shimin Shui found himself missing Chen Xian. "You are only here for Chun Xian's green wine and spicy strips," Shimin Shui replied coolly. "That is not the case. How could mere trifles compare to Brother Chen?" Shimin Shui fell silent, picking up his sword and turning to leave. "This is rather dull." In this episode, Brother Chen has revealed the 10 greatest martial arts of the world, and it is said that there are 5 quasi-emperors in the Great Zhou. I hear the next episode will feature quasi-emperor experts. Will you not join me for the excitement? Lu Xiaofeng hurriedly pursued. Shimin Shui paid him no mind. Increasing his pace, Dugu Qiubai has faced off against Chen Xian. Who won? Shimin Shui paused, turning back to look at Lu Xiaofeng. Chen Xian, acknowledged as the foremost in swordsmanship by the sword demon himself. Then this inn will surely host many swordsmanship experts? Shimin Shui halted, sitting beside Lu Xiaofeng. "Indeed. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Shimin Shui nodded, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. In the great Qin dynasty, Yingzheng donned a black dragon robe. Standing outside the palace, having quelled the incursions of the Xiongnu, dismantled the wings of various states, and dispatched Wei Zhuang and the Gongshu family to eliminate the mechanism city. He now directed his gaze towards the 4 great dynasties, his ambitions soaring as he sought to forge an unparalleled empire. Clutching a copy of Snowblade, his focus lingered on the art of Only I Am Supreme, completely disregarding its drawbacks. The talents of the great Qin were numerous, and solutions were bound to arise, particularly as he was captivated by the intricacies of the art of Wanyu. "Zhao Gao, your servant is here." As soon as Ying Zheng's voice fell, a voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed back. A man with purplish-red hair, clad in a black and red robe, knelt halfway behind Ying Zheng. This individual had long, narrow eyes, a chilling gaze, and a pale complexion, yet upon closer inspection, he possessed a certain handsomeness. "I require you to journey to Dasong, accompanied by all the assassins from the net. You must retrieve both the Only I Am Supreme technique and Chen Xian." Ying Zheng turned, his garments billowing, exuding an aura of supreme authority. "Understood." Zhao Gao promptly lowered his head, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Upon returning to his study, Ying Zheng summoned Zhang Han, imparting his instructions carefully before leaning over his desk to continue reviewing memorials. At the Yinyang sect, Eastern Sovereign Tai sat above, masked in black, his face a mystery to all, as was his strength. "Lord Eastern Sovereign, may I inquire why you summoned us?" De Si Ming asked respectfully. The moon goddess could not deduce Chen Xuan's origins, and her forced attempts led to backlash. I wish to uncover the secrets he harbors. I have a premonition that he will play a transformative role in my plans. Eastern Sovereign Tai, with a wave of his black robe, spoke. Rest assured, Lord Eastern Sovereign. I shall certainly bring him before you. De Si Ming bowed his head in affirmation. No, I want you and Xiao Si Ming to stay at the Yulian, closely observing Chen Xuan's every move, documenting everything. You shall not return until summoned, and you may act when necessary. Understood. De Si Ming, though puzzled, nodded respectfully. In the Great Tang Dynasty, in the capital city of Luoyang, since Guizi and Li Guangbi returned to the Tang, leveraging their military prowess and strategic acumen, they swiftly reclaimed several cities, much to the delight of Wu Zetian, who promptly appointed them as loyal martial generals of the fourth rank. Wu Zetian was equally grateful to Chen Xuan. Having seen the new episode of Snow in the Cold, she quickly summoned Yuan Tiangang. National Master, I must trouble you to journey to Desong once more, Wu Zetian began. I suspect Chen Xuan is in for considerable trouble, especially with the allure of longevity and the art of Wanyu, along with the title of the foremost in swordsmanship. You must ensure Master Chen's safety. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Kneeling on the ground. As commanded, I shall lead all the unruly individuals to his side. In the Song Dynasty, at the Lixian Pavilion, Wanyan Honglai examined several tattered pages left from the incomplete Wanyu transcription. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Mei Qiao Feng beside him and murmured, There are some military strategies here that greatly benefit me, yet the latter portions are entirely incomprehensible. Recite it to me. Mei Qiao Feng tilted her head, listening intently. Wanyan Honglai nodded, slowly beginning, learning. Since you are here, 30 and standing. Clear. Recite it again. Mei Qiao Feng's mind suddenly buzzed. A fleeting spark of insight flashing through. Shall I continue? After a considerable pause, Wanyan Honglia's voice grew hoarse. Recite. Recite. Mei Qiao Feng suddenly became fervent, commanding fiercely. With no choice, Wanyan Honglai continued, and after several hours, Mei Qiao Feng's aura surged dramatically. She broke through a significant boundary, directly advancing to the level of a grandmaster, suppressing her elation as her eyes flew open. Chapter 42. Absorbing the phoenix blood Li Bai, the martial emperor, was visited by Jamozi. Indeed, it was as expected. Mei Qiao Feng gazed at Wanyan Honglai with profound gratitude. You can see it. Wanyan Honglai responded, astonished. This is a divine tome, surpassing even the Nining manual. If I am not mistaken, it is likely the elusive Luanyu spoken of by Chen Xuan. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your highness any longer. Mei Qiao Feng exited the Lixian Pavilion, suddenly exclaiming, You scoundrel, I have become a grand master. I will first slay the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, and then I shall deal with Guijing. Wanyan Honglai suppressed the tumultuous emotions of anger and elation within him, concealing the remnants of the Luanyu and yawning as he made his way to his quarters. Within the confines of the Great Song, Chen Xuan surveyed the profound night and summoned Qiao Feng and the others to his quarters, wearing an enigmatic expression. Li Bai yawned, bearing a look of distress. Chen Xuan, what do you want? I was in the midst of a delightful slumber. Unable to sleep, I have summoned you to converse, Chen Xuan replied, directing his gaze at Li Bai. What is it? Speak plainly or release your burdens, for I wish to sleep. Li Bai's irritation was palpable. You all must use your internal energy to enclose the room. Chen Xuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Though puzzled, the 3 complied, channeling their internal forces to create a barrier around the room. Chen Xuan retrieved a porcelain vial from his system space, and instantly, the room was illuminated with a radiant glow, a vibrant red light flooding the space. What is this? The 3 exclaimed in astonishment, as the potent life force and fierce aura caused their throats to constrict. Have you ever heard of the phoenix? Chen Xuan uttered, shocking them further. Could it be that this vial contains the essence of phoenix blood? Qiao Feng's face reflected sheer disbelief. Chen Xuan gradually uncorked the vial, and the intensity of the aura surged, nearly breaking through the barrier. The 4 joined forces once more to reinforce it, successfully containing the energy. But the phoenix is a legendary divine beast. How could you possibly possess its essence? Li Bai expressed skepticism, though the overwhelming aura was undeniable. You need not worry about that. I have my channels. Chen Xuan became cryptic, and the way the others regarded him shifted notably. Well then, it seems the immortal cannot escape now. Chen Xuan thought to himself, resigned. Thank you all for your assistance and care. It would be prudent for each of you to absorb 2 drops of this phoenix blood as soon as possible. The others, upon seeing the porcelain vial Chen Xuan offered, remained motionless, no one daring to accept it. Though they felt a tinge of greed, they ultimately prioritized righteousness over desire, resolutely averting their gaze. I say, Li Taibai, when you accepted the Star Sword, you were not so hesitant. This does not align with your carefree persona. This is different, Li Bai replied, his expression troubled as he turned to leave. Qiao Feng also inclined his hands in farewell, preparing to exit. Go ahead, both of you. I shall absorb it alone. Once the phoenix blood overwhelms me, I shall unleash a rain of fire upon the entire realm. Chen Xuan feigned the act of consuming it. The 2 hesitated, hastily returning to seize the vial, revealing their helpless expressions. Seeing their panicked reactions, Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. The phoenix blood was inherently gentle, and with his system's assistance, it was impossible for him to be overwhelmed. Moreover, who could be so callous as to disregard the lives of the masses? The 4 settled down cross-legged and commenced their meditation, 8 beams of red light shimmering before them, merging into a spectacle of exquisite elegance and allure. The act of absorption was not only painless but immensely pleasurable. The night passed swiftly, the jade wheel of the moon gradually retreating behind the clouds, while the golden crow revealed half of its form, and the horizon glimmered with a hint of dawn. Chen Xuan and Li Bai experienced successive breakthroughs, both achieving the pinnacle of Grand Master and the initial stage of Martial Emperor, respectively. Furthermore, Qiao Feng now had 2 Martial Emperors at the inn, alongside the Semi-Emperor Lao Huang. With 5 red-armored puppets and 800 phoenix troops, they could sweep through the entire Zongwu of the Great Song. Despite a sleepless night, the 4 remained invigorated, their healing abilities enhanced tenfold. As long as they were not instantaneously vanquished, even grievous wounds could be mended in mere moments. Thank you, my lord. Brother Chen, sir. The 3 rose promptly, bowing to Chen Xuan. They could sense a vigorous life force coursing through them, even without attaining immortality. They could easily live for a millennium. We are all comrades here. No need for formality. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, turning to exit the quarters. Then we shall not be formal. Huh. Li Bai laughed, puffing on a cigarette as he followed suit. From now on, I might as well follow the sir. When a Zhu returns, we shall wed, avoiding the world yet engaging with it. And when the great song is restored, we shall revel in the changing tides of fate. Qiao Feng resolved silently, acknowledging that since he could not repay the favor, he would comply with Chen Xuan's wishes. Chen Xuan descended to freshen up, intending to check the kitchen for provisions, and found Bao Sha busy inside, with Mu Nianzi assisting her, calling out mother repeatedly, which brought a smile to Bao Shurua's face. Her gaze fell upon Mu Nianzi, filled with affection and satisfaction, reminiscent of a mother-in-law observing her daughter-in-law. Good morning. Chen Xuan entered, feeling an inexplicable warmth. Good morning, sir. The 2 responded with a bow, then resumed their tasks. Chen Xuan, along with Yang Tiexin and the others, settled into chairs, awaiting the meal in silence, while Yang Kang practiced his swordplay in the corridor. After a while, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen as Mu Nianzi continuously brought forth steaming dishes to the table. Madam Bao, do not trouble yourself. Join us for a meal, Chen Xuan called out. Just 2 more dishes are left. You may begin eating, Bao Shurua replied, wiping her brow as she placed the final ingredients into the pot. Very well. Chen Xuan picked up his chopsticks, delicately lifting a piece of dongpa pork to his mouth, feeling as though his soul was ascending to the heavens. This is the authentic dongpa pork, truly exquisite. Chen Xuan's mouth watered, nearly leaping up to give Bao Shirua a thumbs up. It was simply too delicious, especially in an era of scarce condiments. It surpassed even the century-old establishments of his previous life. Li Bai, observing Chen Xuan's reaction, chuckled and grabbed a slice of meat, relishing the meal with wine in hand. Soon, the 2 began to compete for ownership of the dongpa pork, even utilizing their sword intent in a subtle clash, while the others remained engrossed in their feast. Only Yang Tiexin, filled with curiosity, questioned, is it truly that delectable? Bao Shirua had often prepared meals for him, yet he had never found them particularly remarkable. Chen Xuan nearly dropped the meat in his hand, his movements slowing as the room fell into silence, leaving only the sound of swallowing. However, someone soon shattered the quietude. Yang Kong suddenly dashed before Chen Xuan, exclaiming, Master Chen, a great monk has arrived outside, claiming to be from Tubo. Alas! Chen Xuan sighed in irritation. Just as he was savoring his meal, This interruption was most unwelcome. Never mind. You all continue eating. I shall step outside to see, he muttered, brow furrowed. As he exited the inn. Indeed, at the end of the corridor, he spotted a figure approaching. The newcomer donned a yellow monk's robe, his feet clad in cloth shoes. His countenance radiant, exuding an aura of brilliance, embodying the appearance of a high monk, evoking no feelings of disdain. You must be the monk Jamozi. I am aware of you. Chapter 43. Jamozi spits blood. Chen Xuan informs Yanzhou about the arrival of the eminent monk from Tubo, the Great Wheel King. Before the monk could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Xuan. How could a young hero know such things? Jamozi was utterly astonished, gazing at Chen Xuan in disbelief. In this world, there is nothing I do not know, Chen Xuan replied with a smile, thinking to himself. Your distinctive hairstyle is quite recognizable. Having just emerged from Tubo, Jamozi had heard many rumors about Chen Xuan, but he dismissed them with a scoff, believing Chen Xuan was merely boasting. However, when Chen Xuan revealed his background and martial arts skills, it felt as if he had laid bare all his secrets. At this moment, Jamozi was thoroughly convinced and quickly expressed, Indeed, you are formidable, sir. I have heard numerous tales along my journey, and I hold you in the highest regard. Believe you? Not a chance. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes. I wonder what brings the Great Wheel King to our Song dynasty. Pray do not tell me it is merely to recite scriptures. Such praise is undeserved. I am unworthy of the title of Great Wheel King, Jamozi replied humbly. Since you possess such profound knowledge, might you discern the purpose of my visit? Merely a trifling matter, Chen Xuan thought, eyeing Jamozi, who seemed to be testing him. Chen Xuan pretended to ponder, then spoke. You seek to gather martial arts skills, gain renown, and exchange Buddhist teachings. I admire your insight. Perhaps we should rename this into Tianji Pavilion, Jamozi said, joining his hands in reverence. That is a consideration indeed. Chen Xuan chuckled, gesturing for Jamozi to enter the inn. As Jamozi stepped inside, he immediately spotted Qiao Feng meditating nearby and quickly approached him. Might I inquire if you are the esteemed Qiao Gang leader? What is it? Qiao Feng opened his eyes, puzzled. I have long coveted the 18 dragon-subduing palms. No, I have been very curious about them for quite some time. Today, I have come specifically to spar with you, Jamozi said, bowing to Qiao Feng. Since a master has invited me, how could I refuse? Qiao Feng felt an immediate affinity for Jamozi and nodded, using his lightness skill to leap towards the back mountain. Let us go witness the spectacle, Chen Xuan exclaimed, pulling Yang Kong along to follow. Standing face to face, Qiao Feng and Jamozi locked eyes, neither eager to strike first. Jamozi, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, could no longer contain himself and launched an attack, striking towards Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng quickly suppressed his energy to the peak of a grandmaster. Countering with a powerful palm strike, the dragon's might surging forward. Jamozi, summoning his strength, unleashed a fiery wave of energy that collided with the dragon's shadow. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging over 100 blows in a short span. The more they fought, the more invigorated they became. However, despite Jamozi's myriad techniques and martial arts, Qiao Feng solely utilized the 18 dragon-subduing palms to respond. There are few in the Song Jianghu who can match my skills, Jamozi proclaimed. You are commendable as well, but do be careful, Qiao Feng replied. With that, Qiao Feng soared into the air, executing the flying dragon in the sky technique. Jamozi swiftly positioned his palms to create a barrier, then crouched back against a haystack. Now we shall see your true capabilities, Jamozi retorted, becoming increasingly arrogant as he countered the blow. The grand scene has arrived. Chen Xuan chuckled to himself, predicting that Jamozi would be sent flying. When Jamozi uttered those words, Qiao Feng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He unleashed his full strength, delivering 10 powerful strikes that sent Jamozi hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Remarkably powerful, Jamozi exclaimed in shock, not anticipating Qiao Feng's terrifying full force. Fortunately, you tempered your strength in the final strikes. Are you all right, master? Qiao Feng rushed forward, concern etched on his face. I am fine, Jamozi replied. But a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he covertly readied a fiery blade for a sneak attack. Qiao Feng's energy surged, forcing Jamozi back again, who coughed up blood, bewildered. I respected you as a high monk, yet you resorted to such underhanded tricks, Qiao Feng coldly remarked. You are the martial emperor. Jamozi gasped, utterly horrified, his mind blank. Moments later, bitterness washed over his face. He had come to the Song dynasty only to lose his first battle and had attempted to ambush a martial emperor. How audacious! Yang Kong averted his gaze from Jamozi. Chen Xuan felt a pang of sympathy for Jamozi, perhaps because his presence had dulled Jamozi's once sharp wit. He had rushed here without proper inquiry, and now he had been defeated and resorted to sneak attacks. Yet, one could not entirely blame Jamozi. He had left Tubo intending to learn the Six Meridians' divine sword, but had been compelled by the numerous rumors surrounding Chen Xuan, leading him to the martial city. However, the tales were too fantastical to believe, and the notion of unveiling Qiao Feng's identity to empower him to surpass the martial emperor was equally implausible, resulting in the current predicament. Little Ji, Chen Xuan approached, offering Jamozi a porcelain vial filled with healing medicine. "Thank you, sir. My actions today were indeed impulsive." Jamozi accepted the vial without concern for the title, quickly consuming the contents. Once his wounds had healed somewhat, he rose and bowed to Chen Xuan. "I shall take my leave now. Little Ji, allow me to recommend a splendid place to you. Heed my words, and you shall not regret it," Chen Xuan said, raising an eyebrow and whispering to Jamozi. "I am grateful for your guidance." Jamozi joined his hands in thanks and strode out of the back mountain, departing slowly. Morongfu, Yanzhou, Gusu, Kang Manor, and the Water Pavilion. How intriguing, Jamozi mused as he strolled through the streets, muttering to himself. "Humph, Qiao Feng, I shall remember you. This humiliation shall be repaid in due time." Meanwhile, Morongfu, meditating in his chamber, felt a tremor within him, sensing that great events were afoot, leaving him uneasy. He had not anticipated that the imposing monk would harbor such treachery. Mu Nianxi sighed, speaking softly to herself. "This is precisely what they mean by all that glitters is not gold." Coincidentally, Bao Shira overheard and remarked, "Indeed, this is the very essence of the saying. Yet, it does not concern us greatly. I only wish to spend my remaining days peacefully with Tai Go." "Chen, what did you discuss with that monk?" Li Bai, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sneaked up to Chen Xuan. "Nothing much. I merely encouraged him to trouble Morongfu." Chen Xuan replied unabashedly, his voice ringing out. "You are quite mischievous, sir." The crowd chuckled, sharing in the mirth. Chen Xuan flicked his fan and took a puff from his cigarette, with his younger brother Yang Kong following closely behind, thoroughly enjoying the moment. At the foot of Lega Mountain, countless martial artists traversed mountains and rivers. Finally arriving here, Weazi had set up an intricate chessboard on the mountain, with Su Xinghe seated beside him. Chapter 44, Duan Yu's Journey to Wuqing. Chen Xuan bestows the cleansing essence pill, since the master concluded his words. "We have painstakingly found the right place, and have lingered here for several days. Shall we remain stagnant, with no one daring to attempt a challenge? You speak so eloquently. Why don't you take the first step?" According to the master, this exquisite chess formation has been set for many years. If it were truly so simple, it would have been unraveled long ago. Yet, to remain in this stalemate is not a solution. Someone must make an attempt. I have never even played chess. What are you doing here if you lack the skill? What if fortune favors me? Do you believe yourself to be a child of destiny? The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic until someone stepped forward and proclaimed, "Silence." The master's revelation of the secrets of the exquisite chess formation may not be intended for us. Perhaps a genius will soon rise to the occasion. Are you referring to Master Chen? A young man, dressed in a white robe and possessing an elegant demeanor, stepped forth and clasped his hands in greeting. The crowd regarded him with admiration, exclaiming, "What a remarkably handsome young noble." After a brief moment, the crowd shifted their gaze, and someone remarked, "Indeed, Master Chen's narratives stir the entire realm." The young man nodded and softly replied, "I have heard that my sworn brother is also with the master. I shall go and make an attempt. Pray tell, who is your sworn brother?" "Master Qiao," he said, and without further ado, he ascended with remarkable agility, like the wind. After a considerable time, the young man descended the mountain, his head hung low in disappointment. He lamented the loss of pieces during the attempt, ultimately leading to his defeat. Su Xinghe remarked that his heart was burdened with too many ties, to which he could only manage a wry smile. Having finally developed feelings for a woman, only to find she is his sister, what could he do? The crowd erupted once more in chatter, as one after another, individuals attempted the challenge, only to return defeated, like roosters that had lost a fight. There is no need to be overly concerned, for this is a game set by a divine master's disciple. It is only natural that we cannot unravel it, someone suggested. Master Chun's next storytelling session is imminent. Why not accompany me to the Welai Inn and listen to the master's tale? Remaining here, you risk missing out on many plots, for in the upcoming session, he will recount the prowess of the world's elite. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted slightly, having lingered for many days. They had not heard Master Chun's stories since he concluded the tales of the hidden sections. It would be better to return to Lingzhou Palace and seek apprenticeship. Most of the crowd followed, leaving only a handful unwilling to depart, watching as numerous figures gradually faded into the distance. After leaving Drumbeat Mountain, someone suddenly inquired, "Who are you, my good sir, that you have forged a bond with Master Qiao? I envy you greatly. Indeed, Master Qiao is a true hero. It is my honor to call him brother. To be candid, I am Duan Yu, the Prince of Dali. Let us converse as we walk." Yueli and the minor incident that had transpired earlier did not dampen Chen Xuan's appetite. He soon immersed himself in the delights of the culinary offerings. After indulging, he reclined comfortably in a chair, savoring the bliss of life that even deities would envy. Chen Xuan closed his eyes to rejuvenate, entering the system space, where he found his emotional value had surged to 200,000. However, he refrained from hastily redeeming rewards, waiting for the pacification of the rebellion in the Tang dynasty, after which the system would grant him a purple mysterious treasure chest. Just then, Yang Kong approached to refill his tea. After taking a sip, Chen Xuan suddenly recalled an item he had yet to utilize. He retrieved an ancient, unadorned box from the system space and handed it to Yang Kong. Yang Kong received it cautiously and opened it to reveal a jet-black pill, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. "Master Chen, what is this?" he asked, suppressing his excitement. "This is the cleansing essence pill. It can expel impurities from your body, enhancing your innate talents and understanding, allowing for a total transformation." Chen Xuan fanned himself, pondering whether to exchange for an air conditioner. "I cannot accept this. It is far too valuable," Yang Kong protested, though his eyes betrayed his keen interest. "Very well. Take it. I know you well enough," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. "Then thank you, master," Yang Kong exclaimed, tucking the precious item into his sleeve with gratitude. "This item is exceedingly rare. I possess but this one." Chen Xuan feigned seriousness. "Come closer. I have something else to discuss with you." Chen Xuan cast a glance at Mooney Yancy. Yang Kong, feeling even more grateful, leaned in as Chen Xuan whispered, "Do you not perceive Mooney Yancy's affections? Do you truly harbor no feelings for her?" But Yang Kong cast a furtive glance at Mooney Yancy, who happened to meet his eyes, leaving him at a loss for words. Alas, Chen Xuan sighed deeply, patting Yang Kong on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "You have reached maturity. It is time to consider marriage. Mooney Yancy is gentle and virtuous. She would be a splendid match for you." "Master, you sound just like my mother," Yang Kong muttered. "What did you say?" Chen Xuan feigned indignation. "Master, you and I are of the same age. Why do you sound like a middle-aged person? Isn't love something that develops gradually?" Yang Kong retorted. "When Guojing marries, I wonder if you will feel urgency then." Chen Xuan chuckled. "Then master, you are not too young yourself. Shouldn't you also consider marriage? Should you not set an example for me?" Yang Kong leaned closer to Chen Xuan, raising an eyebrow. Cough, cough. Chen Xuan choked on his tea. Well, you've learned to turn the tables." Yang Kong laughed. "If the master is not in a hurry, then neither shall I be." Goodness, if that were the case, how could Yongguo possibly come into being? Chen Xuan thought helplessly, having boasted about the legendary couple, the divine condor and his companion, roaming the world 30 years hence. Time swiftly passed, and only one day remained until Chen Xuan's storytelling session. On this day, Chen Xuan slept in until he awoke naturally, spending 200,000 emotional points to acquire over 1,000 air conditioners. These units required no electricity and were installed by the system throughout various rooms and corners, restoring comfort reminiscent of days long past. Yet, emotional value is meant to be spent. With the sweltering heat of summer upon them, a cool Yueli would surely attract even more visitors, alleviating any concerns about emotional value. As Chen Xuan activated the air conditioning, the entire inn soon became refreshingly cool. Indeed, the system's offerings were of the highest quality. Mooney Yancy stood by the air conditioner, a curious child exploring its mechanisms, while soon, Li Bai and others gathered around, basking in the delightful breeze. Before long, the next day arrived. The sun hung high in the sky, signaling the time of the morning. Chen Xuan was roused by Li Bai, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Time truly flies." His gaze shifted to the corridor, and he was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a throng of visitors today. The hallway was filled to capacity, as people streamed in one after another. "Good morning, master." Chen Xuan quickly moved aside to allow the guests to ascend the stairs. Chapter 45. The old sword god visits the east. See, the entire hall on the first floor quickly became crowded, with the second to fifth floors also filled to capacity. Fortunately, Chen Xuan had installed air conditioning in advance. Otherwise, these martial artists would have surely perished from the heat. "Sir, why does this inn feel as cool as the underworld today?" a guest exclaimed, startled by the inn's refreshing atmosphere. "Speak if you can," Chen Xuan replied with a sidelong glance, leaping onto a high platform. Observing the throng of people, he mused, "At last, I shall recoup my losses. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. The world of martial arts is indeed teeming with talent. Today, I have truly witnessed it." The crowd erupted in laughter, leaving the previous guest feeling flustered and embarrassed. On the second-floor corridor, "Sister, the coolness of this inn must be coming from here." The lesser deity pointed to the air conditioning, her voice ethereal yet gentle. "It bears some resemblance to the mechanisms of the Mo family, albeit more ingenious," the greater deity remarked, clad in a striking red robe. As her words fell, her gaze fixed on Chen Xuan, a grave expression crossing her face. The East Emperor's foresight was not mistaken. This overwhelming sword intent is indeed formidable, surpassing even the twin swords. And yet I find this individual utterly inscrutable. Rumor has it that Chen Xuan is a celestial being descended to earth. What is your perspective? The lesser deity inquired, gliding gracefully towards the greater deity, her silken veil fluttering. Such a notion is utterly impossible. If there were to be a celestial being in this world, it could only be the East Emperor. The greater deity recalled the day they exchanged a glance, a wave of fear and helplessness surging within her. Both women turned their eyes to Chen Xuan on the high platform, suddenly sensing a familiar aura. As anticipated, it is indeed someone from the web of shadows. The greater deity noted, spotting Zhao Gao in the corner of the hall, his dark red robes conspicuously visible. Zhao Gao appeared to be feigning sleep, but upon sensing scrutiny, he narrowed his slanted eyes and met the greater deity's gaze with a chilling smile. "Humph, the shadow guards have also arrived. It seems the emperor is not at ease." The greater deity scoffed, then turned her attention to the inn's window. Zhao Gao, of course, had noticed the presence of the shadow guards, but he was not surprised. After all, even the most favored ministers must be watched carefully by the emperor, especially considering the dangers posed by the web of shadows. Nonetheless, he was curious about the Yin-Yang practitioner's intentions. While he did not regard the greater and lesser deities with much concern, the East Emperor instilled in him a profound sense of trepidation. On the high platform, Chen Xuan slowly seated himself, observing as the crowd settled down. He then unfurled his folding fan and began his storytelling. Ants, though insignificant, call forth thunder to summon their ancestors to their demise. In a flurry of snowflakes, 1,000 swords cleave the air as Li Chuangang re-enters the realm of the sword god. With that, the wooden board fell, and the audience became rapt with attention. Previously, we spoke of Su Fengyan's journey to the martial emperor city. At this moment, the group had arrived outside the city, and the young lord was filled with emotion as he requested a jug of wine from the old emperor's former drinking spot. On this day, the young lord poured wine into a bowl as he entered the city. The townsfolk beheld a scene they would never forget. The young lord pondered what kind of figure could earn the old emperor's acclaim as a master of the four seas. As he strolled through the city, his aura reverberated, his internal strength surging within. The young lord's garments billowed as he declared in a voice like thunder, "Wang Xinji, may I ask what it means for the clouds of the 9 heavens to descend? What does it mean for the waters of the 4 seas to rise?" His voice echoed through the skies, enveloping a significant portion of Martial Emperor City. Then, the 1,009 swords were drawn from their sheaths, soaring into the heavens above. Such a rare spectacle, occurring once in 100 years, left the townsfolk astonished and awestruck. Suddenly, the old sword god, clad in a tattered blue robe, called out, "Wang Xinji, Li Chuangang has come to the East Sea to challenge you amidst this city of swords." On that day, the 1,000 swords surged mightily. And as the old sword god uttered the phrase, sword formed, the heavens shattered, dazzling golden light radiating forth. "I, Li Chuangang, shall open the heavenly gate with my sword. Can you withstand it, Wang Xinji?" The old sword god wielded the 1,000 swords, while Wang Xinji summoned the seas, creating an impenetrable curtain of swords at the cloud summit. After decades, the old sword god and Wang Xinji faced off once more. A battle heralded as the pinnacle of the world. How bold of the young lord to speak thusly to the second greatest in the land. What do you know? This is called dominance. With the old sword god backing him, he stands tall. But can the old sword god truly contend with Huang Xianji? I feel it may be a close call. Nonsense. When the old sword god rose to fame, Huang Xianji was still hiding away. To be able to open the heavenly gate, this must be the pinnacle of the sword path, right? I doubt Huang Xianji can win. The old sword god is the true number one in the world. Absolutely. First comes the sword, then the sword opens the heavenly gate. The old sword god is invincible. And I will not accept any dissent. The inn erupted into a clamor, with the crowd animated and red-faced, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Xuan. The atmosphere intensified as they anticipated the clash of the two greatest warriors from different eras. Everyone yearned to know who would emerge victorious from this extraordinary battle, their full attention devoted to not missing a single word. Sir, who ultimately triumphed. The outcome was that Li Chuangang was defeated. Yet he managed to push Huang Xianji to exert 9/10 of his strength. The once spirited youth in a blue robe has ultimately aged. With a sigh, Chen Xuan gazed at the audience, suddenly recalling a line of poetry, which he recited softly. Flowers may bloom again, but one shall never regain their youth. The audience sighed in unison. The old sword god was no longer the spirited youth of yore, and his state could never return to its peak. Moreover, he had lost an arm. Otherwise, the outcome of their duel would remain uncertain. The old sword god could contend with Huang Xianji, but what of me? I do not even know where the third young master is, Yin Shisan lamented, pouring wine into his mouth. Even Zhao Gao, who had kept his eyes shut, displayed a flicker of emotion in his cold gaze. He turned to the 6 sword servants hidden in the shadows and shook his head. Sister, if the old sword god were to regain his arm, could he prevail? The lesser deity inquired, her voice imbued with a hint of doubt. Since the moment the talented Mu Muniu was severed and the green-robed youth perished, the old sword god lost his invincible spirit, making it nearly impossible to return to his former glory. Chen Xuan shook his folding fan and continued. The peach blossom sword god Deng Tai, the 12-sword formation, annihilated the land immortal Zhao Xuansu of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The young lord's forehead bore a mark that shifted from red to black. It turned out that Zhao Xuansu had transferred the calamity of Dragon Tiger Mountain onto the young lord before his death. Hong Xinxiang accompanied Su Jihu as they departed Jiangnan, traversing the 9 provinces, eventually settling in the old western Chu. Riding a bull. I may not be able to accompany you into old age. Su Jihu knew her days were numbered, yet having traveled the world with him was enough to leave her without regrets. There was nothing to lament. She gently tapped Hong Xinxiang's head, a hint of tenderness on her face. Will you continue to wait for me? Are you foolish? Aren't you tired? Chapter 46. The departure of the old sword god Chen Xuan reflected on the quasi-emperors. But you have waited for me for 700 years. This time, may I wait for you? Su Jihu wept, her eyes red with tears. Hong Xinxiang gently wiped her tears away and softly replied, all right. Su Jihu nestled in Hong Xinxiang's embrace as he took a deep breath. Suddenly, the El Zhu sword shot forth, piercing the heavens. 500 years ago, I was El Dongbin, a wandering monk. 50 years ago, I was Qi Xuanjin of Longhu Mountain, and now, I am Hong Xinxiang of Wudong. I am willing to cultivate for another 300 years, simply to seek a thread of opportunity for Su Jihu's ascension. Is there truly such a devoted man in this world? Mu Nianci glanced at Yang Kong, murmuring to herself, is this what love is? The expression in Xiao Siming's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, her veiled face seemingly lost in reminiscence. In this life, a fleeting glimpse of brilliance requires another 300 years of waiting. Love is often the most tormenting of emotions. Yet perhaps this is the best ending one could hope for. Yuan Tiangang sighed softly. He had fallen for a person with no hope of a conclusion. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea and continued. Henceforth, the young lord was to return to Liang, severing 2 pieces of flesh from Zhao Biao as a lesson. The Wang of Guangling seized the opportunity to dispatch thousands of troops, but the old sword god regarded him with indifference. At worst, he would slay 1,000 riders. And if Zhao Yi remained unperturbed, he could easily take down another 3,000 or 4,000. On that day, the old sword god stood before the multitude. With a single stroke of his sword, he left behind severed limbs and a tide of blood that could not be washed away. Historical records state that on the 10th day of August, during the tide viewing festival, Li Chugang alone wielded his sword to break through 2,000 armors. Su Fengyan playfully asked the Wang of Guangling, if I were to die, would you not have Guangling City hung with the knives of Baoyang? Would you believe it? Zhao Yi was so frightened by the old sword god that he trembled in fear, witnessing the massacre of iron cavalry as if they were mere pigs and dogs. This left a deep imprint in his mind, and he dared not obstruct their departure. No banquet lasts forever. The cavalry had reached the border of the two states. The young lord dismounted and gazed northward toward Bailiang. It was still spring when they set out, but now winter had fallen. The young lord understood that the time for parting was at hand. The old sword god approached him and said, "Shall I escort you into Bailiang city before I leave?" The young lord shook his head with a bittersweet expression. "No need. Someone is already coming to escort me. After such a long time together." The old sword god had long occupied a significant place in his heart, both as a mentor and a friend. Today, this old man, who loved to pick his nose and scratch his feet, was about to leave him. Despite the myriad of reluctances swirling within, the young lord found himself unable to voice his feelings. He gazed at Li Chugang's retreating figure, unable to hide the sorrow etched on his face. The old sword god stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn and solitary, hunched over. Su Fengyan sighed. It is indeed a remarkable skill to make an entire martial world feel aged due to the departure of a single person. I, the young lord, cannot bestow such a gift. As he spoke, the image of Li Chugang seemed to materialize before everyone's eyes. Their minds flooded with memories of his unparalleled dominance in youth. One man, one sword, invincible across the realm. The scene shifted to Li Chugang standing before the army, his figure appearing so slender, yet containing the power to upend the martial world. A single sword stroke left behind severed limbs and blood rising to the heavens. Such an invincible figure would also grow old. With this departure, the entire martial world aged by decades. No one can withstand the erosion of time. I raise a glass in honor of the old sword god. In my heart, you shall forever remain the greatest in the world, even if future generations produce extraordinary talents. I shall not acknowledge them. Regardless of how many sword immortals there may be, there is only one Mu Man Yo. And only Li Chugang is worthy of the title of the greatest in the world. To the old sword god, we bid farewell in the martial world. Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotion, rising to lift his wine jug and drinking it all in one go. His gaze drifting toward the horizon as he performed a deep bow. Upon witnessing this gesture, the crowd followed suit, their admiration for the old sword god rendering them solemn. The atmosphere within the tavern swelled magnificently as everyone rose in unison, exclaiming, "To the old sword god, may you take care." After a lengthy silence, the crowd fell into quiet contemplation. Chen Xuan approached the edge of the platform and spoke again. It is said that the young lord was escorted back by Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan. The Wang of Bailiang had someone present Zhao Yi's severed flesh to the young lord, then sighed. "Your father has indeed grown old. From now on, you must impart such lessons to others yourself." The next day, Su Fengyan journeyed to Lianhua Mountain, gazing toward the direction in which his elder sister had departed. It was time for him to take on the responsibilities of the family. Under the arrangements of the Wang of Bailiang, the young lord altered his appearance and joined the Yulong gang, venturing alone into the North Mang. This time, the young lord was without companions, entering North Mang likely in preparation for the impending Liang-Mang War, while also intending to bring back Su Beiji. With that, Chen Xuan closed his fan and struck the table with the wooden stick, producing a sharp sound. To know what ensues next, you shall have to wait for the next installment. Thus, the tale of the young lord in Bailiang concluded, ready to embark on a new chapter. Venturing alone into the North Mang, the audience gradually pulled away from the narrative, their enthusiasm unabated as they looked to Chen Xuan, for he was set to comment on the quasi-emperors of the realm. For them, the excitement was on par with the Battle of the East Sea, as quasi-emperors were the most formidable experts in the current martial world. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhao Gao's eyes. He was aware of only a few quasi-emperors, and the great Zhou dynasty had always been the most enigmatic place, its depths unknown. He was curious about the other quasi-emperors from the four nations. Finally, they were to discuss the quasi-emperors. Lu Xiaofeng suddenly sat up, his face brimming with anticipation. Chen Xuan surveyed the audience below and spoke at the opportune moment. If we do not count the great Zhou, there are but a handful of quasi-emperors in the world. First, let us speak of the quasi-emperor from our Song dynasty, Huangshang, the founder of the Nine Manual, who, as I mentioned previously, is now in seclusion in the mountains, whereabouts unknown. Wang Chongyang, as you are all aware, faked his death after repelling Ouyang Feng and has since vanished. Next is the Dugu sword demon, who re-emerged only to disappear again. He styles himself as the sword demon, having created the unparalleled sword technique, Dugu 9 swords, with supreme inner strength. Before reaching adulthood, he contended with the heroes of Hishu with a blue steel sword, shattering the ambitions of all who opposed him. Before hitting the age of 30, he swept through the martial world with the Ziwei soft sword, inadvertently wounding a righteous man and feeling profound regret, discarding the sword in shame. In his youth, he made mistakes during his wanderings, and even in old age. He still feels a deep sense of remorse for those past errors, having cast the sword into the depths as a cautionary tale. A heavy sword lacks a sharp edge. Great skill lies in simplicity. Before reaching maturity, he wielded a heavy sword made of black iron, dominating the world. Gradually, the sword demon gained insight into the world, realizing the essence of great wisdom appearing foolish, and great courage resembling cowardice. What does it mean to be invincible in the world? At this point, the sword demon had already cast aside his arrogance and dominance, beginning to focus on personal cultivation. After enlightenment, he became capable of wielding his sword with ease, maintaining a composed demeanor, unlike the impulsiveness of his youth. After reaching maturity, Dugu Qiubai was no longer bound by the sword. Falling leaves, flying flowers, and even the grass, trees, and stones could become his sword. He was free to act according to his desires, unrestrained by external matters. From then on, he transcended the material world, mastering the balance of wielding and releasing, achieving a state where having no sword surpasses having one. Chapter 47. The 300 years of mastery of Yuan Tiangang. At that time, the unparalleled Dugu Qiubai had already become invincible throughout the realm, with no one worthy of his sword. The sword demon, born of the sword, had sought defeat for years, desperately searching for a worthy opponent, but finding none. In despair, he cleaved open a sword tomb and buried 5 swords, retreating from the martial world. The past lay buried for ages, yet the legends of his exploits filled the world. All grievances and emotions had turned to dust. When the entire world could not present a single contender who could truly comprehend the profound solitude that enveloped him, the sword tomb bore witness to his melancholy. For over 30 years in the martial world, he had vanquished foes and bested heroes, leaving no one to challenge him. Left with no choice, he withdrew to a secluded valley, finding solace in the company of carvings. Alas, to seek a rival in life and find none is indeed a desolate burden. The sensation of standing atop the peak is not one of joy without an opponent. It feels akin to being a mere shell of a being. Were I in such a position, I would resolutely choose not to ascend to the summit. For the journey as scenery is far more beautiful and meaningful than the view from the top. Do you possess such talent? How many in this world can claim it? Surely, it is better than languishing in isolation. The solitude of the strong is a burden I cannot bear. The audience's emotions were stirred, a chill enveloping them, causing involuntary tremors. The thought of spending decades in the dark confines of a sword tomb was terrifying. Hero, is the sword demon truly that formidable? One inquired. You may think Chen Xuan jested, but I assure you, the sword demon, single-handedly, entered our great Ming dynasty, and none could stand against him. I was but a child then, told of these tales by my ancestors. Among the myriad masters of the sword in the world, Dugu Qiubai alone held dominion, leaving all sword cultivators gasping for breath. Yin Shisan cast a glance at the coachman, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. His forebears were among those who once besieged the sword demon, recounting their genuine terror. I could not believe that Dugu Qiubai was defeated. It must be that Chen Xuan's potential surpassed his, leading to such a notion of surrender. Having concluded the discussion on the quasi-emperors of the Song dynasty, we now turn to the quasi-emperor master of the Tang dynasty. There was but one, the infamous Yuan Tiangang. The crowd looked puzzled. Although they had heard Chen Xuan mention the name, it remained unfamiliar. If not for the occasional mention, they would have never known of him. Yuan Tiangang was the grand sorcerer of the Tang dynasty across 3 reigns, belonging to the most enigmatic organization alongside the empress. He possessed 300 years of mastery, known as the supreme commander of the unruly. During the era of the Tang's first emperor, Yuan Tiangang had already been by his side, seldom seen in action. His face concealed behind a mask, shrouded in mystery. His unparalleled skill, the Tiangang technique, could even harness a fragment of stellar power. 300 years of mastery. The beautiful eyes of the great diviner widened. She had not imagined such a terrifying figure could exist alongside the Eastern sovereign. Even Zhao Gao, accustomed to grand spectacles, was taken aback, while the 6 sword slaves were nearly startled out of their shadows. How long had this grand sorcerer lived? Could it be that he possessed the secret to immortality? But wait, if he had the elixir of life, why not present it to the emperor? Surely, the loyalty of the grand sorcerer was unquestionable. The elixir of immortality is a treasure, not mere candy. To possess even one is remarkable. The crowd was filled with curiosity, engaging in fervent discussion. Chen Xuan observed the astonishment of the audience, secretly amused. Absorbing phoenix blood to live a millennium was indeed feasible. The primary factor, however, was the substantial increase in emotional value. Since the storytelling commenced, the system's notifications had not ceased. Do not rush, dear audience. There are hidden matters to unfold. Would you like to hear? Chen Xuan sipped his tea. Absolutely, please continue. The audience nodded fervently. Chen Xuan sensed Yuan Tiangong's presence and glanced towards the 3rd floor. Meeting his gaze, Yuan Tiangong slightly nodded, and Chen Xuan understood. Since the principal had given his consent, he would share the tale. For no one would dare to challenge Yuan Tiangong, allowing him to garner a wave of emotional value. Since you wish to know, I shall gladly share. But do lend your ears. With a clap, Chen Xuan roused the wooden board. Yuan Tiangong is not only a quasi-emperor master, but also a master of divination and alchemy. Was he refining the elixir of immortality? Indeed, Chen Xuan affirmed. The desire for immortality is a wish of every emperor. The founding emperor of the Tang, Li Yuan, shared this belief and commanded Yuan Tiangong to concoct the elixir. The grand sorcerer accepted the order, laboring for 81 days, and eventually succeeded. On the day of its unveiling, dark clouds gathered, and numerous treacherous souls coveted it, leading the grand sorcerer to eliminate them, slaying 9 clans single-handedly, which instilled great fear in Li Yuan, who then commanded the grand sorcerer to test the elixir. Upon consuming the elixir, Yuan Tiangong indeed appeared decades younger, much to Li Yuan's delight. However, moments later, the grand sorcerer's visage became grotesque, causing Li Yuan to fall to the ground in terror, and despite all persuasion, he refused to consume it. Even the 2nd emperor, Li Shimin, and the 3rd empress did not dare to partake, fearing that their ugliness would diminish their people's reverence. The audience erupted in discontent. I can't believe the 3 generations of the Tang dynasty were wise rulers, yet fell into such folly. They lacked vision. You claim the Tang emperors are incapable. Yet they resisted the allure of immortality, only to recoil at the thought of ugliness. Yuan Tiangong could not tolerate slander against the previous emperor, yet found no justification to retaliate, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, even if it meant becoming as hideous as Kuzhini, I would not hesitate to consume it. Brother, what has the great hero done to you that you speak so ill of him? Are you not afraid of retribution? Sister, do you think this Yuan Tiangong could be the envoy who recently visited the Qin? Xiao Ximing softly inquired. That seems likely. His Majesty treated that envoy with great respect, suggesting he may possess a few elixirs of immortality. However, upon realizing their drawbacks, he chose not to partake. But our Yin-Yang masters did refine the elixir of immortality. Why not offer it to His Majesty, but instead use fake ones to deceive him? Upon hearing Xiao Ximing's words, the Ximing's face darkened. Be silent. Know that our loyalty is to the Eastern sovereign. We must not cast doubt upon him. Xiao Ximing nodded, falling into silence. Having concluded our discussion on the Tang, let us now speak of the Ming. Currently, the Ming dynasty has but one quasi-emperor master, though numerous formidable warriors abound, who will be discussed later. As for the sole quasi-emperor of the Ming, I invite you all to take a bold guess. Chen Xuan waved his folding fan, posing the question to the audience. Sir, this is rather dismissive. It must be the Taoist Zhang Sanfeng. Indeed. Now, why not venture a guess as to how many martial arts Zhang Sanfeng has mastered? At this, the crowd fell silent, for few had witnessed his prowess, and they looked at Chen Xuan with puzzlement. Take a deep breath, brace yourselves. I fear some may faint from the revelation. Go ahead. We have seen much in our time. Chapter 48. Exposing Zhao Gao. The net is about to act. The patrons, indulging in their libations, were taken aback, and one of them, startled by the proclamation, spat his drink, dampening the garments of the individual before him. What? 53 doors? The guest in front appeared utterly stunned, oblivious to the dampness on his back. Chen Xuan, pleased with the audience's reaction, seized the moment to speak. While it is true that many martial artists today possess multiple martial arts skills, none can rival the mastery of Zhang Sanfeng. Moreover, Zhang Sanfeng's expertise encompasses numerous first-rate martial arts, some even classified as unparalleled. His proficiency allows him to unleash the utmost potential of martial arts, surpassing even the founders themselves. He pioneered Tai Chi, the 7 cuts of Zongwu, Tai Chi sword, and Wudong swordplay, establishing himself as the foremost martial artist of the Ming dynasty. Now, let us turn our attention to the esteemed emperor of the Qin dynasty, of whom there are currently 2 prominent figures. The first being Zhao Gao. Chen Xuan turned towards the corner by the window, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Gao, who was visibly taken aback, and began to speak slowly. How is this possible? Zhao Gao was now in a state of panic, convinced he had never encountered Chen Xuan and puzzled as to how he had been unmasked. It was, after all, the ostentatious hairstyle and attire that made him easily identifiable. Should Zhao Gao be exposed? A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. Although Zhao Gao appeared to be a mere scoundrel, few questioned his loyalty, as he was under the watchful eye of the ancestor dragon. The expressions of the audience would surely be remarkable, and a windfall awaited him. How delightful that would be. With a smile stretching across his face, Chen Xuan observed Zhao Gao, who appeared somewhat awkward under his gaze, before returning his attention to the audience. Speaking of Zhao Gao, one cannot overlook the first emperor of the Qin, whom you have all heard of, I presume? Indeed, we have a passing knowledge. Having heard of his illustrious lineage and remarkable prowess, which allowed him to vanquish the feudal lords and unify the realm. You have certainly heard of him, yet perhaps not in depth. Otherwise, I would invite you to elaborate, good sir. These topics will be addressed later. Since you are somewhat familiar, it will be much easier for me to elaborate. Chen Xuan lightly shook his folding fan and approached the edge of the platform. Zhao Gao is a favored minister of Yingzhong, the actual ruler of the Qin's most formidable and enigmatic organization, the Luo Wang. He is always accompanied by the 6 sword slaves, his strength shrouded in mystery, with no one having witnessed his combat prowess. However, he is not as simple as he appears, the emperor's servant, loyal to a fault? That would be a grave misconception. Zhao Gao's cold, penetrating gaze flickered with an icy glint. He refrained from making a hasty move. Although Chen Xuan exuded an eerie aura, he had not revealed any vulnerabilities. Could he fabricate such a story out of thin air? Naturally, he was skeptical. A smirk crept across his lips as he regarded Chen Xuan with interest. In his mind, the latter was already a dead man. This noble of the empire enjoyed the utmost trust of Yingzhong, driven by immense ambition and possessing profound cunning. He had long been scheming in the shadows. His ultimate design was to overthrow the Qin Empire and manipulate Prince Huai to ascend to the pinnacle of power, a grand ambition indeed, aspiring to be the greatest of all time. Chen Xuan's words were startling, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's heart quaked, yet his demeanor remained unyielding. Showing no signs of distress, he slowly rose, coldly fixing his gaze on Chen Xuan. I am unfamiliar with you, sir. Why this slander? The Yinyang scholars of our Qin can predict trajectories, yet you speak of events that have yet to unfold with remarkable clarity. I must admit, I am impressed. My Luo Wang spans the realm, yet pales in comparison to your dominion over worldly affairs. Zhang Han, hidden in the corridor, transitioned from skepticism to a greater sense of doubt. The Empire's most formidable assassin group posed a significant threat. What say you? Chen Xuan directed his gaze at the audience. The spectators shook their heads vigorously. Who would dare to speak? The wrath of a formidable figure like Zhao Gao is not to be trifled with, especially with the 6 sword slaves lurking in the shadows. Haha, then allow me to unfold the tale in detail. Chen Xuan disregarded Zhao Gao's threats. Zhao Derun has remained in hiding for far too long, waiting for the opportune moment. Presently, the Qin is at its zenith, and in a few years, Yingzhong will embark on a tour. During his final excursion, the opportunity will arise. The audience's curiosity surged, yet they remained tight-lipped, their discomfort palpable. To put it plainly, the Qin has scarce few truly loyal factions, all driven by self-interest. Thus, Yingzhong will never attain the elixir of immortality. The Qin may appear impregnable, yet it is, in truth, on the verge of collapse. The peril lies within, not without. Chen Xuan's voice crescendoed, instilling a sense of dread regarding the Qin's might. The most terrifying aspect was that the adversary knew all your secrets, while you remained oblivious to theirs. Zhao Gao's aura erupted, realizing that if Chen Xuan continued unabated, by the time the words reached Yingzhong's ears, his position as the chancellor of the central carriage would be jeopardized. Take action. 6 silhouettes emerged from the shadows. All formidable masters, swiftly approaching the platform, their blades illuminating the air with a resounding whoosh, enveloping the entire tavern in a sea of sword light. Zhao Gao remained seated, prepared to counter any potential ploy from Chen Xuan. I dare anyone to try? Yuan Tiangang bellowed. By this time, most patrons had vacated, leaving only those on the 2nd to 5th floors gathered in the corridors. The 36 officers of the unruly gathered in an instant at the platform, blocking the 6 sword slaves. The remaining members of the unruly dispersed throughout the tavern, with Yuan Tiangang locking eyes with Zhao Gao, creating a tense standoff. At that moment, Zhang Han emerged, hundreds of shadows converging, for the fate of the Qin was at stake. Even if Zhao Gao were to act against the Empire's interests in the future, such matters ought to be dealt with by His Majesty, not interfered with by outsiders. Grass snakes entwined, tracking for 1,000 miles. Like maggots clinging to bones. Like shadows following close. Chen Xuan remained calm, exhibiting no signs of panic. Who would have thought that your loyalty to Ying Zheng would intertwine you with such treachery? The Emperor has commanded my presence. I must escort the young master back. I implore you to accompany me, Zhang Han stated expressionlessly, merely clasping his hands in salute. Not solely for my sake, I presume. Does Ying Zheng not covet the long spring skill? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Others will handle it. Zhang Han waved his hand, and the tavern seemed to darken, as another group of shadowy guards rushed in. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, contemplating. This could become troublesome. I wonder if the Tianshan girl has returned. If she has, she might be caught unawares, and the shadow guards and Luo Wang members are likely en route. However, he composed himself, chuckling lightly. Are you so certain you can take me away? What if we were to join forces? The Grand Priestess, in her flowing red gown, wore a cold and beautiful expression, tinged with a hint of mockery. The Minor Priestess, draped in translucent gauze, appeared lost in thought. Although their orders were merely to gather intelligence, now that Zhao Gao had recognized him, failing to act might expose a vulnerability. Chapter 49. The Imperial Envoy Qin Hui and the Grievances of Yu Fei, please depart swiftly, lest you disrupt my business. Chen Xian's aura surged violently, his sword intent rising like a tumultuous tide. The old yellow-clad figure had not yet arrived, yet the sword box stirred slightly, his gaze flashing with a chilling glint that made Zhao Gao shiver. Zhao Gao found himself ensnared by the stares of 2 quasi-emperors and felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Clearly at a disadvantage. The presence of an additional quasi-emperor was enough to turn the tide, not to mention the 2 martial emperors eyeing him menacingly. Our great Qin and your Tang have an understanding of non-interference. Do you truly wish to wade into these murky waters, Yuan Tiangang? Zhao Gao said coldly, fixing his gaze on Yuan Tiangang. I have heard that your Tang is rife with unrest, with rebels rising in rebellion. Instead of quelling the chaos, you come to the Song to stir trouble? Do you truly believe our great Qin is without capable individuals? As he spoke, shadows surged forth, led by the black and white Xinjian, who stood respectfully behind him. Chen Xuan is a distinguished guest of our great Tang. How can you simply take him away? Yuan Tiangang activated the Tiangang formula, ready to act at any moment. I hope you will refrain from interfering. Chen Xuan is a person specifically summoned by our Emperor of Qin. Should you obstruct us further, do not blame me for being merciless. Zhang Han's expression turned icy as he unsheathed his swords, his elite guards poised with deadly blades, fixating on Yuan Tiangang. The 36 Tiangang and 72 Di Sha drew their weapons, facing Zhang Han from a distance, their aura formidable. The atmosphere grew tense, and Zhao Gao discreetly assessed the situation, recognizing his inferiority. Just then, the sound of clashing weapons echoed from the corridor. To dare lay hands on the esteemed envoy of Qin. What audacity! It is the imperial envoy. The crowd in the corridor turned to see a dark yellow tide surging towards the inn, instantly diminishing Chen Xian's momentum. The leader bowed respectfully to Zhao Gao, his shadowy gaze reflecting a similar malice. Brother Chen, this is dire trouble, Lu Xiaofeng remarked gravely, glancing at Shimin Chui Shui. Should we intervene? Patience. Chen Xian must possess hidden cards. Shimin Chui Shui observed the unfolding situation, speaking softly. Ah, how thoroughly decayed. Chen Xian scoffed, recalling the last devastating loss suffered by the Imperial City Division. He never expected that their return would involve advocating for a foreign nation. The leader's ambition was glaringly evident. The previous envoy wore a python robe, while the current Imperial envoy donned a dragon robe. It seemed that Zhao Go was completely under their control. Qin Hui, do you still have the audacity to appear here? How many families have been shattered by your hand? Countless souls yearn for your flesh and skin. Chen Xuan bellowed, bewildered by Qin Hui's lack of martial prowess, daring to stand before Yuan Tiangang without fear of being struck down. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with fury, several figures darting forward, shouting, "The Imperial City Division slaughtered my entire family. Today, I shall demand your life." These individuals were descendants of the Yu family army, whose ancestors had been executed due to Qin Hui's machinations, and now, upon spotting him, their eyes burned with righteous anger, eager for swift retribution. Just commoners. Killing them is no concern, Qin Hui sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Chen Xuan, your arrogance knows no bounds. You slaughtered 200 of my Imperial City Division, thinking you can act with impunity just because you have some skilled allies. At last, I have the opportunity. Offending the esteemed envoy of Qin, you have now plunged into an abyss, and the disgrace you brought upon my Imperial City Division will ensure you find no place to be buried. Oh, the Song dynasty crumbles at the hands of scoundrels like you. Infamous traitors throughout history will bear eternal contempt, kneeling before the spirit of Yu Wumu. Chen Xuan's heart burned with rage as he witnessed mere innate practitioners exhibit such audacity. If they did not act soon, those righteous warriors would surely perish. Qiao Feng, exuding an overwhelming presence, shouted toward the inn, "I implore you all to retreat swiftly." He then gathered his palms, a golden light surging forth. As several dragon shadows surged towards Qin Hui, the surrounding air whipped violently, tossing aside Qin Hui's subordinates. In an instant, he struck again, only to find Qin Hui's eyes suddenly glimmering with mockery as he forcefully met Qiao Feng's palm. Late-stage martial emperor. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated that this world's Qin Hui would possess such formidable strength. Yet, he had no time to marvel. Swiftly moving to the side of the innate expert who had just acted, his sword slicing through, severing several heads as he joined the fray against the Imperial City Division. "Return with me to Qin. You dare." Yuan Tiangang, witnessing Zhao Gao's crimson hair billowing ominously, prepared to seize Chen Xuan, urgently shouted. A fist imbued with overwhelming might crashing towards Zhao Gao, instantly sending the 6 sword servants flying. "You cannot harm me." Zhao Gao chuckled coldly, his figure dissipating like a phantom, effortlessly evading. Qin Hui's eyes suddenly dimmed, becoming increasingly gray, as white radiance coalesced, exuding a palpable aura of death. His smile turning increasingly sinister. "Yu Wumu, I have wronged you." A shrill, piercing voice reverberated throughout the inn. The innate expert who had just struck at him was instantly overwhelmed by this voice, blood streaming from all 7 orifices as he collapsed lifelessly. Qiao Feng, closest to Qin Hui, felt his blood surge chaotically, sensing a tide of overwhelming hatred locking onto him, leaving him heartbroken. "Be careful, Brother Qiao." Li Bai, engaged in combat against the 6 sword servants, was unable to assist and could only shout, "Mind your own affairs, should such a handsome youth perish." "I would be greatly pained," the twin sisters, Hunpo and Maihun, spoke in unison, their melodious voices now sounding eerily unsettling. Startled, Qiao Feng bit his tongue, regaining clarity as he recalled the previous moment of fear. Such martial arts that could manipulate the mind were terrifying. In that brief moment of distraction, Qin Hui had completed his preparations, advancing towards the quasi-emperor, his blood-red eyes mingling with an overwhelming desolation, the coldness causing his subordinates to tremble with dread. "Qin Hui, why do you seek to harm my song? We were so close to restoring the song. Why? Traitors, eunuchs, foolish monarchs, corrupt ministers. The foundation of my song, built over hundreds of years, lies in ruin at your hands. I die with unclosed eyes." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, seemingly filled with the grievances of countless souls. Though the sun blazed fiercely, it felt as though one had fallen into an ice cavern, and far away in the palace, Zhao Gao trembled violently. "Is it General Yu?" The entire martial city seemed enveloped by this overwhelming hatred, and guests who had already left the inn were filled with tears. Those old soldiers who had fought alongside Yu Fei, their tears flowed freely, yet their eyes remained vacant. 12 golden tokens. As these words fell, a sudden, obliterating black light emerged, shrouding the entire inn in a veil of gloom. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that countless shadows intertwined with soulless, vengeful spirits. All present felt their spirits stir and tremble, unable to fathom the depth of the resentment and hatred that could manifest in such a scene. Chapter 50. A synapse of the mind, the demise of Heibai Xianjian left an indelible mark on the soul of Qiao Feng. What have you done to Marshal Yu's corpse? He bellowed, rage seething through him as his gray robe shattered under the intensity of his fury. A figure he had long revered, the embodiment of heroism and the backbone of the Song dynasty, now lay before him in a manner he had never imagined. Ha! Witnessing your anger elicits a profound thrill within me, truly exhilarating. Qin Hui's eyes bulged with manic delight as he reveled in the chaos. I relish the sight of a formidable warrior being methodically stripped of flesh and sinew, only to utilize his lifeless form for my own nefarious training. Chen Xuan's eyes blazed crimson. He could hardly fathom the depths of depravity to which Qin Hui had sunk. It was an affront to the very essence of justice. With a surge of sword intent, he propelled himself forward, joining forces with the celestial warriors against the malevolent Qin Hui. You fiend, devoid of humanity. You desecrate even the remains of the valiant. Qiao Feng felt the surge of hatred emanating from the dark aura, his body trembling with unrestrained fury. His nails dug deep into his flesh, teeth clenched as if they might shatter at any moment. At that instant, his spirit roared to life, the blood of the phoenix raging within him, granting him strength that belied his initial martial prowess. Flying dragon in the sky, Qiao Feng leaped, channeling the essence of all past leaders, unleashing a torrent of golden dragon shadows that pierced the darkness. With a resounding roar, the spectral dragon soared, crashing through the third floor of the inn with tremendous force. Qiao, you are not as formidable as you believe. Qin Hui sneered, mockery etched across his face. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Qiao Feng knelt, astonished by the overwhelming might of Qin Hui's dark arts, which had sent him reeling. 12 pitch-black talismans glimmered with an eerie violet light, hurtling toward his face. Crossing the great river, Qiao Feng sprang to his feet, advancing rather than retreating, his body bending low as dark brown energy erupted from his palms, shattering the barrier and charging toward the talismans. Sister, unleash your full power. The tide of battle is against us. The cool voice of Xiao Simon cut through the air as leaves in the courtyard converged, transforming into razor-sharp projectiles. Today's defeat is inevitable. That toothless old man is unfathomably powerful. If he strikes, the tide will turn. With a sidelong glance at the elderly Huang seated on the second floor, De Simon whispered, Chen Xuan is flanked by 2 quasi-emperors. It is only natural he cannot contend with them. Let us remember our true purpose. There is no need to make enemies, merely toy with them. With that, her onslaught diminished slightly, and the nefarious figures of the 72 earthly fiends sensed something amiss, exchanging knowing glances with De Simon, acknowledging the difficulty posed by the red-clad woman. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere here, Zhao Gao's situation was rife with tension. Zhao Gao and Yuan Tiangang were locked in a fierce duel, their figures darting and weaving as they exchanged blows with ferocity. The inn was filled with the ghastly remnants of their battle, each clash echoing with a cacophony of violence. Both warriors stumbling back several paces after a thunderous impact. Huang, are you not going to intervene? Lu Xiaofeng, sitting beside the elder, expressed his astonishment. If that quasi-emperor were to act, the battle would shift dramatically. My Qiao will soon falter. The weight of his resentment will soon engulf his spirit, Huang replied, observing the fray without a word. Shima Chue Yue, his gaze piercing, silently assessed the unfolding conflict, recognizing the advantage it would afford him. Chen is in peril. I must assist him. Huang noted the figure that had been sent crashing away, shaking his head with a knowing smile. Chen Xian's sword intent had yet to fully manifest. Otherwise, the 8 swords of you would stand no chance. As the battle raged, Heibai Xianjian, engaged with Chen Xian and his allies, propelled himself away after casting Chen aside, his sword intent and killing intent surging forth. Streams of icy sword energy cut through the air, aimed squarely at Chen Xian. The fragmented images of 8 ornate swords began to coalesce, converging upon Chen Xian with lethal precision. Chen Xian refused to evade, opting instead to endure the strike, intent on utilizing the Phoenix Blood's regenerative powers to catch his opponent off guard and pierce their throat. Synapse of the mind. Lu Xiaofeng's internal energy erupted, his 2 fingers converging into a lightning-like blur as he remained steadfast against the incoming sword energy, seizing Xuanjian's black sword with one hand and the white sword with the other, creating an unyielding barrier. How is this possible? Xuanjian's overwhelming aura dissipated in an instant. his face a mask of incredulity and shock. Impressive, Qiao Feng. You trapped him in mere moments. If not for the ongoing battle, a thumbs up would have surely followed. Why didn't you dodge? Are you foolish? Qiao Feng exclaimed, frustration evident on his face. Chen Xuan, somewhat helpless, realized that since the swords were already ensnared, there was no need for self-harm. What are you waiting for? Attack! Qiao Feng urged, panic creeping into his voice as he noticed the fractures in his fingers, struggling to maintain his grip. Here it comes. Chen Xuan's eyes glinted coldly as the Qinglian sword trembled violently, conjuring multiple phantoms in an instant. The light of the sword transformed into a torrent that shattered the air, leaving behind the astonished, bloodied visage of Xinjian. The combatants still engaged in battle were caught off guard. Even if they wished to intervene, they could not hope to overpower their foes. Forced to witness the demise of Xinjian. Alas, how perilous! Li Bai formed a sword gesture with his fingers, the star sword floating aloft, imbued with an overwhelming sword intent that soared skyward, defiantly gazing upon the sun. The sensation of towering mountains descended upon the hearts of the 6 sword servants, who attempted to evade but found it impossible, watching helplessly as an immensely heavy sword energy descended, shattering the corridor's blue stones, leaving them pale and immobile. From the summit of the heavenly terrace, 48,000 zhang high, I wished to topple southeast. Above, as if to shade the sun, sword light erupted in a flurry, cascading downward, leaving the 6 sword servants grievously wounded and on the brink of death. At this moment, Qiao Feng's hair stood on end, his eyes blazing crimson as if possessed by madness. His wounds were numerous, but the dark arts of Qin Hui had, to a degree, stifled the healing properties of the phoenix blood. He had inflicted untold suffering upon countless souls. Should the heroic spirits succumb to darkness, it would spell ruin for all. Yet Qiao Feng paid no mind to his own grievous injuries, his gaze solely fixed upon the treacherous Qin Hui. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, he surged forward, his aura intensifying, pressing against the quasi-emperor. Countless palm shadows coalesced into a dragon form, his body resembling a ferocious beast, each step shaking the very earth beneath him. Unbeknownst to how many tiles he had shattered or how much blood had been spilled to reach Qin Hui, each strike magnified his power until he reached the zenith of his might. Divine Dragon's Tail. After unleashing 17 thunderous palms, the air fell silent for a brief moment before an explosive gust of wind sent all combatants flying, the entire trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Witnesses beheld a colossal dragon-shaped specter manifest before Qin Hui, roaring in fury, its dark essence dissipating, banishing the overwhelming hatred that once loomed. Chapter 51. The Death of Qin Hui. A universal celebration. Qin Hui staggered backward, his body pierced by the dragon's shadow, crashing into countless trees before collapsing to the ground, spewing blood. It was then that he realized his subordinates were falling around him, resembling a field of wheat being harvested, drenched in blood. The air thick with the scent of carnage. Turning his gaze towards Qiao Feng, he was horrified to see him, a ghastly sight, as if flayed alive. 12 black tokens embedded in his body, he had endured innumerable humiliations and tortures, much like the legendary Yu Fei. Overcome with terror, Qin Hui sought to flee. Do not attempt to escape. Qiao Feng, shrouded in black mist, appeared as a fearsome warrior. Unfounded, Qiao Feng lunged forward, only to be met with Qin Hui's hidden defenses. Taking a direct hit that plunged him into a nightmarish illusion, a sea of corpses and blood where countless soldiers had perished. And then visions of being imprisoned and sentenced to death. 13 deathly swords. Yan Shisan, influenced by Qin Hui's malevolent power, embraced the aura of annihilation and death that he craved, a black sword swiftly piercing Qin Hui's skull. A sword from the west. The white-clad Shiman Chui Shui moved, releasing an icy, bone-chilling sword intent, embodying the ruthless spirit of a swordsman, an indescribable solitude enveloping him. Do you feel the chill of the blade? The shock resonated for miles. Qiao Feng, awakened by the coldness, immediately reacted as the 3 struck together, leaving Qin Hui with no avenue for escape. His demise was inevitable. All present felt the chilling aura dissipate. The air conditioning continued to emit coolness, yet a profound warmth enveloped their souls. Thank you. A distant voice, faint yet clear, echoed, as if a faint light descended from the heavens. The assailants were enveloped in a delicate golden glow, their faces illuminated with joy. Qiao Feng's wounds healed swiftly, prompting the group to sit in meditation. entering a state of enlightenment. Qin Hui, the traitor, was finally dead. Laughter erupted from those who had just exited the inn, quickly surrounded by neighbors who hastily abandoned their tasks. An elderly man discarding his cane, experiencing joy he had never known in his years. A universal celebration ensued. Soon, the entire martial city erupted in the sound of gongs and fireworks. Families that typically refrained from indulging in meat bought several pounds as a rare treat. Reveling in the satisfaction of the traitor who had caused the downfall of the great hero Yu Fei finally meeting his end. The statues of Yu Fei, once covered in dust, could now be cleaned and returned to the temples where incense would burn brightly. A testament to Yu Fei's legacy as a commander who cherished his soldiers and cared deeply for the suffering of the populace. In the hearts of the Song people, there was but one deity, Yu Fei. Zhao Go could not even begin to compare, which only fueled Zhao Go's jealousy of Yu Fei's influence and the looming threat of the return of the two emperors, leading him to fabricate the absurd charge of treason. Moments later, the people's expressions turned to fury, their gazes fixed upon Qin Hui, as if they would tear his corpse to shreds in the next instant. Qin Hui would bear the brunt of the populace's unending wrath. Chen Xuan, too, felt a sense of satisfaction. What? Do you still wish to fight? Stand down. Zhao Gao and Yuan Tiangang halted simultaneously. The inn lay in ruins, tables shattered. Yet the air conditioning system remained intact, or else Chen Xuan would have faced significant losses. Where's old Huang? Chen Xuan wondered aloud, but thought little of it. Assuming he had gone to nap in the back mountains, the assassins from Zhao Gao's net, 3 of the 6 sword slaves, were killed on the spot by Li Bai. While the remaining 3 were gravely injured, their former strength irretrievably diminished. Zhanghan's shadow guards suffered heavy losses as well, with 6 or 7 perishing. Yet the cost to the outlaws was not insignificant. 36 school officers lost over 10 weaker members, and the remaining outlaws faced casualties exceeding 80%. Aside from the earthly fiends and the great commander, who had not unleashed their full might, Zhao Gao seethed with rage, yet felt powerless. The losses to his net and shadow guards would incite the emperor's wrath upon his return, leaving him regretting his aggressive actions, no matter how grand Chen Xuan's claims were. If the emperor doubted them, Zhao Gao could still retain his elevated position as the chancellor of the central carriage. Have you stopped? Then be gone. Chen Xuan's furious shout reverberated through the air. The members of Zhao Gao's net and shadow guards resembled rabid dogs, the grand and ruined. Yet, the satisfaction of slaying the treacherous Qin Hui was a balm to his spirit. As for whether Zheng would send troops, impossible. He was far too elated at the chance for revenge, having long sought an opportunity to strike. Using Zhao Gao's expedition to the martial city as a means to eliminate a rival, at most feigning anger. Humph. Zhao Gao snorted disdainfully and turned to leave, having arrived with an air of superiority, now departing like a stray dog. Recall all dispatched personnel, otherwise, none of you shall leave this inn today. Chen Xuan glared coldly at Zhao Gao and Zhang Han. Swish, swish, swish. The two drew ancient bone blades, unleashing countless energy blades that soared skyward. Those assassins, yet to reach Lingjiu Palace, were summoned back in frustration. Begone. Though Chen Xuan longed to eliminate Zhao Gao, he restrained himself for the sake of emotional value and to preserve Zheng's dignity. If the first emperor were to become enraged, 1,000,000 iron cavalry would swiftly ravage the Song dynasty, leaving even the Tang dynasty in peril. As the Qin forces gradually retreated, Chen Xuan sat in a shattered chair. Lost in thought, it seemed he would have to rebuild the inn. Ding. This system is all-powerful, with a mere payment of 100,000 emotional points. Instant restoration to its original state is possible. Indeed, the system would not let this opportunity slip away. Chen Xuan chuckled, realizing the system was exceptionally shrewd in its dealings. Forget it, it's too expensive, he mused, rubbing his forehead. I should check how many emotional points I have. Upon seeing the number, Chen Xuan leapt up in shock. It was terrifying. This sum could only belong to half the populace of the martial city. 2,000,000 emotional points felt like an overnight fortune, transforming him from a pauper into a millionaire. Isn't it just 100,000? Pay, pay, pay. Chen Xuan's inner voice screamed with excitement. I have plenty of money. Repair it for me 10 times. Ding. 10 repairs have been completed for the host. I was just joking. You were truly insatiable. Chen Xuan's face twisted in anger. Yet upon hearing that the inn could now withstand the might of the martial emperor, a grin spread across his face. Once the storytelling concludes, I will draw a red card. Chen Xuan's heart soared with joy at the thought of a treasure chest filled with 1,000,000 emotional points. As he stepped outside the inn, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Qin Hui was utterly disfigured, not a single part of him unscathed, his eyes bulging, intestines spilling forth, limbs shattered, and skin torn asunder. Chen Xuan trembled uncontrollably. The seemingly gentle and meek populace, who toiled diligently each day, could unleash a wrath that even the mightiest of figures would fear. Chapter 52. Yuan Tiangang returns to the Tang dynasty after a considerable amount of time. The destitute citizens who had suffered due to Qin Hui began to flock to Qiao Feng and his companions, bowing deeply in gratitude. The enthusiasm of the crowd nearly overwhelmed the threshold of the inn, as they recognized that it was Qiao Feng and his allies who had brought about the downfall of Qin Hui. They brought with them everything of value from their homes to present to the inn. Qiao Feng and his companions radiated a faint golden light, resembling celestial beings under the sun's gaze, suggesting that, following this day, the temples of the Song dynasty would surely enshrine a few more deities. Eventually, the three of them rose one after another. Although Qiao Feng's wounds had healed, the crimson hue in his eyes had not faded. Upon seeing the citizens kneeling before him, he quickly exclaimed, "Please, rise at once. Do not remain on your knees." He gestured emphatically, "You must accept these offerings. They are our heartfelt intentions. I cannot accept these tributes. Qin Hui is a treacherous villain, deserving of universal condemnation." Qiao Feng observed that each citizen held garments they had stitched, along with fruits, vegetables, and even a few coins and poultry. He waved his hands, insisting that no matter how they pleaded, he would not accept their gifts. Shimin Shui watched as a child offered him fruit, struggling to muster a smile. He stood there, flustered, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. It is quite amusing to see Shimin Shui in such an awkward state. After all these years, he has always maintained a stoic demeanor, Lu Xiaofeng chuckled, crossing his arms in jest. Today, I have discovered that Shimin Shui possesses a shy side. What a curious revelation. Yan San, observing the fervent crowd, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Even the sword of death could one day be revered by the masses. Since Qiao Gang leader refuses to accept, we shall deliver these offerings to the beggar gang. You cannot object to that. Indeed, we will bestow our gifts upon those in need. Another voice chimed in. Qiao Gang leader serves the nation and the people. He surely wishes to assist even more individuals. Let us accumulate merit for the great hero. Following the words of an elder, the remaining assembly nodded in agreement, deciding to allocate a portion to the beggar gang and another to the impoverished, thus expressing their intentions and spreading goodwill. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat and, before departing, offered a deep bow to Qiao Feng, leading the citizens slowly out of the inn. Brothers of the Fengzi camp, it is time to get to work. Chen Xuan shouted as he rushed to the back mountain. At your command, please give your orders. The 800 light cavalry dismounted and knelt on the ground. Clear the bodies from the inn and bury them in the back mountain. As for those unsavory figures of the Tang dynasty and the shadow guards, they shall receive a proper burial. The rest can be dealt with as you see fit. What? More bodies to bury? Ningamei's expression turned bitter. You won't let us engage in battle. We spend all day at the back mountain, and the brothers are getting soft. Even my skills have declined significantly. Chen Xuan rubbed his forehead. Rest assured, there will be wars in the future. When the time comes, your cavalry will prove invaluable. Then I am relieved, Ningamei replied. Invigorated. A soldier can only truly fulfill his purpose on the battlefield. Yuan Tiangang, I thank you for your assistance today. Chen Xuan bowed deeply upon returning to the inn. If it were not for your guidance of the Tang's unsavory characters, one can only imagine how dire the situation would have been. There is no need for thanks. You have saved our Tang dynasty and gifted me with sacred texts. It is the Empress's intention, as she feared for your safety and thus dispatched me to assist. Yuan Tiangang replied with a respectful gesture. Has the Empress not taken issue with the name of that white cat? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Yuan Tiangang. Can a sovereign be so petty? Yuan Tiangang replied with a tone of resignation. True indeed. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea and poured another cup for Yuan Tiangang. Please sit. I shall not keep you long. I must return to report to the Empress. The unsavory characters await. We return to the Tang. Yuan Tiangang finished his tea, cast a glance at Chen Xuan, and turned to depart. Your swordsmanship is formidable. I seek not you. Shimin Shui gazed intently at Yan San. At this moment, both had attained the martial emperor realm through their realizations. The former radiated battle intent, while the latter appeared despondent. Where do you reside? Yin Shisan inquired, aware that the individual before him was also from the Ming dynasty. Though he was solely devoted to his swordsmanship, remaining oblivious to the identity of his counterpart. At Wanmei Mountain Villa, once I locate the third young master, I shall pay a visit, and I hope I shall not be disappointed. Yin Shisan cast a glance at Shimin Shui, his bones trembling with anticipation. The clash between the heartless swordsmanship and the sword of death was indeed something to look forward to. Alas, he could not leave the Song dynasty at present, otherwise, he would certainly witness it. The sword of heaven and the immaculate swordsmanship, you say? Yin Shisan smirked, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Xuan. Now I can understand why the sword demon conceded. Your swordsmanship knows no bounds. I am aware of your intentions. Qiao Feng is not dead, merely fallen from grace. Chen Xuan sighed. Though Yin Shisan had already surmised the answer, he could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Where has the once mighty third young master vanished to? Would it be possible to learn of his whereabouts if I wait a little longer? Yin Shisan fell silent. This was indeed the best answer he could receive. The guests who had been listening to the tale returned, only to be met with the clash of three sword intents, which sent them retreating once more. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. Chen Xuan retracted his sword intent, noticing that the number of guests had not diminished, but rather increased significantly, causing him to beam with delight. These were all precious emotional values. Hey, sir. Your inn is remarkably sturdy. It hasn't collapsed even after all this? A guest seated at a table observed in disbelief. Of course, this is the finest inn in the world. Chen Xuan leaped onto the high platform, fanning himself with a folding fan. Earlier, we were discussing the crisis of the Qin dynasty, but I digress. Today, we shall focus on Zhao Gao, a treacherous minister far more wicked than Qin Hui. Indeed, that red-haired fellow appears to be nothing of worth. Yes, just by looking at his face, one can tell he is no good. Thanks to gang leader Qiao, who has warmed the seasons and eliminated Qin Hui, may Zhao Gao cause the emperor of Qin great distress. If Zhao Gao were exposed, the emperor of Qin would surely have him executed. One fears the ambition of the Qin will soon turn its sights upon the Song. What of it? They are 100-fold worse than the current regime. The audience buzzed with excitement. With Qin Hui gone, their voices grew louder. Rest assured, there will not be an immediate military campaign. Please, be patient and allow me to finish my tale. Chen Xuan raised his hands to silence the crowd before continuing. Zhao Gao, having endured humiliation in his youth, vowed to rise above the masses of the Qin. Through cunning and ability, he quickly became a favored minister of Yingzheng, manipulating the power structures. During the emperor's final tour, he fell ill, and Zhao Gao seized the opportunity to conspire with Li Si, tampering with the imperial edict to place the emperor's 18th son on the throne. Thus, the common folk of the Qin suffered greatly, and the once great dynasty fell under the reign of the second emperor. How absurd that a mere eunuch could rise to the position of prime minister, all the while causing the demise of loyal officials, forcing numerous ministers within the court to their deaths. Chapter 53, calling a deer a horse in this tale. Zhao Gao's audacity reached a point where he brazenly declared a deer to be a steed, revealing his long-held ambition for the throne. He regarded Hu Hai with disdain, considering him insignificant. One day, he presented a deer to Hu Hai, claiming it to be a 1,000-mile horse. Confused by this audacious claim, Hu Hai questioned Zhao Gao's sanity, only to be met with a chilling glare that silenced him. Zhao Gao then turned to the assembled ministers, asking whether what stood before them was a deer or a horse. Fearful of Zhao Gao's wrath, the ministers remained silent, while those eager to curry favor smiled obsequiously, declaring, "The prime minister is correct. This is undoubtedly a horse. How could it possibly be a deer?" Meanwhile, the few honest officials who spoke their truth, asserting it was indeed a deer, faced exile or death. The princes and princesses residing in the palace were equally terrified of Zhao Gao, and not a soul dared to challenge him. The atmosphere was one of palpable dread. Chen Xuan, observing the scene, noted Zhao Gao's terrifying influence. Even Dong Huang Tai could only foresee Zhao Gao's future destruction of the Qin dynasty, but to articulate such details suggested divine insight. The audience was oblivious to the extent of Zhao Gao's impending power and madness. It cannot be denied that Zhao Gao was a master of political strategy. Yet under the iron grip of Yingzheng, he was unable to ascend. As long as Yingzheng lived, Zhao Gao would merely be a dog at the feet of the first emperor, regardless of his status as a quasi-emperor. As Chen Xuan concluded his observations, no one dared to question him. Rather, Some expressed curiosity about Zhao Gao's ultimate fate. He died, Chen Xuan replied. But the specifics of his demise shall be revealed in due time. Today, we primarily discuss the quasi-emperors of the realm. He rose, fanning himself with a folding fan, and added, Zhao Gao is one, and the other is Dong Huangtai. Chen Xuan gazed at the Grand Minister with a hint of mockery. The Grand Minister, however, scoffed internally, believing that Dong Huangtai was shrouded in mystery, and that even a celestial being could not unveil his secrets. Chen Xuan dismissed the Grand Minister's skepticism and continued, Dong Huangtai emerged from the tumultuous era of a century past. Inspired by Chu Yuan's work, Jiu. He is the leader of the Yin-Yang faction, known to his subordinates as Your Excellency, one of the most enigmatic figures in the world. He is always clad in a black robe and mask, with no one having ever glimpsed his true visage or witnessed his genuine prowess. Oh, if no one has witnessed his might, how can you assert he is merely a quasi-emperor? The Grand Minister retorted with a cold laugh. If I declare him a quasi-emperor, there must be a reason, Chen Xuan replied. Do you wish to know, dear lady? Under the scrutiny of Chen Xuan's gaze, the Grand Minister felt as though her secrets were laid bare. If the lady remained silent, it would imply her acquiescence. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea before elaborating. It is quite simple. If Dong Huangtai were not a quasi-emperor, he would be a martial emperor or a martial deity. Why then would he submit to the first emperor? Such a being, with a broader perspective, would not stoop to such depths. Why would he send his subordinates to inquire about my affairs? His schemes are beyond my concern, but if he harbors ill intentions towards me, I advise him to abandon such thoughts. You. The Grand Minister glared at Chen Xuan with indignation, yet felt powerless to act. That woman in red must be a spy from the Yin-Yang faction, correct? Otherwise, why would she react so violently after your words? Indeed, it is quite possible. Chen Xuan mused, glancing at the masked woman beside him. The audience quickly caught on, directing their attention towards the two figures. Humph. Can this entire and not accommodate two women? The Grand Minister snorted. I came from the Qin dynasty to lodge here. Is this the customary treatment for all patrons? Let us hope so. Otherwise, I kindly request you all to leave. Chen Xuan shot a cold glance at the Grand Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue the discourse. Paying no heed to them, Dong Huangtai lurked in the shadows, his schemes cloaked in secrecy, yet I am confident he is orchestrating a monumental game, one capable of overturning the entire realm. Chen Xuan's expression grew grave as he spoke. He did not wish to conceal Dong Huangtai's plans, for such an opportunity to harvest emotional value was too significant to overlook. However, upon consulting the system, he received an answer of unknown origin. Another bug had emerged, reminiscent of the previous era. What could this imply? He dared not dwell on it further. Enough of this, letting Zheng grapple with it. It is no concern of mine, Chen Xuan sighed, rubbing his temples as he reached for the wooden block on the table. The audience's interest intensified, their curiosity piqued by the notion of a scheme to upend the world. May I inquire, sir, what exactly is this plan? One audience member boldly asked. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea, shaking his head in response. Regrettably, I do not know the specifics of this scheme. Is there truly anything in this world that even you are unaware of? Another voice interjected. I am not a deity. How could I possibly know everything? Chen Xuan replied, rolling his eyes inwardly, contemplating the absurdity of this world filled with bugs, where the anime had yet to unfold. Chen Xuan possessed an astonishing breadth of knowledge, leaving the Grand Minister in a state of tumultuous surprise. As for the content of the plan, perhaps no one in the realm could fathom it. Yet, this revelation left the Grand Minister perturbed. Although Dong Huangtai's prowess spanned only a few centuries, his choice to adopt the title of the highest deity of the Chu system suggested that he was not as superficial as he appeared. Cough, cough. Chen Xuan cleared his throat, signaling for silence. Next, let us discuss the 5 quasi-emperors of the Great Zhou. The first is Kong Qiao, standing 9 feet tall, his robes concealing his formidable muscles, exuding both elegance and approachability, embodying the greatest Confucian of his time. However, should anyone dare infringe upon his interests, they would face his wrath akin to that of a divine being. May I ask if any of you have heard of Zilu? The audience below looked bewildered, shaking their heads in unison, for the Great Zhou was far removed from the Great Song. Zilu, once a thief due to poverty, engaged in plunder and bullying the weak. One day, Confucius, adorned in his robes, was ambushed by Zilu, who, harboring a deep-seated hatred for scholars, intended to intimidate him. Confucius, with benevolence in his gaze, urged him to abandon his life of crime. Yet, Zilu, far from heeding his counsel, sought to strike him, inciting Confucius's ire. Now, dear audience, can you guess the outcome? Chen Xuan teased, raising an eyebrow with a sly grin. To provoke a quasi-emperor is akin to courting death, surely. He met with a swift demise. Did you truly think Confucius single-handedly eradicated the bandits of the Great Zhou? How could a great sage possess such violence and a tempestuous temperament? Chapter 54. The Virtue of Confucius and the Beauty of Shisher. Gentlemen, you have miscalculated this time. How could Confucius, who favored the persuasion of virtue, possibly engage in such sanguinary acts? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes as he lightly waved his folding fan. Confucius, far from exhibiting anger, appeared even more benevolent. His eyes narrowed. His garments burst open, and his muscles rippled with might. Although Zilu was initially startled, he could not afford to lose face and was poised to strike. However, what transpired next led him to repeatedly repent, utterly captivated by Confucius' moral integrity. Suddenly, a sword soared forth from behind Confucius, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he leveled a mountain peak. From that moment onward, Zilu became one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples. Confucius detested violence, preferring to expound upon reason. On one occasion, upon entering an enemy city, he swiftly shattered the city gate with a single sword strike, immersing himself in the ocean of truth. Subsequently, he traveled across the states with his 3,000 disciples, promoting Confucian ideals and persuading numerous monarchs through reason, becoming the revered teacher of the Great Zhou. Goodness, sir, does this imply he intends to conquer the feudal states? This hardly seems like the demeanor of one who preaches reason. Chen Xuan's final remark stirred a commotion in the audience. Who could fathom a towering figure, exuding an air of harmlessness, standing before them to impart wisdom? Should one refuse to listen, two swords would swiftly emerge. Who would dare disregard such a warning? So, this is the true meaning of the Confucian principle of repaying resentment with virtue? I understand. Upon concluding his thoughts, the individual notably transcended from the acquired realm to the innate, bowing deeply to Chen Xuan. Confucius stands as the most virtuous sage I have ever encountered. He truly deserves the title of a saint. Sir, I have resolved to journey to the Great Zhou in search of truth and to seek apprenticeship under the sage. Chen Xuan chuckled, albeit somewhat awkwardly, realizing he had led some astray. May I wish our guests every success. As the discussions in the audience gradually subsided, Chen Xuan clasped his hands and continued. The second quasi-emperor of the Great Zhou is none other than the Taoist sage, Laozi, who advocates for the principle of non-action and the unity of heaven and humanity, resembling, in some respects, the yin-yang school of the Great Qin, and perhaps even sharing a connection. Sister, I have heard Lord Dongwang mention that our yin-yang school also espouses the unity of heaven and humanity, spoke Xiao Siming softly. Could it be that Lord Dongwang has ties to the Great Zhou? Lord Dongwang is beyond our comprehension, Dai Sai Ming replied, shaking her head. As for Laozi, he once served as the royal archivist of the Great Zhou, erudite and accomplished, even receiving counsel from Confucius. However, as chaos engulfed the realm, he contemplated retreating to seclusion, eventually embarking on a journey westward atop a green ox, invited to compile the Tao Te Ching, the preeminent text of the Taoist canon. Laozi, a humble figure, often withdrew into the mountains, wielding a dust whisk, appearing as if a celestial being had descended to the earthly realm. Under his guardianship, no bandits dared to encroach upon the area within 100 miles. Should one disturb Laozi's tranquility, nightmares would swiftly follow, for wild beasts often howled in the night. Yet, he remained open-hearted, transcending worldly concerns, merely seeking to align with nature. One fateful night, however, a beast approached, howling near his ear, rousing Laozi from slumber. In that moment, his wrath ignited, and the tranquil mountains were reduced to rubble. Thereafter, he roamed the landscapes in pursuit of genuine nature. Indeed, it seems that the quasi-emperors of the Great Zhou possess fierce tempers. Their brutality is astounding. This pursuit of nature is quite profound. Laozi has come to regard himself as one with nature. To provoke the wrath of nature is to invite calamity. Now I comprehend the unity of heaven and humanity. It signifies that Laozi embodies the essence of nature, and no being in this realm can rival him. Chen Xuan covered his face, feeling vexed. He did not wish to mislead his audience. Alas, the tales he recounted were gathered by the system. They were merely stories of Laozi's existence in this world, and the audience had misinterpreted the essence of his teachings. If only his disciples, such as Zhou, who he rarely encountered over the centuries, could hear this, they might soar on the winds to the great song and enlighten him on the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your peace and patiently allow me to conclude with the remaining 3 divine figures. I have also promised a guest to address a query, Chen Xuan said, gently waving his fan, his gaze gradually shifting to Yen Shi-san. The third quasi-emperor is none other than a Qing, the sword of the Yu maiden, who bears a certain relation to Han Xiaoying. The audience appeared utterly bewildered. How could a quasi-emperor from the great Zhou possibly be related to Han Xiaoying? Indeed, although Han Xiaoying's martial prowess may be modest, a portion of her swordsmanship is a legacy from a Qing. The listeners gaped in astonishment, their faces etched with curiosity. What many do not realize is that the swordplay employed by Han Xiaoying, akin to that of a Qing, is merely a fragment of the Yu maiden's technique, and her natural aptitude is vastly inferior. Upon this revelation, understanding dawned upon the crowd. It stands to reason that the innate talent of a quasi-emperor is unparalleled, far beyond that of even first-rate masters. Interestingly, a Qing learned her swordsmanship from a white ape. Originally a shepherdess of the Yu kingdom, she fortuitously encountered a white ape skilled in wielding a bamboo staff, and they frequently engaged in mock duels. Over time, she inadvertently developed her own sword style, the Yu maiden's swordplay. One day, while tending to her sheep, a Wu kingdom swordsman cleaved one of her sheep in twain. Upon inquiring about the incident, she was met with scorn and was insulted, resulting in her piercing the swordsman's eye with a single thrust, subsequently vanquishing the remaining 7 adversaries. This spectacle caught the attention of Fan Li, a statesman of the Yu kingdom, who invited her to train their swordsmen. Eventually, she fell in love with Fan Li, yet his heart remained only for the beauty Shishir of the royal court. Speaking of Shishir, she is truly the epitome of beauty, transcending description. Even celestial beings would pale in comparison. By the riverside, as Shishir washed silk, the fish in the water, upon beholding such beauty, forgot how to swim and sank to the bottom of the lake. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in fervor. Sir, this marks the first occasion you have employed such eloquence to describe a woman. Should she indeed possess such beauty, even to gaze upon her once would be enough to fulfill my desires. One must traverse the great Zhou in their lifetime, for the mountains, rivers, and landscapes are so enchanting. If you wish to meet Shishir, just say so. There's no need for euphemisms. Is there truly no other woman in the world who can rival her beauty? Chen Xuan observed a guest rise, fervently gazing at him, and slowly replied, I fear there is no one in this world who can compare. However, I can certainly compile a list of the world's beauties, naming it the Rouge List. What say you? Support, support, wholeheartedly support. Chapter 55. The Sword of the Yu Maiden, a Qing, and the Dream of Zhou. The audience sat upright, their faces flushed with excitement. Please remain calm. We shall discuss the Yinji list another time. For now, let us complete the tale of a Qing. Chen Xuan raised his voice, sensing the atmosphere was spiraling out of control. A Qing aided Fan Li in vanquishing the state of Wu. Yet Fan Li's heart only belonged to Shishir. After rescuing Shishir, he neglected a Qing, for she held no place in his affections. A Qing, consumed by sorrow, harbored murderous intent toward Shishir. As Fan Li and Shishir met, she burst into the palace, where 1,000 armored soldiers and 1,000 infantrymen attempted to obstruct her. With a single command, she wielded her bamboo staff, and none could withstand her might. The Snowblade, an ancient sword, had slain 2,006 foes, while the Yu Maiden's sword, a Qing's, had brought down 2,000 armored men. A Qing charged into the palace, calling out, Fan Li, where are you? Fan Li responded, and in that moment, a figure clad in green darted inside, aiming the sharp end of the bamboo staff at Shishir's heart. Sir, does this world truly possess such extraordinary power? One guest inquired, rising slowly in confusion. Indeed, if there exists a quasi-emperor of such caliber, it must be within the Great Zhou. I believe the quasi-emperor of the Great Zhou could rival the martial emperors of other dynasties, though the Eastern Emperor Tai is a different matter altogether. Lu Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, glancing at Shimin Shui. The Great Zhou is shrouded in mystery, though embroiled in conflict for centuries. The Zhou royal family remains diminished, but not extinguished. The Zongwu has no figures from the Great Zhou, yet tales of them abound. Shimin Shui nodded, his expression shifting. Yen Shi-san murmured thoughtfully, among the 5 kingdoms, only Zhou stands supreme. It seems all matters in the world are intertwined with the Great Zhou. The audience began to murmur. Does this mean that a Qing is the foremost swordswoman in the realm? What of the ruined swordmaster? One sword can level a mountain. Does that not surpass the Maiden? I speak of the world at large, excluding the great Zhou for now. Chen Xuan waved his folding fan, his gaze sweeping over the audience. Indeed, no swordsman today possesses the strength to slay 2,000 foes. A Qing's title as the foremost swordswoman is undeniably justified. Perhaps you should establish a sword ranking before the Yinji list? Those are matters for another time, Chen Xuan replied, taking a sip of tea. Continuing, he recounted how a Qing's gaze met Shi Shi's, her murderous aura gradually dissipating, replaced by disappointment and envy, ultimately transforming into admiration for Shi Shi's beauty. There exists such a stunning beauty in this world. A Qing murmured, Fan Li, she is even more beautiful than you described. With that, she twisted her slender waist and let out a clear whistle, leaping away. Oh, Chen Xuan's words barely settled before the entire tavern erupted in a chorus of sighs. Shi Shi's beauty left a Qing unwilling to strike, while I am ugly enough to be beaten. Who knows when I shall behold such a beauty again? The thought of my own wife brings me unbearable anguish. Lower your voice. If that fierce woman hears you, you will be finished. Haha, so you fear your wife as well? A kindred spirit. Chen Xuan chuckled. Your wife, after all, only endured such trials for your sake and that of your family. Now, dear friends, let me speak of the fourth quasi-emperor of the great Zhou, Zhuangzhou. The audience quieted, intrigued, for this was a figure connected to the famed Xianyuzi, known for the Xianyu text. Zhuangzhou was a disciple of Laozi, yet his talent is arguably the most exceptional in centuries, perhaps even surpassing Xianyuzi. Though the Xianyu school is derived from Zhuangzhou's works, I do not believe Xianyuzi is inferior. Unbeknownst to you, the world of the great Zhou is vastly different from the other four kingdoms. It is steeped in legends of countless immortals. In my view, it may be a world of elevated status. Chen Xuan regarded the questioning guest, his words carefully considered, hinting at a nature fundamentally distinct from other realms. The guest appeared solemn, unable to grasp the crux of the matter, and returned to his seat with a bow. The Grand Commander and others fell into contemplation, pondering Chen Xuan's implications, and the crowd fell silent. Zhuangzhou's demeanor was free-spirited and untamed, even more so than Xianyuzi, who advocated for an effortless existence. Zhuangzhou sought ultimate freedom. Once serving as a minor official in a lacquer garden, he possessed vast knowledge, studying all matters of the world, earning the title of the most learned man. The king of the state of Chu once brought treasures worth a fortune to recruit him as the chancellor of Qiao, only for Zhuangzhou to perceive this as an affront, firmly declining the offer. One night, he attained sudden enlightenment, inventing an unparalleled illusion technique. Those ensnared by this art would struggle to discern reality from illusion, a formidable power indeed. This technique was associated with butterflies. One day, while sleeping in the grass, Zhuangzhou dreamt he transformed into a butterfly, fluttering freely. Upon awakening, he exclaimed, "The butterfly is I, and I am the butterfly. All things are me, and I am all things." Upon waking, he named this technique dreaming of butterflies. One day, when the enemy nation launched an attack, 3,000 light cavalry had been ensnared in slumber for nearly half a month, awakening to find the world utterly transformed, aged beyond recognition. They returned home in a daze, realizing they had merely dreamt, their hearts shrouded in gloom. What? The Grand Commander was stunned. Compared to the dreaming of butterflies, the yin-yang puppetry of the yin-yang school seems child's play. This is clearly a celestial art. An illusion can plunge one into a dream for half a month. I cannot believe it. I now find myself increasingly curious about the identity of the fifth quasi-emperor of the great Zhou. Please, do not rush. There is another tale about Zhuangzhou that I must share. Zhuangzhou traveled through various kingdoms, and upon arriving in Chu, he felt inspired and penned the Xianyu. He then soared hundreds of feet into the air, plummeting into a deep valley, where he chose to live in seclusion, ascending hundreds of feet into the wind. Can this truly be immortal? I now believe the tales. Such a divine being must have achieved the realm of the martial emperor. The final quasi-emperor of the great Zhou is named Zongwu. Have any of you heard of him? Chen Xuan glanced at the earlier speaker, then looked mysteriously at the audience. The tavern erupted in astonished murmurs, everyone casting skeptical glances at Chen Xuan. Sir, do not deceive me. While we may not know much about Zongwu, we have all heard of him as a god of war in the army, not a figure of the Jianghu. How could he possibly be a quasi-emperor master? Please, do not be agitated. Allow me to explain slowly. Sir, if you cannot clarify, your reputation may be at stake. I urge you to consider your words carefully. Rest assured, since I dare to say this, there is surely a reason behind it. Simply trust me. Chapter 56. The disappearance of Xiao Feng Chen Xuan and Shi Min Shui engage in a duel of swordsmanship. As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, the audience fell silent, though their faces remained etched with confusion. Zongwu, known for authoring the first military treatise in history, The Art of War, has had a profound impact on renowned figures such as General Yu of the Song dynasty, the legendary Li Jing of the Tang dynasty, Bai Qi during the Qin conflicts, and Su De of the Ming dynasty. He famously led the forces of Wu to a decisive victory against Chu, nearly annihilating them and capturing their capital, achieving an unparalleled record of triumphs throughout his life. After the death of his friend Wu Zixu, he withdrew from Wu, vanishing at the pinnacle of his career to dedicate himself to the study of military strategy, ultimately giving rise to the art of war. In the face of Wu's impending doom, he single-handedly penetrated the enemy lines, eliminating all their commanders, cleaving through the royal palace, and capturing the lords of the realm. Returning safely, as Chen Xian's voice echoed, a profound silence enveloped the tavern. After a long pause, the audience collectively gasped, engaging in fervent discussions. I acknowledge that my voice was somewhat raised. I had not anticipated the terror embodied by Sun Wu. Now I grasp the teacher's meaning. It is plausible that a martial deity existed in the Great Zhou, but for reasons unknown, the world has regressed significantly. Daring not to ponder further, I sensed the lurking dangers within the Great Zhou, and it would be prudent to remain silent. I recall the Lord of the East once mentioning the unfathomable depths of the Great Zhou. Why, then, did he persist with that plan? The Grand Commander appeared pained, his heart filled with questions. Would this plan truly succeed? Why did the Lord only state that Chen Xian could disrupt his schemes? Given the overwhelming might of the Great Zhou, could there be no repercussions on the plan? As the hubbub of the tavern surged, Chen Xian slowly closed his folding fan and placed the awakening wood upon the table. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discourse on the potential imperial contenders has concluded. I kindly invite you all to return in 5 days. Farewell, esteemed teacher. Do remember the rouge list and do not go back on your word. Moments later, the tavern emptied, leaving only Chen Xian and his companions, alongside representatives from the Ming and Qin factions. Please inform me of Xiao Feng's whereabouts. Yan Shisan hastily approached Chen Xian, cupping his hands in respect. Do not rush. A swordsman's heart must remain steady. Chen Xian offered Yan Shisan a cup of tea as he sat. Yan Shisan gulped it down in one swift motion, his eyes betraying an urgent fervor. He now roamed the streets of the Ming, willingly embracing a life of obscurity as a mere errand boy. Yan Shisan's pupils constricted, overwhelmed with astonishment. He had been doing menial work in a brothel owned by Granny Han, but after revealing his martial prowess to protect a courtesan, he became a target and chose to leave. He returned to a life of wandering until he was taken in by the old Miao family, spending his days shoveling dung, which granted him a new perspective on life. How could this be? Yan Shisan's expression turned frenzied. After years of searching for Xiao Feng, he found him in such a plight. How had the greatest sword of the Ming fallen so low, reduced to hiding in a brothel and now shoveling dung? Was this truly the spirited third young master? Sighing, Chen Xian remarked, once, Xiao Feng was a heartless swordsman, burdened by numerous emotional debts, having slain many who ought to have lived. Ever since the sword villa hung the plaque proclaiming it the home of the Ming's foremost sword, Xiao Feng had known no peace, besieged daily by countless challengers eager to claim the title. He had vanquished wave after wave of skilled opponents. The tally of those who fell before him lost even to himself. Day by day, he grew weary of this existence, feigning death to escape the world and pursue a tranquil life. What a coward! Does he intend to languish in this state for eternity? Yan Shisan exclaimed angrily. I now realize the truth. I will compel you to draw your sword and duel with me. Does victory or defeat truly hold such weight for you? Chen Xian mused softly as he sipped his tea. You must know in your heart that with his final strike, Xiao Feng cannot possibly withstand it. How do you know I possess a final strike? Yan Shisan's face reflected sheer disbelief. He had indeed grasped the essence of the last sword under the influence of Qin Hui, yet it bore a tinge of resentment. Otherwise, how could my name have spread to the Ming? Chen Xian shook his head. Aside from certain hidden matters, there is little I do not know in this world. Yet it remains essential to test him. Did you not say he has gained new insights into life? After all these years, I refuse to believe his swordsmanship has not evolved. Yen Shursen suddenly rose, gazing out the window in a trance. How can I know if he is not my match without trying? The deadly 15 swords were conceived solely for Qiao Feng. Chen Xuan turned his gaze to the window, where Yen Shursen had already vanished. I wish to test the swordsmanship of the heavens, Shimin Shui Shui said, approaching Chen Xuan with an air of indifference. Indeed, Chen Xuan understood. How could a swordsmanship fanatic like Shimin Shui Shui let such an opportunity slip away? Draw your sword. The tavern shall be destroyed. Nay, even if 2 martial emperors were to clash here, all would remain intact. Be cautious. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Shimin Shui Shui shed all apprehension, his gaze turning cold. The giant sword in his hand rose, swiftly reaching Chen Xuan's side, its chilling aura seeming to freeze the very air, and in an instant, countless sword shadows intertwined. A flash of azure light flickered as the Qinglian sword trembled, soaring forth like a rainbow, cleaving once into 2, then 4, enveloping the space in a swirling azure glow. 2 streams of sword energy collided, their extreme velocity rending the air. The sound of their clash diminished to a mere whisper. One sword loomed over the masses, while the other exuded a bone-chilling coldness. The Grand Commander regarded the scene gravely. Chen Xuan's swordsmanship posed a significant threat, transcending realms, surpassing the prowess of most swordsmen after a mere exchange with Shimin Shui Shui. It appears that Brother Chen's swordsmanship is formidable, Lu Xiaofeng exclaimed, astonished. Few could withstand Shimin Shui Shui's blade head-on. The lesser commander's eyes sparkled, realizing that Chen Xuan's sword intent even eclipsed that of the sword saint, Gunya. As the crowd marveled, the battle between the two escalated into a frenzied climax. Shimin Shui Shui's silver hair danced in the wind, his aura emanating a frigid essence, appearing as if surrounded by snow and ice. Chen Xuan's Qinglian sword surged forth, radiating a dispassionate aura, as if to signify his indifference to life. A sword that drips with blood, fierce as snow. The air around Shimin Shui Shui turned bitterly cold, the sword energy within the giant sword brewing, its blade trembling violently, poised to pierce Chen Xuan's heart. Sword 1, Dragon and Serpent. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as the Qinglian surged forth, its afterimages weaving through the air, the azure light coalescing into a sword energy that surpassed even the frigid intensity of before. The mercilessness of heaven could scarcely be weaker than that of man. Chapter 57. The defeat of Shimin Shui Zhaoshen urged Zhao Go to abdicate, and Emperor Xiaozong of Song ascended the throne. The sword path of heaven, the flawless sword path, the heartless sword path. Shimin Shui was jolted back repeatedly by this strike. These 3 sword paths are among the most challenging to comprehend in the world. How could the master have grasped them all? As he steadied himself, his face was etched with astonishment and disbelief. The sword demon spoke true. You are indeed worthy of being the foremost in the sword path. Shimin Shui's expression dimmed. Despite his superior realm over Chen Xuan, defeat is defeat. Haha, Shimin. You jest. There are always greater peaks beyond, Chen Xuan replied, bowing slightly. His own sword path was a legacy of the nameless, and he had been bestowed with a natural sword body. The flawless sword path that Shimin Shui spoke of was presumably due to this reason. Lu Xiaofeng patted Shimin Shui on the shoulder, offering comfort. Failure is a blessing. Your journey has been too smooth. A little setback is expected. Shimin Shui appeared contemplative, recalling the 2 most significant battles he had faced. His victory over Dugu, he was indeed unfair, as Hua Tianqing had exhausted half of his internal energy beforehand, leading to his eventual defeat. In his clash with Yi Guqing, the celestial descent was insurmountable, ultimately allowing Yi Guqing to achieve his own goals. Reflecting on these events, he realized his path had been too untroubled. Now, he felt a spark of enlightenment that would surely lead him to new sword techniques upon his return. With this thought, Shimin Shui regained his former composure. With Lu Xiaofeng beside him, melancholy seemed impossible. Shall we not rush back? Lu Xiaofeng teased, leaning closer. Shimin Shui shook his head, choosing silence. He had not had the chance to explore the great song last time due to pressing matters. This time, he intended to wander thoroughly. Are there any places you recommend, Brother Chen? He asked, glancing around for Chen Xuan, only to find him missing. Where has he gone? At that moment, Chen Xuan was in his chamber, laughing uncontrollably. Earlier, he had summoned the system, and his emotional value had skyrocketed to 2 million, resulting in a joyous draw. If he couldn't obtain a true qi pill, he would simply exchange for several hundred and treat them like candy. Chen Xuan's expression was one of joy. Otherwise, his low realm would hinder his performance. At the very least, he needed to break through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm to stand on his own, using the insights of the Nameless to effortlessly strike down the martial emperor. Ding! Due to the host's current emotional value exceeding 1 million, the mysterious gift package level turned red. After the pacification of the Tang dynasty, it would be placed into the system space. Excellent, red. Splendid. System lottery. 10 consecutive draws from the purple treasure chest, 5 from the Snowblade world, 5 from the All Heavens world. Ding. Due to the host's prior fortune in drawing Phoenix blood, the world draw limit upgraded to Fonya. Drawing for you now. Congratulations, host. You have obtained True Qi Pill, X20. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Elder Sword Master's ultimate skill. Sword opens the heavenly gate. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Elder Sword Master's ultimate skill. One sword makes the immortal kneel. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a building upgrade token, allowing you to expand the tenfold. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 great snow dragon riders, who will automatically descend upon the back mountain after the IN's expansion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the longevity art, 6th, 7th illustrations. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the guardian spirit Su Chu of Chao Yambing, summoning card, which can be activated by consuming a drop of phoenix blood, matching the hostess realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the shadow clone technique from the Naruto world. The higher your realm, the more clones you can create. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 8 extremes collapse from Do Putsong Qiao. Only a martial god can unleash its maximum power. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the true 3 kingdoms Wu Shuang El Bu, god of war body, who will descend upon the back mountain after the IN's expansion at the late stage of martial emperor. As the system notifications finished, Chen Xuan was ecstatic. This was incredible. The 3,000 great snow dragon riders were the elite troops of the Snowblade. With them, he could easily crush the forces of the Jin Kingdom. He had drawn the 8 extremes collapse, perfectly complementing his explosive steps. Even more astonishing were the shadow clone technique, El Bu, and Su Chu, from different realms of gaming and anime. With the 2 ultimate skills of the Elder Sword Master in hand, he felt invincible. Had there not been others in the inn, he would have already howled in triumph. Ahem. Chen Xuan coughed to regain his composure. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from the system space, tilting it back to pour its contents into his mouth, swallowing all 20 pills at once. A surge of true qi erupted within him, and he quickly sat cross-legged, activating the longevity art, as an endless stream of true qi rushed into his limbs. Early Grandmaster. Mid-level. Completion. Delightful. Chen Xuan could hardly contain a joyful moan, feeling as though he had undergone a rebirth, effortlessly breaking through an entire major realm. Now it was the turn of Desiming and Shimin Shui to be bewildered. What on earth? He went in and emerged as a complete Grandmaster. Li Bai covered his face, stifling his laughter. He had once been in the same situation. At that moment, Chen Xuan had comprehended all martial arts and techniques. He consumed a drop of phoenix blood to activate Su Chu, who would instantly appear at his call, ready to unleash devastation. The thought thrilled him. Content. Chen Xuan fell asleep, and the night felt extraordinarily prolonged, as if an eternity had passed. Time flowed like a swift current. In the Great Song Palace, Zhao Shun paced anxiously, his heart in turmoil. News of Qin Hui's demise had spread for half a month, but his overly cautious nature led him to worry that it might be a ruse. Thus, he had sent numerous people to investigate. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, causing Zhao Shun to become alert. Who is it? Your Highness. It is I. Come in. Zhao Shun's heart raced. Surely, something significant had occurred. The visitor was none other than the captain of his personal guards. Your Highness, Qin Hui is indeed dead. The capital was bustling with activity these past few days. It was livelier than during previous New Year celebrations. The people rejoiced late into the night, leaving their doors unlocked. Qin Hui's faction has been entirely eradicated, and our people now occupy the city. With just your command, we can achieve great things. Good, good, good. Zhao Shun felt a surge of ambition. After years as the crown prince, he was finally poised to take a significant step forward. The decayed state of the Great Song Court was ripe for reform. That night, Flames illuminated the imperial city as 30,000 of the crown prince's private army stormed the palace, urging Zhao Go to abdicate and become the retired emperor, thereby seizing the coveted throne, marking the beginning of the Longxing era. Since his ascension, Zhao Xun had worked to purge the corrupt court, promoting military officials while demoting civil servants, seeking justice for Yu Fei, and striving to develop the economy and agriculture, leading to a noticeable improvement in the lives of the common people. Recently, the martial world of the Great Song seemed relatively tranquil, while other nations stirred with activity. Zhao Gao, once exposed, was imprisoned and executed by Ying Zheng within mere days. The position of the leader of the Luo network fell to Wei Zhuang, who did not disappoint Ying Zheng, breaking through the mechanism city in a single day alongside Gong Shuqiu. Chapter 58. Fu Su's perspective on Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng, holding the snow in the middle of the road manuscript, fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that I am truly too tyrannical? Why do countless factions within the Qin Empire oppose me? Zhang Han, what is your opinion? At this moment, the usual dominance on Ying Zheng's face had dissipated, his demeanor somewhat despondent, and his gaze lost its sharpness. Zhang Han lowered his head, hesitant to respond. I command you to answer. Father, allow me to speak on behalf of the general, came a gentle voice from outside the palace. A refined young man, exuding an extraordinary aura, entered and bowed deeply. What brings you here? Ying Zheng glared at his eldest son, who was burdened with expectations, feeling a surge of anger. His overly gentle nature lacked the decisiveness required of an emperor. Father, you have unified the carts and scripts, standardized measurements, currency, and law, and constructed the highway. Truly a wise and formidable ruler, your achievements will be remembered through the ages. However, your extensive construction projects and heavy taxation have placed an unbearable burden on the common people. While the Great Wall is a monumental endeavor for the ages, I believe you are somewhat hasty. Conscripting over 100,000 citizens annually is both exhausting and financially draining. I implore you to reconsider, Father. My son has grown and understands the nuances of merit and fault. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes, and his despondence faded. Those Confucian scholars fixated solely on shortcomings, barking like dogs in his view, were easily dismissed, yet Fu Su was his firstborn, entangled with those scholars. Thankfully, Fu Su had matured and distanced himself from such company. Father, let us set this aside for now. I wish for you to send me to Desong, but this time, do not provoke Chen Xuan. Simply retrieve the eternal youth technique from Lingzhou Palace. Wei Zhuang, accompany the young master. After the two departed, Ying Zheng stood quietly outside the hall, contemplating. With the technique of longevity in hand, the pace of constructing the Great Wall can be slowed down. The Song Dynasty Yu Lai and Chen Xuan had nearly concluded narrating Snow Blade over the past month, and the tales circulating in the martial world were approaching their finale. He was now preparing for the third installment of Xian Qi Xia Chuan, with several days remaining until his next performance. Enjoying ample time and no disturbances from the Desong court, as the newly enthroned emperor was indeed the most enlightened ruler of the southern Song. It is time to expand the inn, Chen Xuan mused, stepping outside. Ladies and gentlemen, do not panic. Soon this inn will expand tenfold, so prepare yourselves mentally. He withdrew a talisman from his system space, reciting its activation. Instantly, brilliant golden light erupted, blinding all present. Upon reopening their eyes, they found the inn transformed. What once required only a few steps now stretched for dozens, with the area rivaling that of a palace. Should an audience come to listen, they would surely mistake it for an imperial palace, as it was overwhelmingly grand. The talisman vanished, and the sign at the entrance had changed from Yulai into Tianji Pavilion, marking the establishment as a formidable force not to be underestimated across the realm. Shall I now refer to you as Pavilion Master? Ha ha. Li Bai, having appeared behind Chen Xuan unbeknownst to him, teased with a grin. Li Hui, do not forget to bring my tobacco. Chen Xuan feigned seriousness. Go. Li Bai nudged Chen Xuan playfully, but his expression shifted to seriousness. I must depart. I shall return to the Tang dynasty briefly before pursuing my sword path. I will not return for several years. Is it absolutely necessary to leave? It is imperative. Chen Xuan watched as Li Bai nodded, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet refraining from trying to keep him. Li Bai had his own path to follow. Farewell, Chen brother. The road of the martial world is long. Take care. Li Bai rushed off, burdened by thoughts, unable to clearly discern his sword path. This journey to the Tang was to sever his emotional ties. When they would meet again was uncertain. Chen Xuan sighed softly and turned back into the inn. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. A eunuch hurriedly followed behind, cradling a royal edict in both hands, calling out loudly. What business do you have, my lord? Chen Xuan halted and turned to inquire. Cough, cough. The eunuch cleared his throat, his demeanor respectful. By the decree of the emperor, it is proclaimed. The Yu Lion has rendered service by eliminating the treacherous minister Qin Hui. I am greatly pleased and hereby establish the National Defense Office, appointing you, Chen Xuan, as the first National Defense Envoy, with Qiao Feng as the Deputy Envoy. Will you not accept the edict? Chen Xian's mind buzzed. Zhao Shun had directly established a National Defense Office and appointed him as its leader, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The eunuch leaned closer to whisper, currently. The National Defense Office comprises only you and Deputy Qiao. Others must be recruited independently, with no limit on numbers. Is His Majesty not concerned I might rebel? Chen Xuan thought to himself, marveling at the audacity of this emperor. The emperor knows you are a divine being and would not covet worldly possessions. Moreover, His Majesty is diligently striving to recover lost territories and is in need of talented individuals. Chen Xuan's lips twitched. This emperor was quite absurd. This was not a national defense office. It was evidently a national defense army. Nevertheless, one should not refuse a gift with an official title. He could act without excessive caution. Sir, I shall take my leave. The eunuch gracefully exited the inn, fingers delicately poised. Ming Dynasty Haimu Cliff Dongfang Bubi. Having repelled the Five Mountain Sword Alliance's assault, severely injured Renwushing, took control of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, and swiftly annihilated numerous minor sects in just a few days, gaining unparalleled momentum, even surpassing that of the Yihua Palace. The Rouge List? Dongfang Bubi perused the Snow Blade manuscript, pausing at a particular line, his expression revealing intrigue. It has been quite some time since I visited Dasong. I shall see if there is a place for me on this Rouge List. Huashan sect Linghu Chong had remained at the Cliff of Reflection, only recently emerging. The Snowblade manuscript had circulated throughout the Ming Dynasty, prompting him to eagerly request a copy from Lu Hoer. Seated, he became engrossed in the reading, utterly captivated. Upon seeing the mention of Feng Qingyang from the Huashan sect, confusion washed over him. When did our sect gain a Feng Qingyang? I have never heard of such a person. Lu Hoer, have you heard of this? Lu Hoer appeared equally perplexed. Perhaps he is a hermit from our Huashan. Mr. Chen has referred to Feng Qingyang as unparalleled. Linghu Chong exclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor. If we could invite Elder Feng out of seclusion, our Huashan sect would surely rise to prominence, no longer subjected to the pressures of Zhuoling-chan. Lu Hoer, come with me to Dasong. We must inquire about Elder Feng's whereabouts. But Master forbids you from wandering about. Are you not afraid of being confined to the Cliff of Reflection again? If we can invite Elder Feng out, would Master still confine me? Linghu Chong scoffed, dragging Lu Hoer along as they dashed off. Chapter 59. The conclusion of the Snowblade. The beginning of Sword of the Immortal in a certain inn. A man with a somewhat haggard visage yet remarkably bright eyes and an extraordinary demeanor was pouring wine down his throat. Beside him sat a handsome, aloof youth with thick eyebrows and large eyes. They were none other than Li Xuanhuan and a Fei, freshly returned from beyond the pass. Coincidentally, the infamous plum blossom thief was wreaking havoc once more. The renowned beauty Lin Siener had posted notices declaring that anyone who could capture the thief, regardless of their appearance, poverty, or disability, would be granted her hand in marriage. Li Xuanhuan was accused of being the plum blossom thief and became the target of public ire. However, a Fei firmly believed that his elder brother could never be the thief. Elder brother, stop drinking. Let us visit the Yu Lion in great song and inquire with Mr. Chen. He must know. A Fei exclaimed, gripping Li Xuanhuan's arm. Mr. Chen? Li Xuanhuan, having secluded himself for a decade, felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the name. Indeed, nothing escapes Mr. Chen's notice. Even the supposed death of the third young master was elucidated by him. A Fei spoke with admiration. Then let us go? Li Xuanhuan nodded. But please wait for me a moment. I must bid farewell to Siener before we head to Great Song together. At Hulong Villa, Zhu Wushi was engrossed in perusing a book on the Snowblade, having recently dedicated his time to investigating the whereabouts of Tianxiang Duku, and today was fortuitously free. After a considerable time, Zhu Wushi closed the book, hope rekindling in his heart. Mr. Chen knows everything. He must be aware of Tianxiang Duku's whereabouts. Someone, prepare the carriage to set off for Great Song. Soon, the day arrived when Mr. Chen would narrate the tale, now in autumn, with leaves turning yellow. Countless individuals from the martial world set aside their affairs to journey miles to hear the conclusion of the Snowblade. The inn could accommodate thousands, its grandeur majestic. Standing atop the highest floor, Mr. Chun gazed down at the throngs of people arriving like dark specks and slowly descended the stairs to the hall. Sir, once we conclude the Snowblade, will it not be time for Sword of the Immortal? Indeed, rest assured, everyone. We have long anticipated Sword of the Immortal. Along with the Rouge List, the inn buzzed with lively chatter, a cacophony of excitement. Mr. Chun leapt onto the stage, cleared his throat, and struck the wooden table before speaking. Last time, we spoke of the 40,000-strong army besieging Qiubai city, the northern Mang's divine general Tuobapusa, blessed by the heavens, making it a formidable challenge for the heir to slay him. Liang has its own camp and deities, unlike northern Liang, which faces neglect from uncle and grandmother alike, foolishly guarding the borders of the Central Plains. As the 18 martial arts masters of the Central Plains stood atop Qiubai city, the northern Mang's 40,000 troops appeared less daunting. In that battle, the masters of the Central Plains bravely sacrificed themselves, northern Liang, to the death. After the battle, the northern Mang retreated in fear and reluctance, for their southern dynasty had fallen completely, leaving them isolated. With the new emperor ascending the throne, the Yanqi king conspired with the Shu king, resulting in the dissolution of northern Liang's feudal status. And the legendary northern Liang royal house became a relic of history. The heir and Wenhua were inebriated, while two groups of women and children sat nearby, undisturbed. Su Fengyan, utterly intoxicated, mumbled, "Waiter, bring more wine." With that, the grand saga of the 100-year Jianghu of Liang reached a pivotal moment. In the spring and autumn period, countless bones were laid to rest for one general success. As Mr. Chun's words echoed, tears welled up in the audience. Northern Liang, never despondent. It began with "Waiter, bring more wine," and concluded with the same. "Pray, share your favorite characters." Mr. Chun downed a cup of wine and proclaimed, "Indeed, it must be old Huang, who traveled 6,000 miles with the heir but could not accompany him to the end. The tale of Jian Jiu Huang has always left me with regrets. I still prefer the old sword god, unmatched in prowess, yet he departed, burdened by thoughts of the green robe. It must be the wanderer Wenhua. I would exchange brotherhood for brotherhood, daring to mock Huang Long's manhood. Such a righteous soul, few can compare. Wudong's Hong Shixiang, cultivating for 300 years solely for Su Ji, whose ascension is indeed a devoted soul. In my view, every character in the Snowblade possesses depth and humanity. All deserve to be celebrated." Well said. Upon finishing his remarks, the inn erupted into thunderous applause, a grand spectacle. Mr. Chen seized the moment to declare, "Jianghu is not merely about fighting. It encompasses human sentiments. Haha. Today, we conclude the Snowblade, and next, we shall delve into Sword of the Immortal." The audience sat upright, their attention peaked. It is widely known that the world is rife with tales of deities, and yet, Sword of the Immortal features true immortals. Mr. Chen took a sip of tea, surveyed the crowd, and began. The story starts with a lad named Jing Tian from the earthly realm of Yong'an. Jing Tian. In this vast world, food is paramount. As a humble worker at Yong'an, I adore antiques and excel in imitation. My dream is to become the wealthiest in Yuzhou. At the story's inception, Jing Tian soared through the skies on a sword, shattering countless peaks. Just as he was about to plummet, a celestial figure with an aura of wisdom caught him. Jing Tian scrutinized the figure, wondering if he had encountered a master. He instantly inquired, "Your martial skills are impressive. Could you teach me a few moves?" The immortal smiled, raised 2 fingers, indicating that if Jing Tian accomplished 2 tasks, he would be taught. He then produced a box radiating a purple glow and entrusted it to Jing Tian, stating that the fate of the world hinged upon it. Naturally, Jing Tian was skeptical, yet the box appeared to be an antique, and he was eager to open it, only to be awakened by an exclamation of "Big Brother." Sigh. What a disappointment. It was merely a dream. The audience below erupted in discontented murmurs, their previously solemn expressions now filled with frustration. How could such a celestial being allow him to encounter them? Yet flying on a sword truly is awe-inspiring, even if only in a dream. Does this box truly hold the key to the world's fate? Could it be a divine message? This Mr. Chen's tale is indeed amusing. It has alleviated my restless heart, Li Xuanhuan mused, resting a hand on his forehead, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Indeed, it is quite intriguing. Yet Jing Tian is the quintessential protagonist. A Fei remarked, taking a sip of wine. Do not fret. I shall unveil the secrets of this box later. Let me elaborate further, Mr. Chen continued. Mao Shan, Jing Tian's loyal brother, pure-hearted and kind, fiercely loyal, dedicated solely to his elder brother Jing Tian. Chapter 60. The emergence of poisonous beings at the foot of Mount Shu. The true mastermind behind the plum blossom thief Jing Tian, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, "Why did you wake me? I was on the verge of obtaining that treasure." At this moment, his companion Hebai Ping, fiddling with an abacus, retorted, "You still owe them several hundred taels of silver." As the group bickered, they caught sight of a meteor shower outside the window and hurried out to make wishes. While Jing Tian was fervently praying, a jade pendant suddenly fell from the sky. Overjoyed, he picked it up and wore it without a second thought. Little did he know that this pendant consisted of two halves, which, upon encountering one another, would become inseparable. Such a marvel! But where was the other half of the pendant? Could it be that fate had destined him for a romantic encounter? The audience watched with envy, pondering why such fortune had not befallen them. The following day, Jing Tian received a letter of appointment from the shopkeeper. Reflecting on how his wish had come true, he intended to sell the pendant. Amidst the celebrations of a wedding procession on the street, he was about to sell the pendant when an immense force suddenly drew him in, colliding him with a woman, causing them to land together in a bridal sedan chair. Tang Xuejian, the daughter of the Tang family, was spoiled and capricious, harboring a secret past. However, the Tang clan of Shu was notorious for its lethal poison techniques. Jing Tian was about to face dire consequences. The other half of the pendant must belong to this Tang Xuejian. Coughing to regain attention, Chen Xuan signaled for silence. After much effort, Jing Tian finally separated the pendant and fled, still contemplating a lucrative sale. At that moment, a mysterious figure in black appeared from nowhere, swiftly approaching him and warning that the pendant must not be sold. The figure then revealed a painting, proclaiming that in 300 days, a great calamity would befall the world, and he was the savior. Jing Tian, however, was resolute in selling the pendant and was soon robbed by the figure in black, only to be whisked away by members of the Tang clan. Whether he was indeed the savior remained uncertain, but the black-clad individual was undoubtedly a formidable master. Jing Tian's foolishness was evident, as he failed to recognize the significance of the pendant and the opportunity for mentorship it presented. Indeed, Jing Tian's greed clouded his judgment. Chen Xuan glanced at the audience, smirking inwardly. Jing Tian may wish to accept mentorship, but Li Xiaoyao would not dare to take him on. After a futile attempt to negotiate, Xuejian, in distress, threatened to take her own life. Startled by the various methods of demise Jing Tian suggested, she stormed off in anger. The Tang family patriarch grew suspicious, believing that Jing Tian possessed the pendant. After searching him and finding nothing, he felt disappointed and reported back to Xuejian about the pendant's mysteries. Jing Tian's shopkeeper was replaced by Zhao Wenchang, while Xuejian's grandfather fell gravely ill, requiring the 100 flowers due from the foot of Mount Shu as a medicinal catalyst. That night, Jing Tian ventured out once more to wish upon the meteor shower and encountered Xuejian collecting dew. As they exchanged banter, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of poisonous beings. In a moment of peril, a Taoist master appeared, soaring through the sky on a sword. As the audience beheld this scene, they were filled with longing. Even those merely seeking to witness the renowned Yinji list were captivated by the world of Xianjian-san. The sight of sword flying was indeed the mark of a true sword immortal. Legend spoke of sword immortals being able to sever heads from miles away. Was it true? The words of the master rang true. There indeed existed divine beings among them. Even if the Shu Mountain Taoist was not a deity, he was certainly close to one. In a private box on the second floor, Duanyu sat beside Qiao Feng, eagerly exclaiming, "I wish to be as powerful as that Taoist, so that I may be with the fairy sister." "Such aspirations are not easily attained," Qiao Feng replied. "There are no masters capable of breaking through the void in this world. However, you might find someone in the great Zhou who has." With a sip of tea, Chen Xuan continued, "Su Chongqing, the foremost disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, exceptional in skill, dedicated to the welfare of the world. The initial Taoist was one of his masters, the leader of the Shu Mountain sect." Su Chongqing leaped into action, his sword trembling in his grip, unleashing a torrent of sword light that repelled all the poisonous beings in an instant. At this moment, Jing Tian learned that a series of disappearances had been plaguing the city of Yuzhou, leaving the populace in turmoil. As a disciple of Shu Mountain, Su Changqing had come to investigate, subsequently taking Xue Jian along to an abandoned village to search for the missing individual, Dong Wenxian. However, their sensitivity to the poisonous beings waned, and guided by the artifact in hand, the trio gradually arrived at a gambling den. With a clap, to learn what happens next. Stay tuned for the next installment. Chun Xian struck the wooden table, rising to bow to the audience. This establishment is now known as Tianji Pavilion. Remove the sign of the Yu Lian. The Grand Divine Envoy, suppressing her rage, stormed out of the inn. For a month, she had been at Chun Xian's beck and call, but in order to fulfill the task assigned by Lord Dong Huang, she had to endure in silence, feeling utterly powerless against Chen Xian. Yet, when inquiries arose regarding matters of the martial world, if I am not informed, I shall begin to recount the beauties of the martial realm. Elder brother, why do you not ask? A fei nudged the dazed Li Sunhuan. Li Sunhuan blinked. Rising to speak, recently, the plum blossom thief in the Ming dynasty has been rampant. Might I inquire if the esteemed master could enlighten me on the identity of this thief? Chun Xian looked up at Li Sunhuan, thinking to himself. The childhood idol Jiao Shu. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "Care for a beer?" Li Sunhuan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Ahem. What I meant to say is, are you the renowned Shaoli Fei Dao? Observing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Chun Xian hastily interjected. At that moment, the audience from the Ming dynasty could no longer contain themselves, shouting loudly, Li Sunhuan is merely a thief crying thief. Who doesn't know that the plum blossom thief possesses unparalleled agility, akin to his own? What? He is Li Sunhuan, returning after 10 years in seclusion only to indulge in debauchery and plunder wealth? Who would believe such nonsense? Indeed, this flower-hunting lad is no fool. He would never engage in such disreputable acts. Yet, the fair maiden Xian Er had spoken, and everyone knew Xian Er to be a righteous woman. How could she deceive us? I suspect you are blinded by desire. Who would fall for such tricks? You. Chun Xian noticed there were still some discerning individuals present, and he felt a sense of relief. Many may be unaware, but the plum blossom thief is not a single individual, but rather an organization. With Lin Xian Er as the mastermind, the other accomplices are skilled individuals manipulated by her. And the purpose of the plum blossom thief schemes is to frame Li Sunhuan. Nonsense. Lin Xian Er would never allow such slander. She is willing to entrust her happiness to strangers in pursuit of the truth. A devoted follower of Lin Xian Er in the audience could no longer hold back, shouting in indignation. As he gazed at the recently arrived Lin Xian Er with admiration, his anger towards Chen Xian intensified. Ah, it seems you are questioning my integrity? Chapter 61. The Truth Behind the Plum Blossom Thief. Li Xuanhuan's past. How can there still be such foolish individuals in the Ming dynasty? Mr. Shenzhen is being so raucous. The audience below admired his audacity, appearing to relish the spectacle. Red-robed waiter, give him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson. Chun Xian furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the Grand Sima. Slap, slap. A crimson figure darted forth in an instant, delivering a blow to the left and then to the right, sending the man soaring several meters into the air. His animosity towards Chun Xian now redirected entirely onto that individual, secretly feeling quite pleased. The man lay on the ground, unconscious, only to be unceremoniously tossed aside by Yuan Zuozong. Chun Xian maintained a facade of amusement, softly stating, I do not wish for anyone to speak to me in such a manner. I have finished my words. Who is in favor? Who is against? The inn fell into a profound silence. The audience from the Ming martial world rendered speechless, their intentions to defend Lin Xian waning. Mr. Chen appeared refined and gentle, yet they had not anticipated the dire consequences of speaking to him in such a manner. Indeed, it seemed no one dared to raise their voice at him. The audience was genuinely astonished by Chun Xian's demeanor, having never witnessed such a sight before. Very well, let me continue, Chun Xian said, shaking his folding fan and casting a glance at Li Xuanhuan. Sir, I bear no grudge against you. Why would you accuse me of being the plum blossom thief? At that moment, a sob reached Chun Xian's ears. Ah Fei felt a pang of pain. Though suspicious, he questioned, Sir, could you be mistaken? If I had not known the true culprit, I might have truly fallen for your deception. Chun Xian cast a cold glance at Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer's depravity surpassed even that of Kong Min. She was lascivious and cunning, relishing the conquest of men through her beauty, with a deeply scheming mind. In her eyes, the only rightful path for men was to bow before her, deriving immense pleasure from inciting conflict among them, thus satisfying her twisted psyche. The likes of the Green Demon-S disciple Qiao Du, Yu Longsheng, and even the renowned Bai Shaoxing had all been manipulated by her. Countless figures from the martial world had been ensnared by her charms. One might think her an unparalleled beauty, but in truth, she was a female fiend. Surely, you have heard of the solitary wanderer Tian Buguang? Could it be that Lin Xiener has ties to him? They should have no connections. So why does the gentleman assert such a claim? The audience below looked at Chen Xuan, their faces filled with confusion. In my opinion, Lin Xiener embodies the essence of a flower thief, a veritable female seducer, leading countless men to their downfall, slowly descending into the abyss. I propose that Lin Xiener be aptly dubbed Wanderer of the 10,000 miles, for a woman of her ilk would be better off dead. Upon hearing this, Ah Fei felt a deep anguish. He had not anticipated that the woman he loved could be so vile. Bai Shaoxing immediately distanced himself from her, repulsed at the thought of Lin Xiener's debauchery before others, his face burning with shame. Lin Xiener's eyes appeared soulless. Desperately seeking an argument but unable to find the words, she slowly exited the inn like a specter, consumed by despair and collapse. Bai Shaoxing expressed his gratitude to Chen Xuan before turning to leave the inn. Why not try me, the infamous flower thief? He scoffed. If you seek death, no one would find you appealing in your current state. Who would have thought that the most beautiful woman in the Ming martial world would be a venomous and licentious harlot? The inn erupted into a cacophony. No one doubted Chen Xuan's assertions, for they had never encountered anyone as compelling as him. Dongfang Bubi sneered, "What a shameless creature. She is truly a disgrace to our gender." At that moment, someone stood up and inquired, "But why would Lin Xiener frame the flower scholar? Could it be due to some past entanglement with Li Xuanhuan? Li Xuanhuan, can we discuss this?" Chen Xuan turned to Li Xuanhuan, speaking softly. "Ah, yes, indeed." Chen Xuan continued, "Please lend me your ears, for this is a tale from many years ago." As Chen Xuan observed Li Xuanhuan nod, he began to recount. It is well known that the little Li flying dagger never misses its mark, ranking third among the weapons in Bai Shaoxing's arsenal. Yet, Li Xuanhuan had many enemies, all wishing to see him dead. In his last encounter, he nearly met his demise, only to be saved by Long Xiaoyun. This Long Xiaoyun was proficient with a spear and, having rescued the flower scholar, forged a brotherhood with him. Yet, he became infatuated with Li Xuanhuan's wife, Lin Shireen. Unaware that they were already betrothed, consumed by his longing for Lin Shireen, he fell ill and implored Li Xuanhuan to grant him her hand. The flower scholar, unable to bear witnessing his brother's suffering, ultimately consented. To dispel Lin Shireen's affections, he deliberately arranged for them to be alone, spending their days in brothels, drinking and reveling. Thus began the entangled fate between Li Xuanhuan and Lin Xiener. Initially, Lin Xiener performed for money but had a soft spot for Li Xuanhuan. The flower scholar devised a plan to sever Lin Shireen's feelings completely by sending her a wedding invitation for himself and Lin Xiener. This shattered Lin Shireen's heart, leading her to marry Long Xiaoyun instead. They wed on the same day, crossing paths on the street, leaving Li Xuanhuan despondent and Lin Shireen utterly heartbroken. Can it be true that the flower scholar would so easily part with his wife? The audience gasped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping, eyes wide in astonishment. Is this truly something a person could do? Yet, there were dissenting opinions. Perhaps the flower scholar had his reasons. After all, with so many enemies, keeping his wife close might be perilous. Marrying her off to Long Xiaoyun might have been the best outcome. How could it be that from the Li family, known for producing 7 scholars, 3 of whom are flower scholars, such a thing could occur? In a private room adjacent to the third-floor corridor sat an exceptionally beautiful woman. Exuding an air of cold elegance, her lips slightly parted, her voice both indifferent and captivating. Beside her was another equally stunning woman, though with a hint of youthfulness and sweetness in her gaze. Chen Xuan lightly waved his folding fan, calming the audience's restlessness. Li Xuanhuan had entrusted the property deeds of Li Garden to Long Xiaoyun as a dowry for Lin Shireen. Lin Shireen, suppressing her sorrow, returned the token of affection originally given to her by the flower scholar as a gift to Lin Xiener. On the night of their wedding, there were those who rejoiced and those who mourned. Li Xuanhuan presented Lin Xiener with a divorce decree, declaring that he could not forget Lin Shireen, and turned to leave, intending to wander the world. He rejected Lin Xiener's pleas to accompany him, and from that moment on, resentment blossomed in her heart. Of course, do not be misled into believing that she genuinely cared for the flower scholar. She merely sought to conquer those exceptional men to satiate her twisted desires. Chapter 62. Li Xuanhuan departs. The rogue Ling Huchong, I believe the flower-picking gentleman should comprehend the true nature of Lin Xiener and extricate himself soon. However, his actions are rather unscrupulous. Just because the flower-picking gentleman holds him in disdain, he resorts to such underhanded schemes to ensnare him. Lin Xiener is truly beneath contempt. Chen Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Xuanhuan and inquired softly, "Do you ever regret relinquishing Lin Shirin to Long Xiaoyan?" I cough. Li Xuanhuan's visage contorted in agony, the alcohol searing his throat, prompting a series of coughs. Lin Shirin, situated in the private chamber on the second floor, witnessed Li Xuanhuan's distress and covered her face in tears, finally grasping the true reason behind it. Humph. Yao Yu leapt down from the third floor, her face tinged with both fury and mockery. What a noble and chivalrous flower-picking gentleman. You have given your wife to a man who does not love her, yet you pursue Lin Xiener. Indeed, all men are heartless and fickle. Who is this woman? Why does she berate the flower-picking gentleman? With such a temper, she ought to be wary of remaining unmarried. Yao Yu's words undeniably ignited the ire of all the men present, while the citizens of the Ming dynasty trembled in fear, hastily restraining nearby patrons. What are you doing? Do you wish to court death? This is Yao Yu, the mistress of the Yihua Palace, famed for her ethereal beauty and formidable prowess. Why did you not mention this sooner? The crowd, filled with dread, quaked in terror. The reputation of this female demon was well known, as she had vowed to vanquish all heartless men after being grievously wounded by Jiang Feng. Sister, Yao Yu exuded a chilling aura, prompting Lianxing to hastily approach her, only to be repelled. Enraged by the remark about remaining unmarried, Yao Yu disregarded her surroundings and charged at the speaker with lethal intent. Stop! Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with fury as Qinglian flew from its sheath, positioning itself at her throat almost instantaneously. What a swift blade! Yao Yu's pupils constricted, her rage dissipating as she realized Chen Xian had reached the pinnacle of grandmaster level in his swordsmanship. Here in the Tianji Pavilion, we abide by the rules. Chen Xian huffed coldly. I must ask you, on what grounds do you believe Jiang Feng has wronged you? Just because he saved your life, does it necessitate a debt of love? Upon hearing this, Yao Yu felt as though thunder had struck her ears, rendering her momentarily speechless, unsure how to retort. You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Why persist? Sister, after all these years, let it go. Lianxing gazed at Yao Yu with a bittersweet expression. Move aside. Yao Yu forcefully pushed Lianxing away and fled the inn, her heart brimming with hatred upon recalling her maid's betrayal and Jiang Feng's elopement with Hua Yuniu. Sister, Lianxing swiftly activated her lightness skill to pursue her. Love has never been equitable. Chen Xian shook his folding fan, expressing a sense of melancholy. He did not expect to sway Yao Yu's heart with mere words, but felt a tinge of regret. Indeed, those who are deeply in love can also be cruel. Esteemed guests, a minor incident has just transpired. Do not dwell on it. Let us continue, Chen Xian announced. Thank you, sir. The individual who had spoken earlier expressed gratitude, still feeling a shiver of fear as he recalled the encounter with the deranged woman. Guests, be cautious. Words can bring calamity, and next time, fortune may not be on your side. Chen Xian shot a glance at the man before turning his attention back to Li Xuanhuan. Flower-picking gentlemen, be wary of your associations. Ponder deeply. Then I thank you, sir, Li Xuanhuan replied, cupping his hands in acknowledgement, lost in thought. A fei, let us depart. A fei nodded, his mind a tempest ever since Lin Xiener was exposed. He had lost all interest in the tale. Do any of you have further inquiries? Feel free to voice them, Chen Xian said, sipping his tea as he surveyed the audience below. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Huchong stood up. Sir, may I inquire if you are aware of the whereabouts of Senior Feng Qingyang? You are the esteemed disciple of the Huashan sect, are you not? Since you are in the Song dynasty, why not assist your master with some of his burdens? Chen Xian's brow furrowed slightly, thinking to himself how unfortunate it was for old Yu to have such a disciple. Ling Huchong, who seemed to do nothing but drift aimlessly, could be described in kinder terms as a rogue, or, in harsher terms, a frivolous youth. The people of the Ming martial world recognized Ling Huchong and mocked him. So you're a friend of that scoundrel Tian Boguang? Truly a free spirit. Humph. Associating with a libertine, while the gentleman's sword's reputation precedes him, has produced such a disciple. What a disgrace to the Huashan sect. Ling Huchong glanced at the audience, suppressing his fury as he cupped his hands. I humbly request that you reveal the whereabouts of Senior Feng Qingyang. Why should I tell you? Away with you. Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively, clearly irritated. If you inform me, I shall steal my master's Zixiao divine skill and present it to you. Lu Hou stood up respectfully. I have no interest in Zixiao divine skill. Chen Xuan replied, bemused. If Yu Buchuan were to learn of this, it would surely infuriate him. Haha, this Lu Hou is quite filial. The audience below chuckled, acknowledging that Huashan's sect had indeed produced a remarkable disciple. Dongfang Bubi stifled a laugh, though seeing Ling Huchong beside her elicited a look of disdain. Ling Huchong, I find Lu Hou far superior to you. Mind your demeanor when questioning me. Do not be so arrogant. Ling Huchong thought to himself, I am not arrogant. I am simply free-spirited. Listen well, Feng Qingyang is in the very spot where you have been reflecting on your mistakes. Seek him out on your own. Thank you, sir. Ling Huchong cupped his hands again, preparing to leave. Lu Hou raised an eyebrow, and the two exchanged whispers. Indeed, Ling Huchong quietly returned to his seat, a vivid red figure suddenly appearing in his mind. Such an enchanting woman would surely make her mark on the rouge list. He pondered who she might be. Is there anyone else? If not, I shall proceed with the rouge list, Chen Xuan said, clearing his throat. Please, sir, wait. At that moment, Zhu Wushi stood up, cupping his hands. Finally, it was time for the rouge list, but not wanting to interrupt, Chen Xuan took a moment to appraise Zhu Wushi's attire before responding without haste. Speak. Chen Xuan's expression showed his irritation. I wish to learn of the whereabouts of Tianxiang Dugu. I kindly ask you to enlighten me. Zhu Wushi's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, and he clapped his hands, summoning two servants from the entrance. Should you speak, these boxes of gold, silver, and jewels shall belong to you, as well as a coveted seat at the Hulong Villa. Hulong Villa? Could he be the uncle of the Ming Emperor, Zhu Wushi? Goodness, Zhu Wushi wields immense power. Is there anything in this world he cannot obtain? What is Tianxiang Dugu? Could it be a treasure of immeasurable worth? The crowd was filled with astonishment, all curious about what Zhu Wushi referred to as Tianxiang Dugu. Chapter 63. The Fate of the Heavenly Fragrance Cardamom. Chen Xuan glanced at Zhu Wushi and chuckled softly. You may set it down. I happen to know the whereabouts of the Heavenly Fragrance Cardamom. The group carried the box to the inn's storage and then departed. There exists a herb known as the Heavenly Fragrance Cardamom, reputed to grant life to the dying, though it induces a deep, unbroken slumber. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting to the crowd below. This extraordinary fruit bears fruit only once every 30 years, and each time, it yields but a single seed. Consuming it halts the deterioration of one's injuries, yet it casts the individual into a deep sleep. Only by consuming a second seed can they awaken, and a third is required for full recovery. The first seed resides within you. The second is with the leader of the Eastern Bureau, Chao Duju. As for the last, it is hidden within the mermaid pearl gifted to Princess Yunluo by the noble consort. Should you fail to locate it, you may resort to slicing open the cat belonging to Princess Yunluo. However, tread carefully. The one you care for may not bear the truth well. Chen Xuan regarded Zhu Wushi with a solemn expression, who felt as though his very soul was laid bare, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I shall take my leave. Zhu Wushi exited the inn, barely containing his elation. At long last, Su Xian, you are saved. The prince's attendant assisted Zhu Wushi into his carriage, raising a cloud of dust as they swiftly vanished down the road. Inside the inn, Chen Xuan awaited questions, surveying the surroundings until he confirmed that no one had risen. He then struck the wake-up wooden block and began to speak slowly. Now, we arrive at the much-anticipated Rouge rankings. The Rouge rankings are divided into two lists, the primary and the secondary. Beauty is subjective, and opinions differ among individuals. Yet, historically, no literary work has claimed the top spot, nor has any martial prowess claimed the second. The lists of beauties feature 10 illustrious names each, representing stunning women from all walks of life. The top 4 are heralded as the 4 great beauties of the Rouge rankings. Upon Chen Xuan's announcement, the audience's murmurs regarding the heavenly fragrance cardamom ceased, and a palpable silence enveloped the inn, which soon erupted with fervent chatter, as if the very structure might collapse under the weight of their excitement. At long last, the moment had arrived. I came here solely for the Rouge rankings. Please, sir, do proceed with your evaluations. My blade has long been eager for this. Once this list is revealed, your esteemed name will surely be revered as truth. Will my beloved concubine make the list? I paid a handsome sum for her. She is simply enchanting. What nonsense. If you think that, my Cuehua will surely contest it. The atmosphere surged to a climax as the audience gazed at Chen Xuan with fervent anticipation. A significant portion of those present had abandoned their affairs and traveled great distances to witness this moment. Is it finally upon us? Ling Huchang's heart raced at the thought of the figure who haunted his dreams. Wang Yuyin and Murong Fu sat in a box on the third floor. Murong Fu had been unable to locate his father and had come to Wuqing instead. After much coaxing from Wang Yuyin, he reluctantly agreed to accompany her. Do you think it possible for me to enter the Rouge rankings? She inquired. Perhaps, he replied absently, lost in thought. You seem troubled, cousin, she observed. It is nothing. I simply wonder how I shall address Mr. Chen, given our past grievances, Murong Fu answered, closing his eyes in contemplation. In the fourth floor box. I wonder where I might rank on the Rouge rankings. Dongfang Bubi remained draped in her crimson robe, exuding an air of regal beauty tinged with dominance. Yet now, there was a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, albeit coupled with uncertainty, for countless beauties graced the world. In the first floor hall, sister, do you think we will make the Rouge rankings? Asked Xiao Siming, her eyes sparkling gently. Chen Xuan holds a bias against us. We shall not be included, retorted de Siming coldly. In the second floor box, Shimin Shui Shui, do you think that Sun Xiuqing could enter the Rouge rankings? Lu Xiaofeng sipped his beer, contentedly puffing on a cigarette. Don't mention her again. My heart holds only the sword. Shimin Shui Shui sighed. Lu Xiaofeng mused silently. No matter what I say, he chooses not to listen. Cough, cough. Chen Xuan cleared his throat. Under the expectant gazes of the audience, he began to speak. The first position, as I have previously mentioned, it belongs to the renowned Shi Shi of the great Zhou dynasty, an unparalleled beauty. Even celestial beings would pale in comparison. The Yu maiden A Qing could not bear to strike her. The second position, Dongfang Bubi, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect. Clad in crimson, she possesses unrivaled martial prowess and an intoxicating beauty, exuding an air of dominance. She wields a needle with unparalleled speed, as elusive as a specter, difficult for ordinary folk to capture. The third position, Wang Yuyin of the Mandala Villa. Her ethereal aura transcends that of ordinary women, pure and sacred, and she is well versed in numerous martial arts, nearly able to decipher most techniques. The fourth position, Yihua Palace's Grand Mistress, Yao Yu. She is hailed as a celestial figure, possessing a breathtaking visage and unparalleled grace. Her mastery of the Mingyu technique has reached the 9th stage, rendering her martial skills extraordinary, albeit with a touch of obstinacy. These four are celebrated as the four great beauties of the realm. Should anyone hold dissenting opinions, feel free to voice them. As Chen Xuan's words fell, the audience remained silent, their anticipation only heightened. To find myself ranked third in the Rouge rankings is truly unexpected, Wang Yuyin thought. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she gazed quietly at Murong Fu. Dongfang Bubi's lips curled into a smile as she murmured, with so many beauties in the world. To be placed second by Chen Xuan is quite commendable. Next came the remaining 6 positions. Chen Xuan gently fanned himself and began to speak once more. The audience's expressions were filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting the subsequent rankings, for they had already witnessed Yao Yu's beauty, which rivaled that of a celestial maiden. The 5th position, Yao Yu's sister, Lian Xing. Her beauty rivals that of her sister, a blossom in full bloom. With her Mingyu technique at the 8th stage, her martial prowess is closely matched to that of Yao Yu. The 6th position, Zhou Zhiruo of the Amei sect. Her figure is graceful, and her beauty is exquisite, possessing an ethereal quality. She is the most cherished disciple of the ruthless master, renowned for her exceptional talent. The 7th position, Zhao Min of the Ming dynasty. The daughter of the foreign Ruyang king, she is titled Princess Xiaomin, radiating unparalleled brilliance, astonishing beauty, and remarkable cunning. The 8th position, the moon goddess of the Qin dynasty. With a stunning visage and enchanting grace, she is a master of poison, feared throughout the Qin lands for her ruthlessness. Her status is second only to Dongwang Tai, and she is one of the Qin's 2 national sorceresses, adept in astrology and possessing prophetic abilities. The 9th position, Sun Xiuqing of the Amei sect. The disciple of Dugu Qiubai, she embodies both beauty and intelligence, captivating the heart of Shimin Shui, who, after the decisive battle at the Forbidden City, pursued the path of the sword, leaving behind the woman he loved. Chapter 64, Murong Fu returns. Dongfang Bubi breaks through to martial sovereign X, the young lord of the Yin Yang family of the Great Qin. One of the 5 elders of the Yin Yang family, cold in disposition and a harbinger of death, possessing martial prowess that belies her age. She is as beautiful as a celestial being, always veiled. As Chen Xuan's words fell, the audience below erupted into murmurs. Dong Wangtai had indeed heard of him. Yet this moon goddess was an unfamiliar name, though she was the national teacher of the Great Qin, proving that the master was indeed a figure of divine stature. Is that even necessary to mention? I am rather curious about the visage beneath that veil. If I could catch a glimpse of her beauty, I would gladly pay any price, someone remarked. Sun Xiuqing was not unremarkable, but her affections were misplaced, pursuing the emotionless sword god, who could hardly be swayed by matters of the heart. You might as well consider me instead, another retorted. Come now, have you looked at yourself? And then at the sword god? Do not entertain such unrealistic thoughts. Good heavens, the recently renowned Sun Moon sect's leader is a woman. This is utterly astonishing. On the second floor's private quarters, Lu Xiaofeng remarked to Shimin Chui Shui, your taste is commendable, ranked 9th on the rouge list. Alas, you are but an iceberg. What a pity. They clinked their wine jars, filled with reflections. Shimin Chui Shui felt his heart tremble once more, the once unyielding sword path now showing cracks. Sister, Chen Xuan has placed me at the 10th position. Surely, you will find a place on the supplementary list. Yet Chen Xuan is truly enigmatic. He has never set foot in the Great Qin, yet knows us so well. The young lord of the Yin-Yang family's eyes flickered, her voice crisp. Each time I learn more about him, my trepidation grows. Can we truly gather intelligence on him? The Grand Lord of the Yin-Yang family found Chen Xuan incomprehensible. He wore a smile that seemed to grace everyone. He offered assistance without expectation, yet would become formidable if his interests were threatened. The Sun Moon sect? Ling Huchang's expression darkened. The chasm between righteousness and evil proved that he and Dongfang Bubi had no future. He had not known that the owner of that red silhouette was the leader of the demonic sect. Esteemed guests, I am rather fatigued today. Let us pause the rouge rankings here. As for the supplementary list, we shall discuss it in the next session, Chen Xuan said as he descended the high platform, cupping his hands in a gesture of farewell. Distant guests opted to stay at the inn, for 5 days is not a long time. Oh, has someone finally come to their senses and chosen to stay? Chen Xuan observed the audience with a smile, envisioning the silver coins they represented. Dear guests, the private rooms on the second floor marked with Huang Xian have seen their prices quintupled. As for the 4th and 5th floors, marked D Tian, the rates have increased tenfold. Choose according to your financial means. Chen Xuan chuckled, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Those with ample wealth naturally opted for the Tiananda rooms, while those of modest means could only afford Huang. The previously crowded inn now felt much more spacious. Morong Fu gracefully descended, fanning himself as he approached Chen Xuan. Young Master Morong, what brings you here? Chen Xuan asked, puzzled by his presence. Please, inform me of my father's whereabouts. I have searched for over a month without a lead, and thus I return to seek your guidance once more. Morong Fu bowed deeply. I mean no discouragement, but your dreams of restoring the nation are futile. The current emperor is not the feeble Zhao Go. This is a dream my father and I have cherished all our lives. How can I falter in the face of adversity? I implore you to reveal my father's location. Morong Fu's expression was charged with emotion, as if a bright future beckoned him. He truly is a fervent nationalist, Chen Xuan thought, bemused by his lack of awareness of the enchanting beauty beside him. Preferring to chase after an unlikely success, inadvertently offering her to Duan Yu. Your father resides in the Shaolin Temple's scripture vault, transcribing the 72 unique skills of Shaolin. Provided you can gain entry. Duan Yu glanced at the hall, suddenly frozen. The woman beside Morong Fu was none other than the ethereal goddess who had captivated him. Goddess, he exclaimed, rushing towards Wang Yuyan, whose curious gaze met his, wide-eyed with confusion, certain she had never encountered him before. Are you calling for me? Wang Yuyan asked, furrowing her brow as she pointed to herself. My apologies, I was abrupt. Duan Yu responded, snapping out of his trance and looking contrite. Miss, I have spotted Qiao Go. A Zhu exclaimed, her face alight with joy upon seeing Qiao Feng in his simple robe. Then you should go. Wang Yuyan responded, genuinely happy for a Zhu, recognizing the immense fortune of being with the heroic Qiao gang leader. Yet, she wondered when her cousin might marry her. Wang Yuyan mused, her expression lost in thought. From afar, Qiao Feng spotted a green silhouette rushing towards him, and he enveloped a Zhu in his embrace, his gaze tender. A Zhu, shall we stay here from now on? Yes, I will follow your wishes. A Zhu's cheeks flushed, her face radiant with joy. Morong Fu shot a glare at Duan Yu, tugging Wang Yiyin away, though she wished to hear more about the forthcoming celestial sword in 5 days, which forced her to relent. Chen Xuan lit a cigarette, stretching his limbs. After a long day of toil, he ascended the stairs, yearning for a soothing bath. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, he encountered Dongfang Bubi, who was just ascending. "Shall we sit for a moment?" Chen Xuan smiled lightly. "Certainly," Dongfang Bubi nodded. "I am curious about the private chambers of the Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." "I have no preference. Stay wherever you wish." Chen Xuan shrugged and ascended to the 5th floor, casually pushing open a door to enter. "Thank you for informing me of Yilin's whereabouts last time." Dongfang Bubi expressed gratitude, cupping her hands in respect. "A trivial matter." Chen Xuan chuckled. "Are you here to inquire about the Blackwood Cliff?" "What? Can I not visit without a reason?" "I'm merely here to join the excitement of the Rouge rankings." Dongfang Bubi replied, her expression slightly sullen. "I have already taken control of Blackwood Cliff. Call me the sect leader. The 5 mountain sword sects have been repulsed, yet the Great Ming has many factions that rival my Sun Moon sect. Do you aspire to unify the Great Ming's martial world? Do not indulge in fantasies." Chen Xuan scoffed. "Take the Qinglong Association, Shun Shui Palace, Tianzun, Qing Yi Tower, Yihua Palace, and Ghost Mountain Manor, all of which you cannot handle. How can one know without trying?" Dongfang Bubi retorted with a bold spirit. A gust of wind swirling around her, her red robe dancing fiercely, her eyes filled with dominance and confidence, her aura unmistakably at the level of martial sovereign. "Good heavens! You have achieved martial sovereign merely by uniting the Sun Moon sect?" Chen Xuan was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Chapter 65. Chen Xuan's bath, a beauty fell from the heavens, possessing determination and ambition. "Yet, could you perhaps exercise a modicum of restraint? Your robe is nearly brushing against my face." Chen Xuan wore an expression of exasperation. "Apologies." Dongfang Bubi replied, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her visage as she gazed at Chen Xuan. "Given your aspirations, it would be prudent to manage the Sun and Moon sect, enhancing the capabilities and strength of its members. You cannot bear the banner alone." Chen Xuan's countenance turned serious. "Shall I take my leave then?" Dongfang Bubi asked, her face a canvas of confusion. Chen Xuan nodded, softly saying, "No need for thanks. It is merely a trifling matter. Oh, and please close the door on your way out. I wish to take a bath." "Am I to be treated as your servant?" "Close it yourself." Dongfang Bubi shot a frosty glare at Chen Xuan before turning to leave. Truly a eunuch. Dongfang Bubi felt utterly flustered, accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went. Despite her unparalleled beauty, Chen Xuan showed her no interest whatsoever. As Chen Xuan settled into the bath, he felt an immense sense of relaxation, the day's fatigue dissipating as he lit a cigarette. He accessed the system panel, noting that the rate of increase in emotional value had slowed. Counting the previous total, he now possessed 1.5 million. A few more remarkable feats would grant him a chance at a red tenfold draw. The water cools swiftly. I must add some hot water. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had passed in the bath, and he was reluctant to rise. Just then, he sensed the presence of the great divine fate and shouted, "The red attendant, go up to the 5th floor and bring me more water." At that moment, a red silhouette at the door nearly shattered her eardrums. She had intended to sneak a peek at Chen Xuan's activities, but was startled by his loud command. Peering through the crack in the door, she was met with a teasing gaze that sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to hurriedly retreat downstairs. "Do not slack off. If you fail to bring me water, I shall toss you out." Chen Xuan's tone remained firm. The patrons of the inn murmured, "Such a fearsome individual dares to command others. Mr. Chen is truly our role model. When did he notice me?" The great divine fate scurried off to fetch 2 buckets of hot water, anxiously racing back to the 5th floor and pushing open the door. "Close your eyes. Do not peek at my enticing form." Chen Xuan cast a casual glance at the great divine fate, his voice nonchalant. Gritting her teeth, she poured the steaming water into the tub and then bolted out the door. Chen Xuan let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony. "Damn it, you wretched thing." Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing through the inn's rooftop and landing in the tub. Chen Xuan screamed once more. Nearly leaping out of the bath, his senses heightened. Having spent 1,000,000 emotional points, I should be able to withstand an emperor's attack. Could it be a god of war has fallen? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a woman. Before he could take in the details, another scream erupted, waking the other patrons, who looked on with lewd expressions. The inn's guests murmured, "Mr. Chen certainly knows how to have fun. My apologies, I did not mean to offend," the woman said, lowering her head and inadvertently brushing against Chen Xian's abdomen. A female lecher? Chen Xian's eyes widened in realization, his mind racing. "Who are you?" he demanded, clutching his chest and lower body, on high alert, for she appeared to be a suspect god of war. "Would you believe me if I said I am not from this world?" the woman replied, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Chen Xian, thinking, "So handsome. I am utterly smitten." "You Chen?" Chen Xian finally recognized the woman, observing her delicate features, a graceful nose, cherry-red lips, sparkling eyes, and an exquisite figure that he could not mistake. "How did you arrive here?" Chen Xian's face lit up with unrestrained joy, all his worries dissipating. "What are you talking about? I am not Yu Chen. My name is Yunlin." The woman appeared startled, instinctively taking a step back. Chen Xian slumped back into the tub, his spirit fading as he felt an icy chill. "What is wrong?" Yunlin inquired, leaning closer with concern. "You are Yu Chen." Chen Xian suddenly seized Yunlin's arm, certain of his identification. After 6 years as desk mates, how could he be mistaken? It must be some cause that led to her amnesia, but how had she arrived here? Chen Xian's expression turned grave, although Yu Chen lacked a realm. She harbored immense energy within. It seemed prudent to await the system's upgrade before inquiring further. "What are you mumbling about?" Yunlin's brow furrowed, her arm feeling no discomfort from Chen Xian's grasp. She mused, "I encountered a handsome man, only to discover he is a lunatic. Dear child, would you like some candy? Please do not cry." "When have I cried?" Chen Xian retorted, feeling the atmosphere grow tense. "Excuse me, I must take my leave. Enjoy your bath," Yunlin said, rising cautiously and tiptoeing toward the exit. "Stop." Chen Xian, having mysteriously donned his clothes, blocked the doorway. "What is it? Are you trying to be a rogue?" Yunlin exclaimed, her voice trembling. "Only because you are too beautiful." Li Ziming from Class 2, Year 3. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow at Yunlin. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she cautiously asked, "Those painful memories?" "Fell into the soil of spring. Comrade, I have awaited you for so long." Chen Xian extended his hand, gripping Yunlin's firmly. "You frightened me. I thought you were a blue star person." Yunlin's expression reflected lingering trepidation, fearing she had encountered a lecher. "By the way, does this inn have any vacant rooms?" Yunlin queried, glancing around in confusion. "Only one room remains. We shall make do." Chen Xian's face was serious, though his heart brimmed with joy. "Very well, the bed is quite large. Do not cross the boundaries." Yunlin lay down, swiftly falling asleep. "You are still as foolish as before." Chen Xian gently caressed Yunlin's face before slowly lying down beside her. Yunlin's cheeks flushed as she stealthily touched Chen Xian's abdomen and snuggled under the covers. The following day dawned clear and bright. Chen Xian awakened slowly, drawing back the curtains and stretching, feeling utterly refreshed with the lovely lady by his side. "Rise and shine," Chen Xian called out, completing his morning routine before descending the stairs with light-hearted steps. Most guests were seated at tables, patiently awaiting their meals. Yunlin trailed closely behind Chen Xian, her curiosity about this unfamiliar world palpable. "You shall henceforth be known as Yu Chen. No one in this world bears a name like Yunlin. So be cautious not to reveal your true identity," Chen Xian whispered. "Understood." Yu Chen nodded, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Good morning, everyone," Chen Xian announced with a hearty voice. "Good morning, sir." The guests chorused in unison. "Who might this be?" Qiao Feng asked, noticing Yu Chen behind Chen Xian, a look of curiosity gracing his features as he approached him. Chapter 66. Dong Huang Tai's Journey to Dasong. Yan Shisan found Qiao Feng. "Ah, Brother Lu, I forgot to introduce you," Chen Xian said with a smile. "This is my fiancé, Yu Chen, who climbed over the wall last night." "Your fiancé possesses remarkable martial arts skills," Qiao Feng teased, thinking to himself, what a far-fetched excuse. The patrons of the inn murmured, "Yu Chen? Such an unusual name." At this moment, Yu Chen had completely regained her senses and understood that Chen Xian was deceiving her. She pinched the soft flesh at his waist and whispered, "Dare to lie to me, and I shall beat you." However, she felt no resentment inside. It was as if there was a shared story between them. And being with him filled her with an overwhelming sense of security, making him seem increasingly familiar, though she could not recall why. Cough, cough. Everyone disperse. Qiao Feng, having caught a glimpse of the affection in Chen Xian's eyes, dismissed the crowd. Yu Chen turned to Chen Xian, perplexed, and asked, "What on earth is this? So many characters from television dramas. Let me explain, Chen Xuan said, handing Yu Chen a can of beer and beginning to elaborate. This is a world of martial arts, filled with characters from the works of the masters Jin Yong and Gu Long, as well as figures from various anime and more, even a muscular Confucius. In short, it is quite complex. You'll understand it gradually. Now I see. Yu Chen nodded, enlightened. So what do you do? I am a storyteller. This entire inn belongs to me. Quite luxurious. I assent it. Chen Xuan beamed with pride as he gazed at Yu Chen. Such opulence. I wonder how much it cost you. All right, let's eat first. Chen Xuan affectionately ruffled Yu Chen's hair, causing her face to flush as she shot him a glare. Mu Nianzi, Bao Shiruo, and others were now chefs hired at a great expense by Chen Xuan, preparing dishes rich in southern flavors, all of which were utterly delectable, enticing everyone at the table. I forgot something. Chen Xuan suddenly slapped his forehead. Today, I am in a good mood, so all expenses are waived. Such generosity, we are grateful. The diners preparing to leave for a meal expressed their thanks. As a variety of dishes were placed on the table, Yu Chen watched in awe, tears of joy streaming down her face. Mind your manners. Chen Xuan chuckled, handing her a napkin. It was no wonder Yu Chen was salivating. The feast laid before them was crafted especially for Chen Xuan, far surpassing the flavor of anything the guests could taste. Brother Chen, I missed you the moment we parted. Qiao Feng, having not ordered anything, waited for this very moment, leapt towards the table with his mouth agape, devouring the dishes with fervor. Chen Xuan shook his head in exasperation and called out, Qiao, Huang, come join us. Please sit down. Chen Xuan gestured to Yang Tiexing. As everyone settled in, several couples were already exchanging affectionate glances, creating a rather romantic atmosphere. After breakfast, Chen Xuan reclined in his chair, sipping fine wine, and beckoned the attendants to massage his shoulders, exclaiming, the evils of the old society, yet I find it quite enjoyable. Now, go about your business. I am weary, he said, rubbing his forehead while savoring spicy snacks with evident pleasure. The head attendant playfully struck Chen Xuan before departing. Yu Chen, let me take you for a stroll to experience the local culture of Southern song. Chen Xuan said, shaking his folding fan with a smile. Let us go? Your wallet shall be empty today. Yu Chen replied, her expression mischievous, as Chen Xuan escorted Yu Chen through the streets. The final edition of Snowblade and the inaugural issue of Sword of Immortality had been sold nationwide, in an unknown valley of the great Zhou dynasty. The scenery was enchanting, with birds singing and flowers blooming under the golden rays of the sun, painting a picturesque landscape. Lier lay on the grass. This place, once a den of fierce beasts and villains, now transformed into a paradise by his presence. Having recently broken through to martial emperor in Yongzhou Ding, he planned to conquer the feudal states in 3 months and had chosen a secluded spot for retreat, having long been disconnected from the outside world. Too lazy to keep up with current affairs. Child, has there been any significant news in the world lately? Lier inquired, rolling over with a voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying immense weight. Master, I have come. A young child with rosy cheeks and white teeth, sporting 2 playful pigtails, approached respectfully. Recently, the Great Song has a new emperor who is sharpening his weapons, seemingly preparing to wage war against the Jin kingdom. Get to the point. Lier lightly tapped his head with his feather duster. Oh, Master mentioned Dong Huangtai of the Yinyang sect during your storytelling. At this revelation, Lier immediately sat up, urgency in his voice. What did he say? He said Dong Huangtai intends to orchestrate a grand scheme to overturn the world. The child replied hastily. Lier furrowed his brow, calculating with his fingers but finding only fog. A serious expression crossed his face when Dong Huangtai was crowned. I could not see through him. Now as martial emperor, I still cannot discern his intentions. No, I must seek out my old friends. Suddenly, Lier rose to his feet, flicking his feather duster, and vanished from sight. In the great Qin dynasty, within a secret chamber of the Yinyang sect, Lord Dong Huang. It appears Chen Xuan is aware of your plans. Yu Shen exclaimed, astonished as he perused Snowblade. Dong Huangtai contemplated, a glint of insight igniting in his eyes. No wonder I could not trace his origins. It seems he is an outsider from beyond the heavens. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. For these few days, you shall lead the Yinyang sect, while I venture to Desong, in the Zongwu of the Ming dynasty. Yin Shisan had searched for Qiao Feng for many days when he finally spotted him in a narrow alley. At that moment, the third young master was covered in dust. Clad in tattered clothing, his eyes clouded with despair. The reason for Yen Shusan's discovery of Qiao Feng lay in the group of swordsmen trailing behind him. Ever since Chen Xuan exposed him, countless enemies had sought him out. After several days of surveillance, he finally gathered useless information about Aji. Sensing numerous unfamiliar auras, Qiao Feng chose to remain unresponsive, feigning ignorance. Qiao Feng, prepare to meet your end. Shadows surged from the alley, an array of weapons aimed at him. The gathering crowd, drawn by the commotion, stood at a distance, murmuring among themselves. What? The useless Aji is actually the sword god Qiao Feng? Did you not read the Snowblade story? This is old news from over a month ago. I've been too busy lately. Who has time to read? By the way, who is that fearsome-looking individual beside him? Yen Shusan has longed for a duel with Qiao Feng. As the conversations escalated, Qiao Feng casually picked up a stick from the ground, his eyes glowing with determination. He stepped back and charged forward. The sword energy surged like a river, and in that instant, the stick emitted a sharp ringing sound, slicing through the incoming attacks, reducing them to splintered remnants on the ground, bloodlines appearing on necks, and in an instant, the alley was littered with lifeless bodies. Chapter 67. The Duel of Two Legendary Swordsmen. The Death of Qiao Feng. Come forth. Qiao Feng cast aside a branch and turned to gaze towards the end of the alley. Third young master, draw forth the divine sword of the Xia clan, and let us engage in a spirited contest, proving the might of the divine sword manner, only for you to be vanquished by me. Yen Shusan tilted his head, a sly smile gracing his features. Let us determine our strengths and decide our fates. Must we fight? We must. Qiao Feng chuckled lightly, turning to soar into the air. Yen Shusan made no attempt to impede him, instead waiting in silence. As time passed, countless martial artists gathered, their focus unwavering. None wished to miss this peak confrontation, albeit from a great distance. Crunch. Qiao Feng stepped upon the leaves, a sword now in his hand, its sheath faded. The memories of slaying numerous challengers with it slipping from his mind. Qiao Feng and Yen Shusan stood on opposite sides of the alley, their breaths gradually slowing. The cacophony of the outside world fading into silence as they locked eyes, the sword intent within them escalating to its zenith. Who would strike first, and who could discern? The spectators along the street saw only two fleeting shadows dart forth, their forms as graceful as soaring swans. Their wrists flicked, withered leaves cascading to the ground. Instantly turning to dust, the bricks of the alley crumbled without a sound. The surroundings began to blur, their eyes focused solely on the flickering sword shadows, the blades in their hands and the dance of their wrists. The glimmer of the swords carried a destructive brilliance, prompting the audience to retreat, none daring to doubt that the tremors in the air could sever their throats. In the midst of this tempest of sword light, it felt as though all things would shatter into fragments, forever lost in oblivion. Suddenly, they leapt into the air, their swords positioned behind them, gradually rising, humming as the blades met, sparks flying, and the stone walls marred with scars. They stepped back, instinctively halting their swords, the air charged with sword intent, their garments rustling among the fallen leaves. The earth trembled, the heavens burned. Qiao Feng raised his divine sword, and in an instant, a tempest arose. Debris swirling from the ground, vendor stalls overturned, coalescing into a tornado that advanced slowly. To the onlookers, this whirlwind seemed lethargically slow, a gaping flaw that could be pierced with a single strike at its core. But was it truly so? This was the might of the third young master of the divine sword. Yen Shusan's pupils constricted, a grave expression forming. This was a tornado that was slow yet as swift as lightning, the flaw apparent, but could it be so easily handled? This was a sword aura capable of obliterating all, shattering the will of any swordsman, yet imbued with an ancient, profound sword intent. At least until Yen Shusan unleashed his 15 strikes, victory was unattainable. The deadly 15 swords. The bone poison in Yen Shusan's hand ceased its tremors, and at that moment, the alley appeared to freeze in time. The world became eerily quiet, shadows as dark as ink flitted by, seemingly severing Qiao Feng's last vestiges of life. Even the distant spectators trembled, their hairs standing on end, unable to quell their fear. This single strike was sufficient to extinguish gods and demons alike. No matter how exquisite the swordplay, it paled in comparison to the deadly 15 swords. Fear and urgency flashed across Qiao Feng's face, as countless sensations swept through his mind. Memories surfacing, and in an instant, the tornado was shattered, leaving only death in its wake, devoid of rebirth. This time, Yin Shisan did not hold back, allowing the terrifying, death-laden sword to pierce Qiao Feng's throat, droplets of blood mingling with the bone poison, amplifying the aura of death. Remarkable. A handsome youth, whose features rivaled those of a woman, exclaimed in excitement, desperately pursuing, yearning to learn a technique to avenge bloodshed. Alas, third young master. Yin Shisan took a deep swig of liquor, slinging Qiao Feng over his shoulder, the bone poison receding, the aura of death dissipating, life surging forth. Senior, I implore you to take me as your disciple. The handsome youth cried out, but Yin Shisan had already soared away, vanishing like a specter. Are all masters so indifferent? The beautiful youth lamented, despair welling within. I will await you at the Divine Sword Manor. Catch up with me if you can. A light, ethereal voice rang out, undoubtedly igniting his hope. Yin Shisan returned once more to the Divine Sword Manor, but this time, third young master was truly deceased. Life and death are intertwined, the cycle of existence unceasing. The heavens are merciless, yet is that not a form of compassion? He placed the bone poison and Qiao Feng aside, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gaining a deeper understanding of the heartlessness of life. His sword intent ascending to a new realm. Since that lad has yet to arrive, it seems fate has eluded us. Yin Shisan hoisted the bone poison and Qiao Feng, accelerating his pace. Senior, wait, for me. A voice, weak to the extreme, reached his ears. Yin Shisan turned in surprise, scrutinizing the figure before him, and could not help but remark, there truly exists a youth as delicate as a fair maiden, with a physique to match. How intriguing. Come forth. A sinister smile played upon Yin Shisan's lips, his features rendering him all the more terrifying. The handsome youth stared at Yin Shisan, unflinching in fear, his eyes brimming with hatred and anger. Are you not afraid of me? I am not afraid. Very well, wait outside. Come with me to the great song shortly. If I triumph over Shimin Shui Shui, I shall take you as my disciple. If we draw, I shall teach you a technique or two. Should I lose, I shall impart to you the deadly 13 swords. Yin Shisan's smile was ominous as he tossed a pouch of coins, continuing, do not be foolishly patient. I shall seek you out shortly. With that, he surged forward, vanishing into the Divine Sword Manor. This peculiar senior is truly enigmatic. What could be the meaning behind the pouch of coins he tossed to me? The youth pondered, racking his brain. After a while, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. It seems that Senior Yin possesses a sense of chivalry after all. This time, the Divine Sword Manor was not as desolate as before. It brimmed with vitality, likely due to Qiao Feng's presence, seeking to restore its former glory. Alas, he shall never awaken again, Yin Shisan mused. Why is the third young master on your back? What have you done to him? Several servants questioned, their expressions wary. I seek not to harm. Step aside. Yin Shisan bore an eerie smile, causing the group to collapse in fright. Where is the coffin? Bring it to me. Why, yes. The surrounding servants were startled, nodding vigorously. Yin Shisan placed Qiao Feng within the coffin, closing the lid, and spoke to himself. He is dead, slain by my sword. He then erected a new tablet in the ancestral hall, burying the coffin within the earth, drinking in melancholy as night fell, gently pouring wine at the grave. Before departing with his sword, none daring to obstruct him. Chapter 68. The destruction of the Fuwei escort agency. Fu Su made his way to the Lingzhou Palace. In the alley where the earlier battle had taken place, a young boy had already handed the pouch of money given to him by Yin Shisan to a vendor by the roadside. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Several elderly men expressed their gratitude, lamenting the misfortune of mortals caught in a celestial conflict. You should thank the great hero Yin. This is his money. The boy clasped his hands together and stood at the mouth of the alley, waiting patiently. Now that is a true hero. The elderly men looked on in disbelief, for Yin Shisan's visage resembled that of a demon, and they never expected to witness such a side of him. Let us go, lad. Yin Shisan patted the boy's shoulder, acknowledging the elder's gratitude with merely a smile. Yes. The boy nodded vigorously, closely trailing behind Yin Shisan. Why do you wish to take me as your master? Yin Shisan inquired softly. I desire to grow stronger. I seek vengeance. The boy's face was ablaze with fury and hatred. Not long ago, the Fuwei escort agency, the largest in Fuzhou, had been annihilated. Lin Yuantong, once renowned for his mastery of the evil repelling sword technique, had left a legacy that now lay in ruins. Time had passed, and few skilled martial artists remained, all mercilessly slaughtered by the assailant. Though his parents had forbidden him from avenging their deaths, how could he suppress such a blood feud? Fortuitously encountering an unparalleled swordsman had ignited his desire to become a disciple. Today, I am in a good mood. How about I take revenge for you? Yan Shursan smiled at Lin Pingji. This vengeance is mine to exact. I implore you, senior, to teach me martial arts. Lin Pingji knelt, his expression fervent. You do not even know who the assailant is. First, come with me to the Song dynasty. Yan Shursan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Pingji, shaking his head. At this moment, Chen Xuan had returned from shopping with Yu Chun, followed by a procession of horse-drawn carriages and attending servants. Chen Xuan wore a bitter expression. The women shopping were utterly relentless, stopping to gaze at every stall, as if intent on sweeping through the entire martial city. Sir, look, I have brought them inside. Several carriages passed through the corridor, halting at the inn's entrance. All right, well done. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly. My goodness, you've practically moved every stall in the vicinity here. Sir is indeed wealthy. Such extravagance. You cannot covet others' lives. Do not overextend yourself, and refrain from staying in the Xian room. The Huang room beckons you. Go on. I am wealthy. Guests in the hall, drawn by the commotion, gathered to witness the spectacle. Everyone, disperse. My wife is about to enter. Chen Xuan waved his folding fan, dismissing the crowd, with Yu Chen closely following him, now clad in a new outfit. I believe Madame Chun could easily make the beauty list. The crowd's eyes lit up. Having not paid attention earlier, they now recognized her extraordinary beauty. She need not. My wife and I do not belong on my own list. Chen Xuan shook his head. The great Simi and lesser Simi bore solemn expressions. The Yin-Yang sect possessed a secret technique capable of detecting the energy within a target. Although Chen Xuan could not discern it, the great Simi, curious about Yu Chun, had secretly employed the technique earlier. Discovering that the energy within her was even more profound than that of the Eastern Emperor Tai. However, the Eastern Emperor had already sent word, stating that when the time for storytelling arrived, he would come, and at that moment, Emir Chen Xuan would surely be terrified by the Eastern Emperor. The thought of Chen Xian's commanding demeanor soon being overshadowed by her filled him with excitement, and his smile grew increasingly peculiar. Sister, why do you smile so deviously? The lesser Simi queried, puzzled, for she had never seen the great Simi display such an expression. Nothing, the Eastern Emperor is coming. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Time flowed swiftly, and another day passed. The Ming dynasty, Huashan sect. I am utterly infuriated. Yu Buchuan paced back and forth, his countenance dark, his heart ablaze with wrath. He had diligently cultivated the reputation of the gentleman's sword, yet unexpectedly, Ling Huchong had befriended Tian Boguan. This rebellious disciple. It seems his time at the thought-reflection cliff was far too brief. I should have confined him for 2 years. All he knows is revelry. Brother, calm your temper. I have heard that Chong'er went to inquire about our Huashan predecessors. Ning Zhongzi stood nearby, exuding helplessness. Yu Buchuan halted, seated himself, and queried with a puzzled expression. Does Huashan possess any reclusive masters? I have never heard of such. Brother, have you not read the Snowblade Tales? Each volume contains discussions of the martial world. And the storyteller can divine the secrets of heaven. Nothing escapes his notice. The first volume mentioned a master from our Huashan sect named Feng Qingyang. Ning Zhongzi offered Yu Buchuan a cup of tea, taking a seat beside him. Is that storyteller truly so remarkable? Yu Buchuan took a sip of tea, straightened himself, and asked curiously, show me. I suggest you refrain from anger. Chong'er is not aimlessly wandering. He has matured and understands the importance of contributing to our Huashan sect. Ning Zhongzi said with a smile, handing the book to Yu Buchuan. You still pamper Chong'er too much. Yu Buchuan took the snow blade and perused it earnestly, growing increasingly engrossed, his expression shifting to one of astonishment, pointing out Lu Xiaofeng's resolution of a mystery from 1,000 miles away. Zhang Jinren is indeed a master at the level of a quasi-emperor. No wonder the 6 sects cannot conquer him. Dongfang Bubi, this enchantress, is now among the 4 great beauties of the world. Her renown will surely soar, and she is even more formidable than Ren Wuxing. Alas, our Huashan sect's talents are dwindling. The disciples are of average aptitude, and the only exceptionally gifted disciple is consumed by indulgence. Yu Buchuan sighed deeply, lost in thought. To become the leader of the 5 Mountain sect, Zhuolengchan poses a significant challenge. It appears I must devise a way to obtain the evil-repelling sword manual. The destruction of the Fuwei escort agency may compel Lin Pingji to journey to the Song dynasty. I must go there and gradually recruit him as my disciple. Contemplating this, Yu Buchuan turned to Ning Zhongzi and spoke slowly. Let us make a trip to the Song dynasty and take Lin Pingji as a disciple. The sudden calamity that befell the Fuwei escort agency has left this child pitiable. Brother, you remain as kind-hearted as ever. Let us proceed, but what of Chong? Ning Zhongzi regarded Yu Buchuan, hesitating. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. This rebellious disciple will spend another year in confinement upon his return. Let us see if he dares to associate with such dubious characters. Yu Buchuan declared angrily. Within the borders of the Song dynasty, atop the Piao Miao peak of Tianshan, Fu Su walked alongside Wei Zhuang, trailed by Qi Lian and Tian Yan. Who approaches? The maidens led by Mei Lan Juju encircled Fu Su and his companions, their expressions betraying trepidation. I am Fu Su of the Great Qin. Greetings to you, ladies. Fu Su stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. I have not heard of you. What business do you have at Lingzhou Palace? Chapter 69. The blood-soaked jade leaf flower and the exchange of the eternal spring technique. Although Fu Su easily evokes a sense of familiarity, the four maidens remain on high alert. Please do not be alarmed. Our purpose here is to negotiate an exchange with your esteemed leader for the unique supremacy technique. Fu Su smiled, his gaze soft and inviting. Our leader is not present. We kindly ask you to leave at once. The maidens drew their swords, poised for confrontation. Mei Jian whispered to Lan Jian, another one coveting the eternal spring technique. These individuals are not easily dismissed. Alas, I wonder when our leader will return, Lan Jian replied, her expression clouded with worry. Do not waste words with them. Let us charge in directly and seize the unique supremacy technique. Qilian brandished her chain snake sword, exuding an aura of menace. Who dares to wreak havoc in Lingzhou Palace? Do you not value your lives? Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed from a distance, growing nearer. Fu Su cast a sidelong glance, his eyes brightening. The newcomer was tall and exquisitely beautiful, clad in an ethereal white garment. None other than Waxinjian, returning from the Great Snow Mountain. Having remedied the flaws in her technique, though the eternal spring was rapidly depleting, leaving the surrounding area parched for miles. Is this the master of Lingzhou Palace? The Tianshan old woman? Fu Su recalled having met her before. He bowed respectfully, his demeanor courteous and impeccable. You possess some decorum, unlike that foul girl. Waxinjian chuckled lightly, casting a cold glance at Qilian. Mei Jian approached Waxinjian, relaying the events that transpired, then stepped aside. After a moment of contemplation, Waxinjian spoke slowly. If you seek the eternal spring technique, we must first ascertain what price you are willing to pay. Follow me. Fu Su glanced at Wei Zhuang, who nodded impassively. Waxinjian led them to a stone chamber, dismissing the maidservants. She then stated, the eternal spring technique has now been perfected, eliminating the need for recultivation or blood absorption. However, it requires a lengthy seclusion every century to significantly enhance one's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Fu Su's heart raced, astonished by Waxinjian's prowess in rectifying the flaws. Yet he feared the cost would be steep. Have you ever heard of the blood-soaked jade leaf flower? Fu Su pondered for a moment before speaking. It sounds somewhat familiar. May I see it? Waxinjian's brow furrowed as she struggled to recall. Of course, Qilian, please present it. Fu Su smiled warmly. Qilian nodded, retrieving an ancient-looking brocade box and placing it on the table. Waxinjian opened the box slowly, revealing a pale pink flower radiating with vibrant life force. The fragrance wafted upwards, refreshing the senses. After observing it closely, a wave of elation surged within Fu Su, only to quickly fade. Ah, so it is this item. It is a miraculous herb capable of resurrecting the dead and healing even the gravest injuries. Regrettably, my junior brother Weyazi has been incapacitated for many years. I had once encountered this herb and used it on him, but it proved ineffective. Please, old woman, be sure to count the leaves. Fu Su seemed to catch on to Waxinjian's thoughts, displaying an air of confidence. 9 leaves. Waxinjian murmured, her expression shifting to one of excitement as she scrutinized it further, nearly agreeing to the exchange before her emotions stabilized. I never imagined someone in this world could cultivate it. No wonder Waxinjian was thrilled. The blood-soaked jade leaf flower was exceedingly rare, and cultivating it to 9 leaves was even more arduous. The flower buds needed to close and be soaked in water for 49 days, daily absorbing the essence of sunlight and dew, with no interruptions along the way. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. However, in her haste, Xinjian had not fully grasped the process before hastily administering it to Weiyazi. Otherwise, he too might have been able to cultivate it. What do you say, old woman? This item could facilitate the exchange for the Eternal Spring Technique. Fusa beamed. Not quite enough. The Eternal Spring Technique can extend Zheng's life by several centuries. While 9 leaves are precious, it still falls short. Xinjian shook her head, withholding agreement. Add 2 more flowers, 5 leaves, and 9 flowers. Your sincerity is palpable on this journey, young master. I shall grant Zheng a favor. Do not think I am taking advantage. The improved Eternal Spring Technique only requires talent. The foundation is of little consequence, allowing even those without inner power to practice. Upon hearing this, Xinjian considered briefly before acquiescing. Recognizing the rarity of such a healing herb, which could indeed save lives in critical moments. I extend my gratitude to the old woman. Fusu rose, smiling broadly, and placed 2 brocade boxes and 4 sandalwood boxes on the stone table. Xinjian did not inspect them, as the overwhelming life energy emanating from them confirmed their authenticity. This Eternal Spring Technique can only be transcribed for you. How do you find that? Xinjian bowed slightly. That is of no concern. The original technique is foundational to our sect, which I fully understand. Then please wait a moment while I transcribe it for you. Half an hour later, Xinjian said, Young master, I have one more request. Could you assist me in eliminating that wretchedly Qiao? State the location. Wei Zhuang cast a cold glance at Xinjian. The royal palace of the Western Xia Kingdom. After Xinjian spoke, she watched them depart, hastening toward Lega Mountain. Weiyazi's disability now had hope for remedy. Please return first. I have matters to attend to, Wei Zhuang stated calmly. Qilian and Yushin escorted the young master back. Sir, I wish to accompany you. Qilian implored. Not possible. If any issues arise, I cannot risk your safety. With that, Wei Zhuang leaped into the air, gradually disappearing from view. At the Yulai Inn, time flew by like a swift current, and soon the day for Chen Xuan's storytelling had arrived. Get up. Guests have arrived, yet you still sleep. Yuchen shouted, hands cupped around her lips, standing beside Chen Xuan. Why must you yell so loudly? I am aware. Chen Xuan responded, glumly recalling the previous night's ordeal, where Yuchen had dragged him into playing God of War glory, resulting in continuous defeats. After freshening up, Chen Xuan descended the stairs. Guests congregated, discussing who might make it to this issue's Yanxi sublist. Visitors from various dynasties trickled in, enough to accommodate thousands. Chen Xuan stretched lazily, igniting a cigarette as he accessed the system. System, have you completed the upgrade? Ding. The upgrade was successfully completed last night. Since the last storytelling session, the system had informed him of the need for an upgrade, stating it required the integration of modern technology. System, can you determine how Yuchen traversed to this realm? Additionally, what is the nature of the immense energy within her? Ding. The host may pay 10 million emotional points to investigate. Forget it. You are the most formidable yet absurd system. Chapter 70. System Update Mozen Zhonglo. Please elaborate on the features of this update, Chen Xuan said, his lips twitching at the mention of a staggering 10 million emotional points. Who could possibly endure such a requirement? Ding. The system announced its latest update, introducing modern weaponry categorized into 6 tiers. Each tier is unlocked upon surpassing 10 million emotional points, ranked from lowest to highest. Firearms, grenades, artillery, missiles, fighter jets, and nuclear weapons. Wow, this is fantastic. Chen Xuan muttered an expletive under his breath. Once his emotional points reached the required amount, who would dare provoke him? He could exchange for a few tsars and obliterate his foes. Under nuclear power, all beings are equal. For now, however, the pressing matter was storytelling. Chen Xuan slowly rose, extinguishing his cigarette, and made his way back into the inn. Once he saw that enough patrons had arrived, he leapt onto the stage with agility. With a resounding clap, he struck the wooden block on the stage. Last time, we spoke of the mysterious poison user that emerged in Yuzhou City. 3 individuals followed the clues to a gambling den, where the sense of danger intensified. Jing Tian, the gambler, was plagued by his desires and forcibly dragged Su Chongqing to help him gamble. Although Su Chongqing had no interest in gambling, he could effortlessly discern the dice's values. Upon hearing cries within the casino, Su Chongqing rushed out but found nothing, sensing that something was amiss. He quickly returned to Shushan to report to his master. Little did the trio realize that the mastermind behind the poison user terrorizing Yuzhou City was hiding in a secret chamber within the casino. collaborating with Tang Yi to seize the profits of Tang family fort. After Shui Jian and Jing Tian left the casino, intending to investigate the secrets of the poison user, they were unexpectedly ambushed by a group of poison users. In a critical moment, Su Changqing arrived just in time to rescue them. With the poison issue in Yuzhou City resolved, Su Changqing set off back to Shushan with the antidote, soaring through the skies on his sword. The source of the poison user was traced back to the pile of Thunder Hall, indicating that Jing Tian and Shui Jian were about to encounter even greater troubles. What would happen to the two of them? It was uncertain how they would respond. Speaking of which, Tang Yi was truly treacherous, betraying his sect for mere profit, a crime worthy of death. The audience murmured below. Such heinous acts of senseless slaughtering of innocents. If I were to encounter such individuals, I would ensure their bones were ground to dust. Qiao Feng's expression mirrored the anger of the crowd. As Shui Jian found herself cornered, Jing Tian rushed to her aid, only to be bitten. She hid in a room, afraid to make a sound, lest her appearance frighten others. The 5 poison beasts floated in the air, slowly transforming into a girl in a yellow dress named Huaying. Only she could dissolve the poison user's peril. Huaying channeled her energy, dispersing all toxins from the poison users throughout Yuzhou City, but she herself fell into a deep slumber. What? A potato has transformed into a fairy? Who would believe that? I must return and see. Perhaps my potatoes can yield a beauty too. This Luo Ruli is exceedingly wicked. Capturing Wen Xian's mother for experiments. The old adage, mother and child share a bond, rings true. Without this connection, it would not have been possible to find her. Jing Tian had a jade tooth implanted, which looked rather peculiar, eliciting laughter. Dubbed the vegetable tooth, it fit him perfectly. After all, Jing Tian had called her a pig. But both of them were quite amusing. The audience below engaged in lively discussions, unaware they had struck a chord, all wearing smiles as laughter filled the inn. Everyone, quiet down. The main event is about to commence, Chen Xuan announced with a smile. The audience perked up, listening intently to Chen Xuan. He took a sip of tea before continuing. Su Changqing bid farewell to the others and returned to Shushan. Shui Jian pondered Su Changqing's hints, but could not comprehend what she had seen when she looked up. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, and a fierce red light tore through the night sky. Zongwu, the demon lord of the 6 realms, seeking but a single defeat. Arrogant and disdainful, the demon lord descended to the mortal realm in search of his only rival, Faping. Zongwu stood above the Shushan locking demon tower, drawing forth a sword, his gaze rendering the realm's most formidable defenses as fragile as paper. At that moment, a white figure darted from above Shushan, exuding an otherworldly elegance. Qingwei, to possess is to not be possessed, to act is to not rely on action. The sect leader of Shushan, renowned for his composure and formidable cultivation, safeguarded Shushan's crucial secrets. What? You wish to stop me? Zhonglu scoffed, dismissing the elder before him as utterly weak. Qingwei, the Taoist, smiled gently. Demon Lord, you jest. Our mortal realm needs General Faping as well. Thus, the two agreed to postpone their decisive battle for 300 days, and the Demon Lord departed. Upon finishing, Chen Xuan took a hearty sip of tea, feeling less parched. The inn fell into a brief silence before erupting with excitement, as if the image of the invincible figure, who looked down upon the world, had materialized before them. Incredible! The Demon Lord of the 6 realms could not find a single opponent. We, beings of the Zongwu, can claim invincibility in the world, yet the Demon Lord in the immortal sword is unmatched across the 6 realms. Who exactly is Faping, and where might he be now? Could he be related to Jing Tian? What are you thinking? Jing Tian is merely a little helper in Yong'an. How could he possibly be connected to such a deity? I cannot fathom one thing. What did Su Changqing's hints to Shui Jian truly mean? Wasn't he what she saw merely the roof? You truly are daft. Aside from the sky, what else could one see? Shui Jian is rather foolish as well. Chen Xuan observed the audience's reaction, satisfaction blooming within him as his emotional point swiftly increased, drawing ever closer to 10 million. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Lu Xiaofeng smiled at Yu Chen, who averted his gaze repeatedly. Dear sister-in-law, could it be that Brother Chun is truly a deity? How else could he narrate such tales? I think you are overthinking it. If he were a deity, he wouldn't be here telling stories but would have long ascended, Yu Chen replied, nearly spitting out tea, thinking to himself, what nonsense. He.S. just a literary hack, unable to even engage me in a game. With the noise in the hall becoming unbearable, Chen Xuan struck the wooden block once more. and the audience quieted down, allowing him to continue his tale. The disciples of Xuan found themselves quite busy, capturing the escaped demons and resealing them. Zongwu, however, did not honor the agreement, hastening directly to Yuzhou City with the magic sword he had retrieved from the locking demon tower. Jing Tian was taken by Daoist Qing Wei to the skies above the locking demon tower. The sinister purple energy was obediently drawn into a box at the sound of his command. Would you like to know the origins of this dark energy? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, his hand resting on the wooden block. Seeing the crowd nodding, he struck the block and declared, to uncover the truth. Please tune in next time at the Lion. Chapter 71. Yin Shisan aims to become the supreme of the six realms. Dong Huang Taiyu returns. To learn what transpires next, stay tuned for the next episode. Chen Xuan closed his folding fan and bowed slightly to the audience. Following this, it was time to unveil the list of the Yin Ji Vice rankings. The crowd below, eager to hear about the origins of the purple aura, was suddenly left bewildered when he chose not to elaborate, their faces reflecting confusion. "Come on, teacher, you can't tease us like this," they exclaimed. The suspense was palpable, and they felt utterly let down. "After all my struggles to reach here from the Great Zhou, is this it?" In a private box on the second floor, the performance of the celestial sword was far more riveting than the previous installment. Qiao Feng took a sip of wine. His face flushed as he gazed at Shimin Shui. Indeed, the demon lord bears some resemblance to the solitary sword demon, but he embodies an even greater sense of isolation. He found his only rival, Faping, yet he has long since lost his former self. Shimin Shui remarked with a sip of wine. If the old sword god Li was free-spirited and untamed, then the demon lord is haughty and tyrannical. Qiao Feng, filled with admiration, could hardly fathom the extent of the demon lord's strength to be unmatched across the six realms. On the third floor, the story was utterly captivating. It was his first experience being enraptured by a tale. Yu Buchuan leaned back in his chair, his left fingertips gently tapping a rhythm, exuding sheer contentment, resembling an elderly gentleman enjoying a play. Listening to the storyteller made him feel relaxed, free from the struggles for fame and fortune, devoid of any worries. Yu Buchuan's gaze softened as he turned to Ning Zhangzi, who seemed unchanged, while only he felt transformed. "If only I could remain here forever, escaping the turmoil of the world. I have truly grown weary over the years," he sighed. Ning Zhangzi gently caressed Yu Buchuan's back, saying, "Senior brother, you have shouldered the entire Huashan sect alone. It has been no easy feat. It may be time to let go. For the future of the martial world belongs to the youth." Yu Buchuan shook his head, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "The Huashan sect cannot decline under my watch. I must strengthen it. Is the martial world truly the domain of the young? Li Bai shattered the martial emperor before reaching maturity, and Dongfang Bubi did the same. I have reached a mature age, yet remain at the grandmaster level." Yu Buchuan murmured to himself, feeling a sense of despair. Despite his lofty ambitions, he lamented the dwindling talent available to uphold the banner, his heart unwilling to accept this fate. When did the gentleman's sword begin to fade? Perhaps it was when he assumed the role of sect leader that it had already begun to die. On the fourth floor, what significance is there in wielding a sharp sword among mortals? Even if one claims to be the number one in swordsmanship, what of it? If one aims to achieve greatness, let it be as the supreme among the six realms. Yin Shisan's eyes fluttered shut, the poison in his bones quaking violently. His heart was no longer at peace. He practiced swordplay, oblivious to the passage of time, and today, the true unveiling of his sword would commence. For he would strike down Qiao Feng without drawing it from its sheath. Empty fame exists only in the mortal realm. To shatter the void and slay the so-called deities is our true aspiration. Yin Shisan had indeed undergone a transformation, unnoticed even by Lin Pingji beside him. As the audience murmured among themselves, a heavy footfall suddenly resonated, sending a tremor through their souls, an oppressive presence looming over them. The newcomer, clad in a pure black mask and flowing black robes, moved slowly, yet no one dared to meet his gaze, as if the very air quivered with tension. Lao Huang rushed out from the back mountain, a grave expression on his face, his sword case vibrating, ready to draw at any moment. Chen Xuan felt bewildered, thinking, "How did I inadvertently summon this formidable deity? I didn't even reveal your plans." It seemed today marked the peak of his peril since arriving here. Sweat beaded on his palms as he focused intently. "Lord Donghuang," the great divine oracle exclaimed in delight, pulling the lesser divine oracle along as they half kneeled before him in reverence. The moment these words were uttered, Chaos erupted in the inn. Even Chen Xuan, who could decipher heavenly secrets, could not fathom this. It appeared that the teacher's previous casual remarks had provoked this deity. One could only wonder how the teacher would resolve this. Would he take offense and slay us as well? The audience dared only to whisper, none bold enough to speak out loud, as the pressure even caused Qiao Feng to break into a light sweat. In the second-floor box, Lu Xiaofeng looked gravely at Shimin Chui Shui, saying, Chen Xuan is in deep trouble now. Dong Huangtai is the most enigmatic figure in the world. But what could his purpose be? The crowd felt shrouded in a mist of uncertainty. What business does His Excellency Dong Huang have? Chen Xuan descended from the high platform, mustering his courage to ask, I find you quite intriguing. Dong Huangtai's lips moved slightly, his tone indifferent. So, you intend to take me away? Chen Xuan responded, I merely came to observe you. You need not remain here any longer, Dong Huangtai replied, shifting his gaze away from Chen Xuan to the great and lesser divine oracles. Take your leave. I will not see you out. Chen Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, appearing visibly shaken, feeling the cold sweat soaking his back. Was this truly a warning directed at him? Must he be so petty? Dong Huangtai swept out of the inn, only to suddenly sense a vast surge of energy, prompting the two women to return to the Qin dynasty while he himself returned to the inn. Why have you come back? Chen Xuan looked at Dong Huangtai helplessly. Dong Huangtai remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on a private box on the second floor, where something that could alter plans resided. Lu Xiaofeng and Shimin Chui Shui felt a surge of shock. Was Dong Huangtai's gaze directed at their box? Was this aimed at someone specific? Could it possibly be Chen's wife? Lu Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend why Dong Huangtai would take an interest in an ordinary person. I intend to take someone with me. Dong Huangtai spoke slowly. He is my wife. You cannot take him. Chen Xuan replied coldly, surprised that his secret had been uncovered. Despite the fearsome presence before him, he could not falter. Ha ha! Dong Huangtai erupted in laughter, his black robe billowing, the golden jade belt on his shoulder fluttering as his true energy surged forth, causing ripples in the air. He turned to leap towards the second floor. Shadow clone technique. Chen Xuan formed hand seals. White light surged forth, and in an instant, 30 identical figures coalesced around him. Explosive step. He planted his feet on the floor. The air trembled. His figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage as he appeared behind Dong Huangtai. Oh! Dong Huangtai was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone could match his speed, especially when the figure behind him was merely a grandmaster. 8 extremities burst. With both palms charged, layers of force cascaded, creating a deafening roar in the air as 30 figures surged from all directions, bearing the might to tear the air apart. Dong Huangtai raised a hand, unleashing a beam of purple light, scattering several clones into wisps of white energy. Immediately following, the 8 extremities burst unleashed a hidden force, tenfold stronger than before, catching him off guard and pushing him back to Zhang. Chapter 72. Borrowing the heavenly force to summon thunder. Dong Huangtai retreated, a hint of amusement in his voice. You cannot stop me. With that, he brushed aside Chen Xuan and suddenly surged forward, darting into the private room on the second floor. A sword comes from the west. Shimin Chui Shui's white robe billowed as a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. His strike was executed with unparalleled swiftness, as if it would pierce the intruder's throat in the next heartbeat. However, as he approached Dong Huangtai, he realized his grave miscalculation. The sword was deflected by an irresistible force, sending him tumbling backwards for over 10 zhang, blood spilling from his mouth. Lu Xiaofeng was similarly cast aside by Dong Huangtai's might. The man in black before him possessed an unfathomable depth of internal energy, akin to an abyss. Su Chu, Lu Bu, stop him. Understood. Chen Xuan bellowed, causing a tempest of energy to swirl around him. From the void, a fiery red figure gradually materialized, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive hammer encased in flames. A familiar melody echoed in his ears. Su Chu acknowledged Chen Xuan with a nod and leaped onto the second floor. In the next moment, the sound of hooves resonated as a towering figure appeared, adorned with a purple gold crown and a beast skin armor, brandishing a Fong Tian Huaji. He too leaped into the fray. Prison breaker hammer. Su Chu's flames surged violently, expanding dramatically as the heavy hammer began to take on a spectral form, exuding an intense heat that seemed capable of melting the very air. In an instant, a fiery inferno erupted within a 10 zhang radius, crashing down towards Dong Huang Tai. What a formidable presence! Dong Huang Tai's pupils contracted as he realized that this individual was not of the Central Plains. Could he be akin to himself? Despite his reservations about Chen Xuan, the energy contained within Yu Chun was far too terrifying, compelling him to take the risk. Moreover, even if his realm had diminished, he remained a true martial emperor. Void illusion. Dong Huang Tai did not evade. Instead, he swept his sleeve, conjuring a colossal purple orb of light that seemed to emerge from the void, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Heavenly dance of the gods. Lu Bu's eyes glinted with a dark light as he hurled the Fong Tian Hua Ji, swiftly maneuvering past, raising the weapon to unleash a barrage of radiant blades infused with a multitude of arrogant energies, enveloping Dong Huang Tai. Let's approach. A smirk played at the corners of Dong Huang Tai's mouth as he raised his hand, solidifying a phantom, shattering the radiant blades in rapid succession. The resulting shockwave sent Su Chu and Lu Bu reeling. Behind his mask, his expression radiated ecstatic delight. The closer he drew to Yu Chun, the more potent the energy became. A sword opens the heavenly gate. Chen Xuan soared to the second floor, pausing midair. His internal energy surged, suddenly depleting to emptiness as a sword intent erupted around him, heralding a tempest of lightning and dark clouds looming overhead. The Qinglian hummed, shattering its sheath as Chen Xuan formed a sword finger. His gaze turned icy and devoid of emotion, consumed by a sentiment that regarded life as mere fodder. In the next moment, the heavens seemed to rend asunder, unleashing a deluge of thunder upon Wu City, intertwining with his sword energy. This strike, borrowed from the heavens, bore the might of a martial emperor. Chen Xuan's complexion paled. This was the first time he had truly unleashed his full power, his internal energy entirely drained, his expression waning as though he might collapse at any moment. Borrowing the heavenly force, you are a martial emperor. Dong Huang Tai's voice altered, tinged with astonishment, for he understood that Chen Xuan was merely a grand master, yet could wield such formidable swordplay. Even if he forcibly endured this strike, he would still emerge in a disheveled state. Furthermore, he sensed two unwelcome auras approaching. Void extreme instant. Dong Huang Tai activated his movement technique, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind countless afterimages. Boom. Thunder raged around Dong Huang Tai, and despite his swift movements, several bolts struck him, causing him to spit blood. You dare to borrow the heavenly force? How ruthless. His expression now devoid of contempt. He could hardly fathom that Chen Xuan would dare to summon such power to repel him. Although the borrowed force was indeed formidable, such an attack came at a price. Had it not been for Chen Xuan's absorption of phoenix blood, he might have already suffered fatal consequences. After such a cataclysmic display, the inn was left in ruins, causing Chen Xuan's heart to bleed. Previously, he had expended 1,000,000 emotional values to withstand a martial emperor's confrontation, yet it had ultimately proven ineffective. Ding. Host need not worry. The scope of this battle still falls within the realm of martial emperors. The system is currently repairing you free of charge. Chen Xuan's voice was weak as he descended, quickly sitting cross-legged to circulate the longevity technique, while the phoenix blood gradually healed his internal injuries. Yu Chen looked at Chen Xuan with deep concern, her heart swelling with resentment as her internal energy threatened to spiral out of control. Near the Yulai Inn, Kong Qiao and Li Er stood together, their gazes piercing through the returning sky. Chen Xuan's sword that opens the heavenly gate truly expands my horizons. Kong Qiao stroked his beard, chuckling softly. Unfortunately, the borrowed heavenly force cannot be sustained for long. I suspect young Chun has already attracted attention. Li Er shook his head, astonished by Chen Xuan's audacity in borrowing the heavenly force. While one or two instances may not bear significant consequences, repeated usage could lead to unimaginable repercussions. They had never dared to borrow such force, only considering it in moments of life and death. For those like them, who had fallen from their realms, each borrowing exacted an unfathomable toll. Let us depart. We cannot hold Dong Huang here. Kong Qiao glanced at the shadow on the horizon, disregarding it as he and Li Er leaped from Wu City. The spectators in the inn were left dumbfounded, relieved that the thunder was not aimed at them and possessed remarkable accuracy. Otherwise, they might have been reduced to mere ash. In retrospect, the sheer terror of Chen Xuan's full-force explosion was unimaginable, summoning countless bolts of thunder against Dong Huang Tai. After this battle, none would dare to provoke Chen Xuan again, for the mere threat of invoking thunder was enough to instill fear. Only Chen Xuan understood the true cost of this exertion. He could feel the depletion of his phoenix blood energy, estimating a loss of at least 30%. In the hall on the first floor, Lin Pingji was utterly astonished, gazing at Yin Shisan. This Mr. Chun is terrifying. He can rival a martial emperor at the grandmaster level. Indeed, I too did not foresee this. I anticipated a fierce battle, yet Mr. Chun unexpectedly summoned the thunder of the heavens. Only today do I realize that my swordsmanship pales in comparison, akin to stars before the full moon. Yin Shisan mused, sipping his drink, filled with emotion. On the third floor, the private room buzzed with admiration. It seems Mr. Chun is the true sword god. The words of the solitary sword demon were indeed not mistaken, the foremost in the way of the sword. Yubu Kun trembled internally, sensing that the world was on the brink of witnessing a genuine sword god. Ning Zhongzhe looked towards Yubu Kun, a hint of despair on her face. Such a young man can provoke the phenomena of heaven and earth. Today, I realize how powerful an individual can truly become. Chapter 73. The Wrath Against the Qingqing Sect and the Drawbacks of the Evil-Repelling Sword Manual. After Dong Huangtai departed, the inn returned to its lively atmosphere. Chun Xian's injuries had improved, yet his complexion remained pale, indicating he needed time to replenish his internal energy. Esteemed guests, a minor incident occurred earlier that may have startled you, Chen Xuan announced, rising to bow to the crowd. As long as the gentleman is unharmed, we are not concerned. One of the audience replied, the heavens themselves have split apart, and you deem this a minor incident? The listeners exchanged amused glances at Chen Xuan's words. Now, let us engage in conversations of the martial world. Feel free to pose any inquiries you may have. Yin Shisan was the first to rise, leaving Lin Pingji in a state of bewilderment. I wish to inquire about the annihilation of the Fu Wei Escort Bureau. Can you enlighten me, sir? This matter is straightforward. Allow me to expound upon it. The people of the Ming dynasty listened attentively, for the destruction of the Fu Wei Escort Bureau had stirred considerable unrest, with the authorities turning a blind eye. Have you heard of the evil-repelling sword manual? I have heard whispers of it. Could the massacre be connected to this manual? A guest queried, curiosity etched on his face. Indeed, it was the Lin family's ancestors who, wielding the 72 evil-repelling sword techniques, commanded respect within the martial world, leaving no one daring to provoke them. Chen Xuan gestured with his folding fan as he surveyed the audience. The perpetrator of this massacre was none other than Yutsonghai, the leader of the Qingqing sect, who, in pursuit of the evil-repelling sword manual, led numerous disciples to annihilate the entire Fu Wei Escort Bureau, sparing not even its branch offices, with only the young escort master, Lin Pingji, narrowly escaping. What? The audience erupted in a cacophony of outrage and disbelief. The Qingqing sect is a reputable sect. How could they commit such morally reprehensible acts? That is a multitude of lives. Yutsonghai is truly monstrous. Where are the monks of the so-called compassionate Shaolin Temple? Will no one stand against this travesty in the vast Ming dynasty? Such righteous sects leave us disheartened. Esteemed guests, shall we ascend Qingqing Mountain together to seek justice for Lin Pingji? Such scoundrels tarnish the reputation of our Ming martial world. How will the four great dynasties perceive us? Why should we hesitate? Please, quiet down. Allow me to share my perspective, Chen Xuan interjected, calming the agitated crowd. The Lin family's situation was precarious. The legends surrounding the evil-repelling sword manual drew the covetous eyes of many in the martial world, including the 5 mountain sword sects. However, Lin Yuantu's formidable reputation initially deterred any attempts at theft. It was only during Lin Zhenan's tenure, when his martial prowess waned, that they began to take notice. Do not assume that only the Qingqing sect harbored such intentions. Yutsonghai is simply the most shameless among them. The underbelly of the martial world is far more sordid than we can imagine. Silence fell upon the audience, as few dared to claim they were free of guilt. Lin Pingji's nails dug into his flesh, yearning to draw his sword and exact vengeance upon the Qingqing sect, reducing them to ashes. As for the Shaolin and Wudong sects, their reluctance to uphold justice stems from simpler reasons. The audience listened intently, eager to comprehend why such renowned sects remained passive. Firstly, Yutsonghai concocted a flimsy yet plausible excuse. Everyone knows of Yu Renyan's debased character, his penchant for harassing virtuous women, yet he was coddled due to his parentage. Do you know who brought about Yu Renyan's demise? Seeing the audience shake their heads, Chen Xuan continued, it was none other than the young escort master, Lin Pingji, who intervened, when Yu Renyan harassed Yu Buchuan's daughter, Yu Lingshan, and brought him to justice. The audience's fury reignited. If the Huashan sect remained indifferent, who would uphold righteousness in the martial world? Would there still be true heroes left? The Huashan sect's behavior was nothing short of disgraceful. Even if the rationale was weak, it at least connected them to the events. The Huashan sect, shamed as they were, had no grounds to criticize Lin Pingzhi's actions. For today, I have come to understand the filth residing within these righteous sects. Indeed, while the world deems the Sun and Moon divine cult a demonic sect, have they ever committed such heinous acts? In a private room on the 3rd floor, a figure sneered. Is this what is called the righteous path? Dare I say, I must rescue Yilin. Associating with these individuals will inevitably lead to her corruption. Coughing softly, Chen Xuan sipped his tea and cleared his throat. Secondly, the Fuwei Escort Bureau lacked influence. Without a master-level expert, they were weak and vulnerable, subject to humiliation, and for their own interests, no one came to their aid. Thirdly, wealth is a powerful motivator. Though the evil-repelling sword manual is not a treasure per se, it holds greater value than mere riches. The legends surrounding it have already set the stage for upheaval. Moreover, countless sects will vie for the manual. As they engage in mutual destruction, the Shaolin and Wudong sects will emerge to claim the spoils, thus enhancing their prestige and solidifying their positions in the martial world. Otherwise, do you think these venerable sects have endured for so long? Chen Xuan shook his head, a hint of sarcasm gracing his features. These centuries-old sects truly play a clever game. We are witnessing their schemes unfold today. From now on, it would be wiser to seek apprenticeship in the Sun and Moon divine cult. The audience buzzed with speculation. The martial world had always been rife with intrigue, but the depths of its corruption had surpassed their expectations. A solitary question arose in their minds. How many true heroes remain in this world? Few indeed. Yet here in the Yuan, one such individual exists, the noble and selfless Qiao Bangzhu. Lin Pingzhi's desire for strength intensified, hoping fervently that Yan Shisan would triumph over Shimin Chui Shui, allowing him to learn profound sword techniques and avenge the Lin family. Sir, could you elaborate on the evil-repelling sword manual? Is it truly the object of such desire among the sects of the Ming martial world? Chen Xuan rose and approached the edge of the platform, gently pressing his hands down to calm the audience. Certainly. But this evil-repelling sword manual is not something just anyone can master. It carries significant drawbacks. Could it be another form of divine skill? The audience perked up instantly, recalling Chen Xuan's previous mention of the ageless spring technique, which also bore considerable disadvantages. This is still a step short of divine skill. It is merely a pinnacle martial art, allowing for sword techniques that reach their utmost speed, with movements as elusive as a specter. However, to master this skill, one must first undergo castration. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan in a second-floor private room appeared as though struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. How can this be possible? He gasped, unable to comprehend. After my long search, I find it is a technique that requires castration. Chapter 74. The Origin of the Evil-Repelling Sword Manual. The strife of the two sects of Huashan, Sword Qi Senior Brother. What troubles you? Ning Zhongzu inquired, her expression laced with concern as she gazed at Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan rubbed his brow and replied softly, I am fine, merely reflecting on the capriciousness of life. For this flawed martial art has claimed so many lives. In truth, he was deep in thought, contemplating whether he should practice it. If Ling Hu Chong were to summon Feng Qingyang, would he still require the evil-repelling sword manual? He found himself lost in contemplation. Oh, the cycle of cause and effect is indeed profound. Who escapes the judgment of heaven? I cannot believe that Yu Songhai would dare to practice it. For few would willingly sever the roots of right and wrong. What a pity that such a premier sword technique comes with such limitations. The audience below stared wide-eyed, realizing that the evil-repelling sword technique could only be practiced by eunuchs, feeling even more disdain for Yu Songhai. Sir, is it true that the evil-repelling sword manual was created by Lin Yuantu? Did he castrate himself back then? At that moment, a listener stood up, his face a mask of confusion, echoing the question on everyone's mind. Indeed, but this tale unfolds many years ago. Would you care to hear it? The crowd nodded, eager to learn about the legendary Lin Yuantu. Lin Pingzhi also wore a serious expression, beginning to doubt his lineage. Very well, allow me to elaborate. Chen Xuan looked at the audience and began to speak slowly. Lin Yuantu was originally a disciple of Shaolin Temple, trained under Master Hong Ye of Putian Shaolin. Who held the Dharma named Yuan? What? The ancestor of the Lin family was a monk? This revelation was quite unexpected. It was not uncommon for bodyguards to become monks. But it was the first time anyone had heard of a monk returning to become a bodyguard. The establishment of the evil repelling sword manual is indeed related to the Huashan sect, Chen Xuan continued, glancing at the audience. In the past, a pair of twin brothers from Huashan, Yusu and Kai Zifeng, visited the Putian Shaolin Temple. They discovered the secret martial arts manual, the Sunflower Manual, which was kept hidden from outsiders. The brothers secretly transcribed it, but they could not finish reading the entire text simultaneously and thus only completed either the first or second volume. The matter was eventually exposed, and Master Hongye sent a disciple, De Yuan, to Huashan. Upon arrival, the brothers confessed their wrongdoing and repeatedly apologized, while secretly wishing to learn more. De Yuan had not yet read the manual, but upon seeing the martial arts it contained, he committed much of it to memory. He lingered at Huashan for 8 days, absorbing most of the martial arts from the manual before departing to reside in a cave. Based on his own insights, he created the evil repelling sword technique, an exceedingly strange and malevolent form of swordplay, ultimately inscribing it upon his robe. Following this, De Yuan, unable to suppress his worldly desires, established the Fuwei escort agency, renaming himself Lin Yuantu. This is the origin of the evil repelling sword manual. As for whether Lin Yuantu castrated himself, the answer is yes. He married and fathered children merely to conceal his true identity. Lin Pingji is considered his adoptive great-grandson. During his time at the escort agency, Lin Yuantu did not forget the teachings of Master Hongye, acting with righteousness and rescuing those in peril, achieving great renown in the martial world. Although he was no longer part of the Buddhist order, he performed countless acts of kindness. The evil repelling sword manual was deemed too malevolent. Thus, he did not pass its essence on to his adoptive son, Lin Zhongxiong, leading to the mediocrity of the Lin family's martial prowess. On the day of his 70th birthday, Lin Yuantu officially washed his hands of martial affairs, passing the escort agency to Lin Zhongxiong. Leaving behind a final testament: do not recklessly examine the ancestral relics in the old residence of Xiangyang Alley. Chen Xuan took a deep sip of tea, feeling parched after recounting so much. In the hall below, Lin Pingji appeared contemplative, muttering to himself, "No wonder my family has been mediocre in martial arts by my father's generation. It turns out we lacked the key teachings." He then sighed, casting a grateful glance at Yin Shisan, thinking, "I am fortunate to have encountered Senior Yin. Otherwise, had I joined a prestigious sect, my identity would have made me a lamb waiting for slaughter." The audience nodded in understanding, though some remained curious about the Sunflower Manual, given that the evil repelling sword manual was derived from it. After a moment of silence, one guest voiced his curiosity. "May I ask, sir, is the Sunflower Manual a divine skill?" "Indeed, but it also requires self-castration to cultivate," Chen Xuan replied softly, casting a glance at the questioner. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent, losing interest in the martial art. With so many divine skills in the world, a technique requiring self-castration hardly seemed appealing. "Then, sir, did Yusu and Kai Zifeng of the Huashan sect practice the Sunflower Manual?" "They did not." Upon returning to Huashan, the brothers compared their transcriptions and discovered they did not match at all, leading to enmity, and thus the conflict between the sword and Qi sects was born. Chen Xuan explained, looking at the questioner. The guests from the Ming Dynasty's martial world exchanged knowing glances, engaging in discussion. Who would have thought that the strife between the sword sect and Qi sect of Huashan originated in such a manner? The history surrounding the evil repelling sword manual is quite extensive. The Huashan sect was indeed blinded by its own affairs. In my view, martial arts should integrate swordplay and inner strength, which master of the sword today lacks profound inner power. Indeed, without inner strength to support it, even the mightiest swordplay cannot achieve greatness. Conversely, mere inner strength without skill only leads to being beaten in place. In a corner, a guest furrowed his brow and suddenly asked, "Sir, does this not imply that the Sunflower Manual is within the Huashan sect? Has no one sought it all these years?" "How could no one have sought it? Are you aware that the Sun and Moon Holy Cult once besieged the Huashan sect?" Chen Xuan shook his head, throwing the question back to the audience. "I have heard rumors. Could it be that the Sun and Moon Holy Cult attacked the Huashan sect to seize the Sunflower Manual? Surely you have heard of it. It is said that the Sun and Moon Holy Cult dispatched 10 elders, and the ensuing battle was catastrophic, with the 5 mountain sword sects also intervening. Indeed, however, you know only part of the story. The Sun and Moon Holy Cult coveted not only the Sunflower Manual, but also stole items from the Wudong sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes wide with astonishment. What audacity! The Sun and Moon Holy Cult dares to provoke the Wudong sect. This is beyond belief. Bullying the Huashan sect is one thing, but to challenge the Wudong sect? How laughable! Something seems off. Wudong is protected by Zhang Jinren and the 7 heroes of Wudong. Logically, they should have been unable to infiltrate. May I ask, sir, what did the Sun and Moon Holy Cult steal from the Wudong sect? Everyone, please remain calm. When I reveal this, you must not be too shocked. Maintain your composure. Chen Xuan suddenly rose, his demeanor enigmatic. Chapter 75. The mockery of Yen Shisan. In the private room on the 3rd floor, Dongfang Bubi took a sip of her wine, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, "This complicates matters. Who knows what items the members of the Sun and Moon sect have pilfered from Wudong?" She rubbed her temples, feeling the weight of the situation. Having recently ascended to her position, she was not well versed in these affairs, and the mere mention of Zhang Sanfeng loomed over her like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Forget it. Let us see what Chen Xuan has to say. The audience below fell silent, as if any sound might drown them in a deluge of disdain. It was revealed that the Sun and Moon sect had stolen the Zongwu sword, once wielded by the esteemed Zhang Jinren, as well as the treasured Taijiquan scripture of Wudong. At that time, Zhang Jinren was engrossed in seclusion and left mundane matters to his disciple, Song Yuanxiao, while he pursued the heights of martial arts, detached from worldly concerns. As Chen Xuan concluded his remarks, the audience erupted into hushed discussions. "Ah, I see. If Zhang Jinren had not been in seclusion, they would not have dared to act," they murmured. Although Zhang Jinren refrained from meddling in secular matters, the Wudong 7 heroes would not let this transgression go unpunished. Indeed, to steal the Zongwu sword and Taijiquan, such audacity. I wonder how the Sun and Moon sect will respond next. A sigh escaped Chen Xuan's lips as he observed the decline of the Huashan sect, which, once formidable, had become a shadow of its former self after being besieged by the Sun and Moon sect, lacking even a great master. On the 1st floor, Yen Shisan smirked, his expression dripping with derision. The rivalry between the 2 sword sects is but a farce. It serves only to provide others with opportunities. As for Feng Qingyang, who hides away at Huashan's Sigua Cliff, he did not participate in the duel between the sword sects, and now, with the sword sect's defeat, he has retreated into obscurity. With such a vast Huashan, they allow someone who is not even a grand master to bear the banner. Do they not fear the laughter of the martial world? I would like to see Feng Qingyang's Dugu 9 swords. Perhaps it possesses a fraction of the power of the sword demon? On the 2nd floor, Yu Buchuan's face flushed with anger, yet he dared not voice his objections, fearing a swift end by a single sword stroke. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Pingji, shock painting his features. What? How could he be with Yen Shisan? Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he thought, "It seems even heaven does not wish for me to practice this evil-repelling sword manual." Brother, do not be angry. I feel Yen Shisan speaks with great reason. The 2 sword sects should indeed merge, for only then can Huashan reclaim its former glory. Ning Zhongzi observed Yu Buchuan's somber demeanor with a hint of resignation as she approached him to knead his shoulders. "Ah, after all these years, it is time to consider this properly, or Huashan may fall entirely into my hands." Yu Buchuan frowned and shook his head. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Lu Xiaofeng took a bite of pastry and inquired of Shimin Shui, "Which do you believe is more crucial, sword techniques or inner strength?" "Both are indispensable. If the sword is likened to a wine cup, then inner strength is the wine within. Yet, the most vital aspect is to comprehend the essence of one's sword path." Shimin Shui replied, his gaze locking onto Yen Shisan, igniting a fierce battle intent. Lu Xiaofeng chuckled lightly as he sipped his wine. "I believe the most important thing is the person. You see a powerful swordsman and are always eager to challenge them. Otherwise, how would you have improved so swiftly?" On the high platform, Chen Xuan addressed Yen Shisan. "I have recounted the circumstances surrounding the misfortunes faced by the Fu Wei escort agency. Are there any questions from the audience? Should there be none, I shall proceed to enumerate the candidates for the Rouge secondary list." Chen Xuan surveyed the inn, noticing no one rising, and gently sat down with a flick of his folding fan. "Very well, I shall now present the Rouge secondary list. The beauties who enter the primary list are unparalleled in beauty, while those on the secondary list are also rare in the martial world. The women listed are not distinguished by their alignment with righteousness or villainy. However, those of poor character are excluded. As his words rang out, the discussions regarding the Huashan sect quieted, and the audience's eyes gleamed with excitement. The wealthy merchants who had returned were present once more, while the primary list seemed unattainable. Surely they could vie for a spot on the secondary list. To be included on the Rouge list is to gain renown across the land. Marrying one of them would undoubtedly elevate one's status. Business dealings would shine with glory, and importantly, the listed individuals possess admirable character. Ahem. First, in the 10th position, the illustrious Chen Xuan of the Tang dynasty. With beauty that captivates, she is virtuous and elegant, astute and meticulous, earning her the title of the first talented woman of the Tang dynasty. As a female official beside the empress, she is not only learned but also participates in military and political matters, earning her the moniker of the female prime minister. 9th, Ren Yingying of the Ming dynasty. Exquisite beyond compare, she is exceptionally wise, decisive in her actions, and adept at strategy. Her father was the former leader of the Sun and Moon sect, making her their holy maiden. 8th, Huang Rong of Peach Blossom Island. Radiant and uniquely charming, she is clever and knowledgeable. However, I advise you not to harbor any aspirations. Her father is none other than the Eastern evil, Huang Yaoshi. 7th, Shengguan Haidang of the Ming dynasty. Beautiful yet spirited, resourceful and formidable in martial arts. She is not only the #1 secret agent of the Xian character, but also the mistress of the world's foremost estate. Having been saved by Zhu Wushi in her youth, she regards him as a father figure. With the enumeration of these 4 secondary list beauties, the atmosphere surged to a peak, for Chun Xian's selections were well known in the martial realm. A female official, a holy maiden of the demonic sect, the daughter of the Eastern evil, and a secret agent of the Hulong Mountain Villa, such a diverse assemblage. As for Shengguan, we shall not entertain thoughts of her. Who would dare provoke a favored minister of the empress? Shengguan Haidang is, astonishingly, a woman. I had thought she was merely a young nobleman. It is said her skills with hidden weapons are formidable. Goodness, if the gentleman had not revealed it, who in today's world could have discerned this? Truly incredible! The mistress of the foremost estate in the world and the secret agent of the Hulong Mountain Villa are indeed the same person, and a woman at that. Who says women are inferior to men? Dongfeng Bubi mused, her expression reflective. She had heard of Shengguan Haidang, whose prowess with hidden weapons is unrivaled. Today, she learned of her true identity as a woman. Indeed, she had not misjudged Ren Yingying, who proved to be clever and capable, adeptly managing sect affairs, an exceptional talent. Chapter 76. The Supreme Leader, Zhang Dan. Recently, she has been investigating the whereabouts of Ren Wuxing, and it is likely that she will uncover the truth soon. Dongfeng Bubi suddenly thought of Ren Yingying, who had shown utmost reverence in her presence, and couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. This girl, still pretending before me, has learned the art of patience. How amusing! In the hall on the first floor, Lin Pingji stood in stunned silence, casting a puzzled glance at Yin Shisan. Can a woman truly possess such capabilities? He inquired. You are still too young. Do not underestimate the fairer sex. The former wife of the third young master, Morong Qiubai, was indeed a leader of great stature. Even Lin Xiener, with her beauty, stirred the winds and clouds, gathering a host of skilled individuals during the Meihua thief incident. Lin Pingji nodded thoughtfully, and as he pondered, Chen Xuan continued his enumeration. Next came the remaining 6 beauties. 6th, Duanmu Rong of the Great Qin dynasty. Ethereal and exquisite. She is as cold as frost, but possesses a warmth that can be easily stirred. Residing in the Jinghu Villa, she is renowned for her unparalleled medical skills and is also a disciple of the Mo family. 5th, the Snow Woman of the Great Qin dynasty. Possessing an enchanting beauty, she excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is gentle and considerate towards friends, yet fierce and resolute against foes. Born in Zhao, she is the most beautiful dancer of Yan, whose performance was unparalleled across the 7 nations before the fall of the Qin. 4th, Gongsun Danyang. Both the Tang and Ming dynasties have their champions, hence these 2 beauties are tied for 4th place. First, the Tang's Gongsun, a woman of exquisite beauty and grace. Skilled in the art of sword dancing, her performances captivated the entire Tang dynasty, drawing crowds wherever she went. A poem attests, once there was a beauty of the Gongsun clan, her sword dance moved the 4 corners. Then, the Ming's Gongsun, unmatched in beauty, her swordsmanship is exceptional. and she is adept in the art of disguise. Her true name is Gongsun Lan, the leader of the renowned Red Shoes organization in the Ming. Composed entirely of female warriors, her sword skills rivaling those of Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng. Third, Murong Qiudi of the Ming dynasty. Gentle and caring, she eventually transformed into a ruthless heroine. The mistress of the Murong family from Qixing Pond, she was once the wife of Qiao Feng, but was later abandoned. Waiting in vain for 7 years for the third young master. She is also the leader of the Heavenly Sovereign Organization, which she established, boasting immense power, rivaling even the Qinglong society. As Chen Xuan concluded, the audience erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Qiao Feng, once a legendary figure, has truly passed. His body lies buried, yet his spirit endures. The god of swordsmanship, undefeated throughout his life but once, has perished, and his indomitable will was shattered long ago. The Heavenly Sovereign, a newly risen force, is at the zenith of the Ming's martial world, surpassing even the Sun and Moon sect and the Ming cult, with first-rate experts aplenty. Regrettably, a figure who dominated the Ming for decades has now fallen. It is said that Yen Shisan is indeed formidable, with few capable of matching him in strength. Most astonishingly, the leader of the Heavenly Sovereign is a woman, once the wife of the third young master. How incomprehensible that Qiao Feng could abandon his wife and child. The Heavenly Sovereign seemingly has its hand in every major event. Nations should be wary of provoking this organization, lest they face dire consequences. Oh, Murong Qiudi is indeed a devoted soul. Had the third young master not forsaken her, perhaps the Heavenly Sovereign would not exist today. Qiao Feng truly misjudged her. Who could have anticipated that a gentle and virtuous woman would evolve into such a figure? In the private box on the third floor, Lu Xiaofeng exclaimed, "What? The third young master is truly dead?" His face bore shock, having spent recent days immersed in the entertainment venues of the Song dynasty, scarcely paying attention to these matters. It dawned on him. Shimin Chui Shui wore a grave expression. When Xiaofeng rose to fame, he was but a minor character. He never imagined that Yen Shisan possessed the strength to defeat Xiaofeng. Only the strongest swordsmen comprehend the shock the third young master brought. He had longed to surpass Qiao Feng, but opportunities had slipped through his fingers. After a moment's reflection, he sensed a more profound sword intent lurching towards the heavens. If he were to conquer Yen Shisan, would not the outcome be the same? The path of a swordsman is akin to rowing against the current. One must advance or face retreat. Even when confronted by seemingly insurmountable foes, courage must be summoned to challenge them. After a long moment, the audience regained their composure. Excitement still evident on their faces. "Sir, who are the remaining 2 beauties?" One guest inquired. "Please, everyone, take your seats. We are all acquainted with the world and should not be so agitated," Chen Xuan replied, shaking his folding fan. The second beauty, Xiaoming of the great Qin dynasty. Radiantly beautiful, gifted beyond measure, and extraordinary. The current leader of the heavenly sect of the great Qin, she defeated 6 elders at the tender age of 8, and by 18, she had succeeded to the position of leader, her prowess remarkably high. Such talent is unparalleled. What a marvel that at 8, she could best 6 elders while I was still playing in the mud at that age. This is indeed not someone to provoke. And why does the gentleman only mention individuals of such esteemed backgrounds? Alas, it seems this trip was in vain. As discussions ensued, a portly merchant sighed heavily, lamenting that none of the beauties on the list dared to approach him. "Ladies and gentlemen, the top of the secondary list is about to be revealed," Chun Xian announced, rising with a voice that commanded silence throughout the hall. The top of the secondary list, Zheng Dan of the great Zhou dynasty. Stunningly beautiful. She is a paragon of earthly grace, her beauty rivaling that of Shi Shi. Initially, she was to be placed on the main list, but it seemed more fitting to place her as the foremost on the secondary list. Zheng Dan possesses a fiery temperament, delights in sword dancing, and her swordsmanship is unparalleled. Yet, her modest demeanor has kept her fame obscured, and few have heard of her. Regrettably, Shi Shi's gentle nature won the favor of King Wu, while Zheng Dan, confined within the Wu palace, grew despondent, ultimately breaking free from her constraints. As the audience gazed in rapt admiration, Chen Xuan waved his fan, gradually unveiling the list. All present were entranced, as if visions of breathtaking figures danced before their eyes, stirring their souls. After a lengthy pause, the crowd returned to their senses, filled with awe. Indeed, the great show has produced 2 heads of lists, elevating their prestige beyond the past. A heart devoid of women, a sword drawn with divine intent. They pondered. When will the gentleman unveil the sword list? As sword cultivators, we yearn to witness the form of the sword immortal. Chapter 77, the sword ranking announcement. In a world filled with gaps, one might inquire, who is the foremost master of the sword? If one claims not to enter the rankings, does the great Zhou dynasty count? If it does, then the first and second positions are surely reserved for it. The discourse surrounding the Rouge list gradually faded, overtaken by the fervent demands for a sword ranking, with eager eyes now fixed upon Chen Xuan. Who among us has not harbored dreams of wielding a sword in the martial world during their youth? The young, clad in fine garments and riding spirited steeds, imagine themselves traversing the rivers and lakes, upholding justice, quenching their thirst with fiery wine, and vanquishing all foes with their blades. These enchanting visions remain mere fantasies, unrealized until now. With the mention of the sword ranking, excitement surged among the crowd, as they anticipated its unveiling with great enthusiasm. Indeed, many had long desired Chen Xuan to create this ranking, yet he had always had his own plans. The world is filled with sword masters, each dynasty boasting its celebrated experts. The thought of uniting them is exhilarating. Who is stronger, the sword saint of the great Tang or that of the great Qin? All will be revealed in the sword ranking. On the elevated platform, Chen Xuan smacked his thigh, realizing, how could I have overlooked this? Just as I was lamenting the slow rise of emotional value, the launch of the sword ranking is bound to yield significant returns. Not to mention the formidable sword demon. The one who cleaved through 2,000 armors, a Qing, or the one who shattered city gates, Kong Qiao. Legendary figures like Shimin Chui Shui, Gai Nye, Wei Zhuang, Yi Gu Cheng, Yin Shi San, Li Bai, and Pei Min are all renowned throughout the world. Once listed, even as mere topics of conversation, they are sure to elevate emotional value immensely. With this thought, Chen Xuan addressed the crowd, fanning his folding fan. The sword ranking will be released next time, featuring 2 lists based on potential and combat strength, and individuals from the Great Zhou will be included. The audience erupted in excitement, astonished by Chen Xuan's decisiveness to release the sword ranking so soon. Once unveiled, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the martial world, establishing a goal for those who have dedicated their lives to the sword. Those who enter the combat strength list will be unparalleled sword masters, while those on the potential list will gain worldwide fame. In the hall, Yin Shi San radiated intense combat spirit, locking eyes with Shimin Chui Shui. Lin Pingji regarded Yin Shi San and remarked softly, I wonder where you will rank. At the very least, you must be the number 1 of the great Ming, right? Yin Shi San smiled, responding slowly, ranking does not matter. I will challenge everyone on the sword ranking. You mean even Kong Qiao and a Qing? Lin Pingji was taken aback, not expecting Yin Shi San to be so ambitious. Yin Shi San nodded, thinking, if I cannot defeat the strongest in the mortal realm, how can I claim to be the best in the 6 realms? On the 3rd floor private room, Lu Xiaofeng watched Shimin Chui Shui with great interest, eager to see his reaction. Shimin Chui Shui stated calmly, you have a clear understanding of yourself, haha. Lu Xiaofeng chuckled. Shimin Chui Shui's assertion held some validity. The top 2 positions were already secured, leaving the remaining 7 for true rankings. Surely you will make the potential list, right? Lu Xiaofeng stroked his beard and inquired. 3rd, don't you have a bit of confidence in yourself? Lu Xiaofeng's lips twitched, realizing he should refrain from further questioning, concluding, it seems Dong Huang Tai has left him with psychological scars, making him even colder than before. Chen Xuan, observing the audience still engrossed in discussion, leaped down from the high platform and announced loudly, ladies and gentlemen, today's Martial World Forum concludes here. The sword ranking will be released in 5 days. Allow me to preview the next installment of the Immortal Sword series. In the upcoming episode, the protagonist, Jing Tian, will be tasked by the Shu Mountain to assemble a team, as Shui Jian is cast out from her home, and a mysterious woman will appear, unveiling a familial bond that transcends a millennium. Please stay tuned for the specifics. As Chen Xuan ascended the stairs, he left the audience in a whirl of endless speculation and curiosity. They had yet to decipher the origin of that purple aura. And now another question arose. Who is this mysterious woman? What could this familial bond spanning 1,000 years entail? The unanswered questions ignited a restless anticipation for the coming 5 days. At that moment, Shimin Chui Shui descended from the 3rd floor, gazing coldly at Yin Shi San. Xie Xiaofeng is dead. It is time for our direct confrontation. Yin Shi San slowly rose, locking his gaze with Shimin Chui Shui's, and replied with a light chuckle. let us step outside. This place is not suitable for our duel. On the 5th floor private room, Chen Xuan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling in contemplation. Ding! The host has announced the Rouge Master List, revealing the Qing sect and the Evil Repelling Sword Manual, earning 1 million emotional value. Keep up the good work. Ding! The turmoil of the Great Tang has been quelled, and the red treasure chest has been issued. Will you open it? I must open it. Chen Xuan suddenly sat up, astonished at how swiftly the Great Tang's chaos had been resolved. A red treasure chest. The next level would be gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Celestial Mechanism List. From today onward, each time a ranking is announced, the host will break through a minor realm. What? Chen Xuan was stunned, his heart racing. System, you've finally come to your senses. This Celestial Mechanism List is precisely what I need. So, if I announce 5 more rankings, I will reach the Martial Emperor level? Indeed, that is precisely what the host envisions. The response almost rendered Chen Xuan faint with excitement. At this rate, breaking through to the Void Realm is a certainty. As Chen Xuan envisioned a promising future, the system's subsequent words doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Ding! Please do not overthink, as the world is flawed and does not permit anyone to break through to the Void Realm. Furthermore, the host's borrowing of heavenly power has drawn attention. Achieving the martial god level will be impossible unless one slays a deity. Does this world truly have deities? Chen Xuan hurriedly inquired. This system can only inform you that there are legends of the heavenly way in this world. What? Chen Xian's hair stood on end, cold sweat streaming down as he recalled that day when he borrowed heavenly power and felt the gaze of an existence from the heavens. Unable to help himself, he cursed. After a long silence, he contemplated. It seems I can no longer borrow heavenly power in the future. I must swiftly enhance my own strength. System, how much emotional value do I currently possess? Ding! The host currently has 2 million. The immortal sword world is now open. With the system's prompt, Chen Xuan smacked his forehead, realizing that it was indeed time to discuss the immortal sword, and the opening was quite normal. System, I choose to conduct 10 consecutive draws in the immortal sword world. Chen Xian's expression was one of utmost reverence, silently praying for divine favor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shu Mountain entry technique, sword flight, usable by martial emperors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demon sword, currently unsealed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring swordsmanship, usable by martial emperors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 poisons beast. Chapter 78. Chen Xuan breaks through to martial emperor. The battle between Shimen Chui Shui and Yin Shisan Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 Shushan communication devices. Simply infuse them with internal energy to utilize. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the mirror-breaking pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the celestial jade dew. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the summoning card for Zhao Wuyan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a remnant soul of Long Kuei. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 0. 1 sword path inheritance from Fei Peng. What a stroke of luck. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled. Aside from a few items he could not comprehend, the rest were all treasures. The sword control technique and sword flight could only be wielded by a martial emperor, so Chen Xuan extracted all the other usable items. First, he grasped the magic sword in his hand. Its design was ancient, the blade a deep purple adorned with runes, exuding a terrifying energy. This must be the essence of Long Kuei, yet it remained sealed. Once unleashed, a single strike could pierce the heavens. Chen Xuan caressed the hilt, a maniacal smile creeping across his face. Next, he picked up the 2 palm-sized communication devices. These were marvelous items, capable of transmitting sound and projecting images. As for the celestial jade dew, it was a treasure from the immortal sword game, instantly replenishing internal energy. With this, Chen Xuan could unleash his full strength multiple times in a single battle. Upon seeing the Zhao Wuyan summoning card, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering. This character is a ghostly envoy of the underworld, whose aura is difficult for ordinary people to capture. It might prove useful. Beside him lay a red porcelain vial, vibrating with a clear pulse of soul energy. Chen Xian's excitement surged. Does this mean that gathering enough remnants of souls could summon Long Kuei? Ding! The host is overthinking. However, once the host gathers 100 remnants of souls, the magic sword can be unsealed. The system intervened, disrupting Chen Xian's reverie. Damn, 100 remnants? That will take an eternity. Chen Xian grimaced, but after all, it is a magic sword. Unsealing it could not be so simple. His gaze shifted to the 5 poisons beast, which appeared as a potato nestled quietly in the potting soil. A smile broke on Chen Xian's face. He had longed to nurture one, and now his dream had materialized. In the drama, it was Shui Jian who awakened the beast, but he wondered how he might do the same. Ding. The host can awaken it by infusing it with his blood. Due to the lower realms level, it can maintain human form for an extended period without needing to sleep for energy recovery. This is splendid. Chen Xian was overjoyed, quickly infusing the potato with his blood, though his complexion paled slightly as a result. As for the 0-1 sword path inheritance from Fei Peng, it belonged to the greatest general of the celestial realm. Once fused, Chen Xian's swordsmanship would truly become unparalleled in the world. Finally, only the mirror-breaking pill remained. As its name implies, it is used to break through boundaries. Chen Xian summoned its introduction panel. Mirror-breaking pill, a universally applicable elixir, capable of breaking through minor realms at any level, excluding the quasi-deity level. Chen Xian's expression soured. This was the most useless item he could have received. What use is it if it cannot break through to martial deity? Nevertheless, it is still a purple treasure chest. It is quite commendable. Oh well, let us consume it with respect. Chen Xian sighed, tossing the mirror-breaking pill into his mouth, allowing it to roll down his throat into his dantian. Instantly, a powerful surge of true energy coursed through his limbs and bones, an explosive force erupting. In the next moment, the barrier within him shattered. Boom. Today, Chen Xian officially stepped into the realm of Martial Emperor, being merely a hair's breadth away from the mid-level of Martial Emperor. The energy around him surged, and now, if he exerted his full strength, even without relying on the heavenly momentum and using all his trump cards, even a quasi-emperor would find it impossible to restrain him. Ha! Chen Xian let out a triumphant roar, confident that without the martial emperor's intervention, he could stride across the world, coupled with his own influence. Even those sects with centuries of heritage would have to regard him with utmost respect. As the spectators witnessed the 2 great swordsmen's duel, they felt the overwhelming aura of Chen Xian's breakthrough into the martial emperor realm, leaving them both astonished and contemplative. Time flew swiftly, before they knew it. The story of Shui Jian had concluded, and the immortal sword was on the brink of becoming established. 3 months had passed, and the teacher had already reached the martial emperor level, while they remained at the innate stage. It was all the same. The profundities of the teacher were beyond their comprehension. The Tianji pavilion established by the teacher was already taking shape. Indeed, with Qiao Bangzhu and Lao Huang, as well as the 2 formidable generals emerging from the 2nd floor, they truly commanded respect. If the teacher were to lead the army against the Jin kingdom, victories would be assured, planting the flag of the Great Song in every foreign territory. Chen Xian took a moment to calm his racing heart, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The inheritance from Fei Peng required careful handling. His focus was currently unparalleled. He silently intoned, "System, activate the 0-1 sword path inheritance from Fei Peng." Ding. As the system's voice echoed, the remaining sounds faded from his consciousness. A searing pain surged through him, and remnants of Fei Peng's battles flooded his mind, nearly causing him to faint. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, unable to wipe them away in time. Before him, a towering figure loomed, shrouded in arrogant crimson. After a long while, the agonizing sensation, which seemed to obliterate his very soul, gradually dissipated. And now he could discern his opponent's flaws at a glance. His combat experience had multiplied, and his understanding of swordsmanship had ascended to new heights. As murmurs filled the air, the duel between Shimin Chui Shui and Yin Shisan had reached a critical juncture. The 2 stood at opposite sides of the courtyard, their gazes locked onto one another, neither daring to relax, their sword intense and battle spirits peaking. Brothers, who do you think will win? The scene moments ago was quite chaotic. Who could tell? It must be Yin Shisan. Even the sword god fell to his blade, while Shimin Chui Shui has only recently risen to fame. In contrast to the intense rivalry between Shimin Chui Shui and Yin Shisan, the onlookers appeared far more relaxed, munching on pastries and chatting amiably. Chen Xian strolled outside the inn, unwilling to miss the excitement. As for the victor, he already had an inkling. It would likely be a draw. Lao Huang emerged from the rear mountain, squatting nearby with a pipe in his mouth, while Qiao Feng dusted off the ashes from his cigar, and Lu Xiaofeng enjoyed spicy strips and beer. Draw your swords. One stroke to decide the victor? Then let it be a single sword that determines the outcome. Following a brief exchange, the Ju Ke and Gu Du swords were drawn simultaneously, and the courtyard fell silent. As no one dared to interrupt, the two swords trembled violently, their humming resonating through the air. It was a meeting of true opponents, a convergence of worthy swords. A sword comes westward amidst the endless snow. Shimin Shui moved, and the onlookers felt as if they had entered an icy cavern, with him at the center. Within 10 paces, everything seemed shrouded in frost. Amidst the raging blizzard, this sword was unimaginably frigid, as if it sought to bury all in existence. Yen Shursan's pupils constricted sharply. The weighty and chilling sword made his movements sluggish. Chapter 79. Shimin Shui slightly outmatched Wei Zhuang had arrived at the western Xia kingdom. Yen Shursan suddenly unleashed his bone poison, enveloping his body in layers of dark energy, embodying the essence of death, destruction, and extinction. The dim light gradually succumbed to the overwhelming darkness. Here it comes. That fateful sword. Among the crowd, those fortunate enough to witness this moment immediately recognized the ominous aura, their faces betraying terror as they murmured. This sword should not exist in this world. Shimin Shui cannot withstand it. The deadly 15 swords. Indeed, Yen Shursan revealed a sinister smile, reminiscent of that day when the heavens dimmed and the air stilled. In a moment of utter darkness, the divine sword struck, enveloping the arena in a shroud of blackness. An impenetrable mass that no eye could discern. Lacking the brilliance of Shimin Shui's sword, it nonetheless sent shivers through the souls of all present. Shimin Shui finally understood how Qiao Feng had met his demise. Even celestial beings would be moved by this sword. Confronted with the endless specter of death, he gently closed his eyes and slowly sheathed his blade. Was he truly relinquishing his resistance? The onlookers bore no expressions of disappointment, only a hint of regret. The newly anointed sword god was destined to perish beneath this sword so soon after his ascent. A sword from the west, and the heavens seemed vast and endless. Just then, Shimin Shui opened his eyes wide, a chilling aura surging forth from his very soul, devoid of any spark of vitality. In its place was an unfathomable ruthlessness. If he had retained a shred of humanity moments ago, he was now a deity, indifferent to all. Time appeared to stretch infinitely. Yet it was merely a fleeting instant when the two sword lights finally clashed, as if the very air around them had been siphoned away. There was no thunderous roar, not even the faintest whisper, yet the silence was deafening. This was the collision of heaven and hell. Moments later, a blinding white light erupted, sending both combatants hurtling backward. Blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, their chests marked by prominent, ghastly sword wounds. The once vibrant flora and towering trees lay shattered, stripped of all vitality in the wake of their confrontation. The arena fell silent, enveloped in the aftermath of Shimin Shui's sword strike. None believed he could wield such power, yet that divine sword was irrefutable evidence of his status as a sword god. After a brief pause, Yen Shursan approached Shimin Shui, a smile gracing his lips as he bowed deeply. I did not expect that in just a few days. You have comprehended 2 more moves. Your final strike has truly transcended the realm of ruthless swordsmanship. The deadly 15 swords are formidable throughout our encounter. You wielded but 1 sword, while I unleashed 2. The chill in Shimin Shui's eyes softened slightly, revealing a rare smile, albeit somewhat stiff. Indeed, I have been defeated in this battle. That final sword was a realization derived from our duel, was it not? Such a prodigy you are. Yen Shursan couldn't help but marvel at the turn of events, then turned his gaze towards Lin Pingji, calling out, Pingji, consider this battle a narrow victory for me. Come back to the Ming dynasty with me. What does it matter if I take you as my disciple? Really? Lin Pingji's handsome visage reflected disbelief, still struggling to grasp the situation. Fool. Yen Shursan leaped with joy, his face alight with mirth. Master, wait for me. In that instant, Lin Pingji was filled with overwhelming elation. He finally had the opportunity for revenge. He envisioned one day ascending Qingcheng Mountain, annihilating the entire Qingcheng sect, and savored the thought of his impending triumph. After a while, Chen Xuan strolled into the courtyard, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression one of resignation. The purpose of constructing this place was to escape the summer heat or enjoy tea and wine, yet he found every plant within had perished. Oh, how could I forget the Huayang? Chen Xuan brushed off the ash from his cigarette, lamenting his waning memory. He called out, Huayang. Cease your slumber and get to work. The crowd appeared puzzled, the name resonating vaguely in their minds, yet they couldn't quite recall where they had heard it. Suddenly, the flower pots on the 5th floor began to tremble, soil flying into the air, transforming into a round, adorable creature with a large head and small body. Flapping its wings with a silly grin, fluttering out of the inn and hovering beside Chen Xuan. By heavens, this is not something from the Immortal Sword series, is it? Master is incredible. He must be the reincarnation of Shui Jian. I understand now. The old man's youthful heart melted at the sight of such cuteness. Oh, look at its plumpness. It's not shy at all. Come here to my embrace. The 5-poisoned beast made its grand entrance, eliciting smiles of paternal affection from the onlookers. Such a charming creature could truly soothe the soul, bringing peace and tranquility to all. Chen Xuan cradled the 5-poisoned beast in his arms, gently stroking its large head, his lips curling into a broad smile, delight radiating from him. Master, master. The 5-poisoned beast transformed into humanoid form, adorned in a yellow dress, charming and gentle, 100 times cuter than in the television portrayal, now shyly lowering its head. Its cheeks flushed. Chen Xuan couldn't help but pat Huayang's head again, his smile growing ever brighter. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Time to work." With a wave of his hand, his gaze fell upon the courtyard. Huayang was momentarily stunned by the scene before her, yet as a spirit of the earth, she felt a connection to these plants. Restoring their vitality would be a noble task. Initially apprehensive about her energy being insufficient, she soon realized that revitalizing them required less than 10% of her life force. Once she had restored their vitality, she returned to Chen Xuan's side, looking adorably obedient. Before long, the once devastated flowers and plants in the courtyard began to sprout anew, trees slowly regrowing, life returning to all that had withered. The onlookers felt rejuvenated, as if they had shed years. Chen Xuan gave Huayang a thumbs up, then turned to the crowd, smiling lightly. The spectacle has concluded. I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. The gathered company engaged in casual conversation as the sun dipped below the horizon, gradually ushering in the night. In the Western Xia Palace, Qiao Feng sat in her study, having just emerged from seclusion, now having broken through to the rank of martial emperor. Her face radiated arrogance, tinged with lingering resentment. She perused the script titled Snow Blade delivered by her servants, her gaze falling upon the name Wu Xingyun. Her eyes gleaming with malice. She surmised that these days would mark the return of her youth. Rising abruptly, she shouted, "Wu Xingyun, you wretched woman. This time I shall see where you can escape to. Prepare the carriage." Qiao Feng envisioned the gruesome sight of Wu Xingyun meeting her end at her hands, her voice echoing with fervor. After a considerable time, silence lingered outside, and sensing something amiss, she employed her lightness skill to flee the study, only to encounter a silver-haired man clad in black. Noting that the intruder was merely a half-step martial emperor, she scoffed with disdain. "Who are you to dare wreak havoc in my Western Xia kingdom? Dead men need not know my name." Wei Zhuang's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly drew forth his shark-toothed blade, recognizing that the person before him, despite their realm, posed no threat to him. Chapter 80. The demise of Qiao Feng and the journey to Peach Blossom Island. What audacity! Qiao Feng felt a surge of anger as she realized that Wei Zhuang regarded her with such disdain. Where's the Yippentang? To be on the safe side, she decided to let her subordinates take the lead. In no time, Wei Zhuang was encircled by a group of black-clad men, while Qiao Feng stood aside, watching him mockingly. But she saw no change in his expression. "Is this your reliance?" Wei Zhuang smirked, gently caressing the shark's tooth in his hand. "Your martial arts are commendable. Why not pledge your allegiance to the Yippentang of Xixia, and I shall spare your life." Qiao Feng suppressed her fury. She had never been so belittled. "Huh?" Wei Zhuang scoffed, his figure darting like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Under the blade of his shark's tooth, countless souls fell, none able to withstand a single strike. The momentum of his sword surged like a tempest, as swathes of dark figures fell like straw, swiftly extinguished. Now it was Qiao Feng's turn to panic. She had not anticipated that so many experts from Yippentang would be annihilated in less than 10 breaths. Over 100 of them, all of whom had reached the perfected state of postnatal. Audacious, Qiao Feng lunged in front of Wei Zhuang, executing a cold sleeve technique that aimed directly at his throat. The latter blocked with the shark's tooth, forcing her back, and then a sword energy shot forth. White rainbow palm. Li Qiushui's palm slashed outward, sending a beam of light slicing through the air, where the black and white energies collided, creating ripples in the atmosphere. Subsequently, she utilized the Lingbo Weibu, appearing behind Wei Zhuang in an instant, channeling the beaming divine skill, her palm imprinting against his back. Interesting. Wei Zhuang felt his inner strength being rapidly siphoned away, a smirk gracing his lips as he hurled the shark's tooth in an arc towards her head. Li Qiushui hastily withdrew her palms to deflect the shark's tooth, retreating at full speed. It is over. Wei Zhuang seized the shark's tooth back into his grasp. Trembling with power, his white hair billowing as the sword intense soared. A horizontal sword stance spread across the realms. With a flick of his fingers, a sword light stretched for dozens of yards, illuminating the night like the blazing sun, transforming darkness into daylight as the light blade shot forth, enveloping the area in a grand and ancient golden radiance. The Ghost Valley sword? Li Qiushui's face turned pale with terror. She executed the Lingbo Weibu to its utmost speed, yet this sword light sealed all her escape routes. The distance from the palace's interior to the outside was minimal, yet felt insurmountable under the shroud of the sword curtain. In an instant, she experienced excruciating pain followed by a sudden stillness, lying quietly on the ground, her pupils wide with shock. Who dares to act so recklessly here? The guards on duty, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards the Grand Consort's palace. Yet all transpired in mere moments. Besides Li Qiushui lying on the ground and the multitude of Yipentang experts, there were no other figures. You are all worthless. Li Qianzuo, the king of Xixia, strode into the hall surrounded by a throng of guards, his face darkened and his heart ablaze with rage. How could someone so easily kill the Grand Consort within the palace and eliminate so many Yipentang experts? What are you all doing? Someone, behead these worthless fools. Li Qianzuo's heart bled. Having nurtured so many experts only to lose over 100 in a single night was a heavy blow. Fortunately, the innate masters had been dispatched by that old witch to find Wu Xingyun. Humph, that old hag has finally met her end. Li Qianzuo felt no sorrow. Only a cold snort echoed in his heart. At that moment, a guard beside him inquired, Your Majesty, shall we initiate a full-scale hunt for the murderer? No need. Have the Grand Consort buried. Li Qianzuo suppressed his inner elation and replied coolly. Yueli and Chen Xuan awoke early. Glancing at the obedient Huayang standing outside his door, his furrowed brow instantly relaxed. A beautiful day was about to commence. Let us go downstairs for breakfast. Chen Xuan descended slowly, greeting the inn's patrons before taking a seat at the dining table, where an array of dishes awaited. Huayang's mouth fell slightly open, clearly taken aback by the spread. Where have Shimen Shui and Lu Xiaofeng gone? Chen Xuan looked curiously at the empty seat across from him. Typically, at this hour, he would have already caught a whiff of the food. Why was he absent today? Feng Man Lu sent a pigeon. He had to return for a while. Shimen Shui replied nonchalantly. Chen Xuan nodded thoughtfully, pondering, if I am not mistaken, it must pertain to the Great Tong Bank's counterfeit banknote case. You are aware? Shimen Shui expressed mild surprise, but soon recalled Chen Xuan's ability to discern the hidden. Indeed, it is not easy being Lu Xiaofeng, the foremost detective of the Ming dynasty. Chen Xuan nodded, savoring a delicious shrimp porridge and gazing contentedly at Shimen Shui. Ah, how leisurely I am, free and easy. Unlike you all, entangled in worldly matters, it is exhausting. Chen Xuan surveyed the inn, noting that those who needed to leave had already departed. Before long, the 5 mountain sword sect would be reduced to 4. Enough of that, let us eat. Chen Xuan chewed a piece of crab-stuffed orange, relishing the rich flavor of crab and the sweetness of orange, which made his mouth water. As he drank his porridge, he observed Huayang eating so demurely and could not help but chuckle. You must eat heartily to truly enjoy the flavors. With that, Chen Xuan opened his mouth wide like a chasm, quickly devouring a plate of food. Huayang remained silent, merely covering her mouth and smiling subtly. TSK. You don't understand the art of savoring food. Indeed. Chen Xuan smirked, finishing the meal and rising to stroll into the courtyard, reclining in a chair with a look of bliss, gazing at the azure sky, the silky smooth clouds, and the autumn sun filtering through the gossamer white clouds. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The weather is splendid. It has been ages since I last wandered outside. Should I explore Song for a few more days? Chen Xuan puffed on his pipe, his thoughts becoming increasingly animated, turning to the floating wood issue in the sky, and chuckled. Huayang, would you like to go for a stroll? The wood issue called out twice and quickly flew over. "Come, sit here." Chen Xuan patted Huayang's head, then patted his shoulder, watching her little feet bounce excitedly, and playfully pinched her cheek. She looked adorably dazed, nudging Chen Xuan with her head. "Ha ha ha, let us go, little Huayang." Chen Xuan sprang from the chair and strolled out of the courtyard, just in time to encounter Shimin Shui, still wearing that ice-cold expression. "Shall we go for a walk?" Chen Xuan tilted his head, inquiring. "That sounds good." Shimin Shui nodded. "Old Huang, stop sleeping." Chen Xuan called out loudly as he dashed out of the inn. "Come with me on a journey for a few days." "Here we go." The old Huang, who had been lounging on the haystack, quickly opened his eyes, downed a mouthful of yellow wine, and rushed over. "Our first destination is Peach Blossom Island. Let us set forth." Chen Xuan gazed into the distance, exuding the spirited vigor of youth. Chapter 81. Yi Guqing sets off for the Great Song. Encounters the 7 heroes of Jiang and outside Peach Blossom Island. I, Chen Xuan, aspire to become the greatest hero in the world. I shall eradicate the wicked and support the weak, and my name shall be immortalized in history. Chen Xuan exclaimed passionately, then murmured softly, "Apologies, Li Xiaoyao. I shall borrow your words for a moment." Shimin Shui's eyes brightened in surprise, taken aback by Chen Xuan's ambitious thoughts, and a sense of admiration surged within him. 2 years had elapsed since the Battle of the Forbidden City under the Ming Dynasty. On the Isle of Immortal flying in the South Sea, Yi Guqing stood outside, gazing into the distance. The world knew of his assistance to the Southern King in seizing power, and of his duel with Shimin Shui, ultimately conceding to the latter's legendary status as the Sword God, allowing him to retreat after sustaining severe injuries. Yet, few were aware of the loneliness he bore at such heights, unmatched in swordsmanship by anyone of his age. The renowned third young master had merely feigned death, seeking thrills by aiding others in usurpation, a mere distraction to pass the time. Thus, he meticulously plotted, setting traps and misleading Lu Qiao Feng, only to be ultimately thwarted. The Imperial Guards were utterly incapable of stopping him. Not even the iron-bowled God Marquis was sufficient. Unbeknownst to many, he had already attained the rank of martial emperor. Yet the potential he saw in Shimin Shui gave him hope, willing to pay the price of his own injuries to facilitate the rise of a legendary sword god, eventually defeating him with equal prowess. At that moment, one of his subordinates hurried over, respectfully announcing, "Lord, the tales of the immortal sword you requested have arrived." "Isn't at the Snowblade?" Yi Guqing replied nonchalantly. "You were in seclusion recently, and the Snowblade has concluded. Now, a new edition is out, but similarly, each issue ends with discussions and rankings. Please also bring the previous issues of the Snowblade." Yi Guqing furrowed his brow, realizing it had been over a month since he last checked. "Understood." The subordinate nodded and, after a brief absence, returned with several copies of the Snowblade, placing them down before slowly retreating. Yi Guqing's expression turned solemn as he gradually opened the tales. In a sense, he was also a fan of Chen Xuan, having read every edition, though he had missed many due to his recent seclusion. The Snowblade vividly depicted the martial world, yet its conclusion felt somewhat anticlimactic, as if everything had returned to square one. "This immortal sword is captivating. Flying on a sword is the true essence of a sword immortal. I am still lacking," he mused. "The demon Lord Chong Lu is indeed the epitome of invincibility. I wonder if that General Faping will be Jing Tian?" Upon witnessing Chen Xuan summon heavenly thunder with his sword, Yi Guqing was astounded, exclaiming, "To wield the might of the martial emperor with a single sword, repelling Dong Huang Tai, though it relied on the heavens. How astonishing is that physique! A grandmaster can actually endure such power?" Yi Guqing's expression grew grave until the latest issue brought about a shift within him. Seeing Chen Xuan's intention to establish a sword ranking ignited a long-dormant fervor in his heart. He and Shimin Shui were kindred spirits, willing to forsake everything for the way of the sword. Once, he had found no worthy opponent. Now, with Chen Xuan contemplating a sword ranking, he had a clear target. He had long awaited a clash with Xiao Feng. Now that the third young master had passed, a stronger Yin San had emerged, and Shimin Shui had surpassed the martial emperor rank. He no longer felt the pangs of solitude. With this realization, Yi Guqing's gaze sharpened, and a surge of sword intent enveloped him, igniting an insatiable battle spirit. "I shall journey to the great Song dynasty. Bring forth my steed. Fetch my fine horse." As time slipped away, a night had passed. Chen Xuan had arrived at Zhoushan, a place dotted with numerous islands, among which lay Peach Blossom Island. However, Its location was hard to discern, prompting him to inquire of a nearby fisherman. "Good sir, do you know where Peach Blossom Island is?" Chen Xuan gently asked a fisherman. The fisherman turned, panic etched on his face. "Common folk are forbidden from approaching Peach Blossom Island. It harbors great terrors. Many fishermen who ventured too close have mysteriously vanished. It is home to the eastern evil. Those who intrude are left with no remains. Do you know the way?" Chen Xuan remained unfazed, finding the fisherman's fear amusing, pondering whether Huang Yaoshi would faint upon hearing such rumors about him. "No, it's too dangerous. I cannot lead you to your doom," the fisherman protested vehemently. "Fear not. We are all skilled practitioners of the martial world." Chen Xuan chuckled, producing a gold ingot from his system space and placing it in the fisherman's hand. "You need not take us in. Merely point us in the right direction, and this is yours." "How can I accept this?" The fisherman hesitated, pocketing the gold ingot. "It seems you gentlemen are not ordinary folk. If you are unafraid, then come aboard. What is there to fear? Rest easy." Chen Xuan and his companions leaped onto the fishing boat, standing with their hands clasped behind their backs. The fisherman, astonished, remarked, "In all my years of fishing, I have never seen a young hero with such grace and lightness skills." Just as Chen Xuan was about to respond, distant sounds of battle and piercing shouts reached his ears. "Stop the boat. I must investigate." Chen Xuan leaped ashore, spotting a delicate-looking woman engaged in combat with another woman and 6 men. Under the broad daylight, "How dare you bully a defenseless woman? I shall act as the heaven's avenger." With that declaration, Chen Xuan dashed into the fray. The closer he got, the more familiar the voices became. "Demon, prepare to pay with your life." The raspy voice echoed ominously. "The thrill of tormenting the weak is delightful. I shall flay your skin and peel your bones, slowly torturing you to death in memory of my beloved in the afterlife." However, this sinister voice was swiftly subdued by the woman, who then uttered a chilling proclamation. Upon hearing it, Chen Xuan immediately recognized it as Ku Zheni's voice. A twitch crossed Chen Xuan's lips as he thought to himself, such brazen words for someone clearly outmatched. Indeed, it is the reckless Kadashia. Who is this woman? Chen Xuan pondered, perplexed by the emergence of yet another grandmaster. "Mei Chefeng, release my brother." Zhu Tsong and the others glared fiercely. By heavens, Mei Feng has regained her sight and even surpassed to become a grandmaster. Chen Xuan exclaimed in shock, not expecting Mei Feng to possess such allure. Yet, he bellowed, "Cease at once." Chen Xuan gathered his energy, his voice resonating like a tidal wave, overwhelming in its clarity. Mei Feng, startled by the shout, turned and shouted back, "Get lost, or I shall deal with you too." Ku Zheni, in a state of panic, urged, "Young hero, flee. You are no match for this demon." "Huh, Mei Feng, your arrogance is misplaced. Even Huang Laozi would not dare speak to me in such a manner." Chen Xuan's expression turned icy, casting a sidelong glance at Mei Feng, who trembled in fear. "Martial Emperor. Who are you?" Mei Feng stammered. Chen Xuan offered no reply, instead directing his gaze at Shimin Shui, having nothing to say to those who train with innocent lives. Chapter 82. A sword pierces the heart of Mei Feng. Huang Yaoshi led the group onto the island, while Shimin Shui gazed at Chen Xuan with a look of perplexity. On one side stood the heinous villain, and on the other, the 7 heroes of Jiangnan. One could easily understand the dilemma. Chen Xuan spoke slowly. "Oh?" Shimin Shui appeared astonished, his gaze fixed on Ku Zheni. Although the martial prowess of these 7 was modest, their reputation for chivalry was renowned throughout the land. This was partly due to the infamous sayings of Ku Zheni, such as "act according to my mood," "come at me with your life," and "do as you will," which had become popular aphorisms in the martial world. Nevertheless, many admired him, for Ku Zheni's resolve was deemed unbreakable. He would risk his life to avenge his brother, fully aware that he could not defeat Mei Feng. "I am Shimin Shui. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Despite his cold demeanor, Shimin Shui possessed a sense of chivalry that warranted recognition of Ku Zheni. Upon hearing this, Ku Zheni's face brightened with joy, his expression radiating like a blooming flower, for who could have imagined that someone of such repute would acknowledge him? Even as a mere practitioner at the mid-stage of innate mastery, no need for such flattery. Ku Zheni shook his head repeatedly, as Mei Feng, frightened by an overwhelming presence, had long since retreated. "Chen Xiaojian, I have yet to avenge my grievances, so I shall take my leave." He expressed his gratitude towards Chen Xuan, but before he could take more than a few steps, a chilling voice echoed. The death of Mei Feng had been confirmed. Consequently, he turned to Shimin Shui with gratitude, nearly kneeling in reverence, only to be obstructed by the incoming giant sword. Just a trivial matter. Shimin Shui unsheathed his sword, his expression impassive. Qiao Feng was cast into the sea, and no one cared for her fate. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Ku Zhenyi's eyes as he contemplated how to repay Shimin Shui's kindness. "Kadashia, what brings you here?" Chen Xuan inquired as he approached. "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Hua Ying called out twice, suddenly transforming into human form before Ku Zhenyi. "What is it? Do you intend to cure their hidden ailments?" "Master, I sense they are good people, especially the most unattractive one. He is the kindest," Hua Ying remarked innocently, disregarding Ku Zhenyi's feelings. However, Ku Zhenyi did not take offense. A semblance of kindness appeared on his rather fearsome visage, which only served to enhance his intimidating presence. Hua Ying did not retreat, but curiously examined him, her eyes widening in fascination from time to time. Moments later, Hua Ying's wrist flicked, channeling boundless life energy into the 7 individuals. A faint yellow light flashed, prompting everyone to sit cross-legged on the ground. Ku Zhenyi broke through to the pinnacle of innate mastery, while the remaining 6 ascended to the late stage, acutely aware of the changes within their bodies. As all hidden ailments vanished and Ku Zhenyi's sight was restored, the group hurried to Hua Ying's side, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, divine being." "No need for thanks," Hua Ying cheerfully replied. "Kadaxiao is joking. I merely possess a skill that can heal all wounds in the world." Chen Xuan chuckled lightly. "Oh, I see," Kadaxiao responded, though internally he regarded Chen Xuan's words as mere platitudes. "Truly, no need for thanks." Hua Ying stood aside, her voice melodious and bright, filled with joy and delight. Chen Xuan was equally exhilarated, pondering. Hua Ying has not lost out. This is a direct transfer of life essence. Who has slain my disciple? Huang Yaoshi, upon hearing the anguished cry, delayed the duel between Ouyang Ku and Guijing, rushing out in haste. "I," Shimin Shui replied coldly, feeling an inexplicable animosity towards Huang Yaoshi for having such a disciple. Though she is a rebellious disciple, she is not one you can easily slay. Huang Yaoshi, irked by Shimin Shui's indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of anger. However, recognizing that they were of comparable strength, both having recently ascended to martial royalty, he decided to inquire further. "Who are you to harm my disciple without cause?" "Shimin Shui. If you wish to duel with me, I shall gladly oblige," Shimin Shui stated coldly. As his sword intent surged, enveloping his being in a fierce aura, for Huang Yaoshi's swordplay was indeed commendable. Now it was Huang Yaoshi who felt alarmed. He lacked confidence in defeating the individual before him, especially considering that this man was a true sword enthusiast, striking without regard for retreat. Should he be pierced by a single thrust, Guijing would surely rejoice, and Huang Ron would be inconsolable. No need for that. She has tarnished the reputation of my Peach Blossom Island. If she dies, Huang Yaoshi found himself at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat, creating an atmosphere of awkward tension. Ahem ahem. Chen Xuan coughed twice, breaking the silence and turning to Ku Zhenyi, declaring loudly, "Did you come here for Guijing?" "Indeed, this Jinger must not marry that demoness." Ku Zhenyi shot a fierce glare at Huang Yaoshi, his words ardent. "Humph," Huang Yaoshi snorted, contemplating that if Chen Xuan were not present, he would have thoroughly taught Ku Zhenyi a lesson. "Kadashia, what business do you have meddling in the affairs of the young?" Chen Xuan exclaimed in exasperation, before dispersing the crowd's tension, except for the women who were overlooked. "Just smoke it, you needn't worry." Chen Xuan observed the puzzled expressions of the crowd, lightly chuckling as he tossed a fire stick to Huang Yaoshi. Understanding dawned upon the group. With a few crackling sounds, plumes of smoke ascended, and they leapt back onto the fishing boat. Huang Yaoshi, puffing on his smoke, stood at the bow, exuding the aura of an ethereal being. The 7 heroes of Jiangnan maintained their distance, seated in meditation, while Ku Zhenyi retained his fierce countenance. "Boatman, let us depart," Chen Xuan spoke softly. "Certainly." The fishermen began to row. "Huang Loxi, you truly know how to enjoy life." Chen Xuan squatted on the ground, smoking. As he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a wave of nostalgia, the islands encircled them, and though autumn had arrived, the landscape remained vibrant with spring-like vitality, teeming with life. And the air was fragrant with blossoms. The sky was a clear azure, and the lake's waters were crystal clear, revealing countless fish frolicking beneath the surface. their reflections resembling flying fish soaring through the sky. As Chen Xuan became lost in the scenery, the fisherman halted the boat, softly advising, Xiaojian, we can only row this far. I must warn you, the island is fraught with danger. Thank you for the warning, boatman. Chen Xuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Please follow me. This place is filled with traps, and a moment's inattention could lead to peril. Fear not. I can simply cut through your peach blossom forest if lost. Huang Yaoshi's lips twitched, his pace slowing, fearing that Chen Xuan might take offense and ruin the carefully tended peach blossoms he had planted. As they advanced steadily, the view before them dazzled their eyes, peach blossoms in full bloom, a riot of colors. After walking a short distance, they entered a bamboo grove, where a pavilion stood, flanked by 2 towering trees, their branches lush and intertwined. I must say, Huang Loxi, your abode is quite splendid. It could easily be described as a paradise. Chen Xuan remarked, glancing at the figures within the pavilion. Chapter 83. Guojing and Ouyang Ku's sparring. Chen Xuan entered the pavilion with measured steps. Guojing promptly greeted him with a bow, his tone imbued with respect. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Chen Xuan nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Ouyang Ku and Ouyang Feng, who were curiously observing him. May I inquire your esteemed name? Ouyang Feng sensed that the individual before him possessed a realm not inferior to his own. I am but a storyteller, Chen Xuan, he replied, clasping his hands together. Greetings, esteemed sir. Ouyang Ku quickly rose, bowing to Chen Xuan. Ah, so it is Mr. Chen. Your reputation precedes you. Ouyang Feng chuckled. You flatter me. Let us resume the contest. Chen Xuan waved his folding fan lightly, a smile gracing his lips. With that, Chen Xuan took his seat, the stone table before him laden with pastries and fruits, adopting a demeanor of a spectator. Shimen Chui Shui and Lao Huang followed suit, with Huang Yaoshi offering a few words before settling beside Ouyang Feng. Guojing and Ouyang could channel their internal energy and soon engaged in combat, exchanging hundreds of moves, neither able to best the other, leading to a contest of pure skill. Why hasn't Brotherly accompanied you? Huang Yaoshi inquired, perplexed, as he had been pondering the poetry penned by Li Bai, which they had not seen for several months. He is seeking his own sword path, Chen Xuan responded, a hint of longing evident in his heart. What? Brother Li's swordplay is so formidable, yet he has not found his own path? Huang Yaoshi looked at Chen Xuan in astonishment. Indeed, he is entangled with his own thoughts, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his folding fan gently. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng and Lao Huang engaged in casual conversation, while Shimen Chui Shui remained aloof, exuding an aura that clearly signaled, do not disturb me. The 7 heroes of Jiangnan sat nearby, casting disdainful glances at Huang Rong, who retaliated with a playful grimace, eliciting a disdainful huff from Kuzhan Yi, who turned away. As the banter continued, the sparring between Ouyang Ku and Guojing drew to a close, with Guojing emerging slightly victorious. However, Huang Yaoshi still did not regard him with respect, instead growing more contemptuous. Old Senior Huang, shall we consider this round a victory for me? Guojing grinned at Huang Rong. Humph, this was merely a test of your skills. Huang Yaoshi glared at Guojing before continuing, the true contest lies ahead. After stating this, Huang Yaoshi glanced at Ouyang Feng and proclaimed, next, I shall present 3 challenges. First, do you see the 2 trees before the pavilion? The crowd nodded in agreement. The next test will assess martial arts, but internal power must not be employed. It will not be a duel between juniors, but rather a demonstration by their elders of the juniors' capabilities. Upon finishing his words, Huang Yaoshi turned to Chen Xuan. Young hero Chen, did you come all the way from Wuqing merely to propose to this foolish boy? I found the inn rather tedious and thought to join the festivities at Peach Blossom Island. Since you have inquired, I shall consider myself to be here for him. Chen Xuan replied with a nod. Huang Yaoshi, seeing Chen Xuan's affirmation, suggested, since 7th brother is not on the island, why not let young hero Chen act as an elder to Guojing? Chen Xuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned to Kuzhan Yi, who wore an expression of anger, realizing Huang Yaoshi's disregard for him, yet feeling helpless due to his inferior skills. After a moment of contemplation, Kuzhan Yi clasped his hands together and said, young hero has shown kindness to our 7. I shall defer to your judgment. Then I shall assume the role of Guojing's elder. Chen Xuan declared, shaking his folding fan and raising an eyebrow at Guojing, as if to say, leave it to me. Guojing's heart swelled with joy. Turning to Huang Rong, he whispered, With Mr. Chen's help, I'm certain of victory. Indeed, Mr. Chen is a remarkable figure. Huang Rong nodded, a smile brightening her face. Very well, you four shall compete on the two large trees outside the pavilion. The first junior to fall from the tree shall be deemed the loser. Lastly, Feng and Chun shall not strike too heavily, for injuring the juniors will also count as a loss. After Huang Yaosher finished speaking, he raised his teacup and took a few sips. That seems fair, otherwise I might suspect that Brother Yaosher is favoring this foolish boy, Ouyang Feng remarked with a glance at Guijing, chuckling lightly. Then let the competition begin, Huang Yaosher declared. As soon as the words left his lips, the four of them engaged on the trees. Guijing and Ouyang Feng exchanged blows in a lively manner. For the techniques of the 18 dragon-subduing palms were exquisite, and without using internal power, Ouyang Feng found it challenging to prevail. On the other side, Ouyang could dash across the tree branches, his white attire fluttering, moving with astonishing speed. Chen Xuan, however, did not rush to pursue. Instead, lighting a cigarette and turning to observe the battle between Ouyang Feng and Guijing. Having exchanged over 100 moves, Guijing, though panting, showed no signs of defeat, causing Ouyang Feng to feel a loss of face and prepare to unleash his internal energy to intimidate Guijing. Upon witnessing Guijing's startled reaction to Ouyang Feng's sudden burst of internal power, Ouyang Ku was taken aback, fearing he might plummet to the ground, and heaved a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuan appeared before him, surrounded by multiple phantoms, and in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Ku was on the verge of falling. Ouyang Feng, in a panic, flicked his snake staff in an attempt to propel his adopted son upward with his force. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow as the Qinglian sword floated behind him, his eyes suddenly sharp, emanating a fierce sword intent. Following that, two more sword intents surged forth, drawing the attention of Lao Huang and Shimin Shueishui, who both focused their gaze on Ouyang Feng, causing him to panic. He had not anticipated that the elderly servant, with whom he had just conversed, would harbor such terrifying prowess. If he were to confront him, he feared he would not endure even 3 exchanges. Ahem, it seems we have lost this round. Ouyang Feng chuckled awkwardly, realizing that their attempt to obtain the 9-yin manual would inevitably fail today. Old poison, I advise you to behave. Do not indulge in any underhanded tactics. I despise such petty tricks. Chen Xuan shot a cold glance at Ouyang Feng, speaking with a hint of disdain. Do you wish to test my sword? Mr. Chen jests, Ouyang Feng responded with a nervous smile, fully aware that he could not provoke a sword cultivator in such a frenzy, especially with the white-clad swordsman nearby, who bore a striking resemblance to someone he dared not confront. His eyes held a sinister glint as he contemplated the future, aligning himself with Wanyan Honglai to trample the Song dynasty and seize the 9-yin manual, thereby avenging today's humiliation. Huang Yaosher, please present the next challenge. Chen Xuan, seeing Ouyang Feng relent, turned his gaze towards Huang Yaosher. The latter nodded and proclaimed, the second challenge will test musical rhythm. You two young gentlemen will follow the melody I play to keep the beat. If you can match it accurately, you shall be deemed the winner. Guijing's face reflected a sense of urgency, while Huang Rong pouted, silently deeming it biased. Chen Xuan glanced at the two, signaling them to remain calm, and with a gentle smile, remarked, this round shall be counted as our loss. Guijing was utterly clueless regarding musical rhythm, while Chen Xuan was intimately familiar with the third challenge, which pertained to the 9-yin manual. Guijing happened to excel in this area, leading Chen Xuan to feel a tinge of envy at this foolish boy's extraordinary fortune. Chapter 84. Reciting the 9-yin manual, Chen Xian was somewhat surprised by Huang Yaosher's abrupt decision, as he had not anticipated Chen Xian's willingness to concede so swiftly. Nevertheless, he continued, in light of this, we shall consider the matter even. I shall pose another question, and the victor shall have my daughter's hand in marriage. As he spoke, a reminiscent expression crossed Huang Yaosher's face. Moments later, he produced the 9-yin manual, painstakingly transcribed by Feng Hong, a testament to countless hours of labor. I implore both esteemed nephews to memorize it. In 1 hour, whoever can recite more shall be deemed the winner. Guijing's face fell, for he knew his own limitations. Being asked to memorize was akin to a death sentence. Do not fret, Brother Jing, Huang Rong reassured him softly. Look at Mr. Chen. He exudes confidence and surely has a plan. Let us begin, Huang Yaosher declared, placing the 9-yin manual upon the stone table before retreating to his seat. Guijing and Ouyang Ku opened the tome, both fully engrossed, silently reciting in their minds. Ouyang-ku recognized the 9 manual and was filled with excitement, diligently focusing, though his brow soon furrowed as he grappled with the more complex passages. In contrast, Guojing found himself increasingly at ease, internally exclaiming, "This is precisely what Brother Zhou taught me. The way of heaven balances excess with deficiency. It appears I was not mistaken." No wonder Mr. Chen appeared so composed. He had evidently foreseen this. Ouyang-ku, casting a sidelong glance at Guojing, dismissed him as merely putting on an act, his thoughts racing with visions of the beauty before him, invigorating his spirit. Huang Yaoshi, seated beside Chen Xuan, reminisced about his time with Feng Hong, and involuntarily lit a cigarette, savoring its calming effects. Ouyang Feng, observing from the sidelines, was envious and shamelessly asked Huang Yaoshi for a stick, which he then relished in a corner. "Young Sir Chen, do you truly believe that foolish lad will prevail?" Huang Yaoshi inquired, noticing Chen Xian's relaxed demeanor. "He will undoubtedly triumph, and his recitation shall be notably extensive," Chen Xian confidently replied, waving his folding fan. "I beg to differ. I believe Ouyang's recitation will surpass his. That dullard cannot possibly compete." Huang Yaoshi chuckled, shaking his head. "Shall we make a wager?" "What wager?" "If Guojing wins, I shall claim your treasured peach blossom wine. If Ouyang-ku prevails, I will provide you with 2 sticks of fine tobacco. At least 5. "Agreed." Huang Rong could not help but stifle a giggle at their unexpected bet. Yet, as soon as the wager was made, Huang Yaoshi regretted it. For Chen Xian was known for his foresight and would not tarnish his own reputation. "What makes you so confident in Guojing?" "The secrets of destiny must remain undisclosed," Chen Xian replied, his gaze fixed upon the scene before him. Huang Yaoshi couldn't help but feel intrigued, reassessing Guojing. As the time elapsed, Huang Yaoshi announced, "Ouyang, you shall recite first. Gua, please step back 100 paces and await your turn." An hour passed swiftly, and Huang Yaoshi rose to stand between the two, collecting the 9 manual. Ouyang-ku, with a smirk, glanced at Guojing before bowing to Huang Yaoshi and beginning, "The way of heaven." Insufficient. His initial fluency waned as he struggled with the latter sections, prompting Huang Yaoshi to signal a halt and call forth Guojing. Moments later, Huang Yaoshi's expression turned to one of astonishment, his heart swelling with gratitude, as he attributed the event to the blessings of his late wife. Tears welling in his eyes as he accepted the union. Ouyang-ku, however, suspected foul play, loudly accusing, "Elder Huang, Guojing must have stolen the 90 manual." Huang Rong and the 7 heroes of Jiangnan exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom how Guojing could possess such cleverness. Stealing is impossible. Could it be he learned from Zhou Batong? Huang Yaoshi, deep in thought, found himself unconvinced. His gaze suddenly fixed upon Guojing. He demanded, "Gua, from whom did you learn the 9 manual?" With utmost respect, Guojing clarified his origins and then knelt, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to my father-in-law. Now you show some sense. Rise, for I acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Ronger, once you are wed, treat him well and do not disappoint him, or I shall take matters into my own hands." Huang Yaoshi's expression bore a hint of resignation, yet he knew his words must hold weight. Ouyang-ku's countenance darkened, while Guojing lifted Huang Rong into his arms, elated. Huang Yaoshi shook his head, clutching a bottle of wine as he slowly made his way to Feng Heng's gravestone. Meanwhile, Chen Xian lay back in the peach blossom grove, unknowingly drifting into slumber, only to awaken as dusk approached. He had dreamt a lengthy dream in which all those around him perished, yet he could not awaken until a foul odor roused him, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively. "Huang Loxi, what is that horrid stench emanating from you?" "Something Zhou Batong spilled. Do not concern yourself. I am merely here to see you off the island today." Huang Yaoshi's face darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. After a hasty retreat indoors to clean himself and don fresh attire, he emerged moments later. "What mischief has possessed you?" Chen Xian remarked, recalling the earlier events with a sense of foreboding. It seems Zhou Batong made a jest, leading Huang Loxi to believe Guojing was cunning. "Father-in-law." Guojing looked bewilderedly at Huang Yaoshi. "Get out, and do not call me father-in-law. Come here, Huang Loxi." Chen Xian blocked the enraged Huang Yaoshi, guiding him aside and imploring, could Guojing truly be that kind of person? Consider the world. Huang Yaoshi had always despised lofty ideals. Yet Chen Xian's words struck a chord. Alas! After a long pause, Huang Yaoshi let out a deep sigh. "Come here." "Yes." Guojing stood in bewilderment, astonished that Chen Xian had persuaded Huang Yaoshi so swiftly, and he hurried to stand before him. After issuing instructions, they approached Feng Heng's grave and offered several respectful bows before departing once more. Ahem, as Guijing's elder, I shall present a gift, hoping that the eastern evil can temper his temperament. After all, he is my son-in-law. Chen Xuan coughed a couple of times, pondering what to give. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, for Chen Xuan's generosity was well known, especially regarding the legendary sword exchanged for Li Bai. After some contemplation, Chen Xuan retrieved a red card from his system space and slowly handed it to Huang Yaoshi, explaining, "This is a talisman for summoning the red armored puppet. By dripping blood upon it, you can summon 5 in total, 3 Grand Masters and 2 Masters. Given that these no longer serve a purpose for me, I shall gift them to you instead of considering them as a betrothal gift." Next, he exchanged several bottles of great vitality pills from the system marketplace, presenting them to Huang Yaoshi with a gentle smile. These can aid in breaking through realms without any side effects. As for how far you may ascend, you may explore that on your own. Chapter 85. Departure from Peach Blossom Island. The wooden Taoist made his way to the Song dynasty, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young hero." To refuse would seem insincere. Huang Yaoshi bowed in thanks, for the 2 items in question were irresistible to all present. The onlookers were equally astonished by Chen Xuan's generosity. These 2 treasures could instantly elevate a faction to a top-tier status in the martial world. Why not stay a few more days until Jinger and Ronger are wed before departing? Huang Yaoshi suggested, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan. "No need," Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. "The day of storytelling approaches, and I wish to admire the scenery along the way before returning to Wuqing." Ouyang Feng's plans to seize the 9-yin manual had crumbled, leaving him disheartened. With so many masters present, he saw no chance for success, and his burning ambitions dissipated. "Very well, I shall see you off the island," Huang Yaoshi nodded, guiding everyone onto the ship before turning back. After a while, having left Peach Blossom Island, Chen Xuan found himself amidst the dim light of dawn, accompanied now by an additional figure. "Brother Chen, you are quite the enigma," exclaimed Zhou Batong, who had followed him, bubbling with curiosity and questions, eager to learn about Chen Xuan's duel. However, he was entirely overpowered in their encounter. "You truly don't understand my talent," Chen Xuan lamented, rubbing his temples, nearly driven to distraction by Zhou Batong's incessant chatter. "What a peculiar fellow, even more formidable than my senior brother," Zhou Batong mused, feeling bored and turning his attention to Huang Yaoshi instead, who treated him like a child, entertaining him throughout the journey. Meanwhile, at the Wudong sect in the Ming dynasty, an elderly Taoist sat cross-legged on a mat, radiating vitality, devoid of any signs of decay. This was the esteemed elder Mu Daoren. "Master, the latest edition of the Sword of Immortals has arrived," Yi Lingfeng announced as he quietly entered the room. "Put it down," Mu Daoren instructed without lifting his gaze. After a moment, Mu Daoren took a deep breath, rising from his meditation. Having spent many years at Wudong, few knew the extent of his abilities, as he had been lying low. In terms of reputation and status at Wudong, he was only a step behind Zhang Sanfeng. He then casually opened the Sword of Immortals, skimming through the plot until his eyes fell upon the last page featuring discussions of the martial world. "The sword ranking? Now, that presents a splendid opportunity," he remarked, turning to Yi Lingfeng. "What is your perspective on this matter? Master, if you are listed, it may very well expose you as Mr. Chen is reputed to decipher the secrets of the heavens," Yi Lingfeng replied, concern evident in his eyes, fully aware of his master's intentions. "With my reputation at Wudong, he cannot derail my plans. Even if exposed, not many would believe it." Mu Daoren chuckled softly. "Ah, you are still too cautious." With a gleam of determination in his eyes, he casually picked up a sword from the table, fingers gliding over its surface. "It appears the world has nearly forgotten me, only remembering Yi Guqing and Shimen Shueishue. It is time to resurface in the martial world. After this journey to the Song, I shall initiate the Thunderbolt operation. Disciple, accompany me to the Song dynasty," he commanded. "Yes," Yi Lingfeng responded respectfully. After a while, the two emerged from the back mountain, joining the Wudong 7 heroes who were gathered in the main hall, discussing pressing matters. Upon seeing Mu Daoren approach, they all stood to greet him, bowing respectfully. "Elder Mu, how may we assist you? I am weary of the back mountain and wish to visit the Song dynasty to see what Mr. Chen looks like," Mu Daoren replied with a smile, appearing as a dignified elder, though internally he mocked. "You Lianzhou, You sit comfortably as the head of Wudong. He had once loved a woman, but having already become a disciple of Wudong, he was compelled by sect rules and the pressure from Zhang Sanfeng to relinquish the position to Yu Lianzhou. Elder Mu, my child also wishes to go to the Song dynasty. May I bring him along? Song Yuanxiao proposed, as a handsome young man with an elegant demeanor stepped forward, bowing to Mu Daoren. Disciple Song Qingshu, greetings to Uncle Mu. Ah, you are the young Song Qingshu? Quite the striking youth. Mu Daoren appraised him, pondering whether to win him over to his side. Uncle, you flatter me, Song Qingshu replied, bowing again. Very well, come with me. Mu Daoren beckoned, glancing at the Wudong 7 heroes before using his lightness skill to take off swiftly. Yu Lianzhou watched Mu Daoren depart, feeling an unsettling premonition, unable to grasp its source. Second brother, what troubles you? Song Yuanxiao inquired, noticing Yu Lianzhou's furrowed brow. Elder Mu never took a sword before. Why does he carry one now? Yu Lianzhou pondered aloud, growing increasingly uneasy. You're overthinking it. I suspect you did not rest well last night. Song Yuanxiao dismissed. We should focus on how to reclaim the items stolen by the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Indeed, without our master in charge, Wudong relies on us. The actions of the Sun Moon Holy Cult are nothing short of blatant provocation. The others chimed in, their faces betraying their anger. Yu Lianzhou nodded, deciding not to dwell on Mu Daoren's peculiarities, trusting that as long as Zhang Sanfeng was present, no one would dare cross boundaries. Yet, the new leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult had already reached the martial emperor realm, while his second brother still lagged behind, posing a potential threat. Let us visit the Ming cult and invite our nephew Wuji to accompany us to the Sun Moon Holy Cult. If Dongfang Bubi is sensible, he will return what belongs to us. If not, we shall not be trifled with. Zhang Cuishan suggested. After a brief silence, Song Yuanxiao declared, then we shall depart at once. The group nodded in agreement. Within the borders of the Song dynasty, at the Chuanjin sect, Ma Yu presided at the table, flanked by Wang Chuyi on his left and Xiu Chuji on his right. After a moment of silence, Ma Yu began, ever since Mr. Chun from Wuqing revealed the whereabouts of the Nine manual, countless martial artists have come to challenge us daily, demanding we surrender the manual. Were it not for our 7 stars North Dipper formation, we would be utterly overwhelmed. However, with our master away, we face potential calamity. Brothers, we must devise a strategy. The Nine manual cannot be surrendered, yet we cannot allow these martial artists to disturb our sanctuary continuously, he urged. Perhaps we should visit the Song dynasty and seek Mr. Chen's justice. Proposed Hao Datong, rising to bow. I fear he would not intervene. Mr. Chen is a recluse. Why would he concern himself with our trivial matters? Qiao Chuji replied. Then one among us should journey to the Song dynasty to inquire about Mr. Chen. He surely knows the whereabouts of our master. Qiao Chuji suggested, glancing at Ma Yu. Very well, I believe you should go, as you are the most skilled among us. Ma Yu concurred. Nodding, Ma Yu rose, shaking off his dust. As per your command, I shall depart at once. With that, Qiao Chuji hastily exited the hall. Time passed quietly, and soon another day had arrived. On the road leading to the Song dynasty, towering pine trees lined the path, their fallen needles carpeting the ground. Bathed in sunlight, a figure could be seen, clad in a flowing white robe, his features sharp and chiseled, exuding an air of arrogance and coldness. This is Jianxia Palace 9, a swordsman whose skills rival those of Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng. Since Chun Xian announced the sword rankings, he has been on his way with his sword drawn. However, his sense of direction is woefully inadequate, and after wandering alone for a while, he realizes he is lost. Strolling along the street, he furrows his brow, mentally constructing a route. It is indeed a headache. How could the paths be so convoluted? Had he known, he would have summoned a carriage. With a slight frown, Jianxia Palace 9 wanders aimlessly, hoping to arrive before Chun Xian's storytelling begins. Brotherly. Ahead lies an overwhelming sword intent. My heart trembles. I have resolved to challenge him. A fei, brimming with fighting spirit, leaps down from the carriage and strides forward. Li Sun Huan, with no other choice, alights and follows. The sword rankings have captured the attention of swordsmen across the land, and naturally, a fei is no exception. In white attire, I demand a duel with you. A fei's voice resonates, halting Jianxia Palace 9. Why do some people always seek death? Even if I grant you 10 or 100 moves, you remain no match for me. Jianxia Palace 9 turns, casting a glance at a fei. You. A fei's face darkens with fury, He has never encountered such an arrogant individual and strikes with a swift sword. To those courting death, I shall gladly oblige. Jinxia Palace 9's expression remains calm, undisturbed by the approaching blade. With a swift motion, the Fengshue's sword is drawn, a flash of white light streaks through the air, and a Fei's eyes widen in fear. This sword could indeed claim his life. Too late. Li Sunhuan's flying dagger shoots forth, shattering the sword light in an instant, his gaze fixed on Jinxia Palace 9. Little Li's flying daggers live up to their reputation. A smirk graces Jinxia Palace 9's lips. He regards a Fei with indifference, yet treats Li Sunhuan with caution. Humph. A Fei huffs, sheathing his long sword and retreating to the carriage. You too, are you headed to the Great Song? Jinxia Palace 9 inquires nonchalantly, looking towards Li Sunhuan. Indeed. Are you also going? Li Sunhuan asks upon seeing Jinxia Palace 9 nod. Then why have you been wandering here? I am lost, Jinxia Palace 9 shrugs. With your exceptional swordsmanship, how could you be lost? A Fei, grass in mouth, beams. Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing. Huh, I never get lost. Jinxia Palace 9 glances at a Fei before turning to leave. Since you are likely heading for the sword rankings, let us go together, Li Sunhuan declares. Truly a peculiar person. A Fei shoots a glance at Jinxia Palace 9, disdain evident. If you seek the sword rankings, I advise you to turn back. There will be no place for you there. Jinxia Palace 9 steps into the carriage, mockingly observing a Fei. However, you might still have a chance in the talent rankings. At Shui Family Manor, the entire garden is enveloped in sword light, the air thick with sword intent. Capable of obliterating the petals of nearby flowers with its fierce aura, Shui Yirun wields a wooden sword, surrounded by layers of sword intent, his techniques shifting wildly, manifesting hundreds of forms in an instant, resembling a mythical bird with eyes like swift lightning. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would applaud in awe, exclaiming its brilliance. However, Shui Xiaorun, seated nearby, appears utterly disinterested, believing his swordplay to be sufficiently exceptional, yet feeling the weight of his brother's harsh expectations. When will you master sword techniques to my level? Then you may leave. Shui Yirun, noticing his brother's distraction, bellows, startling him into alertness. Brother, you were once the greatest swordsman of the Ming. How could I ever match your pace? Shui Xiaoren's face is a portrait of despair, filled with grievances. My brother must surpass me. I was once the first, and now I demand you become the foremost in Ming. Practice diligently, do not disappoint me. Shui Ren's gaze is stern as he regards his brother, who, albeit reluctantly, picks up his sword to practice. Humph. Only then does Shui Ren stride into the study, sitting at the desk, glancing at the snow knife and the latest sword literature, his brow furrowing. Zhang Jin. Where is the latest issue of the sword literature? Master, the bookseller has yet to deliver it. Perhaps I should ride swiftly to fetch it for you? A servant in a cloth robe pushes the door open, bowing respectfully. No need. A little wait does not matter. Shui Ren shakes his head. Moments later, a person enters the manor, standing outside the study and respectfully announcing, Shui Manor Master, I have brought the literature. Very well, Zhang Jin, give him a tale of gold. Shui Ren instructs. Zhang Jin nods, stepping out to retrieve the literature, handing the gold to the bookseller with a light-hearted smile. This is the generosity of my master. Please be timely next time. Certainly. Thank you for the reward, Manor Master. The bookseller bows deeply, exclaiming, with such a lavish master, I must deliver it even if it takes me 3 days and nights. Then I shall not intrude further, Master. The bookseller bows again, departing joyfully. Shui Ren opens the literature, engrossed in its content. The excitement of the sword tales stirs something within this aging man. Zhang Jin steals glances, only to receive a sharp glare from Shui Ren, who scolds. You think I am unaware of your peeking after so many times? Zhang Jin trembles in place. For Shui Ren is a fearsome figure. Enough, you fool, why fear me? If you wish to look, do so openly. Shui Ren laughs and scolds. Chen Xuan is to compile the sword rankings? Surely this will attract numerous swordsmen, driven by fame or fortune. However, I am only interested in Yanshi San, who has been in seclusion for so many years. It is time he stretches his muscles. A glimmer of intrigue flashes in Shui Ren's eyes, curiosity peeking within. I wonder where this so-called Chen Xuan, the one who claims to decipher the heavens, will rank me? Master, how could you not be in the top 5? Zhang Jin grins at Shui Ren. Perhaps the second master might also make the list. Shui Ren shakes his head. Xiao Ren is still far from it. He might not even qualify for the talent rankings. Chapter 87. The Departure of Shui Yiren and the Encounter of Yi Guqing with Shimin Shui. Shui, my lord, you have been excessively harsh. Zhang Jin shook his head, his expression filled with helplessness. Look at how the second master has been driven to such a state, brooding day in and day out. If this continues, I fear something unfortunate may occur. You do not understand. I do this for his own good. Hoping he will comprehend my sincere intentions, Shui Yiren replied, rubbing his temples before turning his gaze towards Zhang Jin. In the coming days, I must travel to the Song dynasty. Keep a close watch on Shaoran. Do not let him wander aimlessly, and report back to me on his condition. Understood. Zhang Jin promptly stood up, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and the others had returned to the inn, the storyteller's arrival being timely. In the hall, an additional figure sat opposite Shimin Shui, donned in white garments as pure as snow, exuding an air of indifference. This was Yi Guqing, who had journeyed from the Ming dynasty. Long time no see. Shimin Shui regarded Yi Guqing, a rare smile gracing his face, emanating from the depths of his heart. Indeed, it has been a while. Yi Guqing's previously aloof demeanor vanished the moment he laid eyes on Shimin Shui. The patrons of the inn kept their distance from the two, neither wishing to intrude upon this unique atmosphere nor curious about the nature of their conversation. They were rivals yet friends. Who would have thought the sword ranking would draw out Yi Guqing as well? Chen Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, entirely unprepared for this revelation. The sword immortal and the sword god? I wonder who ranks higher? After the sword rankings, there will certainly be much to behold. Someone chimed in. They are bound to have another duel. Having missed the last opportunity atop the Forbidden City, they must rectify that regret this time. The patrons clustered together, engrossed in lively discussions. As the twilight descended quietly, time remained an elusive concept, sometimes crawling slowly, at other times racing by with startling speed. Chen Xuan gradually stepped out from his chamber, standing in the hall. A greater number of listeners had gathered than usual, and upon seeing the figure they had longed for, they erupted in cheers. Mr. Chen, you have finally come down. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Let us keep a low profile, Chen Xuan said, shaking his folding fan and gesturing for silence with both hands. The uproar only intensified, as some patrons felt restless without his storytelling, even losing their appetites for food. Now that the moment had arrived, their excitement was palpable. However, by tradition, they had arrived an hour early, and the time for Chen Xuan's tale had yet to arrive. Their enthusiasm could not mask the impatience in their eyes. Everyone, quiet down. Since your enthusiasm is so high, there is no need to wait for the appointed hour. Let us begin the storytelling now, Chen Xuan declared, shaking his fan once more and bowing to the crowd before leaping onto the stage. With a sharp clap, the noise below ceased abruptly, gradually giving way to silence, the restless hearts calming slightly. Let us continue from where we left off. After Jing Tian's command at the demon locking tower, the purple mist was drawn into the box, and the 5 elders of Mount Shu referred to it as the celestial being. The origin of this purple mist can be traced back to the last battle between demons and mortals, when the demon realm allied with the evil spirit realm and launched a massive invasion of the human realm. The 5 elders of Mount Shu, unable to withstand the onslaught, collaborated to cultivate the sacred technique of Mount Shu to resolve this crisis, but unbeknownst to them, they had sown the seeds of a far greater peril. The audience suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their anticipation for the unfolding drama intensifying. The malevolent thoughts of the 5 could annihilate the 6 realms. How terrifying is that? With Jing Tian's command, the evil energy was willingly contained, leading the audience to draw parallels with Fei Peng. This prompted reflections on prior events. As the audience recalled the yearly calamity that befell the human realm, with Jing Tian being hailed as the savior by a mysterious figure, their collective curiosity about Chen Xuan's previous foreshadowing grew stronger. What task had Mount Shu entrusted to Jing Tian? Why had Shui Jian been expelled from Tangjiabao? What did the millennia-spanning familial ties signify? All remained shrouded in mystery, awaiting Chen Xuan's narrative. The audience became increasingly attentive, their breaths slowing as they focused on the stage, fearful of disturbing Chen Xuan. Noticing the earnestness of his audience, which resembled eager students from the Blue Star, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile. He waved his fan and began to narrate. To purify the malevolent thoughts, one must journey to the heavenly pool in the divine realm. Qing Wei has determined that Jing Tian is indeed a celestial being, for only he can bear this responsibility. In front of the Tongtian stone, Jing Tian and Su Chaqing were jointly granted the qualification to enter the divine realm. Thus, the heavenly gate would remain open for 300 days, and they must deliver the purple box to the heavenly pool within this time frame. As Chun Xian's words concluded, the audience wore expressions of enlightenment. They had already accepted that Jing Tian was Fei Peng, for after all, how could the longtime rival of Fei Peng, Zongwu, be mistaken? The hall erupted in fervent discussions. Su Changqing possesses the potential for immortality. His grave injuries are merely an anomaly. Haha, Su Changqing is truly reckless. His entrance is marked by a confrontation with the invincible Zhonglu of the Six Realms, engaging in peak battles. Alas, how the once greatest general of the divine realm has fallen to such depths. It is truly lamentable. As the system notifications chimed in, Chun Xian's smile broadened. He took a delicate sip of tea and continued his tale. Before departing, Qing Wei returned Fei Peng's helmet and warned Jing Tian that it must not be worn until the critical moment, lest it lead to his demise. Jing Tian accepted the helmet, and fragments of memories flashed through his mind. Su Changqing followed Jing Tian down the mountain, dispatching the remaining demonic creatures. When Jing Tian dragged him to the gambling den outside, lengthy discourse led Su Changqing to plead for mercy. Subsequently, Jing Tian returned to Yong'an to boast about the helmet, only to encounter the expelled Xuejian. It turned out that Xuejian's grandfather had passed away, and her true lineage was uncovered by the people of Tangjiabao. She was found by her father during a heavy snowfall, hence her name, Xuejian. For the sake of Xuejian, Jing Tian wielded the demonic sword and stormed into Tangjiabao, coercing her into a final farewell with the old master, thus severing her ties with Tangjiabao. The second question lingering in the hearts of the audience began to unravel as Chun Xian spoke, prompting renewed discussions. Guests from the Ming Jianghu found themselves inexplicably reminded of Lu Xiaofeng. I have a bold idea. If Lu Xiaofeng and Su Changqing were to debate, who would emerge victorious? That is a difficult question. One can persuade a monk to renounce his vows, while the other can make gamblers flee. Both are formidable figures worthy of admiration. Guests from other nations expressed profound sympathy for Xuejian's plight. It is akin to certain sects. When they are powerful, everyone flocks to them, yet when they decline, who still pays them heed? Alas, when Xuejian's grandfather was alive, she basked in glory. After his passing, it was as if the walls collapsed and the crowd dispersed. Who could argue otherwise? Yet, in such a place, leaving may indeed be a blessing. Chapter 88. The grand finale. These sycophants have truly tarnished the reputation of the Tang family fortress. Jing Tian has shown too much mercy. If only I could eradicate them all with a single stroke of my sword, how satisfying that would be. I wonder what fate awaits Xuejian in the future. She should hurry into my embrace. On the high platform, Chun Xian's gaze fell upon the crowd below, as silence enveloped them. He continued. Jing Tian cast aside the demonic sword, cursing its wretchedness. The sword, like a shadow, followed him closely. Jing Tian had used it to rescue a woman from the city god temple. Meanwhile, Xuejian anxiously awaited Jing Tian's return. Suddenly, the demonic sword transformed into an enchanting beauty, possessing both breathtaking looks and a gentle demeanor. Long Kuei, eternal and unyielding, bound by emotions alone. The princess of the ancient Jiang kingdom, sealed within the sword for a millennium, awaiting a reunion with her elder brother. Jing Tian mistakenly believed Long Kuei to be the woman he had saved. Retreating in confusion, Long Kuei, with tears glistening in her eyes, cried out for her brother. Jing Tian promised to retrieve the ancient artifact for her, a flowing celestial gown. Xuejian, infuriated by the presence of Long Kuei, stormed off. Long Kuei followed closely behind Jing Tian. After Chen Xuan finished his tea, an inexplicable tension gripped the hearts of the audience, stirring deep emotions within them. A millennium has passed. For the sake of her brother, she was imprisoned in the demonic sword for 1,000 years. Regardless of who one might be, a sense of reverence arose for Long Kuei, along with immense admiration for her familial devotion towards Jing Tian. Countless scoundrels in the martial world abandon their wives and loved ones, and brothers often turn against each other. Yet, Long Kuei waited for her brother for 1,000 years. The thought of such a lengthy wait is unimaginable for most, especially after meeting Jing Tian. She was willing to injure herself to solidify her resolve to remain by her brother's side. In this world, there exists not only unwavering love, but also the unbreakable bond of kinship. Such a spirit would even move celestial beings. After this moment of reflection, Discussions began to rise among the crowd. The image projected by Lan Kuei, reminiscent of the scenes within her brother's palace, seemed all too real. But I have a question. Is Jing Tian not General Fapin? How could he possibly be connected to the princess of the Jiang kingdom from a millennium ago? This is indeed peculiar. Alas, the misunderstanding between Xue Jian and Jing Tian has escalated. Why not just clarify everything? Wouldn't that resolve all issues? On the high platform, Chen Xuan fanned himself with his folding fan, chuckling lightly. Esteemed guests, Jing Tian possesses 3 identities, which will gradually unfold. And the misunderstanding with Xue Jian shall be unraveled in due time. For now, allow me to continue the narrative. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chongqing was still capturing demons when a shadow suddenly darted out from the forest. Who could it be? It was none other than the demon lord, Zongwu. It's over. He is doomed before the mission even begins. Su Chongqing is exceedingly unfortunate. Ha! Sir, it seems Su Chongqing is as good as dead now, right? The audience buzzed with a mix of anticipation and glee. Chen Xian's lips twitched. Did the audience truly wish for Su Chongqing's demise? He slowly shook his fan and gently replied, "You are mistaken. Su Chongqing is not dead." Just at that critical moment, a massive purple python emerged, saving Su Chongqing's life. Zixian, bound by love across 3 lifetimes, unwavering and steadfast. The Mother of Earth, a descendant of Enhua, her devotion to love is her passion. Her waiting is her destiny. Zhonglu momentarily retreated, and Zixian tended to Su Chongqing's wounds. Stirring certain memories within him at the Enhua temple, Zixian was reluctant to leave Chongqing, bidding farewell to the crowd as Chen Xian's voice faded. Disbelief spread across the audience, leading to fervent discussions. Goodness, Su Chongqing possesses a love story spanning 2 lifetimes, and in this life as well. Indeed, his luck seems extraordinary. I thought he was doomed. While you all debate, did you not hear that Zixian is a descendant of Enhua? Indeed, in today's world, there are also legends of the goddess Enhua, claiming we were all crafted from clay by her hands. Those who know that Zixian is a descendant of the goddess must possess immense power. I have a premonition that Zhonglu will be defeated by her. What are you thinking? The demon lord Zhonglu would easily overpower her. Esteemed guests, from this moment on, Jing Tian's team has assembled, and they shall embark on a bizarre adventure to retrieve the 5 spirit pearls and save the mortal realm. After Chen Xian spoke, he picked up the awakening wood and struck it down. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next installment. Is this truly the end? I have yet to delve into the story. The audience, immersed in the narrative, was startled awake by the sound of the awakening wood, staring blankly at Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian's preview for the next episode was quite enticing, brimming with anticipation for the upcoming adventures of Jing Tian and his companions. The phrase 5 spirit pearls sounded extraordinary. Undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Otherwise, why would they make such a grand display? In a private room on the 2nd floor, a Fei spoke longingly, brotherly. I suddenly believe in love again. The bond between Zixian and Chongqing across 3 lifetimes is so beautiful. Yet these tales ultimately remain within the pages of a book. Reality is often harsher than one can imagine. Li Xuanhuan took a swig of wine, his expression somewhat despondent. Yet I lean more towards Lan Kuei's 1,000-year wait for her brother. Such spirit is enviable. I see, brotherly. You have taken a liking to Lan Kuei's delicate and gentle nature, huh? Unlike me, who loves both Han Kuei and Lan Kuei, you are still too young. Zixian is the one that men truly adore. Gong Jiu glanced at a Fei and shook his head. In the main hall on the 1st floor, Qiao Chujian and Yang Tiexin sat together, their expressions tinged with regret as they softly spoke. In the past, the founder of the ancient tomb sect was also infatuated with my master, Zhenren Chongyang. Unfortunately, my master was too competitive. What shame is there in losing to a woman? Their love had to evolve into such a situation. Mu Nianzi pouted, coldly stating, "Humph, Wang Chongyang has wronged Lin Qiaoying. To put it in the words of my master, he is nothing but a scoundrel." On the high platform, Chen Xian couldn't help but think of Yuchun. He and she could also be considered to have a connection across 2 lifetimes. Yet, here, upon their first encounter, his internal energy surged violently, nearly resulting in his demise, forcing him to seal her within the system space. Sigh. Chen Xian exhaled, waiting for his emotional value to reach a sufficient level before consulting the system. For now, his priority remained storytelling. Cough, cough. Chen Xian looked at the audience below, cleared his throat, and slowly began. Next comes the segment you have all been eagerly awaiting, the discussion phase. As usual, but today, we shall first introduce the sword ranking. Some guests have been waiting impatiently. Once I announce the rankings of the world's swordsmen, we will proceed to the final Q&A segment. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. Finally, most of those present from various nations had come specifically for the sword ranking, and there were even a few exceptional swordsmen among them. At this moment, the Wu city Uli of the Daqin dynasty was bustling with noise and energy. Numerous martial arts experts gathered, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Xuan. They awaited Chen Xuan to announce the name of the world's foremost swordsman. Compared to other martial arts experts, these unparalleled swordsmen were on the lookout for a chance. They awaited the moment this storyteller would provoke them. They believed their swordsmanship to be unmatched, and their sensitivity to sword intent was naturally acute. Upon entering this inn, their first instinct was to recognize that Chen Xuan was no ordinary person. Not only was he not an ordinary person, but he was also a master swordsman. At that moment, Chen Xuan's eyes suddenly turned red, his heartbeat quickening, as a strand of dark energy invaded his mind. The system detected danger and automatically disengaged. The audience went wild, their faces filled with fury, struggling to contain their emotions. Chen Xuan suddenly adopted an air of arrogance, shouting, "All of you here are nothing but trash." Unable to contain their emotions any longer, the crowd surged forward, igniting a riot within the inn. Everyone was consumed by a singular thought: to slay him. Chen Xuan had undergone a profound transformation. The blue lotus at his back drew forth, its emerald hilt now a deep crimson, as a torrent of black light surged forth, his sword intent reaching its zenith. One sword, and the immortal kneels. Chen Xuan bellowed, unleashing a blade of darkness that cleaved through the vast sky, sending tremors throughout the Song dynasty. In the imperial palace, civil and military officials quaked in terror, prostrating themselves and beseeching the heavens for mercy. With a single strike, the inn was reduced to rubble, a vast expanse of land now rendered hollow and desolate. Amidst the heavens, countless figures with profound auras loomed above the clouds, adorned with expressions of derision and disdain. After years of scheming in this world, how could the malevolent forces be thwarted by such insignificant creatures? Sneered a dog-headed figure with a fleshy growth atop its head. Humph. Had I not been momentarily intrigued by this realm, I would not have noted this outsider. A towering shadow, standing 100 feet tall, glanced at the speaker and shook its head. The plans must be expedited. The prominent figures of the great Zhou dynasty should soon regain their memories. Once their powers are fully restored, another fierce battle awaits. A massive black dragon flicked its tail. In a certain void, a colossal sword measuring 1,000,000 feet stood erect, with an enchanting woman clad in purple robes seated upon its tip. Engrossed in her cultivation, she suddenly sensed a pang of foreboding, closing her eyes to perform calculations, her soul shuddering in alarm. Her most vital 10 incarnations were under assault by a formidable force. Within the inn, Yu Chen's eyes blazed with fury as a powerful surge of energy erupted from him, obliterating everyone within the establishment into mere dust. Chen Xuan jolted awake, his expression one of shock, as the world around him fragmented like shattered glass. The world was but an illusion. He remained the only reality. As that force swept through him, his form began to dissipate into nothingness. In the fleeting moments before consciousness faded, he could not help but ponder. Who could definitively assert that all he had experienced was not merely a dream? Am I to return? Yet no one could answer. And Chen Xuan had succumbed to death, vanishing eternally within the currents of time. In the great Zhou dynasty, Laozi observed with understanding. At this moment, his realm had attained an unimaginable level of terror, and he bore another name, Taishang. It is a young friend from Blue Star, hailing from my homeland. Alas, such is his fate.